the aloof female CEO, in order to escape from the pursuit of a monster, rushed into the men's restroom in a panic. Unexpectedly, she encountered you in the middle of doing your business. As the restroom stall was too small to accommodate more than one person, she was forced to sit on your lap. Seeing this, you were completely dumbfounded. "Dear boss, I'm using the restroom. Isn't this inappropriate?" Upon hearing this, the female CEO, who was originally cold as ice, blushed instantly like a monkey's butt, her eyes darting around as she stuttered out two words, "Don't make a sound. I'm hiding here for a while." You looked at her in disbelief after hearing this. Who runs to the toilet in broad daylight to play hide and seek? Just as you were about to ask further, a piercing scream suddenly came from outside the door. The female CEO was so scared that her legs went weak, and her whole body collapsed into your arms. After being single for 20 years, you couldn't handle this kind of excitement, and ended up losing control, or rather, not being able to control it at all. The female CEO suddenly raised her head and asked, "What are you doing?" You confidently retorted, "What do you mean? What am I doing? Who told you to sit on my lap?" The female CEO, feeling guilty, almost cried out of desperation, "I also want to go out, but there's a monster outside." Hearing this, you furrowed your brows, thinking about the mysterious red-clothed woman you encountered last night, and the system you inexplicably obtained. In an instant, you realized that this world is not simple. Originally, you were single for 20 years without even holding a girl's hand, thinking that you would end up lonely. But unexpectedly, a red-clothed woman broke into your house last night. In order to save your own life, you grabbed her head and kissed her, intending to win her over with love. This move completely stunned the woman. "It's over. I'm not clean anymore. This damn human dares to be frivolous with me." At this moment, Nu Gui's brain was blank, and she stood still. And you, who have been a single dog for 20 years, are already immersed in it and unable to extricate yourself. Although the touch was a bit cold, it was very soft. After 2.5 seconds, the woman finally came to her senses. "Damn aunt, how dare you be disrespectful to me? I will suck you dry." As the words fell, the woman's originally delicate face instantly became extremely ferocious, opening a big mouth and pouncing towards you. At this critical moment, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in your mind. Detection of the host being mysteriously drained of yang energy. Please make a choice from the following options. Option 1, flee in panic. Reward for dispelling evil constitution. Never encounter evil spirits in a lifetime. Option 2, reverse the Tian Gang. Reward for unlimited 9 yang true chi. You didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the second option. Congratulations to the host for obtaining unlimited 9 yang true chi. 9 yang true chi is extremely strong and yang, capable of restraining all evil spirits. In the next second, a gleam flashed in your eyes, and golden true energy surrounded your body. Feeling the majestic true energy in your body, your smile became more unrestrained, and you opened your arms and pounced towards the female ghost. The woman let out a strange cry, staring at you in disbelief. What just happened? How did this kid suddenly obtain such a huge amount of true energy? For the strange, the extremely strong and positive true energy naturally restrains them, but at the same time, it is also a great supplement. The difference lies in the way it is absorbed. If the strange actively absorbs it, then of course it is a great supplement, but if the owner of the true energy attacks the strange, then it is naturally a different matter. At this moment, when Jing Shu, who had been continuously absorbing true energy, experienced a joy she had never felt since birth. The true energy of extreme strength and positivity gathered into warm streams, continuously flowing within her body. When Jing Shu could clearly feel her strength rapidly increasing, the boundaries that had bound her for a long time were easily broken at this moment, and her strength was expanding rapidly without any slowdown. Feeling the continuous flow of true energy in her body, when Jing Shu couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Although this true energy was a great tonic for her, she was afraid that she would be overwhelmed if this continued. Thinking of this, when Jing Shu desperately tried to break free from the constraints, but you refused to let her go. "Just now you were so happy sucking my true energy. Now it's my turn." So you hugged her tightly with your arms, tightly binding Wen Jing Shu. This really made her anxious. If this continues, she might really burst. Let me go." When Jing Shu groaned and struggled more intensely. However, how could you let her easily escape when the roast chicken was right in front of her? The next moment, the 9 yang true chi operated at full force. You grabbed Wen Jingshu's arm and carried her on your shoulder, walking towards the bedroom. Seeing this scene, Wen Jingshu was completely panicked, her tight and slender legs kicking in the air uncontrollably. "Bastard! Let me go! You coldly chuckled without saying a word, and directly threw her onto the bed. When Jingshu's previous aloof image completely collapsed, and a look of panic appeared on her pure and crystal clear pretty face. Let me go. Big brother. I know I was wrong. Her voice even carried a hint of crying. Upon hearing this, your face darkened. Is my home a place where you can come and go as you please? Moreover, you ran into my house in bridal attire in the middle of the night. I will take it as you wanting to marry me. When Jingshu felt like dying upon hearing this, she had just broken through and needed time to stabilize her realm. Moreover, having absorbed a large amount of Nine Yang True Qi, she was like a person with a full stomach. If she continued to absorb more, her stomach would definitely be ruined. Tearfully, when Jingshu pleaded, please, big brother, let me go, okay? Otherwise, it will really be ruined. Upon hearing this, you shook your head firmly. Of course not. Seeing this, when Jingshu stopped pleading and headed straight for the window, trying to escape, Han Ming snorted coldly, his body violently bursting forward, grabbing Wen Jingshu by the hand. The dowry is on. You're considered married to me, and you still want to run? Come back and take you. Yanked Guile back. Han Ming glared angrily. A Dawei Tianlong blasted upwards. Ah, come on, shout for your husband. No, I wouldn't shout like that even if I were dead. Well, don't be a toast. When Jingshu let out a scream of pain, and her original staring body became much more transparent, Shandong, my concubine really knows it's wrong. Spare my concubine. Oh, the following day, the time came to noon. Well, covering his head, Han Ming woke up and realized that he had no strength to walk. Legs trembling. It's like I just got anesthetized. Going to the bathroom. I'll have to hold on to the wall. But when he got back to his room, it was only then that I noticed that the beautiful woman was gone. Cam, I've only just married her. She won't run away, will she? Although the other side of the equation, there is so much. But anyway, it was indeed the first woman in Han Ming's 30 years of life. Mind blown, Han Ming searched anxiously for a circle. The home was found, empty, and he was the only one left. Han Ming, who was in a somewhat depressed mood, returned to his room. The wrecked room. The floor was covered with torn, red, shredded clothing. After all, is there still a difference between human and ghost? The mind is full of thoughts. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly glimpsed that on the nightstand, there was a small note. A note? The eyes swept hastily to the. On it was written in a row of beautiful lines. Sangong, I have something to go out. I will return in a few days. Wen Jingshu. Chapter 4, Unwillingness. Turns out her name is Wen Jingshu. Han Ming didn't expect that either. A female ghost. And your own name. On second thought, though, the odds are that the other person was also human in life. And it's not surprising that they have a name. But what reassured Han Ming the most was that the wife is still there. The wife didn't run. The thought of being a bachelor for 30 years, now that we're out of singleness, Han Ming was instantly overjoyed. So what if your wife is a ghost? Didn't Ning Choi-san do the same thing? Besides, my own wife. She's much prettier than Nie Xiaoqian. Excited to the max, Han Ming even pinched his thighs. Make sure you're not dreaming. Ha ha ha. It's just a cool batch of explosions. Han Ming, who was in a happy mood, felt that his body was light when he walked. But the next second, after picking up his cell phone and seeing a dozen missed calls and more than 30 unread messages on it, Han Ming's smile instantly froze. In one look at the time, it's 1:30 in the ing afternoon? Han Ming's eyes almost popped out. This sleeping for so long? Although casting the Great Way Heavenly Dragon was more blue-consuming, but this blue bar, he had saved it for 30 years off? It's over. This is really dead. Come to think of it, the way that Iceberg Lady President went on a rampage. Han Ming was already thinking about whether or not he should look for a new job. Mud. Whatever. Let's go back to the office and see what happens first. Hastily washing his face, Han Ming couldn't care less about eating. Took a cab. Just head for the office. Center. Also made a point of calling a co-worker, who was close, on the phone. According to a colleague, it was President Jiang whose face was cold, and in his eyes was undisguised killing intent. When you hear this, Han Ming's heart, already half-cooled. Can you explain to me what you went to do once you were up there? Meetings don't show up. Phone calls don't go through. No response from VX8. Don't tell me you're sleeping? You're actually good enough to nod your head with such a straight face? Do you know that everyone in the company is so busy right now for the new project? And you actually have the heart to sleep at home? Han Ming, I'm telling you, if you think you can still do it, Then get your attitude right. If you don't think you can do it anymore, then you can go to finance right now and take your paycheck and leave. Inside the president's office, Han Ming keeps his head down. In the ear, it was Jang Yunshu's incessant chortling. Only, what the other guy said, it pretty much goes in the left ear and out the right. Not a single word was memorized. Han Ming kept his head down the entire time, his eyes falling on Jang Yunshu's black silk heels, and he couldn't help but fantasize in his mind that if this one, what a light it will look like on your wife. As for Jang Yunshu in front of me, 29 years old, the father was once the richest man in Leh, worth $10 billion. The latter, because Jang Yunshu's father was in poor health, had traveled abroad a long time ago, for convalescence. As for domestic industry, all handed over to Jang Yunshu to take care of. Having said that, in terms of looks, Jang Yunshu could be said to be impeccable. Her eyebrows are picturesque and graceful, eyes as clear as pools of water, as if they were stars in the sky. The lady's suit in a pure black hue contrasted with her fair complexion. In particular, jade feet in black silk heels, just by the looks of it, just makes you salivate. Sadly, appearance is a 9 out of 10, but temperamentally, it's too much to give a negative score, especially all day long. Nostrils facing the sky, with an icy expression that looks down on anyone who looks down on them. It's like everyone else owes her money. Far from it. Right now, Jang Yunshu's chattering appearance, it had already made Han Ming desperate to take off his socks and stuff them into her mouth. I don't know how long I've been standing there. Perhaps the voice is hoarse. Jang Yunshu picked up the teacup and took a sip before coldly saying, "All right, you go back to work. As for this month's performance, because you missed work today, all of it is cancelled." Grass. Han Ming named a plant. Turn around and go back to your workstation. Meanwhile, mentally, I'm already starting to figure out that, do you want to keep doing it yourself? Especially after what happened last night. Han Ming knew that this world was by no means simple. All that news I saw earlier. Probability. Not just any buttons either. Aura revival? Creepy descent? Urban high martial arts? Thinking back to the types of novels I've read, Han Ming's thoughts reeled. At this point, Wang Dahai came over and said cheaply, "Kid, honestly explain, what did you do last night?" Han Ming gave a blank stare. "What are you thinking? Just simply overslept. TSK, 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 sleeping straight through until the first part of the afternoon. Looks like you didn't have a lot of work last night, huh? Asterisk 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 off." Han Ming returned without a good mood. "Aigu, why are you still in a hurry?" Wang Dahai looked like he had seen it all. "Let me guess. Did he go to wash his feet? Is the girl pretty? I tell you, Dragon Gate Bath came a new technician 2 days ago. That technique, that technology, highlights a pin. Listen to me. Don't think about dating all the time. Go and experience something that will definitely keep you coming back for more." Han Ming, you think everyone's like you. 1 month. That's $2 of paychecks. More than 2/3. All of which can be stuffed into the pockets of female technicians at bath centers. The female technician's voice. A big brother? Add a clock chant? The voice of the female technician. The words brother. Can you add a bell? Can make Wang Dahai willingly pay. And wash your feet? I need to go to a place like yours? My wife. Isn't she a million times better looking than a female technician? It's an international joke. But honestly, in retrospect, Han Ming still really felt a bit incredulous. I must have gotten my head caught in a door. That's really naive. In that case, how dare you do something like that? It can only be said that when the rice greenworm is on the brain, it does not want to think so much, so it does not matter. It is hard to do it. It's going to die anyway. But looking back now, it's a real feeling of dread. That is, yourself. If we really let these people, to see the scene last night, it is estimated that each and every one of them would have long been scared to pee their pants on the spot. Of course, let's just say that there are dangers and opportunities. Anyway, it turned out fabulous, and that's all that matters. After a few jokes with a coworker, Han Ming opened the browser. Commencement of inquiry. Words about aura revivals, evil spirits, spooky, and so on. But after looking it up most of the time, didn't find anything useful either. Instead, I've seen some so-called people who have experienced paranormal events, posting on some posting boards, forums, and other places. But a quick look around. True or false? Han Ming had no way to tell the difference. Forget it. The boat will be straight. It's useless to think about it so much. And now that I have the system on my own, I don't have to worry too much about safety. On the contrary, it's the wife. I don't know where she's gone in this broad daylight. With that three-legged strength, don't let anything happen to her. Han Ming knows that. It's no use worrying about it. Fortunately, I don't think about it anymore. Getting into the swing of things very quickly. Chapter 5, I'm big and you still want a peek? Ouch. This takeout is poisoned. I have to go to the bathroom. Han Ming, who rushed to the company without having time to eat. Not long after the takeout, it just felt like in my stomach. There was a flopping and it felt like it was going to gush out at any moment. In a hurry, tugging out a wad of toilet paper, just run to the restroom. But when Han Ming rushed to the bathroom, found in the men's restroom, there's only 2 pits in total. One of them's clogged. Another, the door lock is still broken. Nima, this has been reported for repair for how long? Surnamed Zhang cannot find someone to repair. After cursing and spitting out Han Ming couldn't care less. Sit down first. It's just too much to hold back. Mud. Even if the 9 Sun's true chi in his body was alive and well, he actually couldn't stop the gutter oil food. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Ming just left a short while ago. Everyone else in the office just felt their bodies go a little cold. Those who were near the air conditioner even just turned it off. But even so, there was still an eerie feeling that haunted them. What's going on here? Why do I feel so cold? It's really strange. It's summer. It's over 30 degrees outside. And I actually feel cold even with the air conditioner turned off. Something's wrong. 9 out of 10. We converted next door to a cold storage facility? I can't. Does anyone have a jacket? I'm going to freeze and catch a cold. It's too hot to be naked in the middle of summer. Who goes out with a jacket? It's outrageous. It's giving me the shivers. The crowd in the office, while still exploring why the body temperature is so low. Suddenly, accidents happen. A terrified scream resonated through the building. Straight away the crowd was shocked. Monster! Monster! There's a monster dash! As the owner of that voice began to run wildly, and the hysterical screams came closer and closer to the crowd in the office. You look at me. I look at you. All confused, not realizing what's going on. Suddenly, snap, 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 the lights in the building. One by one, they burst. The incandescent lights in the office area started flickering wildly. 2. Then all of them brushed and all of them went out. Countless computer screens, likewise, followed the shattering. Inside the building at this time, although there was sunlight coming in through the windows, the scene, however, still looks very bizarre. There's a monster. Help! Help! Well, help me! Help! The man running wildly down the hallway suddenly threw his body back and covered his neck in shock. His face quickly reddened, and his eyes bulged outward even more. The legs stomping helplessly through the air. For a few seconds, the whole thing was directly strangled alive. At this time, it was only then that the others in the office noticed, to their horror, that a long, blood-red tongue was tied around the man's neck. Meanwhile, on the ceiling behind him, one with twisted limbs and a 180-degree head flip, a monster with bloodshot eyes, was flashing an oozing smile towards the crowd. Cluck cluck cluck. This time, seeing the crowd clearly, letting out a scream in unison. One by one, they're running for their lives towards the other side, even those in other departments. A messy scene. Zhang Yunshu, who was busy in the president's office, also frowned and walked out. Annoyed. What's going on? Why is the power suddenly out? And even if the power is out, what are you all running around blindly for? Still all work or no work? The crowd, in a state of panic. No one's talking to each other. One by one, the feet of a man are on the ground, running for his life. Somewhat annoyed, Zhang Yunshu wanted to continue speaking. Suddenly, Zhang Yunshu's body stiffened in place, with a look of horror in their eyes, staring blankly ahead. All that could be seen was a monster with twisted limbs, plastered to the ceiling, spitting out a meter-long tongue that, in front of her, strangling a man alive. In a split second, Zhang Yunshu was so frightened that her face turned pale and her soul was lost. But thankfully, over the years, calm and collected character in a business battle, brought her back in time to, turned and ran toward the other end. She's on high heels. How fast can you run? Helplessly, Zhang Yunshu could only take off his shoes, jade feet in black silk, stepping on the cold floor, running wildly down the hallway. Almost at the same time, psychic authority. The compasses that were placed in the halls of the, suddenly radiating a dazzling light. Meanwhile, the compass started spinning and, sudden mutiny. It quickly attracted the attention of the members of the Psychic Bureau. Report, there's a psychic sighting. What level of response? E. Location? South of the city. Longxiang Mansion. Get building surveillance immediately. Yes. Threat object confirmation? In a few moments, all the surveillance in the building appeared on the Secret Service agent's computer screen in droves. The Secret Service agent's hands tapped rapidly on the keyboard. After a few seconds, a horribly hideous, plastered to the ceiling, four-legged, crawling monster appeared on the surveillance screen. Report, it's a four-legged creepy crawly. Understood. Having said that, a young man wearing a special operations team uniform and heavily armed shouted, Beta Squad will set off with me. Wang Yuan, you'll be responsible for checking the surveillance and providing real-time feedback. Yes. Depart. For extremely low threat, E-level artifacts. The special ops members who were there didn't worry too much, because on the bizarre hierarchy of Class E, already the penultimate lowest rank. In this context, it can be dealt with by using psychic bullets. The members of the squad, one by one, could be said to be full of confidence, and it was obvious that they had already dealt with many times unexpected situations. The viewpoint is back inside the Lungcheng mansion. Jiang Yunshu is running for his life. At this point in her life, there was a complete lack of the high spirits from earlier, when she was an iceberg female president. The delicate, pretty face was filled with panic and the monster behind her. Not that it had been chasing her, but inside this building, there are thousands of employees, to say the least. On one floor, there are hundreds. It certainly made creepy kill. But Jiang Yunshu, who hadn't been exercising for years, really couldn't run now, panting and holding onto the wall, listening to the screams coming from behind me. After looking up at Jiang Yunshu gritted her teeth and simply ran straight into the toilet. Panic. She didn't even notice if it was the men's or women's restroom. Next, the door to the compartment in front of Han Ming was opened. Before he could react, a silhouette, swish, rushed in. Then, while gasping for breath, while holding onto the cubicle door with a death grip, fearing that the door might be opened. But the problem is, Han Ming is, right now, still in the big one. Not, boss didn't realize you had this hobby. I understand if you peek at me when I'm taking a, but what's with you rushing right in? Seeing the visitor, the corners of Han Ming's mouth twitched, and he still spoke from his heart. You're a pervert. I'm sitting right here taking a. You came in here without saying a word, and you're huddling with me. This toilet cubicle, as it is not spacious. Suffice it to say, even if Han Ming is the only one, while sitting on the toilet, with his knees almost up against the cubicle door, not to mention, and now there's another one squeezed in. Predictably, what kind of position are the two in now? That's right. Jiang Yunshu was barefoot, legs apart, almost straddling Han Ming's legs. Pose, quite ungainly. Chapter 6, The Awkward Two in the Toilet Cubicle. In the face of Han Ming's question, Jiang Yunshu's originally cold and frosty pretty face, in a flash, red through the ears, eyes dodged, speech stammered. You don't make a sound. I'll hide here for a while. Hamming? No, big sister. Are you playing hide and seek? Do you want to see where you're hiding? Wide-eyed, Han Ming looked at the other party in disbelief. Just when Han Ming wanted to ask, when specific reasons are given, with a mournful cry of dismay, down the corridor, it reached the ears of the two. The fear within, it made Jiang Yunshu's legs go limp. Body, it actually sat directly on Han Ming's body. Hamming? The two of them looked at each other in all directions, looking at each other, cheeks as red as a monkey's butt. The corners of Han Ming's mouth twitched. Boss, I'm on the toilet. Social death. It's a real social death. Jiang Yunshu was already at a complete loss as to what to say. Who knows? What a way to panic yourself and be able to dive headfirst into the men's restroom. And there happens to be one other person here, squatting here. The bottom line is this. In this small space, there was no room for her to stand at all. Now can only sit on Han Ming's lap. No, don't get any ideas. Let me explain. Jiang Yunshu, who was shamed to the extreme, spoke incoherently. Listen to me and explain. A monster has appeared outside and has already killed many people. Just keep quiet and we'll both hide here. At the same time that Jiang Yunshu's words fell, brain, the system's beep sounded. Ding. D-rank creepy crawlies detected. Trigger mission. Mission, kill the creepy crawlers. Time limit for the mission, 60 minutes. Reward, activate the attribute panel function. Note, can detect the attributes of any living being. Han Ming. Good man. Other people's property panels. It's all in the system. You're good. Still have to let me finish first. Luckily, though, unlocking the feature also allows you to view other people's attribute panels yourself. Isn't that the same as a combat detector? However, Han Ming was just about to get up and tackle Creepy. The stomach flipped again and, puffing, 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 Han Ming, Zhang Yunshu. The two of them were just sitting there facing each other. In a small space. The sounds, the smells, the mixing of. Han Ming felt that he could use his toes and snap out a 3-room apartment. Mud. When you poop, someone next to you is watching. You will not be able to poop, okay? The point is, it's okay to be watched. After all, in the old days, public toilets didn't have baffles. The big guys are squatting down there and taking a. But, who can be like himself? Poop time. There's a man right in front of us. Look at you face to face. And this guy, he's also his own boss. Han Ming said awkwardly, boss, you're just going to watch me take a like that. Are you good at that? Zhang Yunshu was on the verge of tears. She felt that, the high and mighty image he's maintained all his life, it's all going to be ruined today. Honestly, she'd like to get out, too. Who the hell wants to be in here smelling like that? But here's the thing. There are monsters outside. Ruining your image is nothing compared to losing your life. And what does it count for? Zhang Yunshu, who was already completely afraid to look at Han Ming, the whole head, are going to bury themselves in Han Ming's chest. Two people, just sitting together on the toilet, still in the face-to-face position. Han Ming was about to break down. In all my years of using the restroom myself, this is the first time I've encountered this situation. And, now there is another serious problem. To know, he's on the big one. For the big one, it was definitely a pants-down poop. No one else in their pants pocket, right? But here's the problem. With Zhang Yunshu, face-to-face, still in the big one myself. One didn't control it, or it's not controllable at all. Zhang Yunshu raised his head violently. It's not like you're a teenager. And, these days, the internet is so advanced. Even if Zhang Yunshu was untouched, she knew exactly what was happening at this moment. Eyes burning, she looked at Han Ming. What are you doing? Han Ming justifiably asked back. You're the one sitting on my lap. What do you think I'm doing? Zhang Yunshu, can you lean back? Han Ming spread his hands. Boss, behind me is the toilet seat. How do you want me to go backward? Zhang Yunshu wanted to cry. Look around. Found this little cubicle. It's true that there are no extra places left. Who the hell built such a small restroom? At this point, Han Ming spoke up again. Boss, will you stop being a mayfly chrysalis? Rubbing me hard. The voice was tiny, but hearing it in his ears, Zhang Yunshu completely tensed up. Am I the one who wants the nymphs? It's this tiny cubicle that is really hard for me to sit in like this. Zhang Yunshu felt like she was going to completely collapse. In particular, she could plainly feel that. Han Ming breathes in and out. That burning breath. Pant heavily. Zhang Yunshu suddenly frowned and chided in a low voice. What are you doing? Don't move your hands and feet? Han Ming cried out in injustice. Boss, I want to ask you how many pounds. My legs are numb. Zhang Yunshu, I seriously doubt that you did it on purpose. Han Ming, why don't we switch places and see if your legs are numb? Zhang Yunshu, don't you move. Okay? I beg you. I'll give you a raise. Hamming, I'm trying to wipe my ass this time. I'm done pulling. Zhang Yunshu? No. Wait. Will you stop for a minute? I'm really begging you. Han Ming, boss. I actually still like the way you were unruly before. Like just now, when you scolded me in the office. Zhang Yunshu, can I not deduct your performance anymore? And from now on, the salary will be doubled. Don't you move. Han Ming, I just want to wipe my ass. Can you stop whining all the time? Be careful, I'll yell and attract the monsters now. Zhang Yunshu instantly wimped out in seconds. Then, okay then, you move. But not too much. Just when Zhang Yunshu had compromised. Suddenly, outside the restroom, guns blazing. Da-da-da-da. Pounds and pounds and pounds. More than a dozen special forces members have arrived. The guns are loaded with psychic bullets, and they spew out a torrent of fire. Bullets landed on the creeper's body, splattering rotten flesh. But what's head-scratching is how quickly the cavity punched out by that one guy healed. They are faced with thoroughly enraged Creepy. Put. A long, thin, sharp tongue instantly pierced through the chest of a special operations officer. Bulletproof vests were like papier-mâché in front of Creepy, causing no protective effect. Such a scene instantly made the other members of the group blush, and one of them, moreover, took out his walkie-talkie and shouted. The bullets couldn't cause damage. The target is not E-class. Repeat, target is not E-class. Chapter 7 The Awakened? At this point, the long tongue in the monster's mouth, sweeping in again. A member of the Special Forces team watched as the monster pierced his own chest. No! Behind him, his companions, still trying to go up and save the day. Instead, he saw the monster's long tongue curling around his comrade's body and pulling it violently backward. Sharp claws with gusts of air-breaking sound. The body is instantly in pieces. Grass. The rest of them changed their faces. Retreat! Retreat! Call for reinforcements now. The regulars are crumbling at the touch of A. The group of experienced team members quickly disperse to take cover on various floors. So, the sudden clamor stops abruptly. The dead silence returned to the building. Inside the toilet cubicle, hearing gunshots outside, Jang Yunshu's face was delighted. There were gunshots. It must be the people from the Spiritualist Bureau arriving. Psychic Bureau? Han Ming was dumbfounded. Shouldn't it be the police? What the hell is the Psychic Bureau? Is it like a department that specializes in ghosts and goblins? At least he was an old bookworm who had read novels for so many years, and almost immediately, Han Ming guessed the function of the Psychic Bureau. Jang Yunshu stood up from Han Ming with a happy face, with a smile like the one he got after the robbery. It can be saved. Below, Han Ming squeezed already numb legs. I'm saved too. Having said that, straight away, he reached out and pushed Jang Yunshu out. It's just this one little cubicle. It's crowded enough just sitting on the toilet by myself. Just now it was two people huddled together, almost suffocated. Ouch. These 30-year-old legs. It was almost crushed and wasted. Step out of the cubicle. Sizing up Jang Yunshu, Han Ming questioned. Boss, why are you barefoot? Where are the shoes? Subconsciously thinking that, Jang Yunshu, who had already escaped from life, said in a bad mood, how can I run in high heels? All right. Han Ming shrugged his shoulders. The eyes moved away from the black silk feet of the, with soap, wash your hands before walking out. But at this point, inside the corridor, the gunshots could no longer be heard. Jang Yunshu was a bit puzzled. Has the battle been resolved? Han Ming glanced at the mission interface. Discovery. The quest to kill Creepy didn't go away. The remaining time is still counting down. Thinking about it. Still, he warned, not really, just be careful and follow me. As much as Jang Yunshu wanted to say, if the monster isn't dead, what's the use of following you around? However, this was obviously not said out loud, and instead, he honestly followed behind Han Ming. The two men stepped out in the direction from which the shots had come. Air. Already the smell of blood is filling the air. Walking around a corner, at eye level, the scene was extremely scary. Only the corpses of 7 or 8 special operations teams, including the corpses of some company members, were scattered all over the place. On the floors, walls, ceilings, there's blood everywhere. Broken limbs and debris were scattered all over the ground, and the scene was extremely bloody. Seeing this scene that was like a Shura, Jang Yunshu was so frightened that her face turned pale, and her hands clutched Han Ming's arms tightly. It seems that by doing so, it'll give her a little security. Is this a failure? Jang Yunshu asked with a trembling voice. Han Ming's tone, on the contrary, was very calm. Perhaps, it's just monsters. Just about to ask where the monster is. In the blink of an eye, Han Ming then saw that the monster was hanging over his head. The foul-smelling liquid drips down and, Jang Yunshu's scream from her soul resounded through the entire building. I'm yet taken aback. Han Ming. As soon as he pushed Jang Yunshu away, he then revolved his true chi and roared. Sinful animal. Look at my great mighty heavenly dragon. Inside the dimly lit corridor. In a split second, on Han Ming's body, golden true chi shone around him like a brilliant sun, flickering in the corridor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Receive a reward. Activate the attribute panel function. Note, can detect the attributes of any living being. Ding! Kill, D, class creepy. Gain 100 points of merit. Lucky draw function has been opened. The host can use merit points for lucky draw. Please research the specific function by yourself. Phew. Han Ming was breathing heavily. Zip, 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 zip. Power was suddenly restored to the entire building. Lights, only to see the iceberg female president Jang Yunshu, like a wooden man, standing dazedly in place. The gaze that looked at himself was filled with horror and disbelief. Instead, his mouth opened wide enough to fit his fist. Meanwhile, at the corners of her eyes, there were still tear tracks. But soon Han Ming realized what was going on. Look at that mess on the ground. Cause STH. Push too hard. Push too hard. After all, unlike last night, this time was considered Han Ming's first real battle. It's normal to have a poor grasp of strength. After a few minutes, hinging on a bit of emotional stabilization, Jiang Yunshu suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Are you an awakened? Han Ming? What's an awakening? Jiang Yunshu blinked her eyes, her gaze somewhat blank. You didn't know that? Han Ming scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Should I know? Jiang Yunshu was puzzled. Did you previously possess this kind of power? Or did you just get it? In fact, at the time the other party uttered the 3 words awakened one, Han Ming had guessed the general idea. Please, so many years of fiction. Not for nothing, okay. Based on what's happened in the last 2 days, Han Ming had already vaguely guessed that the world he was currently in was, in all probability, the world where the weirdness had descended and the aura had revived. But right now, Han Ming replied thoughtfully, I don't know. Anyway, I just suddenly felt that there was an inexplicable power in my body that I could drive. And then just like that, in that way, in the end it was like this, with various gestures of the hands, explaining up what just happened. Jiang Yunshu also sort of heard it. It seems, you should have just awakened your ability. Han Ming, can you elaborate? Jiang Yunshu shook her head. I don't know much. In a moment when the people from the Psychic Bureau come, you can ask them. In a few moments, with the arrival of reinforcements from the Psychic Bureau, the members who had just dispersed to hide also returned to the spot where the monster had appeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then, whoever comes on the scene, all uncharacteristically sound like this. Look at that mess on the floor. The people present, one by one, they looked incredulously at the harmless Han Ming in front of them. Good lord, this is too anticlimactic. To actually awaken at a time like this? Hateful. Why haven't I awakened despite my involvement in so many psychic incidents? Except for the Psychic Bureau. The members of the company who came back one after another were likewise filled with horror one after another. Chapter 8 Joining the Psychic Bureau. After the confirmed bizarre death of the Bureau of Psychic Affairs has also begun to deal with the aftermath of a body. It was put into a shroud and carried out. Looking at a number of familiar faces from days gone by, now that it's a cold, dead body, Han Ming had quite a bad feeling in his heart. A couple of them, and in the same department as yourself, in days gone by, we often drink together and blow off steam. Now, but they are separated from each other. Jiang Yunshu's heart on the side was equally bad. The face is very ugly. Aside from so many murders in your own company, the key is that the pension would have to make you hemorrhage money. Can this not be heartbreaking? After the scene has been processed 7 by 7, a middle-aged man with a dark face and a robust physique came before Han Ming. Hello, Mr. Han. Hello. A handshake between the two. To introduce myself, I'm the leader of the Psychic Bureau's Special Operations Team, Chui Jingkai. Can we talk for a minute? If it's convenient? Han Ming, eh? You might as well just say it. With a smile on her face, Chui Jingkai enthusiastically said, Mr. Han, do you know what your performance just now means? You mean, awakened? Han Ming's tone, somewhat less certain. Chui Jingkai nodded. That's right. In recent decades, there has been a rash of bizarre incidents around the world, and countless people have lost their lives over them. Some of these gifted people, in times of crisis, will awaken powerful forces that we call awakened. At the same time, the greater the power that erupts at awakening, the higher the potential. At the same time, the state has established the Psychic Bureau in order to stifle the occurrence of bizarre events and also to protect the safety of the general public. As you can see, I am the Special Operations Team Leader of the Lai City Psychic Bureau, with strength level D. After listening to the other side, Han Ming found that it's pretty much what one would have guessed. So, Team Trey mean? Chui Jinkai's smile became more and more ambiguous. I've already hinted so obviously. Are you still here knowingly asking? Han Ming? What are you implying? Don't with me. I don't do that. I still like girls. Chui Jinkai said sternly. Harm. I won't sell it. A gifted awakened person like Mr. Han has always been a target for our Psychic Bureau to recruit. How? You have amazing potential, but you also need systematic training to go further. We need people like you in the Psychic Bureau. Han Ming looked skeptical. You're just talking about recruiting me and not talking about the treatment? Chui Jinkai's nose turned skyward and his voice rose several degrees. Don't worry about that. Our Psychic Bureau's treatment will definitely satisfy you. Much more comfortable than you'd be as a clerk in a company. Hiss. Don't say. Han Ming was still really moved. After all, you work for this company. Sky 996. Early in the morning and late at night. It's only a few bucks a year. What's more, join the psychic bureau and get an official background. And just got a wife yesterday. It's still a dowry girl trick. In case, on a later date, the wife's identity was revealed. You can use the psychic bureau yourself to pull your wife's strings. Don't talk about ghosts and demons. To put it bluntly, it still depends on the person. It's like in metaphysical and fairy cultivation novels. If an ordinary disciple were to hang out with a demonic demoness of the devil sect, let's see how the sect reacts. If the one who was hanging out with the demon sect demoness was the sect's saint's son, a genius that had not been born in thousands of years, then see what the sect's reaction was. Between the two, the attitudes are absolutely worlds apart. This kind of thing, put it to the psychic bureau. 2. If one showed enough potential or was strong in his own right, even if the affair with his wife was discovered, the others wouldn't dare say anything. Furthermore, it has become clear to Han Ming that it's not a simple world. It can be very difficult for the general public to access information related to the spooky. This, you can tell from before, when you make your own inquiries, but within the psychic bureau, there must be a lot of inside information with various sources. Doesn't this just make up for what one lacks in information? Instead of being forced to do so later, forced to join some ed-up organization, how about an official skin? Opposite. Seeing Han Ming's hesitation, Cui Jinkai thought it was the other party who was worried about the treatment, and so hastening to speak. Mr. Han, you can rest assured when it comes to treatment, that's something we're very generous with. In the industry, as long as you're an official member of the Psychic Bureau, you'll get a base salary of $30,000 a month, including 5 insurance policies and a pension, and a very high pension if you're injured or killed in action while on a mission. At the same time, if one can become an awakened, even at the lowest level of F, one's salary will rise to $50,000 per month. And the pay package, too, goes up in order of rank. If you have a grade of D or higher, you can also be assigned a house. In addition to that, completing tasks also earns you a corresponding reward. Like just now when Mr. Han solved a D-ranked bizarre incident, he was paid 200,000 according to the rules. Han Ming's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Told you there'd be a deal. I'm still hesitant to hammer, but where there's a second of hesitation, it's all disrespectful to the officials. Snap. Han Ming put his legs together, lifted his head and chest, and stood at attention and saluted. Good day, Captain. Choi Jong-K? Han Ming rubbed his hands together and coughed lightly. Captain, am I considered a member of the Psychic Bureau now? Jinkai Chui, sort of. Sort of. So when will I get my bonus for just solving the D-ranked shenanigans? That's C-ranked shenanigans. The speed is even comparable to a B-ranked guile, and the attack power is no different from an A-ranked guile. I went through a lot of trouble and spit out several liters of blood before I killed it. You see this bonus. How can it be $8 or $10 million? The corners of Cui Jinkai's mouth twitched furiously. Could you be any more outrageous? Why don't you just say that you killed an S-class creepy with one punch? It's a lot of work. I've been thinking of a lot of things to say. In the end, you're just a money grubber, aren't you? Upon completion of site cleanup, the group went downstairs and, getting on the Psychic Bureau's special bus, including Han Ming and Jiang Yunshu, all parties involved, will be taken to the station for a more detailed statement and examination. Meanwhile, Han Ming also from Cui Jinkai's mouth. Having learned in greater detail that, the weird truth about this world. Chapter 9, Trickster. Awakened. Trickster weapon. For the first time, there was a bizarre incident that, specific time, it is no longer traceable. Even more so, there are references to spookiness in many ancient texts, including Longhu Mountain, Mao Shan, and so on. The sects that possessed the inheritance also had relevant records. But, about 50 years ago, I don't know for what reason, all over the world, creepy events are occurring more and more frequently. Later, some of the most gifted people have inspired great power in the face of bizarre and desperate situations. These people, known as the Awakened, depending on the grade, Awakened and Creepy are graded with a minimum of F and a maximum of S. F, E, D, C, B, A, S. There are 7 levels in all. Among them, there will also be more detailed divisions for the grades above the C level. There were 3 extra subrealms, early, middle, and late, except for the Awakened. The world. There is another kind of person who controls transcendent powers. This part of the population is known as the tricksters. Unlike awakened people who rely on their own potential to inspire and master transcendent powers, the trickster, it's actually the person who controls the weird power. These people, utilizing evil arts, harnessing weird powers, but this way, yet it possesses one very big drawback. That is, as the trickster himself grows in strength, the weirdness of the body, it will follow suit and get stronger. Over time, once the trickster couldn't suppress the trickery in his body, he would eventually suffer a backlash. Many, however, are unable to awaken because their own talents are limited, so often desperate, choose this route. As for the weirdness rating, on the one hand, is based on the strength of Creepy himself. On the other hand, it is then based on the level of harm that the shenanigans will cause. For example, some shenanigans are not very strong themselves, but the level of harm is so great that the rating increases. Normally, it would be the lowest level of F and E shenanigans. Ordinary people can damage or even destroy them by possessing firearms fitted with psychic bullets. This level of shenanigans, the harm caused is very low, top of the sky. It would only be able to jeopardize a particular home, or a particular residential building. Further up, to the realm of D-level weirdness, it's just not a gun that can kill anymore. This grade, Creepy all possessed some defense, and had a wide range of abilities that made it impossible to defend against. The level of harm, too, expands. For example, it jeopardizes an entire neighborhood, or an entire village, school, etc. Wanting to deal with bizarre events above D level, only the Psychic Bureau can send awakened people to deal with them. The ordinary people go. It's basically a death sentence. C level Creepy, at which the harm extends further. The ability was more than a few times higher than D-grade shenanigans, even among the awakened. Level C. It was also a watershed moment. Some high-level awakened people didn't even treat awakened people below sea level as human beings at all. In their eyes, the so-called D, E, and F-level awakened people were no different from ordinary people in their eyes. Below sea level, all are mole crickets. D-level spooky. This level of shenanigans, basically, 90% of the psychic bureaus can't handle it. To put it simply, it's just not competent enough. Currently, Kyushu, based on the size of the cities and population of each location, there are psychic bureaus in every city above the county level. But, a psychic bureau in a county is a completely different concept from a psychic bureau in a first-tier city. Even more so, the so-called Bureau of Psychics in the county, possibly up and down the board. Only the chief himself is an awakened, and his rank won't be too high yet. On the contrary, the psychic bureaus in the first-tier cities are basically full of talent. C-rank awakened people. One catch, the director's strength, at least, starts at level B. Even more so, headquarters in the capital. There are also S-class awakened people sitting around. As for Han Ming's current location, Lai Chang, as a second-tier city in Kyushu, the population is over 10 million. The current director of the Psychic Bureau's strength is only at the beginning of B class. This kind of stuff, there's actually nothing the officials can do about it. After all, looking at the country, so much for the awakened. So definitely would have to consider the big cities first. Correspondingly, though, less crowded areas, and low probability of bizarre outbreaks. Even if it happens, the odds are that it will be a low-level event. If something comes up that can't be fixed, even if you report for backup, basically, in less than an hour, backup from the next level of the Psychic Bureau will arrive. To the A level of weirdness, at this level, already has the ability to exterminate a large city in a short period of time. Suffice it to say, for nearly 20 years, looking around the world, the number of times a great spooky event has occurred is only 5. Almost every time it happens, all of them will be highly scrutinized by the entire country. Further up, S. Categorical shenanigans. Since the advent of the awakened, so far, there have only been 3 cases in the world. In 2 of these cases, it resulted in the destruction of entire countries. The death toll is in the hundreds of millions. The only thing that didn't do too much damage was still the bizarre incident that happened at Huanlong Lake in Kyushu 15 years ago. It is said that, at that time, in Kyushu, 2 S-rank awakened warriors were deployed, as well as 17 A-ranked awakened warriors, before that weirdness was subdued. Suffice it to say, S-class, already belonging to the level of extermination, possessing the ability to destroy a country, in a short period of time. In addition to the above realms, there's another one. Items that can affect combat effectiveness. Trickster. As the name suggests, the so-called weird weapons were items that contained weird powers. There are so many weird and wonderful things about these items. It could be a knife, sword, gun, lance, etc. Such unusual weapons. It could also be a tripod, seal, streamer, shield, and so on, common magic weapons that appear in immortal cultivation novels. Of course, these items, it does look like it is similar to a phallic weapon, in a different way, but there's always some kind of artifact. It almost shocks the others out of their minds, like beds, stockings, lingerie, high heels, umbrellas, keyboards. Don't look so strange, but the so-called artifacts, items that were themselves tainted with bizarre powers, so it's no surprise that any object becomes a trickster. And, because on these objects, all of them carry weird powers and have all sorts of incredible functions, so price-wise, each piece is worth a lot, even if it's a lowly artifact. They all go for 7 figures. After listening to Cui Jingkai, after telling the story about the artifacts, Han Ming has some regrets. Nima, the lowest level of artifacts can be sold for millions of dollars. Then how long will it take me to save up my tens of thousands of dollars a month to buy a creepy weapon? I was so complacent just a few moments ago, feeling that later in life, the sky is high and the sea is wide. Never worry about money again. In the end, still a working life. Cui Jingkai explained helplessly. It can't be helped. A guile weapon is said to be tainted with a weird power, but for an item to truly become a guile weapon, there are various conditions that need to be met in between. That's why no matter what grade of artifacts they are very scarce in number. That's why the price can't come down. Although it is said that there are master refiners who can refine artifacts, even the topmost masters in the Kyushu can only refine C-grade artifacts, and they require various precious materials and harsh conditions. Master Smith? Han Ming, trick weapons can actually be refined? Choi Jongkei nodded. That's right, but it's very difficult, and I don't know much about the specifics. If you're interested, you can look up the information at the Psychic Institute. To the Psychic Bureau. After making a statement, Han Ming filled out, incidentally, the application form for entry. Next thing you know, you're notified. Just report straight to work tomorrow. Out of the Psychic Bureau. Han Ming saw that Jiang Yunshu was already waiting outside. Come on, I'll take you back. Car. Jiang Yunshu drove the car by himself. Han Ming had his arm propped up on his chin, eyes on the window. The atmosphere was somewhat hushed. It was Jiang Yunshu who spoke first. Today's incident. Thank you for saving me. Then don't just thank me. At least it's a life-saving favor. Not to say in return for my life, you have to give me some money. Originally, Han Ming thought that, after joining the Psychic Bureau myself, there would be no shortage of money. Who knows? A trick weapon can easily be worth hundreds or tens of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. How many quests does one have to go on before they can afford one? Seeing Han Ming in this state, Jiang Yunshu snorted and laughed. Okay, I'll always give you a raise. Han Ming's face fell. Not really. I've joined the Psychic Bureau and you're still here to paint me a picture? Jiang Yunshu sighed. It's not a cake this time. Even if you enter the Psychic Bureau, your position in the company, I'll keep it for you just the same. And you'll be paid 10 times your previous base salary in the back. Han Ming was a bit surprised. Since when? So generous? Didn't you used to just paint me a picture? And, I don't think that's what you told me this afternoon. In your office? Come to think of it, own afternoon. Still reprimanding each other. It turned out to be followed by a scene of lowly begging and hiding in a toilet cubicle that actually, for a moment, Jiang Yunshu's pretty face, once again, turned red, cutting Han Ming off without a good look. Don't start any pots. Just say yes or no. Don't want me and save money. Want. Han Ming said with a straight face. This is the fruit of my hard labor. Why don't you want it? Back home. The mess when we left at noon. It's still intact. Thinking about everything that's happened in the last 24 hours, Han Ming had mixed feelings in his heart. In particular, I just got my wife, but she woke up and ran away. It left Han Ming with an empty feeling. Chapter 10, Genius. The next day. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Han Ming, who got up in a daze, looking at the time, even though it's almost 11. But still, there's no panic. Wash your face. Ordered a takeout. By the way, it took a bit of grinding until after 1 o'clock, which was when he took a cab to the Psychic Bureau. Excuse me, is this Han Ming? Mr. Han? Yeah, it's me. According to the entry information, Mr. Han was just awakened yesterday, correct? Yes. Yes, sir. Please follow me this way. I'll first take you to the training room and briefly explain to you the application of strength after awakening. Upon arriving at the psychic bureau, a man probably in his 20s, youthful and beautiful, in a t-shirt and hot pants, the girl with bandaged high-heeled sandals greeted Han Ming warmly. Don't say, this girl isn't just sweet-looking, those long legs are definitely on the level of leg play years, especially the exposed toes. Warm and moist, proper food grade. A decent man like Han Ming couldn't help but stare for a long time. Sin. All the way across the promenade, the two came into a cultivation room. Han Ming looked around and wondered, can I ask, are you also an awakened? Yes it is. The girl smiled sweetly. My name is Xiao Jiawen. My current realm is at level E. You can just call me 11. Subsequent times. Xiao Jiawen then began to explain to Han Ming the use and method of true qi. She didn't realize that Han Ming hadn't been listening very carefully since the beginning. These legs, TSK. It really is the year of leg play. And that little JIO girl, I really want to play with it. Unfortunately, the night before last, it's too dark. Haven't paid much attention to my wife's setup, but think, it should be top of the line, right? Maybe. Han Ming rubbed his chin in confusion. What's wrong? What's the problem? Xiao Jiawen asked, blinking in confusion. No, it's okay, just ask me if you have any questions. No really, go on. I'm listening to you intently. In addition to running the true qi in their bodies and fighting with trickery, awakened people have another way of attacking, and that is using trickery weapons. But in order to use a trick weapon, you need to power it with your mind. The so-called numinous power can also be understood as spiritual power, true qi and nianli, also the most basic abilities of the awakened. Having said that, Xiao Jiawen's eyes coalesced on the teacup on the tabletop. Buzz. Room. There was a weird fluctuation. Han Ming could clearly feel that there was a big invisible hand that was enveloping the teacup on the next moment. Only the teacups of tea that, floating slowly, an irregular ball of water formed in the air. Xiao Jiawen was secretly pleased with herself. Don't look like you're maneuvering a mess of tea now. It seems like a lot of work. But really, the time of Xiao Jiawen's awakening, it's only been a little over 6 months. In such a short period of time, not only was he promoted to an E-rank awakened person, but he was also able to use his spiritual power with ease. Such a gift. Looking at La, definitely at the top of the list. When using Nianli, not only can it be used to carry items, but it can also be used to catalyze trick weapons and talisman paper to defend against the enemy. However, the power to catalyze a trick weapon depends on the thought power of the controller, and it has to be used freely. Everyone, in fact, possesses Nimbus. It's just that ordinary people's Nimbus is too weak and difficult to manipulate. Now you can also follow the method I just used and try to apply it to see if you can catalyze this mass of tea. Plop. The words. The mass of water that just floated in midair. Straight into a teacup. Not a drop spilled. Han Ming followed suit, following Xiao Jiawen's approach just now, trying to use the power of the mind to catalyze the tea in the teacup. Up. Give me your eyes. No. Why don't you give me your eyes? Han Ming turned red and, no matter how hard you push, that tea didn't budge. The scene. Xiao Jiawen snickered as she watched. Just kidding. How could anyone who had just awakened be able to skillfully control the power of the Nimbus? Like herself. All after breaking through to level E and practicing for over a month before barely being able to strip the tea. Cultivation just isn't something that happens overnight. Which awakened one? It wasn't through the hard, long hours of practice that. It's only step by step that you become strong. Genius? Even a genius would have to take a hit first. And so on. What's going on here? Xiao Jiawen, who was secretly snickering. Suddenly his expression froze and a pair of eyes stared at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. Only the mass of tea that is wobbling, slowly detaching itself from its teacup, gradually floating upwards. Finally managed to levitate in the air. Is that what you're talking about? It didn't seem that hard. It worked after a couple tries. By the way, how many times did you succeed after trying then? Han Ming asked in a serious manner. The corners of Xiao Jiawen's mouth twitched furiously. Center. Countless straw horses that galloped by. How many times did I try? You ask? You should have asked how long I tried. The day after from the awakening, the same was brought to the psychic bureau and asked to try. Subsequently, for 6 whole months, trying dozens of times, almost every day. Results. Damn you. It's only been a few minutes and it worked? And, do you want to take that look of owning a punch back? I'm afraid I can't help but hit you. I haven't tried it more than a couple times, and it's actually not that hard in and of itself. Xiao Jiawen almost swallowed her tongue, didn't even realize his voice was shaking slightly. Well, since this aspect of Nianli can already be controlled freely, next, I will teach you the utilization of true qi. You're lucky this time, but next, I'll show you the results of my half a year of hard practice. Who isn't an awakened person anymore? Suburb of the city, a remote mountain forest in the middle of nowhere. Two figures, skimming through the forest at breakneck speeds, one in front of the other, one chasing, one fleeing, marrying clothes guile. Don't obediently bind your hands, you won't be able to continue escaping this time. The woman chasing after her, a chorus of chants, copper bird seal, go! The golden light in his hand was great. In the sky, suddenly a finch appeared and high-pitched bird calls resonate over the forest. When Jingshu, who was wearing a red wedding dress, only felt a huge pressure that enveloped her head. There's that trick again, watching the birds in the air, rushing down, seems to be trying to subdue himself on the spot. When Jingshu's face was chilly, this little behind her, chasing herself all the way. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a D-class artifact copper sparrow seal in her hand, when Jingshu would have sucked that little into dryness long ago. A cold grunt. When Jingshu's mana surged and her weird chi erupted. Boo! The illusory finches in the air collided with the violent and bizarre aura of the. A huge wave of air was instantly stirred up. Chapter 11. Where did the wife go? A huge wave of air, spreading out in all directions. Meanwhile, the compass within the psychic bureau, while spinning at a rapid speed, was erupting with a strange light. No good. There's been another spooky incident. Quickly check what level of time it is. This reaction, at the very least, it's C+. Damn it, notify the chief. Yes. For a moment, the whole psychic bureau is in chaos, but Xiao Jiawen, who is not a member of the combatants, at the moment, breathing heavily, the body is dripping with sweat. The chest was constantly rising and falling. Just now, Xiao Jiawen fully operated the true qi in her body, and in front of Han Ming, played a set of dragon falling 18 palms. When it's over, Xiao Jiawen continued to explain to Han Ming, this is the so-called true qi, which you can also roughly understand as, in fiction, internal force. It can be more effective when paired with various martial arts. In addition to that, there is another kind which is the guile qi, but this is what the guile harnesser cultivates, so I won't explain too much about it. Han Ming nodded with seeming understanding. Then embarrassedly, he spoke, the true qi you said, is this kind? Having said that, a true qi of supreme rigidity and yang, spurred out, like waves of the sea, it swept through the small interior. The great pressure of the. It almost took Xiao Jiawen's breath away. Xiao Jiawen? This? Fake it. How is this possible? Xiao Jiawen stared in disbelief, feeling her brain go a little down. Not that. Did he just awaken yesterday? What's with this majestic true qi? At this point in time, Xiao Jiawen feels like a clown. She who had worked so hard to cultivate for half a year to barely reach E rank was still complacent and boasted of being a genius. In the end, not even as good as someone who just awakened a day ago. Not fair. Why is there such a big gap between people? On the other side, suburban, when Jingshu stood lightly on the branch of a tree, with a blood-red wedding garment, swaying in the wind, two slender jade legs, hidden under the hem of the skirt, a smirk appeared on his cool face. When Jingshu looked down triumphantly, Lin hearing evening, I told you a long time ago to not chase, but you just didn't listen. Why did you say you, in particular, had to come to the door looking for death? Below, Lin hearing evening wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, one hand over the wound. The face was very ugly. No way, the last time we fought, you were still at the level of D. How could you have refined so much in such a short period of time? How many people have you maimed? LOL. When Jingshu smiled lightly, not much, but it did help me improve quite a bit. Lin hearing night clenched her teeth, glaring angrily at each other. His heart was even more filled with remorse, because of his own negligence, letting things develop to this point. A dowry trick. In the beginning, you need to rely on dreams to kill people, and need to be in a dream. Step by step, they're breaking down the other side's mental defenses, torturing each other's spirits. That's the way to get it. In other words, the grafting dial at that time was definitely only in the F-class realm. Any member of the Psychic Bureau, all can be solved easily. but the way things are going, the other side of the realm. He had just come to the peak of C grade, and was only one step away from B grade. Predictably, just how many innocent lives have been brutally murdered? If there are any last words, say them now. If you're late, you won't have a chance. Grafty Giles' grim voice reached his ears and Lin Hearing Evening bit her teeth and sneered. Just you still want to kill me? Bizarre. The words. Buzz. Lin Hearing Evening's aura was in full swing, the last remnants of true chi in the body, running without reservation. A flash of gravity flashed in Wen Jingshu's eyes. Is this an intention to fight for your life? It's getting dark. Han Ming, who walked out of the psychic bureau. The mood is quite pleasant. Now, after all, without the drudgery, all day, I've been spending time with pretty girls. Anyone else would not be in a bad mood. However, there was one thing that Han Ming did read about half the time. That's, where did the wife go? It's been 2 days. There's no letter either. Although a note was left before leaving the house, it didn't say exactly where it was going. Think of your wife in her wedding clothes. What if I get killed by one of the psychics? Han Ming didn't realize that. At this time, his wife was chasing down a C-ranked member of the Alien Energy Bureau. Hailed a cab. Han Ming was in no hurry to go home. Instead, we went to the mercantile first. Bought all sorts of figure-flattering clothes and some high heels and stockings. Buy it in bits and pieces. For a total of $70,000 to $80,000. Buy all the big names. After all, now, with money in your pocket, it's a big deal. Since I don't know my wife's size. So, Han Ming is all about buying an even size. He believes that the wife can definitely wear it. The reason I bought these, it's not that the dowry isn't nice. Just, it looked a little too oozy at night. And Han Ming was kinda looking forward to what it would be like to have his wife wear black silk heels. With a big bag of stuff, Han Ming took a cab and stopped in front of his neighborhood. Just about to walk down to my house. Han Ming stops dead in his tracks. Frozen, he looked in the direction of the flowers next to the cell. The streetlight next to it is in disrepair. It's been I don't know how long since it's been lit up. Is this a trick hidden inside? Han Ming, who sensed a bizarre aura. The body came together. And then you see, there was a humanoid silhouette lying on its back in the flowers. The lower half of the figure, exposed. Come closer. Han Ming's eyes instantly straightened. Ho! These are clearly two big white legs. Round and straight. Fine skin. The root of the thigh of one leg. Stained with blood. The shoe on one of the feet. Still missing. Little Jio without socks. Just exposed to the air. I'll go. Whose sister is this? Drunkenly sleeping on her back here? Shall I call 120? Wait. No. This person has a weird aura lingering on his body. This nigga is injured? Isn't this a situation where we have to call the psychic bureau? Han Ming yanked on both legs and dragged the whole thing out. This time, also got a good look at the other side. Have to say, the face is almost pulled full. Just, the other frowned and, it seems to bear pain. Body, more so, there are several wounds. The blouse had long been red with blood. The bottom line is this. Han Ming could feel it. In the meridians within the other party's body, there was a cold and sinister chi that was rampaging recklessly and was destroying her vitality. I'll go. That's an injury from sparring with Creepy. Call the psychic bureau. As it turns out, they were also told that the director, with a large team, went to the outskirts of the city to investigate a C-rated paranormal incident. Within a short period of time, it is not possible to draw out the manpower. This time, Han Ming is in trouble. You can't just leave him here, can you? Either take it home first. It's all in your own neighborhood. After all, 3 or 2 steps down the road. Suo Xing carried the other party on his shoulder. Han Ming returned home under the astonished gazes of some neighbors. Put the man on the bed. Immediately following, Han Ming took the room and cleaned it up briefly. After all, traces of the war with my wife the day before yesterday. Still have it. I just put the trash on the doorstep, thinking I'd drop it off on my next trip out. Back in the room, Han Ming glanced at the documents that he had just pulled out from the other party's pocket. Paranormal Authority. Forest Listening to the Evening. Chapter 12. The way to save a man is not really what I want. Paranormal Authority. Forest Listening to the Evening. Okay. Or his own co-workers. It's no wonder that the weird gas got into your body. Guess it wasn't a fight. Put down your papers. Only to find that the other man's eyelids fluttered slightly for a few moments. Immediately thereafter, slowly, he opened his eyes. She glanced at Han Ming and then at the unfamiliar surroundings and said weakly, "You saved me?" Sort of. Han Ming nodded and continued. How does it feel? Lin Hearing Evening smiled bitterly. It's very bad. The bizarre chi invaded my body and attached itself to my meridians. I don't even have a way to run my true chi right now. Han Ming inquired. What's the solution that can help you remove the weird chi? Lin Hearing Evening shook her head. A rueful smile appeared on the pale face of the. It was in the face of despair. As if resigned to his fate, he smiled. It doesn't work. It is inherently difficult to cleanse the body of Gui Qi, unless it is suppressed with a potion with the attributes of supreme yang and fierceness. But pills with this attribute are all extremely precious because of the bizarre restraints. Even in my master's hands, I'm afraid there aren't many. Lin listens to the evening's voice. It's like a breeze. Looking at it, it looked like it was going to die any minute. I shouldn't have been gullible and careless. I didn't expect that bizarre strength to rise so swiftly. Han Ming, who was sitting on the sidelines, pondering, an elixir with the attribute of supreme yang and fierceness? The potion isn't there. Is the real chi okay? In a tone of uncertainty, Han Ming inquired. If it is to yang and to strong, I do have an idea. Lin Hearing Night asked back. What method? Dash. I'm going to kill you. That's the way you told me to do it? You lecherous thief. Denizen. If I, Lin Hearing Evening, can't kill you, I'll write my name upside down here in the future. The room, which was already not very spacious, was. The chickens are flying and the dogs are jumping. Just now, you're out of breath. Lin Hearing Night, who was on the verge of dying, at this moment, with a kitchen knife in hand. I can't wait to dismantle the man in front of me. You said save me. Okay, I believe you. Results, that's the way to do it? If I had known it was this way, I would have been better off dead. Hey. Han Ming ran while explaining. You didn't say stop just now, and now that I've cured you, you're blaming me? And, just tell me, does this work for me? Did I help you get rid of all the weirdness in your body? All of it? Why are you still being gracious? Don't play the farmer and the snake routine. Actually, Han Ming also wanted to cry foul. In the beginning, he was really having no other thoughts. But right, when Zhang Wuji heals a woman's wounds, what kind of light is it? I can only say that I know what I'm talking about. He's a great kung fu master. The 9 sons have reached perfection. Even so, anyone who wanted to heal a woman needed the cooperation of the other person. But favoring the healing of men is not necessary. In the beginning, Han Ming didn't understand exactly why. But just now, Han Ming understands. He understood Zhang Wuji's plight. So it got worse. The color blue was better than the color blue. In conclusion, it's just done more excessively than Zhang Wuji. Lin Hearing Night's almond eyes opened roundly. The heart is so ashamed and angry that it, forcing back the killing intent in his heart. But that's not how I asked you to save me? Han Ming crossed his arms and reasoned. Then you don't agree. Did you say so earlier? Now that I got you back, you start dying? Heaven forbid. Lin Hearing Evening clenched her teeth. What else is there to argue against? But, thinking about what just happened, plus, in the midst of the dizziness, he himself was quite enjoying the feeling of the 9 sons' true chi wandering around in his body, removing the weird chi a little bit. This couldn't help but make Lin Hearing Evening's bottom a few points weaker. Throwing down the cleaver in his hand, Lin Hearing Evening bit her lips tightly. Then you have to use this method? Han Ming spread his 2 hands, crying foul. I didn't want to, but I only completed my awakening yesterday. How skillful do you think I can be in controlling my true chi? That wasn't the way I had to do it. Originally, Lin Hearing Evening was still ashamed that the other party had chosen a path, the most unacceptable way for her to save herself. Indeed, have to say, the 9 yang true chi possessed an innate restraining effect on evil spirits. Just now myself did. Indeed, he felt the degree of me qing pure of the 9 yang true chi. But, this is not your loan. And so on. Lin Hearing Evening suddenly stared wide-eyed. Incredulously, he looked at Han Ming. You mean, you just awakened yesterday? Anan. Han Ming cocked his mouth in triumph. You only awakened yesterday, and today your true chi is this strong? Unbelievably, Lin Hearing Evening reconfirmed. And what else? Han Ming spread his hands out with an air of entitlement. This time, Lin Hearing Evening is not calm anymore. Boy, what kind of monster is this? Most people, freshly awakened. It's hard to say if the strength will be F-rated. Many people, even after awakening, need to practice hard for a period of time before they can advance to F rank. That's good for you. The next day, it's already D grade. And, with regard to the degree of true chi's robustness that has just been demonstrated, afraid to take on a C-rank creepy, with a burst of true chi that is the most rigid in yang. Even if he couldn't defeat it, it wouldn't be hard to get out in one piece. Unbelievably, Lin hearing evening asked again. After double-checking, that's when she convinced herself that she had, in fact, picked up a treasure. Such a celestial pride. Even if you look at the whole country, compared to the heavenly prides of those inherited families, they were no better. I didn't realize that. I can't believe I let myself run into it. The most crucial thing was that the other party did not have a division yet. This thing is pie in the sky. Come to think of it, Lin hearing evening couldn't wait to take out her cell phone. Edit the message to your own master. Lin hearing night, master. Is it in? Busy? Ginger Jushin, what is it? Lin hearing evening, I'm in Lai City. I've found a supreme talent. Come quickly. If you're late, you'll be abducted. Ginger Jushin? Jedi Heaven's Pride? How overwhelming. Lin hearing evening, it's definitely the one in a million kind. Master, you believe me. Jiang Jushin, no time. I'm busy right now. Lin hearing night, I am master. Just trust me once. Really? I'm definitely not going to lie to you. Jiang Jushin, then you'll have to tell me exactly how talented you are. Lin hearing night, don't you know when you come? Jiang Jushin, okay, I'll go in a couple days. Turn off the cell phone interface. Lin hearing evening helplessly sighed in her heart. This master is good in every way. Strong and beautiful. The only two drawbacks are that he has a bad temper and is too lazy. All day long. I like to stay at home and not move around. Chapter 13, Tired. Destroy. So now, you're not mad? Seeing that Lin hearing night was no longer as agitated as she had been just now, Han Ming asked tentatively, gave a blank stare. Lin hearing evening didn't have the good sense to say, I know you are trying to save me, although the way, I can't quite accept it, but it was always to save my life. The stone in Han Ming's heart fell. So, it's over. Ha! Lin hearing evening's pretty face flushed and she hummed. If you want me to keep counting, that's fine. Han Ming smiled sarcastically. This is unnecessary. But, I wanted to ask, how are you recovering from your injuries? Lin hearing night looked at Han Ming warily. What do you want? I'm warning you, things were pressing earlier. I can understand that, but if you continue to be reckless, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Ming revealed a look of concern. But this injury of yours, it has to be rooted out. Look, why don't I begrudgingly continue to heal you? Having said that, Han Ming has been tentative and, having crossed the Chu River, Lin hearing evening apricot eyes rounded. You, why are you still getting an inch? Han Ming had a straight face and said with great righteousness, you're quite seriously injured, so it's impossible for me to see you die. In that case I'll just have to give up my life and help you heal. Lin hearing evening's entire body was dumbfounded. You guys, at a time like this, how dare you act like you're giving up your life? How thick is your skin? And, even if I'm not healed enough, I don't need you to help me so much. You shameless whore. You've got your nose to the grindstone, don't you? Even if I don't pursue what happened just now, isn't it too much for you to be like this now? Damn you. I'm going to kill you. Kill you dash. Let me go. Let me go if you can. I'll absolutely eat you alive. Extreme anger. Extremely humiliating. It made Lin listen to the evening near to madness. How she didn't think that. This guy, Han Ming, can really stomp his nose. And, or the kind that gets an inch. You give a little color. He immediately floats up and proceeds to give you the upper lip. Meanwhile, in the calm of the wind and the waves, Han Ming, who was in sage mode, now that it's calmed down, too, only, Lin hearing night's gaze that was about to kill made Han Ming have to press down on her. Calm down. Don't be so angry. I'm all for healing you. And, it's not the first time, so why care so much? Lin hearing night? Listen, does that speak human language? Speaking as if. Just now I nodded my head in agreement as it were. Dog stuff. Succubus. Denge. Taking advantage of people. Spread out. Get up off me. Let me tell you. I've just notified my master. She's a major cultivator. When she comes I'll make sure she pulls your tendons out of your body and crushes you into pieces. Hiss. That tough? Upon hearing this, Han Ming felt a chill down his spine. Should he be so determined? Look at the mess this has made. Would you believe me if I said it was all a misunderstanding just now? How about this? When I came back today, I bought a lot of things. I'll give them all to you as a gift, so you can take the edge off. Having said that, Han Ming hastened to bring back all those gifts I bought. Pour it all out. Subsequently, one by one, they handed them to Lin hearing night. These are Valentino shoes. Balenciaga monogrammed stockings, the Gucci bag. All these things add up to tens of thousands of dollars. Pro dispense. The corners of Lin Hearing Knight's mouth twitched furiously. With questioning eyes, he looked at Han Ming. You send these? Proper. Why do I look more and more like there's some kind of conspiracy? Han Ming patted his chest and assured. Harm. Look at my harmless appearance. What kind of conspiracy can there be? It's simply as a gift. For you. Don't think so much about it. I definitely didn't mean anything else. Moreover, your previous clothes, aren't they all damaged because of the battle? Just in time to change into new ones now. Lin Hearing Knight cut Han Ming off. Meanwhile, gave a warning look. That meant, it was saying, if you dare to do anything else, I will definitely let my master destroy you. As for the gift, Lin Hearing Evening accepted it without ceremony. Joke. How many times have you been taken advantage of by Han Ming? A little gift from the district. Accept it. And it was also true, as Han Ming had said, that his original clothes were torn, and many places were even stained with blood. Even the shoes, they lost one. Right now, it is indeed time for a change of clothes. Not much longer. Lin Hearing Knight has finished dressing up, though the heels and stockings weren't worn. Still, that shapely figure was on full display under the new clothes. This couldn't help but make Han Ming, once again, have other thoughts. After all, since birth, Han Ming was a bachelor for 30 years. Until then, let's not even talk about a relationship. Maternal Solo's Han Ming doesn't even know how soft a girl's hand is. It was also the day before yesterday, after meeting my wife, that I realized the answer. So, right now, Han Ming's eyes burned. It made Lin Hearing Knight's heart flutter violently. What do you want? Han Ming nodded without hesitation. I want to. Lin Hearing Knight? Wait, what are you going to do? No more leaning forward. Han Ming snapped his fingers and started doing math problems for Lin Hearing Knight. Look, we've known each other for so long. I also saved your life, so we've been through thick and thin together. Most critically, one for the road. So, tired. Destroy it. Lin Hearing Evening said that she had given up struggling. Even more so, Lin Hearing Evening helplessly looked up to the sky and sighed. Why was he saved by such a person? Ha! If I had known. Might as well have died at the hands of that dowry trickster in the first place. For better or for worse, I consider myself an honorable sacrifice. The Psychic Bureau was also able to give their own family some pension. I don't need it. To be humiliated like this? Ugh, dog man. Like a ing animal. But look closely. The other party's appearance was quite handsome. Although she was a bit older than herself, but this was not a chasm for the awakened. After all, the lifespan of the awakened, it will last much longer than any ordinary person. Prerequisite. No serious injuries have been suffered and there are no dark injuries to the body. Otherwise, later years, concentrated outbreaks of all sorts of dark diseases. Even an awakened could not carry it. But these accidents aside, even the lowest level F rank awakened person could easily live a long life. By the time you reach a C rank awakened person, your lifespan can basically reach 120 years or more. Further up, Lin Hearing Evening doesn't know much about it. However, to the best of Lin Hearing Knight's knowledge, there was an S-class powerhouse whose age was said to be over 200 years old, and the other party could be said to be from the Qing dynasty period. The exact year of birth is simply not available. So, for the awakened, a 10 or 8 year age difference doesn't make much difference at all. Of course, actually, 50 years ago, the awakened are not called the awakened. It was because at that time, only hidden families and sects with legacies could hold transcendent powers. Only, later on, as spooky events occurred, they became more and more frequent. Plus, all over the world, there are many ordinary people who have completed their awakening in desperate situations. That is why the name was changed to Awakened One after deliberation among the countries. Chapter 14, Genius? I'll eat the computer screen. The scene comes to the Psychic Bureau. Just now, by the director of the Bureau of Psychics. Early B-Class Huyen is personally leading the team, a line of people, having traveled to the location where the strange events were detected. As a result, upon arrival, only traces of human combat have been found. By analyzing the residual energy fluctuations in the field, the answer came quickly. A peak C-ranked creepy, and a C-ranked awakened, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides here. As for the win, it is not known. The group returned to the Psychic Bureau. Cui Jingkai, who was the leader of the Special Operations Team, followed the return of the large troop, packed up his things, and was ready to leave from work. At this point, Sha Chiawen has come looking for her. What's wrong? Crybaby. Someone bullied you? Choi Jong-K questioned. Suddenly remembering the task he had assigned to Xiao Jiawen, Cui Jingkai felt like she guessed the answer. Is it that Han Ming kid? Bullying you? Xiao Jiawen nodded first. After a moment's hesitation, another shake of the head. This confusing maneuver to show Choi Jong-K won't work. Is it bullying or not? What's with the reaction? Xiao Jiawen said in a resigned voice. It's not bullying, it's just that I feel that I can't teach him. Yongkai Choi? What the hell? How come you can't teach? You're not trying to be lazy, are you? Xiao Jiawen looks aggrieved. What do you mean by lazy? You think I don't want to teach? But every time he looked at himself after he learned it, it looked like he was mocking. When I think of the other guy's perverted learning speed, Xiao Jiawen then felt a little self-conscious. It's too much of a mind, even for a genius. It can't be that outrageous. In all things, there's got to be a step-by-step process, right? When I think of the image of my mind-breaking defense today, Xiao Jiawen thought to herself, how can you be the only one with an exploding mind? Since he got himself wet, then no one gets an umbrella. All of you get out of the rain too. Come to think of it, Xiao Jiawen's eyes twinkled. I'm telling the truth. He learns things so fast. A little goes a long way. I feel like I'm at a level where I can't teach him anymore. Anyway, if you don't believe me, you can teach him a bit yourself tomorrow. He'll definitely give you a big surprise. Ha! Cui Jingkai was full of disbelief, and even some disdain. Just kidding. A newly awakened person. How much more demonic can a demon be? And surprise yourself? Laugh your ass off. Even if he does have a lot of potential. Just awakened and killed a D-rank creepy. But it was tested after the fact. Found out that the creepy, to begin with, was an E-rated creepy. The level of detection by the Psychic Bureau did not fail. Only later, the creepy crawly leveled up after killing a large number of humans. But in the final analysis, after all, it was just a creepy that had just been promoted to D-rank. Whack yourself with one punch. Opposite. Xiao Jiawen saw the other party's disdainful look. The heart bursts into laughter straight away. At the same time, he continued to arch the fire. I promise, he'll absolutely amaze you until your eyes glaze over. Ha! Definitely the kind that makes you think of yourself as autistic and start doubting your life. Ha! Cui Jingkai almost squealed with laughter. I'll admit, having a D-rank strength right after awakening does have some potential, but it won't stand up to you blowing it. But the more Cui Jingkai disbelieved in Xiao Jiawen's heart, the happier she became. Right. That's the way to be confident. That's the way to go. Too right. Xiao Jiawen, who was happy in her heart, directly tore the umbrella to shreds. Don't you really believe that? Anyway, based on my judgment today, you're really not necessarily a match for people right now. Put it this way. Choi Jong-K was not happy. Just kidding. Although the same D class, but it's only been a day since the other side awakened. No semblance of combat experience, so to speak, but having awakened myself so far, it's been over 10 years. Winter training in the winter, summer training in the summer. More than 10 years of hard work. I don't know how many times I've lived and died in between. The number of shenanigans resolved can't be counted on two hands. Even if his talent was good, it would take time for him to surpass himself. Choi Jong-K smiled disdainfully and, okay, I'll direct him myself tomorrow and see if it's as amazing as you say. Also, has several new recruits come into the Psychic Bureau in the meantime? Xiao Jiawen breaks her fingers. Forget about it. It's been a while for new people just joining. Yeah, counting Han Ming, that adds up to 5. Choi Jong-K's face enthusiastically confident, pointing to a monitor aside, said, in that case, call them all up tomorrow. I'll personally give these people lessons, but if there's one person in there who can reach a level that makes me even feel surprised, I'll eat this computer screen on the spot. That's what you said. I'll let them know to go now. At this point in time, Xiao Jiawen's heart has long been happy. She couldn't wait to see Choi Jong-Kai get his ass kicked. In a flash, one night passed. The time came the next morning. Lin hearing evening lay on the bed in a lifeless state. The mind repeatedly curses. Animal. Livestock. I'd rather die at the hands of creepy. At least it was an honorable death. Death is heavier than MT. Tai. Why did I get saved by this guy? This guy is simply not a person. Although the injuries on his own body, now that he has been healed to a 7th degree. But the price to pay for that. It's hard to talk about it. Although he himself was in it, he gained no small amount of benefits. For example, in addition to recovering from their injuries, even the strength, it seemed, had increased a bit. However, doesn't mean you can get your nose in the air, does it? Just last night, even uttering, "Shouldn't you give your life in return when faced with a savior? And I ruined your innocence. Isn't that all the more reason to give yourself in return?" Just those two sentences. On the spot, it made Lin listen to the evening's anxious eyes. "What decade are we in? And you're going to give yourself to me? 21st century. 24 years. You're still playing this game with me?" However, the thing that overwhelmed her the most was that, the next day after waking up after Han Ming, sitting next to her, in that chanting "what the first wife, the little wife," words like that, this time, Lin hearing Knight couldn't stand it any longer. "Han, what do you mean? You're out there, with another woman? Say, who's that little wife?" Seeing the other's exasperated look, Han Ming explained in a serious manner. "Actually, you're the later." Lin listening Knight. "A latecomer? How do you say that as if I deliberately interfered? P.S. Here's something. Since July is almost over. But then, the author wants to eat tomatoes for the campaign benefits, so he has to do the full 100,000 words this month, in order to accomplish the goal. Definitely going for speed, so there may be some flaws in the quality of. However, it will be revised from start to finish on August 1st. The book will also be 100,000 words before verification is turned on." Chapter 15, Lin hearing Knight, "Have I become a concubine?" Lin hearing Evening laughed in anger. "So, I'm the third party, right? I'm the one who interfered in your relationship, aren't I?" Han Ming rubbed his nose. Somewhat sheepishly, he said, "That's not true. It's just that there's something special about her, and she's nowhere to be found." Actually, Han Ming doesn't think so. Own behavior right now, sort of cheating, or whatever. After all, wife, she's a creepy and that night, to put it mildly, it was all because he had forced her to call out to her husband. It's hard to tell if the other side is even serious. As for feelings, definitely there too. After all, it was the first woman in a 30-year life. As for the eye, and it's true that I didn't hold myself back, but then again, all the auras are revived and the weirdness descends, and you can't stick to the rules and take the laws of peacetime and bind yourself to them, can you? It's like the world of metaphysics and immortality. There are plenty of harem openers. It's not unheard of for urban novels to have a harem of protagonists. A lot of them are like bulldozers. In comparison, you're considered a decent person yourself. But, the opposite side of the Lin here evening, this time is really anxious eyes. From yesterday until now, just a dozen hours or so, the man in front of me, already done all the do's and don'ts. Results, in the end, yourself or a junior wife, how could she put up with that? Lin hearing Knight was furious. "I'm telling you, I don't care who she is. You have to make a choice for me. There's her without me. There's me without her. Otherwise, I'll tell my master that you deliberately bullied me. I can warn you in advance. My master is an A-ranked great cultivator who can crush you to death with a single finger. So think about what you've done to me before you make a decision." This time, Han Ming is in trouble. Say what you will. Why bother with a creepy? And, everything has to come first. You showed up a day later than the wife. After all, you're so. It's making it very difficult for me. Look at Han Ming's embarrassed face. Lin hearing Evening gave an ultimatum. "I can tell you that I already informed my master yesterday to come over. Don't blame me if you don't make a good choice before she gets here." Now, Han Ming is not calm anymore. "No, you can at least give me time to process it. Even if it's a mistress, it takes time to force an adulterer to divorce. Where do you give ultimatums so quickly?" Lin listening Evening? What it means? How did I become a mistress? Spoken like, I'm willing to meddle in your relationship. Get this straight. How am I a mistress and forcing you to divorce? It's fine if you're not willing to cut her off. Turn around and I'll tell my master that you bullied me. Let's see you die then. Han Ming still wanted to open his mouth to explain. Suddenly, he found the blind spot, reanalyzing what Lin hearing Knight had just said. Cutting out? Choices? With her and not me. With me and not her? Hiss. Linking these words together, Han Ming gazed oddly at Lin listening Evening. In that case, you're sort of acknowledging our relationship? Come again. Lin listened to the Evening. Master, you come. Save me. Afternoon. Han Ming got up in a happy mood, getting ready for work. While the Psychic Bureau does not require that all members clock in and out on time as if they were at work, in the absence of shenanigans, there's nothing wrong with not going to work, even for 3 or 5 days in a row. But now, for Han Ming, things are different. Himself from 30 years of bachelorhood in front of him, now all of a sudden, 2 more wives, definitely trying to make money. The pressure is on. Furthermore, The price of the artifacts was the same as the price of housing once was, making Han Ming unable to breathe. This couldn't help but make Han Ming clench his teeth in secret. The desire for strength enhancement was even stronger. Power up first, raise your paycheck, solve high-level shenanigans, get high bonuses, and continue to raise strength. Perfect loop. Out the door. Taking a cab. Come to the psychic bureau. Just entered the building. Xiao Jiawen came running over in a flaming rage. What took you so long to get here now? The captain's been looking for you all morning. Han Ming was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? As soon as Xiao Jiawen yanked Han Ming, she walked quickly toward the cultivation room. Never mind. Just follow me. Today Captain Choi is going to personally instruct newcomers like you, who have just awakened, and now it's up to you. Having said that, without a second thought, he pulled into the cultivation room. People just went in. Han Ming then saw that there were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, with straight figures standing in the middle of the cultivation room. Cui Jingkai, who was in a special operations team uniform, stood in front with a serious face. Seeing that Han Ming has arrived, after Cui Jingkai coughed lightly, he began his explanation. Basically, it's still about the use of true qi and thought power, but compared to what Xiao Jiawen is talking about, obviously, Cui Jingkai's speech could be more detailed. The other 4, anyway, listened with rapt attention. Only Han Ming, drowsy, for a good part of the day, sputtering. Cui Jingkai felt a little dry in his speech. It turns out that when you turn your head and realize that Han Ming is fast asleep, that's not good. Today he himself just wanted to see how talented this guy really was. What do you mean you're snoozing in here? What I'm talking about. Is it that boring? Cui Jingkai put up his captain's stance and signaled the person next to him to wake up Han Ming. Han Ming, among these newly awakened people, your realm and talent are the highest. Didn't we just deal with that the day before yesterday? The D-level shenanigans. In this case, the 2 of us will spar, and it will be a way to show the newcomers how the awakened fight. Cutting? Rubbing sparse sleep from his eyes. Yawning again. Han Ming's tone was very reluctant. Okay, now. Right. Will it be point blank, or will it be all out? Just go ahead and give it your all. I also want to see your talent. Just how demonic it is. Alright then, I won't hold back. Having said that, Han Ming has no reservations. Run the true qi in your body with all your might. In a split second, an invisible wave of air surged out with Han Ming as the center of the circle. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. The terrifying aura scared a few other people so much that their faces turned pale. One by one, they looked at Han Ming in disbelief. Even Cui Jingkai. The whole thing froze in place, eyes almost all to stare out of him. Dumbfounded look at Han Ming. Only one question in his mind. So special as a newcomer who just awakened? Is there a mistake? Chapter 16. The heavens are not fair. I'm a nympho, who's just awakening to a newcomer. Can you have such a majestic true qi? It's just outrageous. His mom opened the door for outrageous. Outrageous to the core. At this time, Cui Jingkai recalled that what Xiao Jiawen told him yesterday. Cui Jingkai, who reacted, cursed in his heart, you guy, you actually set me up. Look at the scene in front of us. I know with my ass that Xiao Jiawen must have seen Han Ming's strength yesterday. So, you've been in the rain. Must you tear up my umbrella? This way. Cui Jingkai was still in shock and hadn't reacted yet. Han Ming has moved. The majestic true qi gushed out. The clothes on his body were held open by the waves of air. Gather your true qi. A hard punch was thrown. Cui Jingkai's face changed drastically. No. You wait. I'm not ready for that. You go easy on them. 3 minutes later. Cui Jingkai, with a swollen nose. Finally, I realized the difference between a genius and a genius. At this point in his life, there is no trace of yesterday's spirited appearance. It's got a bruise and a swelling. If it wasn't for his quick surrender just now, he doubted that he would still be alive to see tomorrow's sun. This guy, it's so hard. One thought, he had been cultivating hard for more than 10 years, but in the end, he ended up being inferior to a newcomer who had just awakened for 2 days. Cui Jingkai wanted to cry. The heavens are not fair. Yet the more he looked as if his mind was exploding, the more. Xiao Jiawen, who was on the side, laughed the louder. Cui Jingkai cried out. No, you're happy to see me get beaten up so badly, aren't you? Xiao Jiawen's eyes averted and she said sheepishly. No, I just thought of something happy. That's why I'm smiling. Having said that, Xiao Jiawen was afraid that she'd be counted out by Cui Jingkai. It was gone in a puff of smoke. Cui Jingkai grunted and stood up. One hand on the waist. One hand on the wall. I mean, Why are you hitting me so hard? Han Ming looked innocent. Weren't you the one who said to go all out? Who knew you were such a pervert? Quickly, hold me up a little. My back is breaking. Han Ming is holding Cui Jingkai. Come and sit down in one of the seats. Cui Jingkai then breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Han Ming and said, you really are a monster, but I would like to ask, why is it that your true chi can give me a very burning sensation? It's like, your whole being is a moving sun, asking the unanswered questions of the mind. Han Ming had nothing to hide. The matter of the 9 suns true chi was told. This time, Cui Jingkai, whose mind had already broken the defense, once again complained about God's injustice. Why, then, do you not have this gift yourself? Special physique. This is definitely a special physique, just like the so-called chaos body, De Chung holy body, etc. In metaphysical novels, Choi Jong-K is sure that this guy, Han Ming, was definitely a special physique as well, even if the enlightenment is heaven-defying, but also has a special physique. This is a proper genius. This time, the Psychic Bureau has sort of picked up the slack. Choi Jong-K had already thought of that. When he is better from his injuries, he will report this matter to the director. Anyway, this genius, by all means, stay with the Psychic Bureau. It can't be abducted. At this point, Choi Jong-K's cell phone, suddenly it rang. Hello, Captain. It's not good. There's a deranged bizarre incident in the ward neighborhood. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Inside the phone, there came the sound of terrified voices that there were sounds of gunshots being fired. Vaguely, Cui Jingkai's face changed drastically. I was just about to go for backup. As a result, just as I got up, the sharp pain coming from his body made him shrivel up on the spot. Ouch. No, it hurts. Han Ming, who couldn't bear to watch, volunteered. Captain, if it's really not possible, I'll go. You? Choi Jong-K looked up and, just about to open my mouth. Say you're a newbie, what's the point of getting together? But turn your head, and he remembered. Who beat himself out of this miserable face? Out of this. Be on the verge of saying what is on one's mind. It becomes, well, you be careful. Han Ming waved his hand. Captain, you recuperate. I'll go and return. Having said that, Han Ming has run out of here. Quickly, through the corridor. A slip of the tongue. Run out of the Psychic Bureau building. Then, Han Ming was dumbfounded. I don't have a car. Do I have to take a taxi? At this point, Xiao Jiawen came back from outside, holding milk tea. Upon seeing Han Ming, after shivering a mouthful of milk tea, he inquired, in a hurry, what happened? Han Ming responded, there's a deranged bizarre incident in the ward neighborhood. I have to go for reinforcements. As soon as I heard about the mission, Xiao Jiawen's eyes lit up. That can take me there? Actually, I've always wanted to follow on a mission, but that guy Cui Jingkai hasn't been letting me, so why don't you take me with you? I have a car. I can drive you there. In the heat of the moment, Han Ming couldn't care less. Soul nodded. Alright then, take me quickly. But first things first, you'll have to listen to me when we get there. So don't wander off. Lai Chang, south of the city, Walt's neighborhood. From the overall appearance of the neighborhood, the buildings here are a bit older. At this point, a Psychic Bureau task force that is fighting fiercely. Pound pound pound. Ta-da. The bullets kept pouring out of the muzzle of the gun. But hit on creepy. There's no effect. Damn it. It didn't work at all. I thought the weirdness here was F-rated. This is damn clearly above D-rated. Most of the spooky ones that are appearing now have growth, so I guess they upgraded on our way here. Mud. How do you upgrade every day? Inside the dark corridor, the members of the task force, each with a face of despair, were. You can only look on and watch. The comrades in arms around us. One by one, they were bizarrely nibbled and sucked blood. The weirdness of the eyes. It's like a zombie. When moving, it's all about the stiff legs powering up and bouncing around, though dry and thin in build, but can easily smash through walls. Seeing his own teammates, dead and wounded, and the strength of the bazaar, the lead captain hated to crack. After all this delay, Creepy would have to evolve to sea level. At this point, the cell phone suddenly lit up and, seeing the message, the gods rejoiced. Hang in there, backup's coming. 3 more minutes. As he shouted, the crowd heard hope and were instantly demoralized. For a moment, the gunshots rang out again. Chapter 17 Solving C-Rank Shenanigans. Lucky Draw, S-Rank Smithing Skills. 3 minutes went by in a flash, just as the crowd was running out of ammunition. In the ears of the crowd, came the sound of a young girl leaping to her feet. Leave it to me, leave it to me. Let me try first. The words fell. Just saw Xiao Jiawen with a ponytail. Shake those long legs under those hot pants. A kick to the face from Creepy. The hideous horror of the face of the. There was an extra 36 yards of footprints. Ow dash. Creepy lets out a roar and. The sharp claws carried a strong wind and grabbed towards Xiao Jiawen. Just the next instant, the people present only felt that a golden light flashed before their eyes like a shooting star. Subsequently, just see the creepy one that brought them infinite despair. His body flew out like a cannonball. It hit the ground hard. Phew. Seeing that backup is coming, the dozen or so contingent members sighed with relief. Rather like they had been robbed of their lives. Some of the people turned toward Hanan and Xiao Jiawen's eyes. It was even more full of envy. This is the strength of the awakened. It was as if there was an insurmountable red gulf between ordinary people and the awakened. Just like in the immortal world. Mortals are just like monks. There's no comparison at all. However, that captain, after seeing one of them, was actually Xiao Jiawen, wide-eyed with horror. Why did you run out? Xiao Jiawen dejectedly pointed at Han Ming. He brought me here. On the other side, Han Ming had opened the system panel. At this point, suspended in front of his eyes, a translucent curtain of light that only he could see. It was displaying the bizarre properties right in front of them. Zombie creep. Grade, early C. Introduction. After being pushed down the stairs and falling to death, the body is contaminated with weird gas and turns into a zombie. And the strength can be enhanced by sucking human blood. And the effect is best with the blood of a child. I'm going to. After looking at the attribute panel, Han Ming straightened up and called out the good guys. This zombie. I can't believe it's already in the C-rank realm. Seeing this, Han Ming hurriedly reminded the others that, get the hell out of here. At this point, Zombie Guile has climbed to his feet, letting out a hiss towards Han Ming. The figure lunged and bit. Han Ming doesn't hold back either. Run the true chi in your body with all your might. The golden light around his body is great. A punch directly meets the lunging Zombie Guile. Boo! Howl! There was a loud boom. Han Ming's fist and Zombie Guile's torso clashed together. Huge impact. It made the old walls around it explode in all directions. The corridor is splattered with debris. Xiao Jiawen let out a gasp. Class C? Han Ming, be careful. It's C-rank creepy. Only C-rank shenanigans have this kind of power. The corners of Han Ming's mouth rose slightly. Of course I know it's C-rated. Myself. But it's the only way to have a good time. Just in time. And while we're at it, a good experiment to see how good you really are. Pressing on. Ignoring Xiao Jiawen's reminder, Han Ming burst out, continuing the attack towards Zombie Creep. The true chi of the body. A steady stream of spurts of. With the enhancement of the 9-yang true chi, all of Han Ming's moves were able to inflict real damage on Creepy. Such a scene. Straight away, Xiao Jiawen, who was watching the fight, looked dumbfounded. She had thought that, Han Ming is sick enough. It's only been 2 days since my awakening. It was already able to skillfully utilize true chi in Nianli. With a D-ranked cultivation, he was even able to beat Cui Jinkai into a pig's head. Results. In hindsight, one is purely in the well. Who's a D-ranked awakened that can beat the crap out of a C-ranked creepy? For a moment, Xiao Jiawen looked at Han Ming in the eyes of. It even burns a little. However, Han Ming now, obviously didn't know what was going on in Xiao Jiawen's mind. At this point in the face of zombie shenanigans, Han Ming didn't want to give the other party any breathing room at all. The attack struck wildly like mercury leaking out of the ground. Han Ming's attack, wide open. The attack was like a tidal wave. Seeing that Zombie Guile had already been beaten to a pulp, he was losing ground. Han Ming's bellow, get on your knees. A palm force that is as strong as the sun. It was printed all over the place. Boom! With a loud bang. This time, Han Ming didn't hold back. Zombie Gue didn't have any chance to counterattack and was directly hit by this palm, blowing his head off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Class C creepy and earning 1,000 merit points. Phew! Looking at headless zombies, smashed to the ground, Han Ming took a long breath of relief while also saw the system beep. At this time, he just remembered. This system seems like it could be a lottery. Incidentally, he also looked at his attribute panel. Han Ming, sex, male, age, 30, true chi, early C grade, numinous power, grade D, alchemy, no entry, refinement, no entry, drawing of symbols, unimpressive, artifacts, none, feats, none, characteristics, unlimited true chi, Merit points, 1. 100. Combined rating, D. It's still Han Ming. Viewing your attribute panel for the first time. Overall, it's still coming together. It's the uninspired and none that look a little wonky. Subsequently, Han Ming took another look at Xiao Zhaowen's panel. Jasmine Shaw. Sex, female. Age, 23. True Qi, grade D. Numinous power, grade D. Alchemy, no entry. Refinement, no entry. Drawing of symbols, unimpressive. Artifacts, none. Feats, none. Characteristics, none. Combined rating, D. Okay. It's even worse than your own. And compared to their own attribute panels. There's also the merit points item missing. At this point, the other members who just hid have returned. Han Ming pointed at the zombie Gue, whose head had exploded. You guys clean up the scene here. I'll just pull out. Directly driven by Xiao Zhaowen, to the entrance of the neighborhood. Get out of the car. On the way home, Han Ming opened the lottery interface. On the light screen, a slot machine-like draw screen is presented. It comes with a note on the side. Primary lucky draw, 1. 000 merit points per draw. Intermediate lucky draw, 10. 000 merit points a draw. Advanced lucky draw, 100. 000 merit points per draw. 10 consecutive draws. You can give an extra one. The corner of Han Ming's mouth twitched. What the hell is the difference between this and a card game? Looking at his current merit points. With little hesitation, Han Ming couldn't wait to start the first lottery. Ding! Consume 1,000 merit points for the lottery. Congratulations to the host. Acquired, S-Class Refining Skill, Women's Clothing Only. Chapter 18, Lin Hearing Evening's Beauty Master. Congratulations to the host. Acquired, S-Class Refining Skill, Women's Clothing Only. Hamming? What the is this? S-rank smithing skills are worthy of a champagne celebration. But, what the hell is limited women's clothing? This system of yours, isn't it a bit immodest? What? You like wearing women's clothes? Han Ming was confused while a message. It was like transmitting data, pouring into the mind. Soon, Han Ming has gained all the experience of refining women's clothing into a trick weapon. From the selection of materials, to the refining and fusion of materials. A dragon. All operations, deeply etched in the mind. But, Han Ming still wants to curse his mother. Even if you refine it yourself. What's the point? It's hard not to. Going to be a ladies' man yourself? Or is it better to refine a set of underwear and wear it inside your clothes? But if we do this, in case of a fight one day, no news is exposed. I'm afraid it's not going to be a straight social death. And so on. Suddenly, Han Ming thought of a new continent. How can one die on one path when one can totally find another? Since I can't wear it myself. But, after you refine it yourself, you can give it away. For example, first and second wives. What with the black silk, lingerie, etc. One set for each person. TSK, TSK, TSK. The image just to think about it. Just drooling already. Besides, even if you can't use it yourself, or you can take it and sell it for money. Yesterday, I heard Chui Jingkai say that there was a bar in the eastern suburb of Lai City that was a black market used by awakened and trickster harnessers to trade items. There's a chance. Also check it out. Think of it this way. Only then did Han Ming lament with an afterthought of poems. Okay, that's a good reward to give. Han Ming sighed repeatedly, satisfied from the bottom of his heart. At this point, in the apartment, Lin Hearing Evening lowered her head in aggravation. In front of her, a stunningly beautiful woman, sitting lazily on the sofa, tight Chong Sams, outlining a perfectly charming arc. It showed off her curvy devilish body to the fullest. And that kind of light as clear water, noble and elegant mature temperament, seems to be only in heaven. With a slender jade hand, she was holding a cup of jade teacup, constantly spinning around to play with it. Tell me exactly what's going on. Where's that genius you were talking about? Lin heard the evening hasten to the cause and effect of the. It's all recounted. However, the part of it about healing, specially plucked out by her. Having heard what was said, the beautiful woman smiled faintly, her tone light and, listening to the night, you should know that this seat has always disliked taking on disciples. I wouldn't have taken you in back then if it wasn't for a favor I owed your father. This man you're talking about now, is worth my taking? The words fell. Just a crunch. The jade teacup in his hand shattered violently. Even the temperature around it, all lowered a few degrees. Lin Hearing Knight hurriedly explained. Master, you believe me. His talent is definitely not inferior to those heavenly prides. And when the time comes for him to become famous, won't he still give you a long face? And, Lin hearing evening still wanted to say more, a little bit about Han Ming. Results, be on the verge of saying what is on one's mind. In addition to possessing that most rigid and young true chi, there doesn't seem to be a single good point left. Instead, there's a whole lot of flaws, especially horny. It's almost as if you're horny as hell. In the midst of racking my brain, suddenly, the sound of a key in the door came. Lin hearing evening shouted, "Master, he's back." 2 seconds later, the gates are open. Han Ming, who entered the house wearing slippers, eyes instantly straightened. His gaze, directly ignoring Lin listening evening, who was standing by the side. Instead, it was directly locked onto Jiang Zhuxin's body. The devilish figure with its dimpled, slender waist and blooming hips, as well as the clear and noble temperament, instantly attracted Han Ming's eyeballs, especially underneath the cheongsam. Those long, delicate legs that look like works of art, with a perfect arc, all the way down to the ankles. Further down, it was a pair of jade-like, warm and white jade feet, almost at first sight. A bold idea had been born within Han Ming's heart. But soon, thinking about what Lin Hearing Night said earlier, she's already contacted her master to come over. Han Ming, who had reacted to the other party's identity, hastily put away his blazing gaze and quickly put on a decent appearance. Slowly walk over, politely bending down, he said, "Senior Han Ming, meet Senior." However, while bending over, Han Ming's gaze still can't resist being on each other's legs, floating around. No way, can't help it at all. Hiss, what a white foot. I want to hold them in my hands and play with them. And here, nice thick thighs. Don't get me wrong. Here's the course. Merely guessing at the opponent's realm. Lin Hearing Evening's realm is C rank. As her mentor, the realm was at least B ranked or above, and possibly even A ranked. This realm, it's at the top of the pyramid when you look at the whole country, isn't it? If I could really be under this man's tutelage, can it be considered a step in the right direction? By then, 1 for all, 10,000 for all. You need the wind. You need the rain. Take off straight away? For a moment, Han Ming was surprisingly a little nervous. It even felt deer in the headlights. Deep down, Han Ming had already begun to wonder if he would, in the future, want to be an impulsive teacher and rebellious disciple. Opposite. Just now, after noticing Han Ming's flickering burning gaze, Han Ming's image in Jiang Zhuxin, in his heart, had dropped to the freezing point. Distance from physical destruction. Just 1 step away. It's unbridled. How dare you look at this seat with such disgusting eyes? If I didn't still want to see what kind of talent you have, this seat would have already made a move. Just like in the immortal world. A low-level practitioner facing a high-level practitioner. One more look and you're guilty. It's the same at this point. Jiang Zhuxin hummed lightly, her voice clear and cold. Listening to late tell me that your talent is very good, comparable to a demon. This seat is curious as to how demonic you can be. Having said that, Jiang Zhuxin stretched out her delicate hand and, hitching a ride on Han Ming's body. Han Ming only felt that there was a surge of true chi that was swiftly traversing through his body. Jiang Zhuxin's expression was indifferent, having just awakened and possessing the strength of a D rank. There is a hint of potential to advance to A rank. Subsequently, Jiang Zhuxin turned her jade hand in the air and just broke the shards of the teacup. Surprisingly, they all floated up at the same time, and converging towards the center. In a few blinks, the shattered teacup was surprisingly restored as before. However, next, the intact teacup shattered again and pieces scattered on the coffee table. Jiang Zhuxin said indifferently, "This seat has already demonstrated. Use your thoughts to restore this teacup to its original state." Chapter 19, If you want a hug, hug the beauty master's thigh. Hearing the master's request, Lin Hearing Evening, who was on the side, was instantly anxious. "You're kidding. Han Ming has only just awakened a few days ago. That's all you're asking for?" Even the most gifted person would not be able to skillfully manipulate their Nianli to such an extent in such a short period of time. Come to think of it, Lin Listening Evening, who was a bit anxious, hurriedly spoke. "Master, he just," without waiting for her to finish. Jiang Zhuxin then coldly interrupted. "Shut up." Beside, Han Ming at this time, already with the power of the mind, wrapped the pieces of those teacups, one by one. Actually, Han Ming didn't think too much about it. His goal now, there is only one. Hug the beauty in front of you on the big. Ugh, it's hugging the leg of the powerful man in front of you. Take a shot at it. Bicycle to motorcycle. Get up for me. Next moment, teacup shards. At the same time, it floated slowly. At this time, Han Ming's face was a little red, and there were beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. No way. The first time I've ever maneuvered so many objects at once. It's still a bit of a struggle, but overall, it's holding up, one by one, casually wrapped up in the nimbus of man, starting to move closer to the center. In the shocked gaze of Lin listening evening, the pieces fit together one by one. Lin hearing evening, who felt incredible, slightly opened her small mouth, her beautiful eyes gradually widening. He actually did it? It took almost 20 minutes or so, with the last piece of debris that, spliced together by Han Ming, complete with teacups, floating in mid-air. Han Ming, who was breathing heavily, smiled excitedly, but also, with the slack. The teacup that had just been pieced together was instantly in pieces, and the pieces fell to the ground with a crisp crashing sound. Well, what a surprise. The scene. It did make even Jiang Zhuxin feel a little surprised. I didn't realize that. Han Ming's ability to control Nian Li. I can't believe I'm skillful enough to do this. Strength aside, for this proficiency alone, not even some B-class old men could do it. Looking at Han Ming in front of her, Jiang Zhuxin raised the corner of her mouth with interest. This talent. It seemed like it was really qualified to be his disciple. However, with all that, it's not enough. This time, Jiang Zhuxin had gotten a little serious. Stimulate all of your true qi and attack towards me. Yes. Next, Han Ming has been firing on all cylinders. The golden light around his body is great. The surging true qi, gathered in the palm of his hand. Senior, I'm offended. A low growl. Han Ming blasted away with all his might. Boo! However, that punch went down. Jiang Zhuxin merely raised a green jade finger. It then defused Han Ming's full force strike. Han Ming's pupils shrunk. Is this the strength of an A-rank overhaul? Associated with the dark thoughts that had just been going through his mind. For a moment, Han Ming only felt fearful afterward. Now, yourself. It's really getting licentious. To actually dare to have crooked thoughts about a character of this caliber. It's a good thing the other guy can't read minds. Otherwise, now that I'm myself, I'm afraid I've been dismantled. Secretly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he then looked at Jiang Zhuxin with an expectant gaze. However, imagine the picture that it didn't show up. Jiang Zhuxin sighed slightly, but there wasn't much disappointment. At this level, it does qualify as genius. 2. Even more so, compared to the heavenly pride of those hidden cultivation families, it was no less impressive. But, far from it. Let yourself feel surprised at the point. The talent is good. A good one indeed. The true qi is so rigid in yang that I think he possesses a body of 3 yangs. But this seed has a lazy character and doesn't like to teach. So the matter of worshipping a master is dispensed with. However, this seat will report your information upwards, and I think that there will be other A-ranked great cultivators who will come over to look for you. Hear this. Lin hearing evening was instantly anxious, but thinking of the master's warning just now, haven't dared to speak yet, but can only chop peppers on the side with an anxious face. Beside, seeing as I can't pay my respects, Han Ming quit on the spot. Just kidding. So white in front of me, so long not to hold. Are we going to hug those awful old men? These two hugged each other's thighs. It doesn't mean the same thing. Come to think of it. Han Ming suddenly opened his mouth. Wait, elder, I have something to say. Jiang Zhuxin glanced coldly. If you want to worship under me, then it's best not to say it out loud. Having said that, however, Han Ming began to speak. Senior, the true qi within my junior's body is capable of being unceasingly sourced, in addition to its attribute of masculinity. Theoretically, when the latecomer fights, he can always go all out and not have to worry about depleting his true qi. Jiang Zhuxin's clear, cold face. It's finally changed. Without too many words, Jiang Zhuxin stretched out her jade hand, pointing towards Han Ming. Yao. Next moment, a cold, bone-chilling, shadowy true qi attacked Han Ming's body along the jade finger. In a split second, the coldness enters the body. Han Ming only felt cold through and through. Meanwhile, Dan Tian, there was another wave of masculine true qi that kept gushing out, fighting against that cold true qi, with the huge disparity in realms. Although that 9 suns true qi in the body, like a lone boat in the ocean, it endured the rainstorms and tsunamis, but it always floated steadily above the surface. Such a discovery. He couldn't help but make Jiang Zhuxin's eyes light up. In the beginning, Jiang Zhuxin had already checked out Han Ming's specific situation, but now it seems that one's own judgment just now seems to be a bit wrong. if Han Ming hadn't taken the initiative to say it. She hadn't really noticed that the true chi in this body was capable of being unceasing. At this point, she could distinctly feel that the strand of true chi inside Han Ming's body was resisting her invasion unceasingly. Jiang Zhuxin's eyes lit up. I'd like to see how long you can hold out, without the slightest intention of stopping. Even more so, Jiang Zhuxin also increased the output of her power. Seeing a scene like this, Lin Hearing Evening's heart, already tense, was in her throat, as if it could jump out at any moment. The scene seemed to freeze up and, without realizing it, nearly half an hour had passed. But the true chi in Han Ming's body, there was no hint of exhaustion. If this were an ordinary D-level awakened person, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to last more than a few seconds, and they would already die from the cold air entering their body. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Somewhat in disbelief, Jiang Zhuxin, constantly searching through his memory for an answer that fits the scene before him. Suddenly, Jiang Zhuxin's heart jumped violently. She felt that, came up with the answer on his own. It's hard not to. This person in front of me, possessed the innate Sun Saint body? Chapter 20, a genius like no other in miles. In fact, as an awakened person, it's already considered a 1 in a million genius, because compared to the huge population base, the number of awakened people doesn't even reach 10,000 to 1. That's not to say that there aren't many people with the gift of, but rather the vast majority of ordinary people. Maybe for the rest of my life, neither meets the opportunity for awakening. It's like playing soccer. Is there not a single soccer-playing genius in the country, out of more than 1 billion people? No, there must be. Sun Xingyu has proved that the yellow race is able to reach the world's top level in this field of soccer. But here's the thing, there isn't that much of a soccer population in the country. Most children from ordinary families, maybe for the rest of my life, never even touched a soccer ball. So, even if he had Messi-like talent, there is also no field of casting. The same goes for the awakened. According to the Bureau of Psychics, the current statistics, the probability of being able to awaken is 0.14% across all ages. But, if the age bracket is set between 16 to 45, then the success rate will increase to 0.97%. If you narrow the age range even further, the probability will be more than 1%. In other words, theoretically, for every 100 people, one awakened person may be born. But here's the thing, most people can't meet creepy at all, and the mortality rate for first-time encounter shenanigans is, again, too high, and that's why, the reason for the scarcity of awakened people. And, among the awakened, most of them have mediocre qualifications again, maybe for the rest of his life, someone who can't even break through the sea level. And among these only awakened people, the probability of wanting to give birth to someone with a special physique was even lower, to the point of being ridiculously low. Currently, all the information on the particular body type, it's all from the ancient texts. Predictably, what does a genius with a special physique represent? But now, in the face of Han Ming's situation, Jiang Zhuxin had already thought about it. Only one possibility comes to mind as well. If anything, merely the attribute to the masculine. There are many bodies that fit this point, such as the body of Yuan Yang, the body of Three Suns, the body of Fire Spirit, the body of Hot Sun, the body of the Sun, etc. But, no matter how great these bodies are, none of them can. The true chi was unceasingly flowing. It's like playing a game. Your character has unlimited blue-like. You don't need to control your blue at all, and you can just unleash your skills. Just say rascal or not. After half a day's thought, Jiang Zhuxin also only thought of the innate Sun Saint body as a possibility. The reason for the uncertainty, also because this legendary physique was only recorded in a few words within the ancient books. But anyway, this seedling in front of me, Jiang Zhuxin was no longer going to let go. With that kind of physique, as long as there are no surprises midway through breaking A level, it's all on the board. Even more so, the legendary S-class. It's not like there isn't a chance to punch it up a notch. Come to think of it, Jiang Zhuxin's gaze toward Han Ming changed. It's getting a little hot. Looking at Han Ming was a bit hairy. Good disciple, don't hurry up and pay your respects. Seeing his purpose accomplished, Han Ming didn't ink it either. Worship on the spot. Rise and shine. Leisurely looking toward Jiang Zhuxin, Han Ming rubbed his hands. Master, look at other people worshipping their masters. The master will give a worship gift, isn't it? Seeing this brazenness about the, Jiang Zhuxin glared coldly at the, but still, he casually flipped out a bottle of elixir and, then, this is the 5th grade pill, pure yang red blood pill. It can help raise your cultivation level. Also, here are a few bottles of basic pills. Take them. At this point, on the side, Lin heard the evening. Long ago it looked stupid. In particular, the delicate porcelain vase caught her eye and, wasn't it agreed that there weren't many elixirs with the attribute of yen? What are you holding out now? And not only that, and that pile of bottles and jars. Marrow cleansing elixir, body tempering elixir, heaven repairing elixir, Zhen Yang elixir. Looking through a bottle. Is this what you call a basic elixir? Here, casually take out one and put it in the black market. I'm afraid they can all be sold for millions of dollars. And it turns out that when it comes to you, you're giving it to Han Ming like a wholesale? Why are they all your disciples? Is the difference that big? Just when Lin Hearing Night was still in shock and hadn't come back to her senses, Jiang Zhuxin flipped out another gongfu and threw it to Han Ming. Han Ming fixed his eyes on. Good man. The 18 palms of the dragon? Is this the dragon bucking palm I know? Seemingly seeing Han Ming's doubt, Jiang Zhuxin faintly said, That's right, it's just as you thought. However, the complete version of the dragon falling 18 palms has already been lost, and only this half of the remnants are left in the transmission, but it's enough for you to delve into for a few years. Moreover, this palm technique is so masculine that it needs to be combined with deep true qi when it is performed, which is quite suitable for you. Just gave the potion, and now you're giving the kung fu. Han Ming also didn't expect this master teacher to be so generous. Immediately, he gratefully said, Thank you, master. However, beside her, Lin heard the evening. Already the face is raw and, she rose even more to a feeling of, well, abandonment. Is this what it means to be old and new? Woohoo! It's hard. For what? They're all apprentices. What's the difference in treatment? Can't it be that I'm a registered disciple and he's the real one? At the same time that Han Ming was worshipping his teacher, on the other side, Psychic Bureau, inside the director's office, Cui Jingkai, whose entire body was bandaged, approached Huoyen. What's gotten into you? Encountered a high level of weirdness? Something's not right. Seeing as you're all skinned up, it doesn't look like shenanigans got you. Seeing Cui Jingkai's miserable appearance in front of her, Huoyen had a puzzled look on his face. Chief, I'm telling you, I've found a supreme genius. This is the 6th time this year that you said that to me. This time it's different. Absolute fidelity. You seemed to say the same thing last time. And what happened? That kid is still hovering at E rank now, right? Huoyen laughed coldly. Didn't believe a word Cui Jingkai said. This time, Cui Jingkai was anxious. Director, this time you trust me. It's definitely a 1 in a million genius. It's definitely different from those before. You can pull back. If you have nothing to do, find a cool place to stay. Really, can't you go to the hospital for 2 days? On your injury, I'm afraid you walk all fall. I'm telling the truth. I got this injury from that guy. Oh, this time. Huoyen could be considered to have glanced at Cui Jingkai with his eyes open. So tell me how talented he really is. 2 minutes later, inside the director's office, came a growl. What did you say? Asterisk. Really? Suspected of having a special physique? Why didn't you say so? Looking at the reaction of the director in front of him, Cui Jingkai, on the surface, aggravated. I just said it's you who don't believe it. Inside, Cui Jingkai had already bent over in laughter. That's the kind of reaction I want from you. Huoyen immediately found out. At that time, Han Ming filled out the entry application form. Is he the one you're talking about? Right. Cui Jingkai nodded. Huoyen said with a straight face, when he arrives tomorrow, bring him to me immediately. I've decided to personally accept him as my disciple. This kind of genius has to stay in Lai City no matter what. Chapter 21, Refining Sneaky Weapons, White Silk. Innate Sun Sacred Body? Laugh it up. Don't I know what's going on with me? Room. At this moment, the corners of Han Ming's mouth were grinning. No way. Hugging the long legs of the beauty master. From now on, even if it's a step up, look at this gift of worship. It's a generous offer. Han Ming realized that his senior sister, that is, Lin Hearing Evening, didn't look right. That sour look on his face. It's like being envious to the point of eye rolling. It shouldn't be. It was hard to believe that the senior sister was not treated as well as herself. However, Han Ming didn't care too much on this matter. He's concerned now. It's the question of what to call it later. Take for example, the title sister provides quite a bit of attack speed. Don't you think so, sister? A voice came into the ear of the Lin Listening Night. The following day, early morning, Han Ming early in the morning. Then he took a taxi to the last psychic institute, the so-called institute. similar to the refining pavilion in immortal cultivation novels. It's a place that specializes in researching and refining trick weapons. It was actually a place dedicated to alchemy and refining. In the middle of Kyushu, only in cities above the third tier. Only then will the institute be established. Among them, the staff inside would need to be responsible for providing various pills, talismans, and trick weapons to the frontline combat members. As the largest logistical in status, it even vaguely beats the Psychic Bureau by a mile. Get out of the cab. Han Ming entered the building of the Psychic Institute. Come to the front desk. I had an appointment yesterday. The young lady at the front desk, revealing a gentle smile, softly said, please also show your Psychic Bureau ID. Here. After entering Han Ming's number, the receptionist lady made a pleased gesture. Sir, your reservation is for the advanced refining room. The use time is 3 hours. Please follow me this way. In a few moments, follow each other. Han Ming came to a room that, this is the institute, a room dedicated to smithing. On the side, there are also places dedicated to alchemy and talisman drawing. Want to use it? Though, reservations must be made in advance. And for each person, it can be used for up to 3 hours at a time. No way. It's such a big place. There are too many people to use it again. As for Han Ming's purpose in coming here, it's simple. Wanted to give the older and younger wives, to refine some defense-type artifacts of shenanigans. Incidentally, and also to the beauty of the new master, refine a trick weapon as well. Nowadays, Han Ming, who possessed S-rank refining skills, could be said to be familiar with the aspect of refining women's clothes. The only problem, just not enough material. So, before coming here today, Han Ming specially managed to ask Lin to listen to the night and asked for some materials. These materials, all of which come from D and C rank shenanigans. It's also evident through these that Lin heard the evening before this, didn't have to deal with a lot of shenanigans. However, in order to ask for these materials, Han Ming also had to make a promise that he would definitely refine a satisfactory guile weapon for Lin listening night, without undue delay. It's only 3 hours. Time is still tight. After Han Ming took out the materials, he proceeded to start refining. As for the items to be refined, they had already been thought of as early as last night. Refining a pair of black silks for the first wife. Make a pair of white silks for the youngest wife. Black and white. It will be too much when the time comes. Hey. As for the beauty master, Han Ming didn't dare to be too reckless yet. So think about it. Decided to refine a tight black dress that would show off the figure better. Ooh. Pour your true chi into the refining furnace. Soon, a blazing fire was burning inside. Han Ming, based on experience, placed the ingredients in order to cauterize the. For a few minutes, the material has been melted down and those materials gradually fused together, reaching a weird and delicate balance under the calcination of the furnace fire. Subsequently, under Han Ming's guidance, the slowly form the shape of the artifact you want to refine. One success. Is this refining not that difficult? Looking at the white silk floating in mid-air, soft and smooth, Han Ming opened the system panel, took a look at the properties. White silk, defense, grade, upper C. Effect 1, wear parts that reduce some of the damage of C-rank shenanigans. Effect 2, increases movement speed by a certain amount. Effect 3, leg attacks increase damage by a certain amount. This attribute, it seems not bad. Damage reduction, and shift speed. Properties such as these, take it to the black market and it'll definitely go for 8 figures. With a small smile on his face, Han Ming couldn't help but start fantasizing already. What kind of expression should the elder sister have when she saw these stockings? This shall not be taken directly. Set the name down once and for all. Soon, Han Ming began refining the next piece. This time, with prior experience, Han Ming's technique is becoming more and more skillful. Coupled with the constant flow of true chi in his body, it allowed Han Ming to manipulate, without any burden, the temperature within the refining furnace. Such a scene, if other master smiths were to see that, one by one, the eyes, I'm afraid, are going to glaze over. However, what they don't realize is that, Han Ming now, it would only refine trick weapons related to women's clothing. As for the rest, that's a slam dunk. Meanwhile, the room next door to where Han Ming is, a gray-haired old man dressed in a Chinese mountain suit. He came out of the refining room with a great deal of vigor. Meanwhile, in his hands, there was also a long sword that emitted a cold and chilling aura. Seeing this scene, in the hallway, a middle-aged Mediterranean man with his eyes glazed over. This is D-ranked artifacts? My god. Elder Zhao, you're already able to refine D-grade artifacts? The gray-haired old man known as Zhao Lao. There's an uncontrollable grin on his face that, the corners of his mouth curled up in triumph, revealing the Dragon King's slanted smile. Ha 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 ha. The old man has tried no less than 70 times before and after, repeatedly arranging the order in which the materials were added, the steps of fusion, and the temperature in the furnace. Finally the kung fu was not enough, and it successfully allowed me to forge a D-grade artifact. This sword, the old man named Long Rainbow. I hope this sword will shine in strong hands. Hiss. Although the words of the other, it's full of braggadocio, but it can't be helped. People have this power to pretend. Realize that. Looking around the world, there were very few people who could even forge a C-grade artifact. As for further up, it is no longer humanly possible to forge. At least, so far, no one had yet been able to refine a grade B artifact. As for naturally occurring grade B artifacts, the birth of any piece requires a variety of harsh environments and the fulfillment of many conditions. Almost every time a B-grade trickster comes out, it's all leading up to it. Many mighty men fought for it. After all, even an A-ranked grade cultivator couldn't do it with a B-ranked artifact in hand. As for someone who can make a D-grade artifact, it could already be called a master refiner. Within the institute, enjoying the highest treatment, you can even apply for it, and have an awakened person of C rank or higher, close by for protection. Such gold. It was no wonder that Elder Zhao was, at this moment, able to float up in triumph. Chapter 22 Grade D Artifacts? I don't understand why you're so complacent. Congratulations to Elder Zhao for successfully refining a D-grade artifact. In that case, wouldn't Elder Zhao be promoted to Master Refiner? With Elder Zhao's strength, even if he's a Grandmaster Refiner, it's just a matter of time. Inside the Psychic Institute, others who have heard the news, the compliments started coming in. After all, looking at the country, there were also very few masters who could refine D-grade artifacts. At this point, the door to a nearby alchemy room was opened and Han Ming walked out with his bag on his back. See the front. A bunch of people got together and, with curiosity, he also came up, seeing a group of people, surrounded by an old man, constantly patting and slipping, and from time to time, he would also pick up the long rainbow sword and examine it. Han Ming scratched his head in disbelief. What's this for? Beside, a man in a white research suit, the work plates on the top. The youth who wrote Senior Refiner explained in a low voice. Buddy, I'm telling you, Elder Zhao has just successfully refined a D-grade artifact, and it's still the main killing longsword. Look at each other. A serious look. Han Ming was a bit bewildered. Not. What do you mean? A D-class artifact? Anon. The other nodded heavily. Subsequently, he also exclaimed, I haven't been initiated for a short period of time. I've spent 7 or 8 years in the institute, and as a result, I'm only a senior refiner by now. I also don't know how long it will take for a monkey to refine a D-grade artifact. Han Ming? What the hell? A D-ranked artifact, and you're just looking over your shoulder? Not so much. Man, it's just a D-grade artifact. Can't you just hand rub it out? Can't you be a little more ambitious? Han Ming still couldn't hold back and opened his mouth to advise. No buddy, I think there's still a bit of pursuit in being a man. Even a salted fish has to think about how to turn over. You say you, at your young age, when you have a setback, you will slacken off. How can you become a great man in the future? Isn't it just a D-grade artifact? You refine him. How do you know you can't if you don't practice? Upon hearing this, the other guy was instantly displeased and, who are you? Who are you to be lecturing me here? Besides, that tone of voice of yours, the whole thing is as if you can refine D-ranked artifacts. If you're good, and that I'm loose and slack when I'm frustrated. If you're capable, you can refine one for me. If you're not capable, don't pussyfoot around here. The youth immediately sneered. Ha, I can't believe you're still quite mad with your mouth. A mere D-grade artifact? If I'm not mistaken, you still came out of the refining room just now, right? Since you're so capable, buddy, why don't you show me what you've got? D-rank artifacts? Wouldn't that be something you could just casually, with your eyes closed, refine? However, the thought of being in a bag, all that's been made are stockings, tight dresses, and Han Ming doesn't have the heart to take it out, subconsciously covering the backpack behind her. Come on, don't hide it. Since you say I have no pursuits, let me see yours. The youth spat. Even more so, he went up and pulled Han Ming's backpack, this side of the riot, quickly attracting the attention of others. Zhao Lao was puzzled. What's going on here? The youth exclaimed excitedly. This guy is talking big. After I told him about Elder Zhao's success in refining a D-grade artifact, he even came with a disdainful face. A mere D-grade artifact. Hiss. The people present, one by one, they looked at Han Ming in horror. Good man, that's a D-class artifact. How dare you come up with the word district? Do you realize that? Looking at the country, there were only a few dozens of master refiners who could refine D-grade artifacts. Don't look at the D-ranked awakened who are a dime a dozen. But, the number of artifacts that, probably not even half as many as the number of awakened people. Even the lowest grade F-grade artifacts would cost 7 figures when put on the market. A lot of C-level awakenings. Neither of them may be able to own a trick weapon. You're good. Come up here and say, what's up? A flash of displeasure flashed across Elder Zhao's face as he stepped forward and said with a straight face, young man, since the old man's D-grade artifact, this is not something he can look at. How would you like to show your work? Amount. Han Ming subconsciously shrunk. My trickster. Might be a little less convenient. Zhao Lao smiled with a pleated face and said amiably, oh, what could be so inconvenient about this? Old me has been refining weapons for decades. What kind of trick weapons haven't I seen? You may as well display it for old man to observe. Han Ming was a little embarrassed. This really doesn't work. Just kidding. What is it that one refines? Can you just show this to anyone? No way. Not even to death. But the more they acted, the more they upset the others. What's not to show? Just bring it out in a big way. It's hard not to. You're a keyboard warrior who just talks a lot. You can. You up? No. Can. No. BB. Covering the backpack. Han Ming's body shrank back. Then find the right moment. Just to make a dash for the door. Don't you run. Kid. Stop. Stop him. No. Don't you guys tug on my shirt? What's with the pants? Look. Look. For you to see. Han Ming, who was disliked in the corner. Helplessly. He could only take out the trick weapon he had just refined. Hiss. When those present. Upon seeing the item in Han Ming's hand clearly, one couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. More even. Eyes wide open. For a moment, the atmosphere of the scene was somewhat frozen. It was as if time had frozen, causing all the people present to freeze in place. What's this? C-rank artifacts? And ING stockings. What an international joke. Who refines trick weapons into stockings? Are you a ING psychopath? How can you make this kind of stuff? Nope. That's not the point. The point is, this guy, can he really make C-grade artifacts? When thinking about this level of, the people present were all nonplussed, including the young man who had just questioned Han Ming. He felt his brain buzzing, unable to believe what he was seeing in front of him. Okay? The clown was actually myself. People say those things. It's true that there is that strength. A D-grade artifact? Nothing wrong with that. All of them could refine C-grade artifacts, and it was normal for D-grade artifacts to look at them, compared to the eyes of other people. Exuding nothing but shock and horror. But, Zhao Lao sighed, already wanting to find a piece of tofu and just run myself over. Chapter 23 Love Letter. A little surprise for my wife. At this point in time, if one takes a moment to listen carefully, probability, could hear Zhao Lao's heart breaking. Don't care what they're refining. But then you say, it's not a C-class bar. The point is, obviously there is such a level of refining. People are not refining the artifacts properly, and they give you 2 stockings. It's a waste. But anyway, on the level alone, it would have been able to get away from itself by 100,000 miles. Think about what you just did. It took a lot of hard work and 981 difficulties. It's so hard to refine a D-grade artifact, and then you're still complacent and smug about it. The whole thing was lost in the compliments of the others. And now what? How proud I was just now. How much it hurts to hit my face now. In the eyes of others. What's with the D-ranked artifacts? Pressing on. In looking at the other party's appearance. 27 or 18. In looking at himself. It is already the age of old age. Gap. That's all the complacency. My ass. Look at people. At such a young age, he's already a master refiner. If the other party continues to study the way of refining weapons, one day, it may not be impossible to refine a B-grade artifact. Perhaps the shock was too great. The scene. It was as if time had stood still, and everyone present had completely lost the ability to think, until after Han Ming left, after a long time again. That's what came back in turn. Elder Zhao. Just let him go? What else? Zhao Lao glared at the other party. Is it still possible to force them to stay? The middle-aged man with a Mediterranean head was still filled with horror in his eyes by this point. This is definitely the youngest artifact refining master ever. I'm even a little skeptical that he's been taken over by some old monster. Zhao Lao took a deep breath and, after calming down a bit, he opened his mouth and asked, "Do you know who he is?" The Mediterranean man shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I can have the front desk check his registration information." "Say, what are you asking for?" Elder Zhao's eyes flashed with a refined aura. To have such a level of refining, he can't possibly be a person of no reputation. I want to know who he studied under. Just which master can teach such a disciple? 5 minutes later. Zhao Lao, Mediterranean man, asterisk. There's no mistaking. This guy, actually completed his awakening only 3 days ago? It's ridiculous. This information, are you sure it's true? Pointing to the message on the screen, the Mediterranean man roared out. The lady at the front desk looks aggrieved. So that's his registration information. And I verify his credentials. And he is indeed from the Psychic Bureau. Next to Elder Zhao, eyes froze at the message on the screen. Muttering under his breath. Genius. An absolute unearthly genius. After only 3 days of awakening, you're already able to refine a C-grade artifact. In time, not to mention B-grade. I feel that even a grade or even S-grade artifacts have a chance of coming out in his hands. The most crucial thing is that this kind of genius actually doesn't have any mentor. As if he'd guessed something. The Mediterranean man asked rhetorically, "Elder Zhao, you don't think you want to?" Zhao Lao slowly said, "Nice. This kind of genius must be taken under the door. But with his current level of refining, I'm not worthy of teaching at all. I can only report this matter to my master." The Mediterranean man beside me, thinking of Zhao Lao's legendary master, couldn't help but gulp. Wang Chongxian, the master smith. There were countless peak C-grade artifacts that had been refined. There were quite a few of them, all of which were just one step away from reaching the B-grade level. Meanwhile, a peak A-class cultivation was even more shocking. The land of the 9 states, definitely ranked in the top 5 great powers. The Mediterranean man didn't expect that Elder Zhao would actually move his own master for the sake of that man just now. But think of the man's demonic talent. Doesn't seem to be a problem. Han Ming didn't even know that. After his own departure, inside the Psychic Bureau, what the hell is going on? At this point in his life, being in the middle of a commercial street, bought 3 beautiful boxes, ready to load the presents in, then give it to 3 people, 2 pairs of stockings and a tight dress. TSK. Just thinking about it, Han Ming was already drooling. Unfortunately, insufficient material, or else, Han Ming high and low had to haul several sets of trickster clothes out. What stewardess, secretary, teacher, doctor, anyway, it's just the same set, in conjunction with stockings of various colors. All of them are refined into trick weapons. By then, just let the older and younger wives take turns wearing them. No way. Can't think about it anymore. Han Ming glanced around, seeing that no one is paying attention to his side. Hastily, he moved the wrapped bag containing the gift box in front of his body, blocking the critical area. After preparing the box, Han Ming was in no hurry to go home. Instead, "We'll take a cab first," headed to the Psychic Bureau. After all, it's the middle of the day. I'm gonna have to go over there and make a stop. Come and sit down at your previously assigned workstation. Putting the gift aside, Han Ming first inquired about matters related to refining weapons. Half a day later, it dawned on Han Ming that, so it is. It's no wonder they're so proud of themselves for refining a D-grade artifact. So it was me who underestimated the difficulty of refining weapons. Think about it. Having the system in place myself, coming up with an S-rank skill. Of course it felt easy. I think Shui Jingkai mentioned these things to me a few days ago, but I didn't listen too carefully at the time. Now it seems that C-grade artifacts are precious in the marketplace. Each and every one of them. If you want to put it that way, you can take some time later and go to the black market for a bit to exchange some money to spend. But, I will only refine. About women's clothing shenanigans. I just don't know if they're buying it. That said, it's not like a guy would buy it back and sneak it under his jacket. Is it? Come to think of it. Han Ming felt goosebumps already growing on his body. Turn off the tour screen. Han Ming took out the gift box he just bought. Will the gift, put it in there, in order, is preparing to encapsulate. Suddenly, something occurred to Han Ming. Bad smile. Grabbing a pen and paper and scribbling a bunch of words on it in a flash. Then with a bad smile, he put it in a gift box. Great job. As for what was written, that's a love letter. Of course, and it's still the first and second wives, one for each. Although he didn't know where the creepy wife, the person had gone now, Han Ming still wrote to her, the other one. Naturally, it was Lin hearing nights, though the two hadn't picked up on their relationship yet. But Lin heard the evening almost acquiesced to Han Ming's small action, even last night. With Jiang Yuxin right next door, Han Ming wasn't even honest. As for the love letter, it's just a little romantic surprise for couples. Just as Han Ming finished wrapping the gift box, at this point, Cui Jingkai walked over without a word. What's doing? Bottom line, it almost gave Han Ming a heart attack. Captain, do you walk without a sound? Cui Jingkai took a suspicious look. Sneaky, what did you kid just do? Han Ming didn't want to dwell on this topic, hastily interrupting. Say, Captain, what do you want to see me about? Cui Jingkai hemmed and hawed. Kid, there's something heavenly good. You've got to take advantage of it. Come with me to the chief's office. The chief wants to see you about something. Chapter 24, Adoption? Stealing pleasure? With a puzzled look on his face. Come to the director's office with Cui Jingkai. Then, Han Ming froze. Take an apprentice? Worship? There's nothing wrong with that. Commissioner, why are you doing this too? Seeing Han Ming's dismayed look, Cui Jingkai thought that he was shocked by the heavenly surprise. Going over and patting Han Ming's shoulder, he smiled and said, Don't say I don't take care of you. I'm returning the favor. You beat me up, and I asked the director to take you as a disciple and teach you personally. You kid just steal the joy. The chief is a B-class powerhouse, and he's someone who can be ranked in the whole country. With a questioning look, after glancing at Cui Jingkai, Han Ming really couldn't hold back. The corners of his mouth twitched. What's wrong with me? Am I that hot? Besides, what's there to steal from me? Yesterday, I just hugged Beauty Master's leg. The director, while still quite strong, but this is an old man on the verge of baldness. How can you compare it to my beautiful master? Looking to the secretary, and that fat body, that round belly, Han Ming was embarrassed. Director, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's mainly because I yesterday already worshipped someone else as my teacher. At the sound of that, the head of the psychic bureau, his face fell on the spot and, Huo Yan said with some displeasure, Little Han, it's not that I'm talking about you. With your natural talent, as long as you're carefully taught, it's only a matter of time before you're promoted to be rank, and even a rank isn't too far off to take a peek. How can you just casually worship someone? Besides, do you know who he is? What he's about? Identity? What's the story? Let's not talk about. Han Ming didn't really know, shaking his head in bewilderment. This couldn't help but make Huo Yan even more dissatisfied. Such a good seedling, it can't just go to waste. Stand up, Huo Yan said in a serious tone. Little Han, you've been awakened for too short a time. There are many things you don't understand. Awakened people, in particular, aren't all official, and I understand that you were lied to. You give me the name of the man from yesterday. I'll have the psychic bureau check the background, and as for the mentorship, you'll worship me and inherit this mantle of mine. Han Ming blinked, looked at it. The commissioner, who was in front of me, Mediterranean plus a greasy beer belly. In recalling the beauty master's overwhelming beauty, between the two, even if you both have the same cultivation level, it's not comparable at all, either. Not to mention, the two are still worlds apart. Come to think of it, Han Ming subconsciously shook his head. This gave Cui Jingkai, who was next to her, a bad rush. No, what's wrong with you? The chief has taken you on as a disciple and intends to teach you personally, so why are you still refusing? Han Ming, don't be compelled. Han Ming hurriedly explained. It really doesn't. What compulsion? Master, she's very strong. It's not what you think. Huo Yan laughed, laughing uncontrollably. Joke, here in Le, who can have a higher cultivation level than yourself? Realize that. He's the head of the last psychic bureau. Here in Le, it's just days. It's the thumbs up, just top notch. What kind of cat or dog dares to compete with himself? And strong? Obviously you're the newcomer. Just awakened and haven't seen the world. Huo Yan didn't get angry about it, but advised in a serious tone. Let's put it this way. I won't force you to do anything. Tell me the name of your master, and I'll see if I recognize it. If his strength, truly, is stronger than mine, I will no longer mention this matter. Name. Han Ming holds up his chin, after half a day's thought, turning his memory upside down. Finalization. It seemed as if master had never said his name, nor had sister ever mentioned it. This time, Han Ming is in trouble. Helplessly, he shook his head. Yesterday was the first time we met. and I don't really know the name. Tricked. Absolutely ripped off. Huyen had already made a judgment in his mind. Young people, who have never seen the world, don't know how high the sky is, trusting people at will. Oh, my God. With a helpless sigh, Huyen said, "You said you. How in heaven can there be someone who doesn't even know his master's name? In that case, you should have contact information, right? You get your master over here. I'll talk to him." Okay. Han Ming didn't refuse. Primarily, this chief is always talking about taking himself as a disciple. At least he's his boss. It's not good to refuse too dryly. And so it was. Han Ming took out his cell phone, dialed the number for Lin listening evening. The three of them waited quietly in the office of the. Huyen sat on a chair, cozily savoring the clear tea in his hands. Suddenly, the people intuited that a cool breeze was blowing in front of their eyes, a palpitation of the heart, making it nearly impossible for Huyen to breathe. Next moment, the two figures had appeared in the office. The clothes on Lin hearing evening had been refreshed, no longer the set that Han Ming had bought earlier. As for Jiang Zhuxi next to her, still in that tight white cheongsam, wear it on your body. The concave and convex figure, outlined a voluptuous and charming curve. The whole person is even floating in the air, hair cascading down her back, white as jade. Her bare feet hovered on the ground. Pictures like this, it directly made Han Ming look straight in the eyes. Almost uncontrollable. Brain. And a bold idea floated out. However, in this scene, yet Han Ming wasn't the only one looking straight. At least, Huyen, who just now had a cozy look on his face, was now looking at Jiang Zhuxin in horror. His body couldn't stop trembling, and sweat was constantly secreted on his forehead. And inwardly, he cursed Han Ming. Your master is this one. You should have said so. And stuttering and equivocating. You're just trying to make fun of me, aren't you? I heard from Han Ming that you wanted to see me? Still want to steal someone from me? The clear and cold voice fell into his ears, making Huyen feel chilled to the bone. Don't look between a B class and an A class. It seems to be just one level away from, but reality is not fiction, where there are so many geniuses that cross the level of challenge. In here, almost heaven and earth apart, there is a gap in between, an unbridgeable gap. The vast majority of the B, maybe for the rest of his life, neither could be further along. Facing Jiang Zhuxin's questioning, Huyen is on the verge of tears. Still, he very reluctantly squeezed out a smile. How dare I? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chapter 25, Boldness. Misunderstanding? Jiang Zhuxin looked at Huyen with a wry smile. The voice is full of teasing. Then why? I just looked at you, but you look like you're determined to win? Huyen felt a cold sweat coming down on him. Who knows? The master this kid is talking about is you. If I knew, I wouldn't dare squeal. That said, you're a grade A overhaul. What's the point of running to lab when you have nothing to do? In my heart, though, I think so, but that's certainly not the way to put it. Otherwise, Huyen has no doubt that the Lehigh Psychic Bureau will be getting a new director. Just as he was racking his brain, trying to weasel his way out of the situation, suddenly, another strong wind blew through the. Jiang Zhuxin's eyes glazed over as she looked up at the window. Why is this old man here? Almost at the instant the words fell, two figures appeared in front of the crowd. One of them, it was none other than Elder Zhao, who had met Han Ming yesterday at the Psychic Institute. As for the other one, though equally gray-haired, but the eyes were pale and sharp, as if they were blades, although it could be seen that the other party was already in his old age. Just being swept by his gaze for a moment caused Han Ming's pores to suddenly tighten. This old man, not general, beside Lin here night, almost as much as Han Ming's reaction. Jiang Zhuxin, however, was as cool as ever, and said in a nonchalant manner, Elder Wang, if you're not enjoying yourself in the capital, what are you doing here? Seeing Jiang Zhuxin, the other guy was obviously a little surprised, too. Old me was surprised too. I never thought I would see you girl in Lai City. The word girl, the moment it was first uttered, Han Ming then felt that the temperature in the office plummeted a few points, seeming to see Jiang Zhuxin's mood swings. Elder Wang laughed. I was able to call it when you were young. Why can't I call it now? As for the old man coming here, there's nothing much going on. I just want to find someone. Having said that, he turned around. After sweeping his eyes around the office, it eventually stopped at Han Ming's body. Feeling the gaze of the other, Han Ming felt that one has the feeling of being seen inside and out. I'm a nympho. What's this old man's story? Eyes with perspective? Scanning back and forth over Han Ming a few times, The elder Wang walked up and said with a smile, "Good, good. What a good seedling. A body of true qi to rigidity and yang, and then having a body of 3 yangs at the same time. The talent in refining weapons is even more beyond the old man's reach. This kind of natural talent is indeed somewhat buried in Lai Chang. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kowtow to the master now, and I can accept you as a close disciple." Hamming, Huayan, Ginger Bamboo Heart, all present. At this point in time, unexpectedly, all of them revealed horrified looks of shock. Each one of them looked at Han Ming incredulously, with question marks written all over their faces. Just, unlike the others, who had a questioning look on their faces. Of those present, there were 2 faces that, clearly something is wrong. One of them is the director of the Psychic Bureau, Hua Yan. From the other party's mouth, after hearing the 2 words accepting disciples, Hua Yan almost jumped right out of the window. There's nothing wrong with that. How come a man wants to take Han Ming as his disciple? There was Jiang Zhuxin in front of him and Wang Changshan behind him, one heavier than the other. The one in front is the first daughter of the Zheng family. It also possessed a special physique, the Xian Ice Body. When paired with the B-grade artifact Ice Green Sword, it could instantly freeze an entire city under full force. The one in the back, Wang Changshan, A-rank peak grade cultivator. A cultivation has long reached the realm of realization. At the same time is also a master refiner, the proper sealing character of the 9 states. Seriously, as soon as Hua Yan started, can't figure out how. What makes Han Ming a contender for these bigwigs? Now understand. The body of the 3 yangs. Good man. No wonder he was able to hammer Choi Yunkai on the ground just after awakening. That's the gift. One seems, indeed, unqualified to teach. Now when I look back at how confident I was just now, I look like a clown, and I don't look in the mirror to see if I'm worthy. But, in contrast to the autism of Huayan, next to him, Jiang Zhuxin's face grew more and more somber. "I'm still here. So you come up here and without saying a word, you're going to rob me of my disciple? You think I don't exist, don't you? Elder Wang, what do you mean? Stealing my apprentice from me? Ha!" The icy, bone-chilling voice made the temperature in the office once again lower by a few points. Han Ming, who was protected by the 9 Suns' true qi, was fine, but Lin Listening Evening, who was next to him, was already shivering. Han Ming came close at once and, "Here, let me warm you up." Lin heard the evening people were dumbfounded. "Brother, do you want to see what's going on now that, even if you're as bold as you are, there's got to be a limit, right?" Seeing that Lin Hearing Night was a bit resistant, Han Ming said with righteousness, "What are you afraid of? As you are my senior sister, isn't it only natural for me to help you dispel the cold?" The other side of the office. At this point in time, in the atmosphere of Jiang Zhuxin and Wang Changshuan saber rattling, Hua Yan, who was on the side, was in a cold sweat. Although Hua Yan had already admitted that he was like a clown in front of these 2, this was, after all, within the Psychic Bureau of Lai City. If these 2 get into a fight here, the Psychic Bureau is afraid that it won't even be able to stay in ruins. In desperation, Hua Yan can only go up and play rounds. Two seniors, why don't you listen to me? Get out! Without waiting for Hua Yan to finish, immediately, he was interrupted by a look from Jiang Zhuxin. Helplessly, all he could do was cower under the desk in his office, praying in your heart, "These 2 must not fight." Wang Changshan faintly laughed. "I can't imagine that this guy has been preempted by you to be under the door." This point is the old man's abruptness. "I just don't know. Is it possible to give me a favor and incorporate this person under me?" Jiang Zhuxin laughed coldly. "Don't be delusional. You don't have much of a thin skin with me." Wang Changshan was not annoyed, continuing to speak. "And why is this necessary? This brat is a body of 3 yangs, which is completely incompatible with your physique and the techniques you have learned. What's more, his talent for refining artifacts is the only one I've seen in my life. If he were under your door, wouldn't it be a waste of this great talent?" If Han Ming, it's true what Wang Changshan said, simply by possessing the body of the 3 sons, Ginger Bamboo Heart might have actually let it go. No, or rather, from the beginning, Jiang Zhuxin pressed on and wouldn't take it. But here's the thing, Han Ming he wasn't a body of 3 yangs, but a more advanced physique, a genius who was destined to enter the A class as long as he didn't fall. How could Jiang Zhuxin just scatter his hands for no reason? As for the talent for smithing, this point was a bit surprising to Jiang Zhuxin, but this gift, obviously not something that can be observed with the naked eye. Jiang Zhuxin also couldn't help but wonder how Wang Changshan, who was in the capital, knew that Han Ming possessed a talent for refining weapons. Chapter 26, Bad Old Man. You don't smell as good as your beautiful teacher. Spread it or not. This seed is happy. It's no one else's turn to point fingers. Jiang Zhuxin nonchalantly rebuffed the other party. Seeing that stubborn look, Wang Changxian also had some headaches. Suddenly, his eyes flicked to seeing Han Ming, who was standing behind Jiang Zhuxin, warming up Lin Listening Evening's body. Wang Changxian smiled and said, "How about this? How about we let this little friend make his own choice?" If he didn't choose the old man turned around and left. Jiang Zhuxin looked back and ice-cold stare. It made Lin Hearing Evening frightened, and hastily dodged to the side. As for Han Ming, he locked eyes with Jiang Zhuxin. Jiang Zhuxin didn't know where the confidence came from and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Good. Then do as you say. Having said that, Jiang Zhuxin turned to Han Ming and said, "You decide what to choose." She didn't say much. On the contrary, Wang Changxian seems to see an opportunity coming. Calling Han Ming aside, he began to state the stakes, ranting and raving for most of the day. What Wang Changxian has repeatedly emphasized. Just a few points. 1. His own cultivation level was higher than Jiang Zhuxin's, and he possessed a lot of masculine attribute techniques, which he could teach better compared to Jiang Zhuxin's cold attribute. Secondly, it was that in terms of refining weapons, it could also impart more experience to Han Ming and help him take less detours. Third, returning to the capital with himself, he could have more cultivation resources. 4. In conclusion, it's just a whole lot of talk about the benefits of. Hopefully, Han Ming will be able to follow himself. But right, whenever he utters an advantage, Han Ming almost snickered in his mind. Masculine attributes? Excuse me, this is only the unlimited true chi that I have been rewarded by the system. And I don't have any special physique at all. As for the thing about smithing, I can also only forge women's clothing aspect of the artifacts. Furthermore, in the area of women's clothing, the one he had acquired was an S-rank skill. As long as one possessed S-ranked materials, it was S-ranked artifacts that could be forged. So, in this regard, what can you teach me? Pussyfooting around a lot. In the end, not a single useful one. Most of all, people's beautiful teacher, beautiful voice and good body. A pair of jade feet will hook me soul. What do you have? You old man? A head of gray hair? Or a face full of wrinkles? Ugh, I'm not following you. After Wang Changxian explained all the benefits, the lightly bearded, looking at Han Ming with a subdued face, waiting for Han Ming to make a choice. Or rather, in his opinion, Han Ming didn't have any reason to refuse, because whether it was from the perspective of cultivation or in terms of refining weapons, he himself possessed a heavenly advantage over Jiang Zhuxin. Wang Changxian simply couldn't think that Han Ming could refuse the possibility. Even Jiang Zhuxin herself, now all clasped in the palm of your hand after a long time, there's some tension in the mind, afraid that Han Ming will choose the other side. After all, even Jiang Zhuxin herself admits that, if one were to stand in Han Ming's shoes, will also choose the other side. At this point in time, the people in the office, one by one, breathing almost stopped. The eyes were even all locked on Han Ming's body, waiting for him to make his final choice. Take a deep breath. Han Ming looked toward Jiang Zhuxin with a slight apology. His voice lowered. "Senior, I'm sorry. Hear this." Jiang Zhuxin felt a sudden tremor within herself. Although on the surface, still not moving, there's no response to that, but the heart is still filled with bitter laughter. In comparison, Wang Changxuan's face, it was a smile that couldn't be stopped. Even more so, almost having acquiesced to the fact, he even let out a loud laugh with reckless abandon. Good disciple. You didn't make the wrong choice. Having said that, was about to come forward, starting to formally ask Han Ming to worship his master. Next, Han Ming headed in the direction where Jiang Zhuxin was, moving sideways for a moment. Grinning, he said, "The reason I say I'm sorry, master, is that I actually listened to the other side quietly. Actually, I should have decisively refused at the very beginning. That's the word." Wang Changxian almost directly fainted from anger, blowing his beard and pointing at Han Ming. "Good boy, are you teasing old man here?" Han Ming looked aggrieved. "No way, but I haven't promised you, senior, since the beginning." Wang Changxian gritted his teeth. Fine. You kid, don't ever fall into my hands again." Having said that, grabbing Wang Lao, who had long been frozen and waiting for a wooden man, disappeared from view. At this time, Jiang Zhuxin, even more so, revealed a smile after a long time. Autumn watery eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. There's an uncontrollable grin on his face that, still, when he looked at Han Ming, he couldn't help but cut a glance at him. My good disciple. Was the joke just funny? Cold voice. It made Han Ming shiver. But before Han Ming had time to open his mouth to explain, Jiang Zhuxin snorted coldly. For the sake of your good behavior, let's just forget about this. But do explain properly what refining is all about? Han Ming is helpless. One can only recount what happened yesterday. Of course, some of the nuances in there, it's all going to be omitted. But even so, it still made Jiang Zhuxin a bit surprised. The first time you refine an artifact, you were able to refine a C-grade artifact? Han Ming cocked his nose in triumph and, Anan, let's just say your disciple isn't a genius. In addition, I have prepared a special gift for Master. Jiang Zhuxin's eyes lit up. Is it the trick weapon that was refined yesterday? Han Ming smiled smugly and, yes, drop. And I've got it wrapped in a gift box. When we turn around, we'll definitely give Master Teacher a big surprise. After a farce in the office afternoon, Han Ming didn't stay in the psychic bureau any longer, either. Instead, I'm with Lin Hearing Night, off to look for a house. No way. Han Ming lives in his own house. Jiang Zhuxin is too small. And so it was. With a wave of the hand, straight out of the box, a black card. Tell the two to hurry up and find a suitable place to stay. Preferably one that you can just turnkey. After an afternoon of searching, I did find a villa with a good environment and location. With the two of you, Lin Hearing Night. After a brief cleanup, Han Ming also brought some of his personal belongings with him. As night falls, the two of them, Lin Hearing Evening and Jiang Zhuxin, went out to buy necessities. Han Ming also took out the gifts he had prepared long ago. The whole villa, divided into upper and lower levels. Among them, the living room on the first floor occupies most of a guest room next to it had now become Han Ming's room. As for the second floor, there are two separate rooms and a den. At this point, Han Ming on the second floor, looking at the master bedroom, which is the largest and most spacious, with the best light. I'm sure the master will be staying here. The gift box with the black, forbidding dress. It was placed on the table by Han Ming. A stocking stuffer for my sister was placed in another side bedroom to prevent delivery errors. Han Ming also made a point of checking it out. Ha, great job. It feels like less than 100,000 words on the 31st. What to do? 100,000 words in 5 days is really pushing it. Mainly because it's still double opened. Tired as hell right now. Chapter 27, Confessing to Master Teacher. After putting the gift away, Han Ming didn't linger any longer. Grinned badly and returned to his room. On the other side, Jiang Zhuxin and Lin listening evening, master and disciple, with a big bag. A whole lot of stuff to return to the villa. Just what Han Ming never expected was that in the choice of rooms, Jiang Zhuxin did not choose the master bedroom with the largest area. Instead, I opted for a side-by-side that was one size smaller. As for the reason, there's no reason. It was the simple choice of a side bedroom. Giving the master bedroom to the apprentice will purchase household goods. After a brief cleanup, Jiang Zhuxin came into the room and noticed the gift box that appeared on the table at a glance. Is this the surprise that Han Ming was talking about? Kong Chuxin, who's in a good mood, shallow smile, opened the gift box. A piece of letterhead floated out and, what is it? Seeing the inscription on it, it reads Han Ming. Jiang Zhuxin felt a little amused that this disciple. Surprise. What's with the letterhead? What can't we say in person? Jiang Zhuxin looked carefully from the head. Once upon a time, I never believed in love at first sight, until I met you, and I did. Since I met you, my world has become colorful. Your presence is like a ray of sunshine that shines into my dark life. No matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing, as long as I close my eyes, your face, your knitted brows, your smile, your delicate figure, your icy skin and jade bones come to mind. 500 words omitted here. We will go together to see the sunrise and sunset, feel the wind and flowers together, and share the earth together. I want to be with you and create our own story. On letterhead, sprawling, the handwriting is dragon and phoenix, strong and powerful. Have to say, Han Ming's handwriting is really nice. But that's not the ing point. When Jiang Zhuxin saw the content on it, the entire person stood directly dumbfounded in place, and her brain could be said to be directly down. It would be the first time in her long life that she had received such an honest, naked, unabashed confession. So blunt, directly her brain, It stopped functioning. But nowadays, this piece was shattered. She, being confessed, and the object of confession, or the disciple who was just admitted under the door yesterday, watching the sun rise and set together, feel the wind and the snow together, sharing bits and pieces together. Meaty. It's too meaty. What's on this letter? Jiang Xin, who had never felt the taste of love before, was electrified and tingling from head to toe. In a split second, Jiang Jushin's face reddened with anger. Look at the words of the tiger and the wolf. What does it mean to be delicate and icy? Is this something a disciple can say to his master? Adversary, I actually dare to plot against this seat. It's almost as if the old man is eating arsenic, living beyond his means. Jiang Jushin was trembling. Boo! Annoyed, he slapped the table. The letterhead was even torn to shreds. And gift boxes with presents. It was shattered to pieces. Too. The stockings inside, directly exposed to the air. After seeing the gift, Jiang Jushin's face was already gloomy to the extreme. The temperature of the entire room. It's even lowering it right down to sub-zero. Oh, no wonder during the day. In the face of Wang Changshuan's temptation, Han Ming chose to refuse. It is even more firmly on their side. Jiang Jushin now sort of knew. This kid, it was never good from the start. Jiang Jushin clenched her teeth and said word for word, truly a good disciple of this seat. Just as Jiang Xin, thinking about what to do to clean house when, suddenly, gaze, looking to the stockings on the table, Jiang Jushin showed a surprised expression. This white silk is actually a trick weapon, and it's still a C-grade upper-grade artifact. Unlike Han Ming, who wanted to know the attributes of a trick weapon and needed to go through the system panel, at Jiang Jushin's realm, he only needed to use his mind power and perceive it slightly. It would be possible to know the purpose of the trickster. This is not. When Jiang Jushin sensed the attributes of the white silk, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This white silk, after wearing it, not only does it reduce the damage of a C-rank creepy attack, most importantly, it also increases the wearer's own movement speed. This includes increasing the damage of leg attacks. This property, it would be a little sick. After all, in a Class A field like Jiang Jushin's, even a 1% increase in attributes presents a terrifying effect. Look in your hands. Cold, smooth white silk in the hand. Even with Jiang Jushin's extensive knowledge, she could not help but feel surprised. This disciple, how in the world was it refined? No wonder. Wang Changxian, that old man, he'll come all the way from the capital to steal his pupil. With this talent for smithing, anyone else would have grabbed it. Just, when she thought of that brat, who was plotting against her, Jiang Jushin felt irritated. Don't think that just by relying on this pair of C-ranked artifacts, you'll be able to make this palace let you go. Though his mouth says he won't let go. But, still, Jiang Jushin couldn't help it. Put white silk on your legs. Same time, Han Ming, who was cowering under the covers, couldn't help but shiver. Why is it so cold in this summer? Say, isn't it true that the master is angry? I shouldn't. Is she not like the gift I gave her? Han Ming thought it over carefully. That dress, it's not very revealing. Nothing more than a more flattering fit to show off your figure. But compared to the Cheongsam, it has been somewhat toned down. Han Ming, who couldn't think straight, pulled the covers and rolled over to continue sleeping. Early the next morning, Han Ming woke up refreshed and, in the bathroom, after a brief wash, just walk out the door. On the face of it, he saw Lin Hearing Evening in a tight black dress, full of joy running down from the second floor. Wow, thank you so much. Han Ming, did you really refine this dress? A C-grade trick weapon. Could it be that Elder Wang is going to rush to accept you as his disciple? Your talent is too perverted. Having said that, the excited Lin heard the evening, and not forgetting on Han Ming's cheek, barfed. But Han Ming, who had reacted, looked at Lin Hearing Night with a confused expression, or rather, was confused and looked at Lin Hearing Evening's body. The tight black dress. Isn't this a gift for Master? How come it's on Sister? Could it be? Master thought that the C-grade artifacts were too low in rank, so he gave them to Sister? Scratching his head, Han Ming, who doesn't understand, the afterglow suddenly glimpsed that, from the second floor stairs, Jiang Xin, who was slowly walking down. Then, Han Ming was horrified to find that the white stockings that should have been given to his senior sister were now actually being worn on his senior's legs. Dying, my lords and gentlemen. There's no way around it. It's too much of a physical burden to code at high intensity every day. If it was simply 20,000 words a day, it would be fine to bite the bullet. The problem is that it's currently on a double drive. The night before last, the whole body was sore. No way. Give it up. 100,000 words is out of the question this month. I'll update to 80,000 words as soon as I can after that, and then turn on validation. After that it's just normal daily updates. Chapter 28, Boldness. Next gift for Master. At this point in time, Han Ming wanted to jump off a building. There's nothing wrong with that. Why was the white silk that was prepared to be given to elder sister being worn on elder Honor's legs at this moment? He himself, last night, made a point of checking it several times. It's just to prevent misdelivery. What's the point of all this? Or was it delivered by mistake? Although it is said that the stockings wrapped around the master's legs, outlining the same perfect curves, especially when paired with that fair skin, and the graceful lines of the legs, like a work of art carefully sculpted by the heavens. But, at this moment, the expression of the master's leathery smile, Han Ming really wanted to cry. Yo, good disciple, why are you up so early? Zhang Zhuxin said with a leathery smile. The air around us, all but lowered several degrees. Han Ming tensed his body and revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Master, this gift is also a token of my disciple's appreciation, so it's good that you like it. Oh, yes, the gift you gave me. Master is very pleased with it. Having said that, Zhang Zhuxin slowly lifted up the corner of the cheongsam, wrapped in white silk, long legs all exposed. It doesn't matter. It's straight out of Han Ming's soul. Zhang Zhuxin smiled. Does it look good? Han Ming subconsciously nodded his head. After all, at times like these, men are almost incapable of thinking. The next second, the fragrant breeze floated. Snap! Han Ming only felt a flash before his eyes. Immediately following the sensation, there was a pain coming from the buttocks. The whole person directly flew backwards out of the courtyard wall. Hiss! Ouch! Cover your ass and stand up. Han Ming then came to his senses. Okay, how did this white silk get on Master's leg? And she just, surprisingly, didn't pull out her sword and just cut me. I have to say, though, the legs are really good looking, and if I get the chance, I'll have to put them in my hands and admire them, if I have to say anything. But this time, according to the reaction of the master, and in white silk, too, Han Ming felt that it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance. Somewhat bugging Han Ming, having already begun to ponder in my mind that, next time, what to give as a gift. This time it's already stocking stuffers. So next time, I have to say that Han Ming's colorful. After all, this is a man who can face a female trickster. Facing a grade A overhaul in the district? Do you really think I don't dare? Take a cab. Han Ming went straight to the psychic bureau, rode, and incidentally took a look at his current attribute panel. Han Ming, sex, male, age, 30, true chi, mid-C level, nihility, mid-class C, refinement, grade S, women's clothing only, alchemy, no entry, drawing of symbols, unimpressive, artifacts, none, technique, dragon falling 18 palms, remnants, characteristics, unlimited true chi, merit points, 100, combined rating, mid-C. After taking the series of pills given by Zhang Zhuxin, Han Ming's realm had then broken through to C rank. As for smithing, it's the proceeds of the last systematic raffle. Kung Fu. Han Ming also tried to cultivate the legendary dragon subduing 18 palms. In this regard, however, Han Ming's enlightenment seems to be rather average. After practicing for 2 days, the first palm, Hyper Dragon, had only practiced a little bit, but there hasn't been much in the way of weirdness in the last 2 days. Let Han Ming have a chance to try out the power. All the way in the car. Come to the Bureau of Psychics building. Get in there. As usual, Xiao Jiawen came running over with her ass in the air. Han Ming subconsciously glanced at the, have to say, these legs, also the longer than life series, to say the least, at 6'2", plus long, white, tight legs, a year is certainly not enough. Leg play year? At least 10 years to start. What's wrong? Windy. Han Ming scratched his head, filled with doubt. People are just coming together. Xiao Jiawen then blinked her curious eyes and looked straight at Han Ming. Tell me honestly, what did you do at the Psychic Research Institute? But I heard Cui Jinkai say that yesterday there were 2 A-rank overhauls, grabbing both to be your disciple, and the chief could only squat and shiver on the side. Harm. You mean this? Han Ming cocked his nose and said smugly, it's really nothing. It's just that the day before yesterday, I was at the Psychic Research Institute, and I accidentally refined a few C-ranked trick artifacts. What the dash? Han Ming had just finished speaking. An ear-piercing scream that, It almost ruptured my eardrums. Xiao Zhaowen couldn't believe it. A C-grade artifact? You refined it? Anon. Han Ming didn't have the slightest intention of hiding it and directly admitted it. Just kidding. The rich and powerful do not return to their homes, as if they were traveling by night in brocade. It's as if pretending is a human imperative. I don't care if the guy has money or not. Pretending is all an essential part of it. Like what doesn't know if a wife is pretty or not, isn't interested in money, and billions are moderately meaningful. Isn't it just a C-grade artifact? There's nothing to hide. Look at it now. Xiao Zhaowen's eyes were full of stars and she had an adoring look on her face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Han Ming was already happy in his heart. It's not really that difficult. It's just a C-grade artifact. I'll do this first, then this, and then this when I'm done, and then I'll refine it. That's an understatement. The fingers are still gesturing a bit. The other people in the hall who were listening to this could not wait to immediately pull out their guns and shoot the man in front of them. It's so infuriating. Listen, you call that human? Do people talk? What do you mean? Just a C-class artifact? Do you know that not many people in the country can make it? And now that it's in the psychic bureau. If this was at the institute, it was estimated that someone would really go berserk and hack Han Ming to death on the spot. While Han Ming was gesticulating, Xia Qiuwen, on the other side, like a little fangirl, the whole person was close to sticking to Han Ming's body. It didn't matter what Han Ming said, it was just him nodding, all the way to the office. Sit down at the workstation. Xiao Zhaowen had just left in a few seconds, and then she swung a bunch of things and came to the position next to Han Ming. Just sit down. Then he clamped his voice and shouted, Brother Ming, do you mind if I sit with you? Han Ming didn't mind though. After all, sitting with a girl can't be happy enough. But, you're so enthusiastic. It makes me feel uneasy. It always seemed as if there was some purpose to it. Wouldn't mind. But, without waiting for Han Ming to finish, she was directly interrupted by Xiao Zhaowen. There's nothing but, I'll sit here in the back. Brother Ming, I heard that over at Taitung Pedestrian Street, there's a new Michelin restaurant that's said to be quite delicious. Why don't we go to dinner this weekend? On me. Being invited so nakedly by a girl. Honestly. Han Ming also had a sort of flattered expression. But, it's harder for another person. Right behind Xiao Zhaowen. Just come over here. Cui Jingkai, who wanted to say something, felt his heart break when he saw this active scene of Xiao Zhaowen. Click click. Crisp, crunching sound, echoing in the ears. Chapter 29, Another Year of Leg Play. Pain. It hurts too much to think that in the 6 months that I've been taking care of Xiao Zhaowen in every way, in the end, not as good as a newbie who just joined. Cui Jingkai only felt that his heart was cold. However, after all, it's a mission. It can only force him to forget his children's love. Get over there. Cui Jingkai spoke up. Han Ming, the Yuehai Hotel in the southern district of the city. There was a C-rank bazaar incident. There have been quite a few contingent members lost. We've already reported this matter to the deputy director. He's on his way here. Get ready and rush to the scene with the deputy director and the others in a moment. There's already a C-rank inspector waiting over there. Han Ming pushed away the clingy Xiao Zhaowen and inquired. C-rank bazaar incident? Cui Jingkai looked grave. Yes, you'll know the specifics when you go. Han Ming asked rhetorically. How long will it take on the deputy director's side? Cui Jingkai looked at the time. Yesterday they traveled to the next city to help deal with the bazaar incident over there. And now they're on their way back. So I'm guessing it'll take almost another hour. Having heard what was said, Han Ming simply said, the situation is urgent, so why don't you just let me go? Nonsense. Just as Han Ming's words left his mouth, he was then stopped by Cui Jingkai. Do you take the bazaar incident as a game? There's no respawn to read the file if you die. And even if you are gifted. After all, you are D. When did you break through to C rank? Cui Jingkai is still trying to dissuade Han Ming. Don't be capricious. Results. I'm not finished. Seeing the breath that Han Ming displayed, eyes almost glazed over. Speech was even more stuttered. It's just a matter of 2 days. Han Ming's light tone was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But, even so, Cui Jingkai already had the urge to jump off a building. Mud. People are more dead than people. And goods are more trashy than goods. How is it that the gap between people is so wide? Look at that. Xiao Zhaowen looked at Han Ming with a look of adoration. Eyes are hooked. Captain, now you have no reason to stop me. Do you? Don't worry. It's just a C-rank shenanigans. I'll take it in hand. Having said that, Han Ming didn't care if the other party answered or not. Getting up and trying to get out the door. On the side, Xiao Jiawen couldn't sit still either. Hurriedly, he shouted, "Brother Ming, take me with you." Cui Jinkai, nonsense. What do you want, Xiao Jiawen? It's a C-ranked shenanigan. Are you going over there to drag your feet? Cui Jinkai hasn't finished his sentence yet. Xiao Jiawen had already run out after Han Ming. Oh, my god. Heartache. Seeing this scene, Cui Jinkai let out a long, quiet sigh. On the other side, car. Han Ming was a bit helpless. No, what did you have to come along for? Xiao Jiawen gripped the steering wheel while responding with a straight face. I'll drive you. How else are you going to get there? Han Ming held his forehead. This time it's a C-rank bizarre incident. I know. Besides, that zombie last time, wasn't it also C-rank? Han Ming, can these two be the same thing? The zombie, for all intents and purposes, it's also just been promoted to C-rank shenanigans. The strength press is not stable. This time it's serious C-level shenanigans. However, Han Ming didn't have the intention of forcibly evicting the other party either. The car just weaves in and out of the road. Xiao Jiawen suddenly spoke up coldly. Brother Ming, why did you refine stockings when you refined trick weapons before? What else could it be? Because I can't refine anything else. Han Ming was speechless. But surely you can't say that about something like this, because it's going to be given away. To whom? Xiao Jiawen was like a curious baby who had to break the sandpot to ask questions. Han Ming replied helplessly. Master and sister. Ah. Xiao Jiawen showed a thoughtful look. Is that one of the seniors who fought for you to be your disciple that day? Aha. Then, Brother Ming, can you give me a guile weapon as well? Having said that, Jasmine Shaw, who's still driving, lift a leg, directly on Han Ming's leg. Brother Ming, look at this leg of mine. Wouldn't it also be suitable for a trickster stocking? The corners of Han Ming's mouth twitched furiously. The map of Yan is so long, isn't it? It's only now that you're talking to me. And, sister, you're still driving the car. Is it really okay to just hitch a leg over like that? But the mind spits on it. One of Han Ming's hands, really, couldn't help but rest on it. Hiss, slip, tender, delicate, and it's so long, it's almost enough to reach the car door. Not to mention, it's pretty much perfect for a shenanigans bar. On the other side, feeling the reaction coming from his legs, Xiao Jiawen revealed a wink, a wicked smile of treachery, and then she wiggled her thighs and, clipped throat. Spoilsport like, look at my legs, it's still so cold, I'm freezing every day, and I'm missing a shenanigan. Don't say it, I promise, it's all been done. Han Ming looked at his uncontrolled hands and obediently raised the white flag. Fine, don't rub it in, I promise you just that, but there's something we have to talk about first. I don't have any materials on hand right now, and I'll need you to provide them for that. I'll refine a guile weapon of whatever grade you provide me with. Seeing Han Ming agree, Xiao Jiawen's eyes lit up. The tones of his voice were raised by a few degrees. And really? No cheating. We have a deal. He, Brother Ming is the best. Han Ming? No. Can't you drive seriously? Don't move your legs. The car's been driving for about half an hour. The two finally arrived at their destination. Not even close. From a distance, you can feel that the hotel building in front of you gives off an eerie, spooky feeling. The perimeter has been cordoned off. When the two got out of the car, a young man with yellow hair dyed on his head and a cigarette dangling from his mouth came forward and, looking at Han Ming and then Xiao Jiawen, he revealed an expression of disgust. No way. I was told to wait for backup from above. And this is the result? Even if it's early C rank, why is there an E rank rookie? Forget it. Anyway, when the people arrive, you guys follow me in a bit and I'll try to keep you safe. Look at each other. Han Ming inquired in a less than certain tone. You are? Yellow hair straightened his hair. My name is Zhao Liangchen, Inspector of the Psychic Bureau. Inspector? Hearing the term, Han Ming then remembered that sister seems to be an inspecting ambassador of the Psychic Bureau as well. They were different from Han Ming in that they didn't belong to a city-specific psychic bureau, but were directly under the headquarters. Weekdays, specializing in paranormal events around the world. In order to serve as an inspector, one must have a minimum strength of C rank or above. Chapter 30, Hotel. Missing. After presenting his credentials to the contingent members in charge of the blockade, the three of them came to the door of the hotel and Han Ming inquired, "Can you elaborate on the specific situation over here?" Soon, Zhao Liangchen told the cause and effect. Originally, this is a normal hotel. It's a normal business day. But, I don't know when it started. The front desk noticed that the guests coming to check in were getting weirder and weirder. Each and every one of them has a blank face. The eyes were hollow and the speech was cold, as if it were an emotionless machine. The point is, it's not just one or two customers like that. 4 days on end. It's all such guests. The receptionist felt strange but didn't think much of it. Until yesterday. 3 men with unpleasant faces, stout figures, and tattoos of dragons and tigers on their bodies entered the hotel and headed for room 1414 without a second thought. According to them, it's one of those days. All the ladies who get orders from this hotel. I haven't heard from them since they came. In the beginning, they thought it was because the lady didn't want to work. After all, in this industry, there is a lot of mobility inherent. Some of the ladies said no and quit. But for days on end, misses disappear every day. And all of them disappeared after picking up this hotel. 1414's list. The problem is that it's the kind of thing that they're not comfortable calling the police on. So they had to come in person. Results. The receptionist noticed that the 3 men went upstairs and likewise did not come down. So she called the police. And then, after the police disappeared, the psychic bureau was alerted. After listening to Zhao Liangchen, Han Ming's first reaction is thinking of a movie from the land of Stick. But that murderer was a psychopath. But here it's creepy. While narrating the 3 had entered the hotel building. At this point, Zhao Liangchen looked at Xiao Zhaowen with a wry smile. Are you sure you want to take her in? Don't blame me for talking tough. She's a liability going in there. Xiao Zhaowen still wants to retort, but he was stopped by Han Ming shaking his head. Subsequently, in a serious tone, he said, actually, I also think that it would be dangerous for you to go in there. Xiao Zhaowen shook her head, body and incidentally moved a little closer again. Both hands clutched Han Ming's arm in a death grip. No, I need weird corpses for materials, and I'm sure Brother Ming will protect me. Having said that, and with watery eyes, looking straight at Han Ming, eyes full of prayers, Han Ming, okay, you've got me by the short hairs. You know I'm gonna eat that, right? And, having said that, I can't bring it in without it. Han Ming looked at Zhao Liangchen and smiled faintly. We can guarantee our own safety, so I won't bother you with that. Zhao Liangchen didn't have the heart to say, you think I want to worry about it? I was afraid you guys would hold me back, but never mind. I'll do my best to keep you all safe. For the sake of my fellow officers, Han Ming responded in a nonchalant manner. Thanks a lot, but I think I should be able to handle it. Zhao Liangchen's brows furrowed. The voice is not pleasant. What? You guys are doubting my abilities now? I'll tell you what, Ryak and I never talk empty words. Where did you see me questioning? Han Ming helplessly skimmed his lips. I mean, don't bother. Zhao Liangchen snorted disdainfully. Just don't cry and beg me to save you in a moment. Having said that, Zhao Liangchen thought he was very dashing and shook the yellow hair on his head. Then with his hands in his pockets, striding into the elevator, Xiao Zhaowen, who was following behind, spat in a disgusted whisper. This guy is really capable of pretending. I want to shave his yellow hair so bad. Playing hard to get? Oh, yeah. Han Ming laughed in his heart. Who wouldn't be able to fake it so awkwardly? To pretend? It has to be the silent kind of pretending. In a nutshell, it's the invisible pretense that is most deadly. A group of 3 stepped into the elevator and Zhao Liangchen had already pressed the button to the 14th floor. At this point, Han Ming had a vague feeling that, inside this hotel, there seems to be more than one weird number of, and, vaguely, one can still detect, a hint of the dowager wife. Though the breath is weak, yet it can be confirmed that, the wife seems to be in the hotel. It can't help but, it made Han Ming jump at the chance. This wife, the day after the wedding night, just run away. It's been several days now and no letter at all. This time, anyway, Han Mingdu is going to revitalize his husband. Let your wife know who's in charge in this house. Ding! With the elevator on the 14th floor, when the door opens, then a gust of wind blew across the faces of all 3. Xiao Zhaowen, who had the lowest cultivation level, couldn't help but shiver. His body was even more involuntary, sticking tightly together with Han Ming. Han Ming looked at Xiao Zhaowen, who was like an octopus, and felt some pain in his head. Not, can you come down? I can't walk with you like this. Xiao Zhaowen forced down the fear in her heart and her voice trembled. I'm a little scared. Han Ming couldn't help but spit out. What are you still doing in here if you're scared? Just for a trick weapon. You don't even want to die? However, just the 2 of them. While they're talking about getting in or not getting in, standing aside, Zhao Liangchen, it can be a full head of steam, especially when he saw these 2 people beside him, making love to each other. he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Bah! Dog man and woman shall not die. Spit. Zhao Liangchen took the lead and walked out of the elevator. Han Ming didn't ink it either. Taking Xiao Jiawen with her, she lifted her foot and stepped out. Just the moment one steps out of the elevator, Han Ming then felt a heavenly spin. A flash of light. It had just been carpeted, ornately decorated. A bright corridor illuminated by lights that, now it is eerie darkness. Wall. There's blood everywhere. Even so, Han Ming saw that by his feet, there was actually an eyeball. Seeing a scene like this, Zhao Liangchen lost his hangdog diffidence from earlier. On the contrary, with a very grave face, he reminded, from the looks of it, we should be entering the Guile domain. P.S. Some changes were made to the last chapter. Chapter 31 Open the Door. Sweeping pornography. The tricky territory. As the name suggests, it's just weird territory. Actually, to put it bluntly, it's the interdimensional space that was constructed with a weird power. Once you've accidentally gotten caught in the middle of a tricky area, ordinary people have no chance of surviving. Han Ming looked around silently. The hallways are still the same. Left and right rows. It was all one hotel room with a room number on the door. Just, as opposed to the normal corridor. Instead, the place was eerie and terrifying. Just standing here gave one a palpitating feeling. Xiao Jiawen, who had the lowest cultivation level, was even paler. Honestly, Xiao Jiawen was already a bit regretful now. Followed Han Ming here, primarily, after experiencing the zombie shenanigans last time. It gave Xiao Jiawen a feeling that C-rank shenanigans were nothing more than that. Otherwise, if we knew there was a weird area here, Xiao Jiawen couldn't have followed over even if she was dead. What do you say? Go straight to room 1414 and knock on the door? But the creepy aura here, it's so thick. I feel like there's definitely more than one creepy. Within the silent corridor, Zhao Liangchen suddenly spoke out. Han Ming didn't rush to answer. Looked at the room numbers on either side first, then pointing to the right, he said, 1414 should be in that direction, but I wouldn't recommend going straight there. See these rooms with the numbers lit up? This is usually a situation where someone is living in them. And guess what could be living in them right now? People or creeps? Ha! Zhao Liangchen said disdainfully. Who cares if he's a human or a creep? Just knock on the doors one by one. If it's creepy, put a sack on and him up. If it's a human being, just go along and save it. As Zhao Liangchen was describing his plans with great pride, suddenly, at the other end of the corridor, came the sound of wheels rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, Yuehai Hotel, 14th floor, in a certain room, a figure wearing a dowry embroidered with a golden phoenix tail, was lying comfortably on the bed. Under the skirt, it's a pair of long legs, perfect as a work of art, just exposed to the air. Unfortunately, gorgeous view, and no one on the scene could appreciate it. After experiencing a battle with Lin Hearing Night, running out of the house, the wife discovers this hotel with its spooky domain. Without the slightest hesitation, checked in straight away. For some time now, when Jingshu didn't continue to look for someone to absorb her essence. Primarily, the last time I sucked it out of Han Ming's side of the fence, it hasn't been digested until now, coupled with the fact that the realm breakthrough was too rapid, when Jingshu was still in the stabilization stage. Look at this realm. When I first met Han Ming, a tiny grafter's guile of the D-rank realm, now that she had reached the late B grade, although she was still a long way from a grade, she was definitely able to rank high when looking at the whole country. Rolled over. When Jingshu stretched her back, the view from under the hem of the skirt, it spread directly to the base of the thigh, with both hands cradling the cell phone and the index finger of his right hand constantly sliding the screen. All sorts of information, constantly slipping through the eyes. Fontian City shocked by the emergence of A-class weirdness. The Psychic Bureau dispatched 3 A-class great cultivators together to suppress the weirdness. According to the statistics of this weird event, the casualties caused by the breakthrough of 10,000 people. Urgent money. Ancestral C-grade artifacts bronze candlesticks. Want to bring the price of private chat. Trade. B-class artifact green face beast heart mask. For attack type artifacts, private chat me if you want to trade. It's too early to tell. Someone at the Lai City Psychic Research Institute has refined a C-ranked artifact. The point is that this person has been awakened for less than 3 days. When Jingshu, who was flipping through the weird forums, suddenly stopping, eyes on the words Lai Chang in capital letters. Blink. Isn't this your own city? And, depending on the time of posting, it seems to be 2 days after his own encounter with the beast, with curiosity when Jingshu clicked into the post. Then, Han Ming, who was surrounded by the crowd, was seen holding 2 pairs of C-ranked trickster stockings. Seeing this scene, when Jingshu almost stared her eyes out, wasn't this the same beast who, that day, had forcibly taken over her? Although that day, the mouth is soft, called out to each other Sunga. But, that was forced, after all, when Jingshu didn't know why she ghostly still left a note before she left. But anyway, there's no going back. Who wants to be with that beast? Ugh, it's just not human. The more she thought about it, the more angry when Jingshu was. She had already involuntarily clenched her fists, and had even begun to calculate in her heart. Should I go back, find that beast, and get my revenge, at least, and to take the shame of that night, too, give it all back. Wait a minute, what's all the commotion out there? When Jingshu was still thinking about whether she wanted to take revenge or not, suddenly you hear, outside, in the hallway, there was a clanking sound. What the hell? It's not the guy who lives in room 14 again, looking for door-to-door service, is it? Bah! All day long, all I can think about is that. It's simply more beastly than that guy surnamed Han. At this point in time, outside, inside the corridor, a housekeeping creep responsible for cleaning the rooms, already punched to the ground. The cart containing towels and mineral water was even more battered, with various parts scattered all over the place. Zhao Liangchen rushed at Han Ming and said disgruntledly, "No buddy, why do you still have a monster robber? It's not an online game. I'm robbing monsters and sharing your experience?" Han Ming didn't feel the slightest bit unreasonable and disliked him back. Just kidding. It's just a D-rated creepy. Though, well, at least it's 100 points. Robbing monsters and being so righteous about it? I'm not afraid of you being alone. Facing the weirdness alone is dangerous. So I sought to help. Who knows, he's so weak that he'll die if he touches it. I'm in danger? Brother, what kind of joke are you playing? You didn't even ask around. What kind of reputation do I, Zhao Liangchen, have in Xinjiang? What name? Mongshan Zhao Zilong. It is none other than me. Are you sure that's not Changshan? Titles. Do you understand titles? Even if it's a title, are you related to Zhao Zilong? I suggest you call yourself the god of war of Tomo Fortress. That's a bit insulting. The two of them are still fighting here. The noise of it's all over the corridors. There was not the slightest bit of awareness that he was in a tricky area. Finally, Xiao Zhaowen couldn't help but round up the situation. You two stop arguing, okay? Look over there. Quite a few creeps have come out to watch. Where? With an excited gaze, Han Ming turned his head to look at the sides of the corridor. So much shenanigans. While the entire 14 floors, not all rooms are inhabited by spooky, but a rough look at the numbers showed that there had to be at least a dozen of them. If it's all in points, how many times do you have to be able to draw a prize? Too lazy to BB Zhao Liangchen. Han Ming waved his hand. Hurry up and get to work. Having said that, has rolled up his sleeves, come to the door of a room. Eyes sized up the other man for a moment and, the figure in front of me. It was a spooky one with antlers on his head, dark skin all over his body, and all white eyes. Han Ming subconsciously glanced at the system's attribute panel. Early C. Garbage. A disdainful smile. Han Ming yelled, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and open the door." Sweeping pornography. Chapter 32. That year I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what a rival was. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a Class C creepy and earning 1,000 merit points. Han Ming didn't give creepy time to react at all. He went up and slapped me in the face twice. And then there's the foot of a broken sun. And finally in removing the head. One set of operations. That's a clean line. Zhao Liangchen, on the other side, wasn't slow either, and quickly resolved the first creepy. After the first one is solved, Han Ming led Xiao Zhaowen to the door of the second room. Looking at the closed door of the room, Han Ming knocked on the door while shouting, "Hurry up and open the door." Sweeping pornography. Just got a report of someone here looking for a lady. Hurry up. Don't blame me for getting rough if you don't open the door. At this point, room, came a panicked female voice that, how can I get a lady when I'm a female? You go find the next one. Han Ming sneered. What's wrong with the girl? Can't a girl get a girl if she's weird? Besides, what if you're looking for ducks? Anyway, the door had to be opened anyway. Seeing that the other side is not cooperating, Han Ming doesn't care. Activate your true chi. A kick in the door. It's a wooden door, per se. Where could it withstand Han Ming's kick? The room door was instantly in pieces. There was a terrified scream from inside. 2. What are you doing? I'm a good trickster. I've never killed anyone. Really? You guys believe me? Step into the room. Looking at the blood at the corner of his opponent's mouth, and the severed limbs in the bathroom. Even more so, there was also a body, dressed in what was clearly the gear of a psychic bureau contingent. Han Ming was all pissed off and laughed. I've never seen it. So open-eyed. So can you explain to me what all this is? Obviously. The creepy female, too, was stumped by the question. Han Ming sneered. Can't explain it, can you? Bold demon. I want you to show your true form. The skin of Dragonfall. In a split second, Han Ming's body was surrounded by golden light. Majestic true chi erupted from his body. At the same time, accompanied by a gust of dragon's roar, true chi gathered in the center of his palm and blasted out heavily towards Creepy. Bang! In the midst of a tremendous blast, Creepy is straight up in pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Class D Creepy and gaining 100 merit points. Next time, Han Ming is the one who brought Xiao Zhaowen alone, knocking on doors from room to room. If the creeps inside opened the door, then Han Ming would choose to overcome the creeps with virtue and override these creeps on a physical level. If Creepy didn't open the door voluntarily, then he would force his way in, followed by virtue-serving Creepy. Anyway, don't open the door. Han Ming is definitely going in. Who knows what shenanigans are going on in there and if they're doing anything illegal. Zhao Liangchen on the other side is similar. Anyway, it's one person on one side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Class C Creepy and earning 1,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the F-rank Creepy and gaining 1 merit point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Class D Creepy and gaining 100 merit points. All the way through. Han Ming is also considered to be very knowledgeable. All sorts of odd-shaped shenanigans are going on. It's kind of normal to be able to keep your humanity weird. In a room, Han Ming also saw that there's a duck-headed horse with a creepy butterfly wing on either side. The point is, this weirdness also has a name. The system panel shows that this weirdness is called Duck Horse Dish. Meanwhile, this Duck Horse Dish was also the only F-ranked creep among the creeps present. It's the one that contributed 1 point. Meanwhile, inside the Psychic Bureau, after the deputy director rushed back in the dust, the first thing he did was to find Cui Jinkai. You mean, you let that newcomer called Han Ming go? Cui Jinkai nodded weakly. It's just nonsense. The deputy growled right out. He's only been awakened for a few days, and you've agreed to let him handle a C-rank bizarre incident? Or are you unaware of the dangers of Class C shenanigans? Cui Jinkai cried out that he was wronged. It's not like I told him to go, but he had to go. And his strength, having broken through to C rank, really had no reason to block it either. Explaining the causes and consequences, the deputy director did not continue to be accountable. Instead, after inquiring about the situation at the scene, he hoofed it towards the Wahai Hotel. However, when he's on the road, after hearing that the one who was partnered with Han Ming was Zhou Liangchen from Mongshan, his worried heart was sort of relieved. Although that kid likes to act like he's invincible every day, but in the C-rank realm, he's really considered to be one of the best. Zhao Liangchen, as the deputy commissioner called him, suffice it to say, inside the Psychic Bureau. That's prestigious. It is said that on the day he joined the Psychic Bureau, just all the newbies in the same batch, all of them, then with his hands in his pockets, he came in a very sultry manner. Even though I'm the same level as you guys as an E, there are higher and lower levels of E. I only have to be slightly serious, and that's as far as you go. Life, it's always so hopeless. I'm just slightly out of my depth here. I don't even have a decent opponent. Next, Zhao Liangchen then started the road of pretending. In just 3 months, just promoted from E to C, directly by the local Psychic Bureau chief, he was recommended to the capital headquarters. Next, at the headquarters of the Psychic Bureau, challenged all of his C-level counterparts again. According to him, Grade A overhaul? Oh, they are also just that one step ahead of me on the path of cultivation. When I embarked on the path of cultivation to begin with, they were destined to become nothing more than stepping stones for me to reach the top. Although the character of and do like to show off so much, but it has to be said, in terms of talent, Zhao Liangchen is also really outstanding. This is not. With Han Ming leading Xiao Zhaowen, he pushed all the way across. Already near the end of the corridor, Zhao Liangchen had solved all the shenanigans on the other side. You guys aren't done with that yet? Naked, Zhao Liangchen, who had a face of exhaustion, walked over. Turn your head away. Looking at the last 4 remaining rooms, 1412 to 1415. Only, of these 4 rooms, there are only 3 of them, showing that they are occupied. Zhao Liangchen patted Han Ming's shoulder and said in a frivolous tone, "Buddy, stand aside and take a break. I'll just take care of the rest." Having said that, and no matter what Han Ming's reaction is, straight ahead, he kicked in the door to room 1412. As the door to the room shattered in all directions, Zhao Liangchen rushes in with one strong step. "Work your true chi." A punch was about to go off. Next moment, instead, his entire body froze in place. The true chi on his body, which had just been majestic, instantly dissipated as if it had withered. Chapter 33, What's Wrong with Being Weird? Love has no boundaries. Ahem. A couple of dry coughs. Zhao Liangchen, who was so aggressive just now, walked back again. Embarrassed. "I feel like I've met love? What the hell? Love?" A sentence that directly gave Han Ming and Xiao Zhaowen the whole won't. "We're still in the twilight zone. Can you tell me? How did you meet love?" Walked to the front of the room. Han Ming probed in. Brother, don't kill me. I could have sworn that I absolutely never harmed anyone. Really? You must believe me." Amidst the sounds of panic, as far as the eye can see, only a woman wearing a halter top and hot body. The woman, whose lower half was a one-piece fishing net, was crouched in the corner and was looking over at the door of the room with a horrified look on her face. Have to say, compared to the creepy female who just begged for mercy, this one right here, whether it's the look or the body, indeed Ness, especially with that pathetic look, no man could look at it and still be ruthless. Just look at Zhao Liangchen's current appearance. Just now you were all righteous. Zhao Liangchen, who was as if he was a furious Vajra and wanted to subdue the demons and remove the devils. At this point it's a piggish look. Eyes were about to glaze over, especially with that lewd look on his face. It directly gave Han Ming a dumbfounded look. No, man, how can you look at a creepy and still be mesmerized? Even if she's good looking, she's ultimately creepy by nature. How horny are you, to be able to get a creepy, and have your soul hooked? Wait a minute. Between spits, Han Ming seems to recall that, himself at that time, it seems to be a similar reaction? Ugh, the hell it is. It was clearly a choice to face up to the weirdness in the face of death's reluctance in the face of desperation. It was a hymn to human courage. Who the hell can walk away from the sight of a creepy like the guy in front of me? Subconsciously opening the system panel. Good man. I'm looking at a female creep. I can't believe it's one of the missing ladies, just after death, attacked by a bizarre aura of, and therefore it also turns out to be spooky. Strictly speaking, unlike the creepy one that begged for mercy before, the one in front of him, perhaps, hadn't really done anyone any harm. Han Ming stepped forward, shining a kick at Zhao Liangchen's butt, drooling. What? Fancy that? Zhao Liangchen, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. What do you mean look up? I just had a momentary lapse of concentration. Ha! Han Ming had a disdainful look on his face, eyes wide open and a look of disdain. Not me. Man, if you're really that horny, why don't you go wash your feet and get 2 more technicians to do it with you? What kind of a person drools over female creeps like that? But if you really like it, I can't stop you. I'll pretend I didn't see this coming. For a moment, Zhao Liangchen revealed a difficult look. Is it really good? Han Ming patted his chest in a generous and righteous manner. Why not? Don't worry. They're all buddies. I'll turn a blind eye. Zhao Liangchen stood in the doorway of his room, wandering back and forth. Never could make up my mind. But this, after all, is spooky, isn't it? Afraid of what? Han Ming righteously and atmospherically said. What's wrong with weird? Is there no way to be with creepy? True love. It has no boundaries. Just let go and boldly pursue love. And I'll cover for you when things go wrong. If it were any other awakening, seeing the companion, mesmerized by the weirdness, definitely facepalmed and then fought tooth and nail to block it. But, who's Han Ming? When first confronted by his wife, then it wasn't also a defiant pounce. What's a little weirdness? It's time to get on. However, Zhao Liangchen, who didn't know all this, was now moved to tears. Good buddy. Thanks a lot. After the solemn thanks, was about to walk in and follow his love. Who would have thought? The door to the next room, however, was suddenly opened at this time. Hey, are you guys bored? What's all the racket in the hallway? Letting shenanigans rest? An eerie in a red dowry appeared in the doorway, her voice full of rebuke. Just as her words fell, but suddenly froze in place. For a moment, there was some silence in the corridor. Time seems to freeze. Han Ming and Creepy, who opened the door, looked at each other in all directions. Wife, animal? I can't believe it's really here. How did you get here? In the gaze of the two men, the one is full of surprises and the other is full of questions. But Zhao Liangchen, who was a light bulb, once again showed his piggy look at this time, especially the way she looked at Wen Jingshu. It was more than a few moments of incandescence. No, man, I feel like this is my true love. Zhao Liangchen's breathing began to be a bit ragged. The true love that had just been on his lips had long since been thrown out of his mind. He's been awakened for 3 months. Never thought of that. Creepy can be this pretty. Generally speaking, the spooky look, all of them are oddly shaped, and some of them are even more oozing and scary. Skin ulcers, head inversions, crawling on all fours, and blood in the eyes are all routine. What's more, that frightening, horrible look that, a single look at it, it can just scare the hell out of people. However, dowry shenanigans, it seemed like an aberration. At least, in these 3 months of Zhao Liangchen's awakening, he had never seen that there was a particularly high face value creepy. I didn't think so. Today, however, I saw 2 in a row. The one in front, though it is said to have a pretty face and a sexy body, but there was always an extra whiff of wind. To put it bluntly, even with clothes on, it also gives the impression that this is Miss. But now, the weirdness of the eyes, yet there was something about it that made his heart pound, as if it were a poison, just by looking at it. It's all it takes to make a man give up his life and fall in love. Zhao Liangchen reached out and pushed Han Ming away. Trance-like, dull eyes, just looking straight at Wen Jingshu. The footsteps are even more involuntarily a step forward. No more. Man, I feel like this is my true love. Having said that, I don't care how Han Ming reacts. Straight away, he pounced. Han Ming was startled. *********, are you going to ing cuckold me? In amazement, Han Ming followed suit and tried to block. Wen Jingshu, however, raised the corner of her mouth and sneered, looking for death. Next, a delicate hand. A bone-chilling chill filled the corridor in a flash. Feeling the chill from the depths of my soul, it was only then that Zhao Liangchen came to his senses and, holy, that's a B-level creepy? Chapter 34 Righteous Father. Save me. Holy, that's a B-level creepy? Feeling that bone-chilling chill, Zhao Liangchen came to his senses. Just, so close, there was no time to brake sharply. It hit head-on. Helplessly, Zhao Liangchen could only harden his head and run his true chi with all his might, swinging his fist to meet him. Out of your depth, seek death. At Wen Jingshu's cold chorus, the eerie vibe of the lingering at the slender wrist, with a gust of strong wind, he ruthlessly smashed out. Boom! Fists and palms clashing. A huge impact. It spreads out in all directions as ripples. Next moment, Wen Jingshu's jade hand turned over, fingers a little farther apart. A majestic and terrifyingly bizarre aura shot out violently along the finger. Bang! From the huge gap in the realm of, leaving Zhao Liangchen without a single move to make. His body flew heavily backwards. It smashed directly into the wall of the opposite room. The question is, Wen Jingshu obviously did not intend to just stop. Lotus steps. The body instantly arrived in front of Zhao Liangchen's. Next, Zhao Liangchen's miserable wail came. Put. Ow. Ah. Stop fighting. Help. Brother. Help me. Save. Ah. Father. Righteous Father. Save me dash. The miserable screams were unceasing. Han Ming didn't even have the eyes to look at Zhao Liangchen's miserable state. However, the one who beats people is her own wife after all. It was always impossible for Han Ming to stand by and do nothing. Rushing forward, he tugged on his wife's arm, pulled her into the original room and locked the door. Subsequently, Pia, a crisp, ringing sound that, Han Ming directly on Wen Jingshu's butt, a slap, like to play the disappearing act. Ha, like to skip home. Ha, who's the bride that runs away without a trace on the second day of her wedding? Running away for days at a time. Do you know how worried I was? Having said that, snap, another slap down. This time, from the trance, Wen Jingshu, who came to her senses, her lungs were about to explode. How dare you beat my ass? Looking for death. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's hard not to. Do you really think that after that one night, we are husband and wife? And the last time that happened, I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you still have the face to come and chastise me first? I didn't wait for Wen Jingshu to have an attack. Suddenly, she realized that she could no longer speak. Well, Wen Jingshu stared at the guy in front of her in disbelief. It's simply audacious. How dare you come forward? Do you really think you'll be merciful this time? Just, without waiting for Wen Jingshu to make a move. After feeling that pure 9 yang true qi, well, searing hot 9 yang true qi surged into his mouth from a wonderful, wonderful feeling. It almost made Wen Jingshu roll her eyes. What revenge! What a lesson! At this point in time, all of them were thrown to the back of Wen Jingshu's mind. Wonderful! How many spooky ones there are that cause countless killings in order to suck the true energy out of humans. Some of the spooky even gradually lost their sanity in the constant killing and devouring, and were finally put to death by the awakened. However, now in front of Wen Jingshu, it was the unceasing, endless, as if a vast ocean of 9 yang true qi, which instantly made Wen Jingshu sink for this. In the meantime, Zhao Liangchen covered his waist with one hand and held the wall with the other. The nose was bruised and swollen, and he was in a terrible state of distress. Looking around, noticing the absence of that creepy figure, hurriedly, he asked, "Where is Han Ming?" Xiao Jiawen pointed to room 1413 and cried, "He just pulled creepy and went in with him." Hiss. Zhao Liangchen couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Eye sockets, it's even slightly wetter. How dare he lay down his life to save me, choosing to face the weirdness alone? Come to think of it, he himself had taunted the other side earlier. Let him not cry to himself for help. At once, Zhao Liangchen couldn't help but slap himself. One is simply not a human being. After all the mockery earlier. Results, not only does the other guy not hold a grudge, instead, they return the favor, blocking B-rank shenanigans with your life. That weird strength, Zhao Liangchen had just experienced it firsthand. Definitely not something a C-rank awakened person can fight against. I'll be damned. I'm not ing human. Righteous Father, it's me who has wronged you. The entire group was kneeling in front of the room at 1413. Zhao Liangchen wailed and howled as he slapped himself. Just, the ugly wailing. It seriously disturbed Han Ming's excitement. Crunch! The door to the room opened. Han Ming said in a bad mood, "Are you crying here? Can't you stop it?" You're okay? Zhao Liangchen looked at Han Ming blankly. However, without waiting to ask, Zhao Liangchen questioned, "Why is your mouth swollen? Is it swollen?" Han Ming touched his lips. Hiss. It's still really swollen. This little. She kisses too hard. Wait a minute, you're still coming? Han Ming pushed away Wen Jingshu, who was not yet finished. That's enough. Are you finished? If you can't you wait until we get home? There are still outsiders here. At this point in time, looking at the one just now, the incredibly ferocious grafted creepy, constantly trying to rush into Han Ming's arms. The point is, Han Ming still looks disgusted, constantly trying to push each other away. Seeing this scene, the two people present were directly dumbfounded. Zhao Liangchen stood up, his gaze filled with horror as he looked toward Han Ming. "No, what's going on here?" Xiao Jiawen shook her head blankly. "I don't know. And why do I feel that this creepy is trying to kiss my brother Ming?" Kiss? At this time, even a blind man could see that the grafted creep was up to something. For a moment, Xiao Jiawen actually felt like she was being stolen from her home. How is it that creepy stole the house first when he hadn't even gotten it himself? Xiao Jiawen, who was knocked over by the jealousy, rushed forward, thinking about helping Han Ming push aside the weirdness along with him. Just before she took a step, it was stopped by Zhao Liangchen. "Hey, what are you trying to do? You don't want to die?" Seeing that she was stopped, Xiao Jiawen stomped her feet anxiously. "What do you think I want to do? He's going to be snatched by creepy if I don't stop him." That being said, but that's B-rank shenanigans. After all, how dare Zhao Liangchen let Xiao Jiawen get involved? On the other side, Han Ming was getting a little impatient. Snap, another slap. Slap it on your wife's ass. With a tone that brooked no refusal, Han Ming snapped. "That's enough. Wait until you get home. In that what? Be honest now. There are outsiders here. Weren't you resistant before? Now what is this? It's just not like that." Wen Jingshu, who was slapped again. Now that's honest. Standing off to the side in a slightly aggravated. The picture. The genius gave the other two a dumbfounded look. Chapter 35, The Raw Wife. Boy, what do we see? This guy, how dare he slap a B-rank creep? And it's still a slap on the ass. The point is, I don't know if it's an illusion. What's with the weirdness and the condescending look? What the hell is going on here? Zhao Liangchen even felt that he had blurred his eyes, and rubbed his eyes to confirm that what he saw in front of him was a real scene. Let's see. I'm watching. I'm Nima. Has the creepy been replaced? Just now it was a, ferocious look. How long has it been? And it's already been subdued? For a moment, Zhao Liangchen's eyes were filled with admiration when he looked at Han Ming. A man of my generation. Who says there are no great emperors in the human race? Look at this one right here. Can take a B-ranked creepy and train it into submission. And then looking back at the picture of the mess I just made. Shame to the core. Zhao Liangchen couldn't wait to dig a pit and bury his head in it. Xiao Jiawen, who was next to her, was now dumbfounded. Opened his mouth. Some of them can't speak. Finally, it was Han Ming who broke the silence. What are you doing? Get on with business. Having said that, Han Ming pointed. The creepy with the revealing outfit just now kicked Zhao Liangchen again. Do you want this creepy? I'll take care of it if you don't want it. Zhao Liangchen looked away, wearing a wedding garment, standing honestly to the side. There was still some aggrieved look on the B-ranked creepy. Turning his head again, he looked. That windswept, crouching, shivering D-grade creepiness in the corner. An uncontrollable sigh of relief. How come the gap is so big? Zhao Liangchen sighed breathlessly. This bizarre. I'll take care of it. Oh, that's fine. Han Ming responded. Immediately thereafter, coming to the door of room 1414, knocked on the door of the room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Class C creepy and earning 1,000 merit points. 3 seconds later, Han Ming, who came out of the room, spat on the ground. Ugh! What's a hungry in color? All over? The bones are thin and the eye sockets are sunken. Walking, both legs were trembling. A look of being physically hollowed out. Sea-level creepiness. That's it? Originally, Han Ming was thinking that there might be a big battle in the face of the boss. But in the end, it was actually such a sick and weird one. Ugh, I'm a gentleman. What I despise the most in my life is this kind of old colorful people. Just, when Han Ming confirmed that, all the shenanigans on this floor, after all but his wife and that young lady had been taken care of, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled when the creepy domain still existed. After telling Zhao Liangchen about it, the other side explained that, the formation of the tricky domain, there are also two types. One that is naturally occurring, a region with too much weirdness, or with an unusually large number of weirdness present, could easily form a weird domain. The second, on the other hand, it is a tricky domain constructed by the tricky with high cultivation, themselves. This tricky area, when the creator was killed, naturally, it will also disappear. Obviously, this weird domain in the hotel right now is a natural formation. All the dust has settled. Han Ming didn't bother to continue with the scene. Turning around, he wrapped his arm around his wife and disappeared out of sight of the two men. Seeing this image, angry, Xiao Jiawen stomped her feet. The good brother you've had your eye on has been snatched up by a creep? You said this. Where can I go to argue with that? Instead, Zhao Liangchen, who was on the side, was filled with admiration. Look at that. Now that's my kind of high roller. Can take a B-rank creepy and tame it into submission. Even Ning Saishan has to bow down to him. On the other side, after leaving the hotel with his wife, go straight back to your original home. For this mission, Han Ming called the Psychic Bureau and briefly elaborated on what exactly happened. Actually, in the beginning, when confronted with a bizarre event, Han Ming is still thinking, will it be like those spooky novels where one has to fight the spooks in the face of many limitations? Results. At the end of the day it's a horizontal push all the way. However, essentially it actually has to do with strength as well. Han Ming had read quite a few weird novels in the traditional genre, but in this middle novel, the reason why the protagonist needs to fight with his wits and courage, every time he encounters a bizarre event, or in a thriller game, he has to keep reasoning and analyzing through a variety of clues to find ideas as much as possible. Actually, to put it bluntly, just not strong enough. If the protagonist has the system, having the strength to kill creepy with a single punch, or carrying the billions of currency of creepy swirled on your person. At this point, let's see if there's still fear. The sight returns to the cab. Han Ming put his arm around his wife. With curiosity, he kept asking, honey, where have you been all this time? I can't believe that your realm is quite high. You actually have a B rank. Ugh. I thought before that you were just a tiny F-ranked grafter trick. Then again, why is it that in all my other novels, I've seen dowry shenanigans that are particularly horrifying, oozing in appearance and murderous? How come you have such good skin when it comes to you, wife? You look just like a fairy, but unfortunately your skin is still a little cold. Here, hubby will warm you up. What do you want? What's that look? When Jingshu bit her lip, with a hungry gaze, some shyness too, Sagittarius. Well, this is still in a cab. Do you want to? Han Ming wanted to say something else. In someone else's cab. What do you want to be so horny about? But apparently, when Jingshu didn't seem to want to give Han Ming a chance to speak, gagging Han Ming to death, while rolling his eyes, while enjoying the feeling of being flushed by the Nine Sun's true chi. This raw look. The corners of the cab driver's mouth twitched furiously as he watched. Good lord, you two are really pretending that I don't exist, aren't you? And this wench, she's too active. She's suffocating that lad. The world is going downhill. The world is going down. Chapter 36, Wife, Scum. How dare you cuckold me? It is said that one day's absence is like 3 autumns. The young couple. It's only been a few days. It's like a decade or so. Meanwhile, it has also been said that a long goodbye is better than a new marriage. Let's not talk about that so-called new marriage, proper or not, even if it's regular. It's been less than a week now. But when Jingshu acted as if the two hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years. I've been barfing since I was in the cab. Barfed all the way to the house. Finally. Hold up. The meridians and organs of the whole body. Almost all of them were burst by that abundant true chi. Although when Jingshu, who was in a bizarre body, didn't have any meridians at all, it was just a description. At this point in time, when Jingshu's entire body, paralyzed on the bed, with a contented look in his eyes, the feeling inside, the Nine Sun's true chi, which is almost full of energy. There's also the barrier to promotion to A level. It had been impacted like thin paper and seemed ready to reopen at any moment. The relieved and satisfied when Jingshu had completely put the so-called revenge behind her. Even more so, she's still weighing the pros and cons of. It seems that a marriage like that seems to be fine. As for the different paths for humans and ghosts, oh, Han Ming, who possessed the 9 young true chi, was a great tonic in the eyes of countless female creeps. Furthermore, in the mythology of the 9 states, are there fewer such cases? Ning Kaichen, Su Xian, Dong Yong, Drop 11. Look at that. Which is not a person who fights for love, against all odds, with a happy smile. When Jingshu rolled over and will have been exquisite long legs, resting on Han Ming's body, the body is more tightly affixed to it. In Han Ming's are breath such as orchids, Sangdong, concubines still want to. At the sound of that, Han Ming jumped up violently and, still want to? Don't even think about it. No way. Han Ming pointed at his mouth and cried, look at my mouth now. What has it swollen to? How do you expect me to go out and meet people when I look like this? When Jingshu rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood, well, it's true that he's a stinky man, and now it's all on me. And I don't know. Who was it just now? Han Ming hurriedly shouted to stop. 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 Let's just get this over with and leave it all alone. But wife, I'm wondering where you've been all this time. When Jingshu skimmed her head, a lazy look. Suddenly, when Jingshu frowned, eyes surveyed the room with a critical eye. Next, when Jingshu's face changed, what did you notice about yourself? Room. There is also a living room, balcony, toilet. There's a whiff, everywhere, of other women. And it's not just a visit to the house. It's the smell of a long stay. Damn. You stinking man. Negative. Scumbag. I've only been gone a few days and you're already cuckolding me, right? Damn it. I'm going to kill you both. When Jingshu clenched her teeth, her voice was even more full of ice. Fine. Explain to me why there is another woman sent in the house? Han Ming was directly taken aback. I didn't realize that. It's been so many days, and the sheets and covers, they've all been washed, and you can still be found out by your wife. Honey, let me explain. Swallowing his saliva, Han Ming said somewhat sheepishly. When Jingshu laughed coldly, explain? What else is there to explain? I've only been out for a few days, and I've already learned to bring women home, haven't I? And by the looks of it, cleaned up in my defense. You're a good match for me. Speech. The weirdness permeates the air. Han Ming could clearly feel that. The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. Honestly, how could Han Ming not expect that? A wife's sense of breath can be so acute. When was the time when he himself helped his senior sister heal her wounds? How can you even notice it now that people have moved away? It shouldn't be. Does the wife have a dog's nose? But now is clearly not the time to explore these questions. Right now, immediate priority. I still have to get my wife to do it. Take the edge off her. Come to think of it. Han Ming hemmed and hawed in his mind. Good thing I was prepared. Honey, be good, don't be angry. Get out. I really know it's wrong, and I had no choice that day. It's not. I specially prepared a gift to make amends to you. Don't. Take your gift and get the hell out of here. Come on, wife. Trust me. You'll absolutely love it when you see the gift. Like, oh, Wen Jingshu sneered in her heart. What gift can you give me, and make me like it? What a laugh. Although I was indeed surprised by your promotion to C rank after not seeing you for a few days. In the end, you're just a mole cricket that hasn't been awakened for a few days. Just you. What can I get that I would absolutely love as a gift? Can it be that it's still secular gold and silver jewelry? Look at the look of disdain on my wife's face. Han Ming smiled playfully. Wife, wait for me at home. I'll go get the gift. Wait for me, oh, I'll be right in the zone. Having said that, Han Ming ran out of the house in a flash. Straight to the villa. On the other side, looking at Han Ming's back as he went out the door, Wen Jingshu sneered in her heart. Ha! Don't blame me if the gifts you bring out later don't please me. Wen Jingshu had already made a plan. As long as the gift is unsatisfactory, definitely going to make Han Ming look good. Just, while thinking about it, Wen Jingshu suddenly remembered something. Daytime, while brushing up on the forums at the hotel, swiped to that post, thinking of her own Sagittarius, who was able to refine C-grade artifacts. Wen Jingshu was violently shocked. Couldn't it be that the gift is a C-ranked artifact? How is this possible? How precious is a C-grade artifact? How could he possibly spare it for himself? But one is, at least in fact, his wife, to put it that way. For a moment, Wen Jingshu was a little apprehensive, sitting on the bed, even more fidgety, shell teeth clenched on her red lips. Wen Jingshu clenched her palms nervously. Primarily, the value of a Class C artifact, put it on the black market, it would cost tens of millions of dollars, and it's still priced to sell. Almost all of the artifacts above C grade are family heirlooms in the hands of awakened people or artifact masters. It's not likely to be taken out and sold easily. But, as long as it's on the market, the emergence of a C-class artifact, it would definitely usher in a bunch of people's mad rush. And there were some bizarre ones with better attributes that sold for 9 figures. This was also the reason why Wen Jingshu was, right now, somewhat unsure of herself. It's not clear, though, why that scumbag, having only been awakened for just a few days, he had the ability to refine a C-grade artifact. But rarity, no doubt. Wen Jingshu actually couldn't quite believe that he would really be willing to give it to himself. It was during this apprehensive wait that the Han Ming returned to the villa in a flurry of wind, and under Lin listening Evening's puzzled gaze, he made a mad dash back with the gifts. Lin hearing Evening scratched her head. In a hurry, where is he going? Jiang Zhuxin, bah, adversary, it's better to die outside. Lin hearing Evening, could it be that senior brother is not satisfied with the gift he gave you? Why does the master teacher seem to have a great deal of resentment? Kang Zhuxin, P.S. Readers, the validation opens tomorrow. Whether we live or die depends on this wave. This is also the author's first time writing a spooky title. And while it's not proper spooky writing, it's a new endeavor. And please, if you like it, please be able to support it. Chapter 37, Boiling a Frog in Warm Water to Make Your Wife Compromise. Days. What do I see? It's actually true? C-class artifacts? How could this heartless man really give it to himself? The moment I saw the gift, Wen Jingshu couldn't help but let out a scream. In her mind, it even felt a little dizzy. Although it's a black stocking, it provides a bonus to movement speed and leg damage, which is invaluable to any class. Creepy. Suffice it to say, any spooky in this world that had a spirit would go completely crazy when they saw this gift in front of them. Women. Looking at Wen Jingshu's reaction, Han Ming snickered in his heart. Where's the tough talk from earlier? Why don't you keep pretending to be reserved? Even the master teacher, who is an A-level great cultivator, can't resist the temptation. And you, a small grafting trickster, are still not just taking it. It's not worth all the effort I put into making you weird. But honestly, I still like it, the way you were untamed before. While snickering in his mind, Han Ming was thinking about it, too. Next time, what kind of trick weapon should I make? As for the talk of cheating, laugh your ass off. Take the other side directly, through the gift that keeps on giving, gradually and warmly. 5 cities are cut today, 10 tomorrow, over and over again, and finally take complete control of the situation. Red flags at home, colorful flags outside. Jia. It's a wonderful image to think about. At this point, I saw my wife's red eyes, looking straight at the gift in the box. The expression on her face showed her greed, and she reached out to grab it. Han Ming grabbed the box and flinched back. Then he raised his head and with a smug and beaten expression, hammed and hawed. Wife, are you still angry? No more anger. No more anger. Wen Jingshu did not hesitate to choose to compromise. Her body even directly pounced on her, wanting to grab the gift box. Give it to me. So you forgive me. Ha? Forgive? Give it to me now and I'll forgive you. But, what if I, in the future, do it again? You. When Jingshu gritted her teeth, after a few seconds of hesitation in front of the gift and the phallus, the choice was made to compromise. I'll castrate you if you do it again. Unless what? Unless you send me a B-ranked artifact of guile. Really? Then it's a deal. Oh, sneaking back into the villa, Han Ming, who was afraid of being settled by his master, after realizing the living room was empty, tiptoeing around trying to get back into the room. I didn't think so. Just 2 steps. The lights in the living room suddenly came on and, wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam, Jiang Zhuxin looked at Han Ming with a smile. Egu, my good disciple, where have you been? Why are you just coming back? As Han Ming lowered his head, the eyes, involuntarily, he swept over Jiang Zhuxin's legs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Those long legs, on the side with white silk. It's really killing me. Ahem. Hastily throwing out the bold idea of, Han Ming awkwardly said, what's that? I went to deal with a C-rank bazaar incident today, so I was delayed for a bit and I'm just now returning. Jiang Zhuxin raised an eyebrow. There didn't seem to be any chastisement implied. Instead, after nodding and responding to the, with a flip of his delicate hand, a bottle of elixir suddenly appeared in his hand. This is a 6th grade elixir. The I Chi Zhang Yang Dan. Take it. Having said that, throwing the elixir over, turned and disappeared up the 2nd floor steps. Thank you, master. Receiving the elixir, Han Ming smiled excitedly, looking at the reaction of the master teacher. It seemed like he didn't have the slightest intention of chastising himself. Put it this way, doesn't that mean that, do you really have a chance to jockey yourself? Ahem. Han Ming grinned as he returned to his room. The elixir was then taken out and, without even thinking about it, he swallowed it directly into his mouth, instead of the so-called melt in your mouth. It's like eating a mud ball, and you have to keep chewing, and there's a strong flavor of herbs. That's called bitterness. But in the process of chewing and swallowing, Han Ming could clearly feel a distinct warmth within his body, spreading in all directions along his meridians. And, as the medicine is absorbed, Han Ming felt hot all over. The medicinal qi went to his head and his blood was raging. Even his face was red. It's a good thing it didn't last long, though. When the medicinal power has been absorbed as much as possible, Han Ming subconsciously glanced at the system's attribute panel. Han Ming, sex, male, age, 30, true qi, mid-C level, nihility, mid-class C, refinery, women's clothing, grade S, alchemy, no entry, drawing of symbols, unimpressive, artifacts, none, technique, dragon falling 18 palms, remnants, characteristics, unlimited true qi, merit points, 3, 721, combined rating, mid-C. The realm hasn't improved much. Instead, its merit points, a lot more. It's all the result of a day of solving spooky events. However, Han Ming thought about it. There was no rush to draw. Instead, they're thinking of saving up to 10,000 to get together. There's an extra draw and a 10 in a row. Just closed the system panel. Room door. There was a sudden knock. Who? Han Ming? It's me. Lin Hearing Knight's voice sounded outside the door. Han Ming didn't hesitate and went straight over to open the door to the room. Elder sister, what are you looking for me for in the middle of the night? Pestled at the door. Han Ming hemmed and hawed. One hand had reached out, dishonestly. Lin Hearing Evening smacked Han Ming's salty piggy hand away and said in a bad mood. What? I can't come? That's not true. I'm always welcome if senior sister wants to come. Anytime. Having said that, Han Ming steps aside. Leave the way into the room for Lin Hearing Evening. Cut. Lin Hearing Evening? Who knew what Han Ming had in mind? Helplessly rolled her eyes. Still, lift your foot and step in. What you're wearing? It was still the same trick piece that Han Ming had given him last night. A tight black dress. Although Lin Hearing Knight's figure, not as exaggerated as Jiang Zhuxin, but the dress still shows off a gorgeous curve on the body. Coupled with the Lin Heard the evening has not yet completely faded in the green. Mixed with the light charm. A smile between the knitted brows let a person feel the heart of the ape. Stirred the slippers off with both feet. Lin Hearing Evening sat on the bed with her legs crossed. Was about to say something. Snapped. Lin Hearing Knight's body stiffened. A flash of amazement in his eyes. In particular, when Han Ming leaned just to the side of the Lin Hearing Evening could clearly feel that Han Ming had a faintly eerie aura about him. and it was a scent that she couldn't have been more familiar with. It's the one that originated from the dowry girl trick. Chapter 38, You have the nerve to call someone an LSP? When inspecting as the Psychic Bureau, and does not belong solely to the Psychic Bureau of a particular city. Instead, they are directly under the headquarters. So, Lin Hearing Evening had the same duties as Zhao Liangchen, specializing in clearing out some of the shenanigans of mobile killing. The first time I was confronted with the dowry shenanigans, the opponent is still just one D-rank creepy. That time, as long as Lin Hearing Knight was a little more serious, he could easily whisk his opponent away. Results: I didn't think so. Because of a carelessness, allow Grafter Guile to escape successfully. When they next met, Grafted Guile had grown to be rank. It was precisely because of this that Lin Hearing Evening was seriously injured and was saved by Han Ming when she was on the verge of death. And now, Lin Hearing Evening's gaze, deadly staring at Han Ming. She trusted herself and was definitely not mistaken. That's the scent of a dowry woman trickster. Abominable. Why does Han Ming have its scent on him? It's hard not to. Han Ming met and fought each other today? But this shouldn't be. How did Han Ming, who was only at C rank, escape from the hands of the grafting guile? And, just now Han Ming, holding the gift, rushed out without looking back, and because of what? A series of questions, floating up from the heart. At this point, Han Ming has come over to me. Very skillfully, he wrapped his arms around Lin Hearing Knight and lay down on the bed. A quick sniff from the tip of his nose. The fragrance is soothing and invigorating. Senior sister, you smell good. Lin Listening Knight. This time, ignoring Han Ming's unruly actions, Lin Hearing Evening inquired with concern about what had happened to Han Ming today, especially that C-rank bizarre incident. Han Ming didn't hide much, told the story of what happened at the hotel, and the entry into the creepy domain. Speaking in particular, when it came to things about Zhao Liangchen, he was even more colorful. Elder sister, I'm telling you, when that kid went in, it was an awesome boom, a look of old man invincibility. As it turns out, I didn't expect this kid to be obscene as hell. See a female creepy straight away and walk around with your eyes glazed over. As for the creep who caused this incident, or a hungry creep of color, seriously, he and Zhao Liangchen are a match made in heaven. Two old sex maniacs, one alive and still thinking about female shenanigans, the other dead and still whoring. Nothing else. In terms of storytelling, Han Ming seems to have some good talent left in him. That's brilliant. Just, Lin Hearing Evening, who was listening to the story, couldn't stand it anymore. The corners of his mouth twitched furiously, especially when listening to Han Ming's account of the so-called colorful shenanigans in Hunger. Lin Hearing Evening all felt that if Han Ming died on a woman's belly, he would definitely be no weaker than this bizarre existence. Ugh, colored ghosts. Don't look at yourself. What's the difference between the two of them? Look at your hands. Where are they now? I'm embarrassed to point it out. You have the nerve to talk about others. In all my years of living, I've never seen anyone so brazen. Even if you're an old sex maniac yourself, you're mocking others for being old sex maniacs? In fact, Lin Hearing Knight had really underestimated the thickness of Han Ming's face skin. After all, Han Ming was the person who chooses to be Ning Sai Chen. Results. In this, said Zhao Liangchen. That's a great way to say it without a red face or a gasp. As the story comes to a close, Han Ming did mention it. Period. Encountered a B-ranked creepy, though there was no description of who or what the opponent looked like. Instead, it tells of the contrast between the before and after of Zhao Liangchen's, especially the image of crying and howling, shouting "Righteous Father save me." However, as the story proceeds, Lin Listening Evening's heart trembled violently. Grade B creepy? Isn't that the dowry girl trickster? Lin Hearing Evening hurriedly asked. Did you fight that creepy? Amount. After a brief second of dumbfounded, Han Ming let out an anon. Of course we crossed paths, Lin Hearing Evening said with concern. How did you dare to fight a B-ranked creep? Did you get hurt? Injured? Does a busted lip count? Han Ming definitely can't answer like that. You can only make things up. Telling how valiantly he had, from the hands of a B-rank creep, he saved Zhao Liangchen, and how he escaped from the creep and so on. But here's the thing. That's awesome. Lin Hearing Knight doesn't believe it. She didn't really think about it in any other way. Though, it was just assumed that Han Ming had been defeated and was too embarrassed to say so. As the hour came to a late night, the two just drifted off to sleep. For the next few days, nothing special happened. Han Ming every day is a normal 3 o'clock in one line, very fixed. Villa, Psychic Bureau, home villa. Departure in the morning. Going to the Psychic Bureau to clock in. Go home this afternoon and spend time with my wife. sleeping back at the villa at night. However, there were times when Han Ming simply didn't go back and stayed at home with his wife. Period. Instead, we've dealt with a lot of weirdness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Class C creepy and earning 1,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Class D creepy and gaining 100 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Class D creepy and gaining 100 merit points. Now, every time you deal with a bizarre incident, it's all about Han Ming and Xiao Jiawen. It's almost become a fixed combination. But essentially, in fact, it was Xiao Jiawen who had to pester Han Ming, sticking together every day like an octopus. As for the fight, it's Han Ming all by himself. Xiao Jiawen was then responsible for clearing the battlefield and also collecting the refining materials. After dealing with a few more bizarre incidents, we have all the materials for refining the artifacts. Han Ming drew an event that. Another pair was refined at the Psychic Research Institute. Black fishing net socks. Also a C-grade artifact. Can't tell you how excited I was when it was given to Javan Shah. That reaction. Can't wait to give myself up on the spot. You can tell just by looking at your face and how many extra strawberry marks there are. A few days later, Xiao Jiawen even continued to stick to Han Ming, amidst the envious gazes of all the members of the Psychic Bureau, especially the thighs and the shenanigans. You can't move. You can't move. You can't move. Rubbing against Han Ming's leg, it messed with Han Ming, and he couldn't even concentrate on his work. As for Beauty Master's side, almost every day, he was able to receive pills from his master's side. From his master's side, Lin Hearing Evening's eyes reddened as she watched. But in recent times, I don't know what happened, but Beauty Master rushed to the capital, making the villa. There were only two people, Han Ming and Lin Listening Night. In the beginning, the two of them can be as good as gold. But, over time, one thing, it made Lin Listening Evening gradually become suspicious. It is said that when a woman catches an adulterer, her IQ is comparable to Sherlock Holmes. Lin Hearing Evening was obviously no exception. In the beginning, she didn't think much of it, but over time, it's been almost a month. On Han Ming's body, the aura about that dowager female guile was getting heavier and heavier. Such an unusual thing. How could it not catch Lin Hearing Evening's attention? If the two sides have had an encounter and have also fought each other, a little bit of scent left on their bodies is even. But how long has it been? Instead of the breath dissipating, and it's getting thicker? Lin Hearing Evening was wondering if Han Ming had some kind of ulterior secret with that creepy. Now, but this kind of thing, Lin Hearing Evening also knew that if she went to ask directly, Han Ming would be unable to tell the truth. And so it was. On some sunny morning, after Han Ming went out and rushed to the Psychic Bureau, Lin Hearing Evening also quietly followed. She wants to see, what the hell is Han Ming up to? Chapter 39, is this kid hiding a girl in a golden house? All morning long, Han Ming are honestly staying inside the Psychic Bureau. Lin Listening Evening, who had followed her over, didn't enter the Psychic Bureau's building in order to prevent being discovered by Han Ming. Instead, he waited quietly outside. At this point, punch in and sign in. I came into the office and just sat down. There are no surprises. Xiao Jiawen came running over with her ass in the air, especially with that smile on his face, like a cat waiting for its master to come home. It pounced in a flash, just a little closer. Xiao Jiawen then took the prepared breakfast and brought it to Han Ming. Brother Ming, remember I was the breakfast place I told you about last time? Their dunking dumplings are old and delicious. Here, try one. I'll feed you. While saying that, steaming hot buns. It had been handed to Han Ming's mouth. Just this one scene. I don't know how many people present were made so jealous that their eyes reddened. Mud. We're all human beings. How come the treatment is so different? Even if the talent is good, there is a girl to bring food every day. The key is that he is still handsome, almost catching up with the readers. What do you call this? God is not fair. As countless people wailed inwardly. This way. Han Ming is still a bit disgusted with. No, why are you still giving me bites of the bun? Xiao Jiawen stared at her watery eyes and looked down at the bun that she had taken a bite out of. A little aggravated for a moment. If you've bitten it, you've bitten it, and you actually resent me? Han Ming still wants to explain. Xiao Jiawen was already a bit unhappy. When you kissed you the other day, why didn't you mind and even spit out your tongue? Han Ming, can these two be the same thing? And, that wasn't disgusting on my part just now. I simply wanted to ask. That being said, but Xiao Jiawen obviously didn't mean to be angry, either. Or rather, as opposed to the woman who makes no sense every day, Xiao Jiawen understands better when to be pampered and when to be understanding. all morning long. It was spent in flirting between the two. Days like these. It's been going on for a while, too. Period. If there was a bizarre incident, Han Ming would have to take a trip to deal with it. If it's okay. By the afternoon, it was a straight run home. This is not. When the time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Ming has arrived outside the building. Take out the keys. Get in Javier Shaw's car. Heading for home. Lin, hearing evening, who was guarding the outside, saw the scene and followed closely. But soon, Lin heard the evening and realized that, Han Ming, this is surprisingly the direction to go home. For a moment, the mind is full of doubts. This guy, what's he doing home all of a sudden? Didn't you move out already? By the looks of it, I guess I haven't been home much in a while. But what is it about the house that needs to keep him going back? And what's up with that dowager girl creepy vibe on him? Han Ming, who's been dealing with weird incidents. It's not unusual to have a creepy aura on your body. So, even in the psychic bureau, others don't take it seriously. But Lin, hearing evening, was different. First of all, her realm was still slightly higher than Han Ming's, and she was able to feel that aura more clearly. Secondly, it is from this breath that it could be very clearly recognized that this was the aura from the grafted guile. Otherwise, it was also impossible for Lin, hearing night, to follow Han Ming's ass. That's it. With a mind full of doubts, Lin, hearing evening, trailed after Han Ming to the front of the neighborhood. Gentlemen readers, lord, today a little thing, can only first half a chapter? Tomorrow we'll give to make up for it. Chapter 40, Shameless Dogs and Men. With a mind full of doubts, Lin, hearing evening, trailed after Han Ming to the front of the neighborhood. But Han Ming was in no hurry to go straight home. Instead of coming to the courier station, picked it halfway through the day, picked up a couple deliveries. That's what walked up the stairs. Watching Han Ming walk into the elevator, Lin, hearing evening, didn't rush to follow him. Instead, he saw the elevator stop at Han Ming's floor, and only then did he lift his foot to step in. In a few moments, Lin evening had tiptoed to Han Ming's door, ears pressed against the door. Han Ming's lewd voice clearly reached his ears. Ha ha ha. Honey, I'm home. Lin, listening evening's eyebrows were tightly frowned. Wife. Hearing those two words, Lin, hearing evening's first reaction was not as furious as an ordinary woman's. Instead, at the first opportunity, then he thought of the one Han Ming had mentioned earlier, the first wife. Think of yourself. Demanded that Han Ming break off relations with her. But when the other perfunctorily, Lin, hearing evening, had already guessed that Han Ming would definitely not go for it. I didn't realize that. Now it's actually here in the Golden House. Hooray! Slag. Behind my back every day. Hiding a girl here in the Golden House. Ha! Clenching his fists tightly, Lin, hearing evening, gritted her teeth. The autumn water-like eyes were even flashing with gusts of killing intent. At this point, Han Ming's voice passed out again. Honey, look at the new clothes I bought you. Try it on and see if it's the right size. At this time, another voice rang out. And, are you sure this is clothing? Yeah, how come it's not? You tell me that again? Believe it or not, I'm going out the door in these clothes. Bah! Alright wife, hurry up and put it on. If it fits, I'll turn around and refine 2 sets of this style of shenanigans. Okay, that's what you said. When have I ever lied to you? Wifey, hurry up. Okay, now are you satisfied? Hey, wife, I knew you were the best. Look at those long legs. Let's get this class started. At this point in time, outside the door, listening to the voices inside the door, Lin, hearing evening, could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Yeah, this dog man. I don't care if it's a golden house. I can't believe you're still playing with flowers like this every day. And to refine trick weapons for each other? Lin, hearing evening, clenched her silver teeth. I said that night, the wind and fire holding the gift out of the door is doing what? The original is to give to the little lover. Ah, you scum. Watch me castrate you today. Lin, hearing night, didn't even want to pull out her keys. Activate your true chi. A slap at the door of the room. Bang. With a loud bang. The walls are dusty. The security door itself is not that strong. It was hit directly askew, with the entire center section dented upside down. The two men in the room. You're not deaf. Hearing a sudden loud noise, Han Ming hurriedly lifted his pants and, beside her, Wen Jingshu, with a turn of her wrist, the OL uniform on her body shifted and instantly changed back to the red wedding dress. Scumbag, you! Without waiting for Han Ming to step out of the room to check, just listen to the parlor. There came a chorus of voices. Han Ming only felt a flash in front of his eyes as a stern aura shone at him. Humph! Wen Jingshu snorted coldly. With a slender hand, She pointed forward to Yo-Yo. Lin, hearing evening, was immediately forced to stop in her tracks. Just when she looked at the image before her, the dilated pupils, an unbelievable look flickered in her beautiful eyes. For a moment, the brain is even more blank. It's close to stopping even thinking. It was thought that, rushing in on his own, what you're going to see is a graphic image of an adulterous couple. Results, in the end, surprisingly human and creepy? She had wondered who the first wife in Han Ming's words would be, but never in my wildest dreams. It's actually going to be a spooky one. A graft trick, and having fought each other myself. Look at this. I'm afraid that the reason why Han Ming had the aura of grafting guile on him, and it was getting thicker, was because of what was in front of him. You, both of you. Pointing her finger at the two people in front of her. Lin, hearing evening, was a bit incoherent and didn't even know what to say. Don't look at Lin, hearing evening, with a shocked look on her face. Opposite. Han Ming was also stunned. The heart was more of a panicked batch. No. Why did sister come over all of a sudden? Crashing himself with another woman was still a small matter, and he could be coaxed into it by explaining himself afterward and sending a couple of shenanigans. But here's the thing. Himself with a creepy. If sister sees this, you'd have to fight on the spot. Elder sister, why are you here all of a sudden? With an apprehensive heart, Han Ming opened his mouth and asked. Humph. Lin, hearing night, clenched her teeth and said coldly. Why do you think I came over? You're really good. Hanan. Mouthing off to me, cutting ties with that guy, and that's how it turned out? And it's even if you're a golden house, I'm the later after all. And it turns out that in the end, that former is actually a creepy? Raising his hand and pointing to the dowry trick. In Lin, hearing night's voice, although there was a hint of anger in the, but between the lines, but still with a sense of concern. Han Ming, do you realize it's creepy? Seeing this light, when Jingshu also roughly understood what had happened, no further shots were taken. The body floated down to Han Ming's side and said somewhat playfully, it seems like you guys know each other. Lin, hearing evening's face was slightly chilled, and even though she knew that she was not as strong as the other party, she still sacrificed her trick weapon. I don't know when you met, but don't think I don't know what you're doing near him. Seeing the copper sparrow seal floating in midair, when Jingshu snorted, what? Haven't you had enough of the lesson from last time, and you still want to fight with me? Besides, even if you knew, what could you do? At least you didn't know where I was when I was with Sunga. Having said that, when Jingshu looked at Lin Heinai evening with a smile on her face, being on a finger, shake and point at each other. You, the later, bottom line, instantly gagging Lin of evening, and she knows that, one is indeed a latecomer. The thing is, do you think I wanted to come in the first place? It's still not Han Ming the LSP. Ugh, dog scum. Thinking of this Lin hearing evening, she couldn't help but glare at Han Ming. Do you realize it's not human? It's creepy. Han Ming was also slightly helpless. Sigh. Responded. Of course I know. Lin hearing evening stared, her voice full of astonishment. You knew and still did this? Human ghosts are different. Not to mention that people and weird. She's tangled up with you, and she's obviously eyeing your 9-yang true chi as well. Although this true chi is most rigid in yang, naturally restraining evil spirits, it is also a great tonic for many shenanigans. Lin hearing evening's voice was filled with pain. More than that, I hope Han Ming will come to his senses. Don't be fooled by graft shenanigans. After all, it's like in the world of fairy cultivation. The righteous saint's son has the same sinful relationship with the demoness of the devil's sect. Basically, it is not going to be recognized. The question is, do we need others to judge whether we recognize it or not? At least for Han Ming, it's not necessary. Sister. Han Ming's voice was calm and slightly helpless. You all say that people and ghosts are different, but is she creepy? I can't tell. Don't look at me now that I've become an awakened person and have a special physique, but I was a stinking beggar before, and I didn't even know how soft a girl's hand was after living for 30 years. Then I had a rare opportunity, and was it creepy? I don't know, but I was really moved. Elder sister, you just don't talk about me. Hearing Han Ming's explanation, Lin hearing evening was so anxious that she was about to stomp her feet straight up. Anyway, it's creepy after all. Creepy. Han Ming, wake up. And do you have any idea how many lives she has maimed? The first time I saw it, it was nothing more than a deranked grafter trickster. And at that time, I had to rely on dreams to kill people. And as a result, now that it's in its realm, as you can see, how many lives had to be mutilated in between to get to be rank? Hearing Lin hearing evening mention it, marriage dress styles passed. Han Ming couldn't help but think of the night they met. Silent night. The door of the room that was knocked on. and soporific creepiness. The images of that night are still fresh in my mind. Yeah, she's creepy after all. For a moment, Han Ming's heart was so shaken. Even when Jingshu, who was beside her, saw the end of it, her body was lightly leaning on Han Ming's shoulder, was about to say something. Han Ming was the first to speak. I know, but didn't Ning Saixin do the same thing? Hearing the 3 words Ning Saixin, Lin Hearing Evening almost stared out of her eyes. The fingers pointed at Han Ming. It was even more furious to be able to say anything. Ning Saixin? You've been reading too much Chatelaine you. Lin Hearing Evening was so angry. Her chest was constantly rising and falling. If I hadn't been able to beat that dowry trickster, Lin Hearing Evening wanted to directly tear this pair of dogs apart with her hands. Ugh, this scumbag. It's a real head case. Not even the shenanigans. It's no wonder that, at first, have to heal yourself that way now. Zhang Wuji even had to call out to his grandmaster. At this point, when Jingshu, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, his body was already floating behind Han Ming. Her hands held onto Han Ming's neck, her head leaning on her shoulder as she looked at Lin Huanyan. My husband and I are 2 lovers. Is it jealousy that you have to break us up here? Jealous? Lin Hearing Evening pointed at herself. The voice was full of incredulity. You're saying I'm jealous of you too? I shucks. Shameless dogs, knowing that they are not as strong as each other. Lin Hearing Evening didn't get carried away with her impulsiveness, pointing at Han Xian and cursing. I'm telling you, if you can't break this off, you're not coming back. Having said that, Lin Hearing Evening went out the door without looking back. It's more of a backhand, heavily slamming the door behind him. The already dented security door came right off in its entirety. When Jingshu looked at Han Ming, smiling but not laughing, she's all pissed off. So you're not going to go after her to coax her? Han Ming looked confident. Coax? Turn around. Send a trick weapon and it'll take the edge off. Chapter 41, Boss, long time no see. Seeing Han Ming's confident look, the corner of Wen Jingshu's mouth twitched. This dog man, it seems to have been taken by his trickster. Otherwise, for an ordinary woman, I'm afraid it would have exploded a long time ago. However, and because of the accident that just occurred, being interrupted from a good thing notwithstanding, even the security door, it's all been unloaded. Han Ming is helpless, had to get someone to reinstall the door. As for the getting the teacher to teach the class thing, it will have to be a little bit down the road. After kissing Wen Jingshu goodbye, get out of the house. Han Ming was in no hurry to go back. Instead, he mulled over what he could do to make his senior sister demoralized, wandering all the way out of the neighborhood. Incidentally, he glanced at his attribute panel. Merit points. It has come to 9,000 points, 1,000 to go. Then you can draw 10 in a row. By then, I guess I can draw some good stuff that I can give to my senior sister. The question is, now where to find a replacement for this point of difference? Thinking about it, the cell phone is ringing. What did you say? Another paranormal event, and it's C-rated? I'm free, good to talk. The address is. Okay, I'm on my way. Hang up the phone. Han Ming grinned. It's a sleepy head. He was worried about where to get the points, and Creepy delivered them to his door. That's the address. Han Ming took a look at it. Isn't this the company building where he worked before? Good man. Is this another spooky incident? Lungchung Mansion. Amidst the screams, wails, countless employees of the company were as if they were headless flies, scurrying all over the building. Because the lights went out, it made the whole building dark. The point is, I don't care if the elevator is out of service. It was as if they had encountered a ghostly wall. They clearly remembered the escape intersection, but they just couldn't get out. Wanru, run. I broke my foot. Come on over here. I'll run on your back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At this time you're still a ing-licking dog. You don't want to live? In the building, a group of white-collar men and women, frantically fleeing on weak legs and holding each other up. The women who wore high heels to work, each one now even more barefoot, fled across the cold floor. Behind them, every now and then there was a mournful scream, but no one dared to turn around. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The flat ground is cloudy. A bazaar with ulcerated skin all over its body and a spiteful look in its gaze suddenly scurried out from the shadows. Grabbing a man by the back, push it into the darkness. No, don't. Help me dash. Amidst terrified cries for help. Next, with the screams of misery, concomitant, it's the sound of ripping flesh and blood. Seeing this scene, the men in front of us are running faster. Not a single person dared to look back and stare. At this point, inside the office, Jang Yun-shu, who knew what was happening outside, hid under the desk with her secretary in horror. Nervous heart. Pfft. It almost jumped out of my throat. The fear in the office intensified every time a scream sounded outside the door. Mr. Jiang, I don't want to die. The secretary, who was hiding together, was on the verge of tears by this time. In this high-pressure state of panic, the spirit seems to be breaking down a bit. Jang Yun-shu, who was once Han Ming's boss, was no better at this time, although he had experienced a bizarre incident in front of him. But that doesn't mean that, when you face it again, you can stop being afraid. Suddenly, the corridors, which had just been filled with screams and wails, it became silent. Inside the office, it was even more eerily silent. I don't know if it's a woman's sixth sense. Jang Yun-shu felt that the temperature around him was gradually decreasing. The hairs on your skin are standing up. Deep down, there was even a sense of foreboding that was spreading. It's not just her, even the secretaries around. This time it also seemed to notice that something was wrong. Just as she was about to open her mouth and say something, suddenly I see it, above the head. Tick tick. I don't know what's down there. Looking up, in a split second, the secretary died and let out a scream of terror. Jang Yun-shu subconsciously looked up. Only the creepy with festering skin was seen standing on the desk above their heads, looking at the two women with an eerie smile on its face. At its mouth, the blood that stained it was still lowering downward. Between the gaps in his teeth, there was still some shredded flesh hanging. Seeing this image, Jang Yun-shu almost fainted in fear. In the midst of despair, the dimly lit office was suddenly brightened by the creepy, who had just been wearing a smile, suddenly flew the whole thing backwards and slammed heavily into the wall. Jang Yun-shu only saw a flash in front of his eyes. I found it in front of me. I don't know when there was an extra figure. The other party's body was flooded with protective golden light, and the entire person was like a great sun, dispelling the darkness. The awakened. It's the awakened ones from the psychic bureau coming. Mr. Jiang, we're saved. The little secretary, who had been robbed of his life, wept for joy. Hugging Jang Yun-shu, he cried bitterly. On the other side, the weirdness of a sneak attack, letting out a mournful hiss. His resentful gaze was even more deadly as he stared at Han Ming. Demon! I see you don't give a damn about me. De Wei Tianlong. With a muffled, angry cry, the Nine Yang true chi erupted like a tidal wave. Han Ming, who had fully utilized his true chi, raised his hand and blasted the bizarre head with an incomparably fierce hyperdragon. In the horrified gazes of Jang Yun-shu and the little secretary, the ferocious and unimaginable weirdness that had just been there melted away like spring snow on a summer's day. At this time, Jang Yun-shu also saw the face of the visitor. When she saw that it was Han Ming, a pair of beautiful eyes were rounded, and her small mouth was slightly open, as if she could stuff an egg into it. Somewhat dazed head, full of shock. How long has it been? And it has grown to this point. Ding! Kill C rank creepy. Gain 1,000 points of merit. After resolving the shenanigans, Han Ming turned around and waved his hand towards Jang Yun-shu. Hey, boss. It's been a long time. Jang Yun-shu was just about to open his mouth to thank him, but he heard Han Ming heave a laugh. Boss, why aren't you hiding in the restroom this time? Jang Yun-shu, with the shenanigans easily resolved, the employees who had just panicked and fled were still a bit stunned. However, when they hear, it was Han Ming who solved the shenanigans, and one of them couldn't close his mouth in surprise. It's only been a few days, and you're already this good? Oh my god. This isn't a dream, is it? It was Han Ming who solved the shenanigans in the first place, and this time it's him again. I didn't expect to actually be saved by him twice in a row. In a state of horror, some colleagues who were originally on good terms with Han Ming, there was a flurry of people gathered around. Chapter 42, The Whimsical Matchmaker. While the original relationship was better, there was a flurry of balking at the same time. Some company executives, too, licked their faces and came up. This gentleman, I really appreciate it. This is my business card, please also take it. My name is Jack Wang, the richest man in Licheng City. I think this gentleman should have heard of my name. Originally I came here to talk about things today. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. I'm really thankful to you for being able to come to my aid. I wonder if this gentleman, could you give me a moment? I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation. Beside, look at what used to be Han Ming, who was unknown in their eyes, nowadays, but they're being all kinds of browbeaten. For a moment, everyone's mind was somewhat mixed, and to think that not so long ago, The other guy is still sitting in an office with himself blowing awesome. Now, it's not a world away. While lamenting, a figure suddenly appearing in front of Han Ming. The other woman was wearing a black and white A-line dress, with high heels under her feet. The fairly sophisticated makeup hides wrinkles that can't be hidden. Song Yuan. Seeing the figure in front of him, Han Ming couldn't help but frown. For this one, almost 40 years old, divorced with children, the woman who still asks for a $380,000 dowry on a blind date. Han Ming is really not complimentary. Was about to just turn around and walk away. Song Yuan, however, walked over with a shy face and said, Han Ming, I actually have a good feeling about you in my heart. After my last blind date, I thought carefully about it when I got home, and the bride price was indeed a bit high. Actually, a smaller dowry would be fine. The corners of Han Ming's mouth twitched furiously. Inside, there's a million grass horses galloping around. He really couldn't imagine how thick this woman's skin was to be able to say such things. No, not good. Having said that, Han Ming, who doesn't want to rub it in, turn around and walk away. This time, Song Yuan is in a hurry. Going forward and pulling Han Ming, he anxiously said, don't you go really can't, I don't want the dowry can also. Han Ming took a few steps back in a row to distance himself from his opponent. No, big sister, is this about a dowry? Your son is in high school. Song Yuan, who seemed to still be daydreaming. Her voice was even a few points louder. How good to go to high school. Already know what to do. The key is to study, okay? There's simply no need for the two of us to continue to worry about it. If you mind, I can make him take your last name. Han Ming, who couldn't stand it, hurriedly shouted. Stop, big sister. The blind date is over. Don't you pester me here, and I have a girlfriend now. The opportunity to shake yourself into a phoenix is at hand. Song Yuan, we're willing to stop. Don't want Han Ming to leave at all. Stop in front of you. The body is even more active and wants to come up to it. What girlfriend? I know it's all an excuse. I know that you were angry about the dowry before, but I don't even want the dowry now. What more do you want from me? Does that mean you don't think I'm good enough for you? Patience is wearing thin. Han Ming, who was already somewhat unable to tolerate it, directly exploded into foul language. Are you done? Worthy or not? Take a piss and look in the mirror yourself. Mud, almost menopausal and still licking his chops endlessly. I suggest you don't lower your demands and keep asking for a $380,000 dowry, please. After the scolding, Han Ming, who has lost his temper, as soon as he pushed away from the blocking Song Yuan, he disappeared straight into the building. At this point in time, next to my co-workers on the sidelines, one covered his forehead and, the mind is equally filled with mom and pop. They didn't expect that either. In this world, there are people with cheeks that can be this thick. In the beginning, on a serious blind date, up came the lion's share of the bride price of $380,000, and it's beautifully called. 1 year represents 10,000. At that time, this matter caused a lot of discussion in the office, among many people. Results, now that's a good thing. Seeing that Han Ming has become an awakened, straight-up lickety-split, and clamoring for no dowry? Under the sun, where's the good in that? At this time, Han Ming had already shaken off his opponent long ago and ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. Song Yuan, who came back with a black face, walking, every kick, all heavy on the ground. It seemed that this was the only way to vent the unhappiness in his heart. Back at the workstation, seeing the strange gazes of her colleagues around her, Song Yuan didn't feel ashamed at all, but instead tore her voice out and yelled, "What are you looking at?" On the other side, just got on the elevator. Han Ming, who intends to go downstairs, received a call from Jiang Yunshu. Buy me dinner? Now. That's fine. I'll meet you in the underground garage. Hang up the phone. In a few moments, Han Ming in the underground garage, waiting for Jiang Yunshu, all the way on high heels, a pair of thighs as exquisite as a work of art, wrapped in black silk. Body. The lady suits that she wore showed off her perfect and enchanting figure to the fullest, especially when paired with that cool look. A proper iceberg female president template. Only, icebergs are for outsiders. In front of Han Ming, the iceberg melted right off, with Jiang Yunshu in charge of driving, all the way to a Michelin restaurant. Box. Jiang Yunshu, who was waiting for the food to be served, looked like she wanted to say something. This couldn't help but make Han Ming curious. Boss, say what you have to say. It's not like you to hesitate here. Jiang Yun bit his lip. Straight to the point, he said. In fact, I invited you to dinner this time. In addition to thanking you for saving my life, there is one thing I would like to ask you. What is it? It's about the safe zone. I don't know if you can do me a favor. There are a lot of weird incidents right now, and I don't dare to close my eyes when I sleep at night. So I'd like to ask you to arrange for it, and I'd like to be one of the first to go in. Han Ming was a little confused. Safe zone? What's this? With doubt, Han Ming asked rhetorically. What's a safe zone? This time, it was Jiang Yunshu's turn to be confused. You don't know? Should I know? But aren't you in the psychic bureau? How could you not know? Well, explain yourself then. Why don't you go to the Psychic Bureau's official website and take a look? You should understand after reading it. Han Ming followed Jiang Yunshu's prompting, with a cell phone, landed on the official website of the Psychic Bureau. What's in the eye of the beholder? There's just a huge and eye-catching announcement. As for the content, it is about matters relating to the safety zone. When Han Ming had toured finally, it's clear how this works. In a nutshell, it's just that at this stage, around the world, bizarre events are occurring with increasing frequency. On the contrary, the Psychic Bureau is again very short-staffed. Basically, daily, even every second of every day, all have people dying because of shenanigans. There has been a great deal of panic among the people. In this environment, high-level decision, construction of safe zones, to keep the population safe. Chapter 43, The Security Zone. Safe zones are said to guarantee the safety of the population. But, at the initial stage, the first group of people who were able to live in you don't have to think about it. They must all be dignitaries. After checking it out, according to the official website, it will be used to prioritize the order in which safe zones will be built in each city in Kyushu, based on the size of the population. After all, the whole of Kyushu, vast and populous, it is impossible to say that every city builds a safe zone. After all, in doing so, which will certainly lead to the fragmentation of resources, there's no way for the awakened to focus their power either. By then, the force is dispersed. There's no way to defend against the weirdness. Therefore, definitely, safe zones will be built centered on first-tier cities. Currently, official website, it's been explained. The first 10 safe zones to be constructed will include 4 first-tier cities, namely, the capital, Shanghai, Yancheng and Shenzhen, and then count Xiangjiang. Beyond that, of the 5 remaining cities, there happens to be a place for La. After all, whether demographically, economically, or in every other way, La has also been selected as a new first-tier city in recent years. It wasn't a surprise to be one of the first cities to build a safe zone. As for that, the number of persons in the first group to be accommodated in the security zone, the official website doesn't explicitly say so. After getting the general idea, Han Ming took out his cell phone, dialed the director of the Psychic Bureau. Hello? Yeah, it's me. Nothing important. I just wanted to ask about the safe zone. Yeah. Construction has started in full swing, right? About when will it be finished? The first phase of the program, expected in 3 months? Eligibility for that stay. Okay, I got it. You go ahead, Chief. Bye. Hang up the phone. I didn't wait for Han Ming to say anything. Jiang Yunshu couldn't wait to speak. How was it? Han Ming nodded. Indeed, just as you said, the situation, as it is now, is very bad. As for the safe zone, currently, according to the director, the inner city area will be completed within 3 months. And as for the occupancy quota, there may only be 10,000 people. The outer city area will do its best, and will be built within a year, when it will be open to the general public. Jiang Yunshu bit her lip, eyes, with a touch of supplication. There was no trace of the high and mighty, cold and frosty look that had once been present in the company. Places to stay in safe zones. Han Ming wasn't hiding anything. Let's get this straight, boss. I'm sure you know in your heart that you can't buy this kind of quota with money. And really, I'm afraid that when that time comes, things like money won't be of much use. According to the current preliminary plan, the first batch of people to move in will be prioritized by the awakened, including the family members of the awakened, followed by various dignitaries. Han Ming's voice was a little heavy. The tone is slow, in dark colors. It was full of difficulties. Seeing this appearance, Jiang Yunshu's heart had fallen to the bottom. She's thought about it. There will be very few places in the first group to qualify for the safe zone. But how could I have not expected that? There will be only 10,000 of them. Realize that. La is considered a city of 10 million people. 10,000 places. It can be described as 1 in 1,000. And, In the Psychic Bureau and the Psychic Research Institute alone, the number of awakened people alone might be in the hundreds. If you're counting their families, 10,000 slots. How many are left? Not to mention, there are also many dignitaries. Just when Jiang Yunshu's heart has fallen to the bottom, suddenly, Han Ming grinned, holding out 5 fingers. But yeah, the chief says I have 5 family slots in my current capacity. And, if there are any remaining openings in the back, I can still be accommodated. In one short sentence, it made Jiang Yunshu feel as if she had regained her life. With anticipation, Jiang Yunshu inquired, then can I? Han Ming put on a very difficult look. Boss, you know I have family and friends. How could I stand by and watch them? Blocked from the safe zone? They are my dearly beloved friends and brothers in arms. In the end, Han Ming didn't shout out the words gotta add money. After all, right now, Han Ming wasn't short of money at all. And even if we did need it, just sell a random artifact. As for beloved family and friends, brothers in arms? Let's just say, I'm sorry. No, both parents have passed away, one after the other, in the last 2 years. Those relatives, too, have not been in touch for years. As far as friends go, there are a few good ones, but it wasn't said to be important enough to give them the first slots into the safe zone. If it is the second or third installment, when there are more places, Han Ming didn't mind pulling on it. The question is, these things. Jiang Yunshu didn't know that. Seeing Han Ming's difficult look, Jiang Yunshu subconsciously said, I can pay for it, as long as you say, no matter how much it costs. Han Ming shook his finger. Boss, you said that when it really comes to that kind of environment, money is still useful? Jiang Yunshu's voice was already full of pleading. Then what do you say to do? Actually, what about? Han Ming's gaze teased, constantly glancing at the other party, back and forth continuously, especially with that shapely body, and the pair wrapped in black, extremely seductive long legs. Have to say, put it in an urban novel, a proper heroine. Previously, when Han Ming was still with the company, Jiang Yunshu in his eyes, that's the goddess who is high up and not to be blasphemed. Having said that, now that it's fallen off the map, but, it wouldn't be impossible to make up for regrets if there was a chance to do so. After all, these places, Han Ming didn't really have anywhere to use it. Mainly at this stage, a few of the people who were closer were awakened in their own right. They don't need a quota at all. As for the wife, while the identity is creepy, but as long as you hide your breath, you don't have to worry about being discovered at all. As if sensing Han Ming's burning gaze, Jiang Yunshu's heart sank, slightly annoyed in her mind. She wanted to just refuse to walk away, but reason told her that, you're really going to leave like this? It's hard not to. Do we really have to wait for the second occupancy to qualify? Jiang Yunshu, who has already experienced 2 bizarre incidents. Now when I go to bed at night, just turn off the lights. It just felt like there were creeps watching them in the darkness. That spine-chilling feeling that. It broke her spirit a little. As long as it's nighttime, it's all about being tense, high pressure, and fearful all the time. Jiang Yunshu couldn't even dare to imagine that. If we really wait a year like this, I'm afraid I've gone crazy even if I'm still alive. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yunshu in his mind. Still, the decision was made silently. Chapter 44 Raffle Draw 10 in a row. Grade A Artifact Lace Underwear. Just, while making a decision, but Jiang Yunshu felt like she, still, was having a bit of a hard time saying it. At this time, seeing the direction Han Ming's gaze was gazing, Jiang Yunshu glanced down, hesitating a bit, suddenly lifting his feet. It rubbed up and down at Han Ming's pant leg. Jiang Yunshu bit her lip and said weakly, is that what you mean? If I agree, can you give me a spot? Seriously, Han Ming himself, seeing this proactive appearance of Jiang Yunshu, both couldn't help but freeze for a moment. I haven't even said it yet. That's already active? Boss, do you mean just that? Or could it be more excessive? Jiang Yunshu clenched her palms nervously, and her face was even more flushed. If it could be more excessive, then would you say yes? That's all there is to it. It's almost explicit. Han Ming bends down. One grabbed Jiang Yunshu's slender ankle. He laughed, not just a quota. You are my most respected boss. Say what also have to score a knot. Having said that, Han Ming, who has already tried his hand, let go of the hand, shouting directly toward the waiter. He said, the food doesn't need to be served. Immediately following, one grabbed Jiang Yunshu's arm and walked out of the store. Jiang Yunshu was at a loss for words and asked, what are you doing? Han Ming's tone was firm, his eyes resolute. Go to the hotel. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Lin hearing evening clenched her teeth, eyes glaring menacingly in the direction of the gate. The mind is still reeling. When Han Ming comes back, already going to teach each other a hard lesson. It is simply outrageous. It's too licentious. Even if you steal behind your back, you're actually stealing a creepy. This scumbag. Lust for sex. I can't believe it's even creepy. Just waiting for the wee hours of the morning. Lin heard the evening, but did not wait for Han Ming's figure. This time, Lin hearing evening became even more angry. In her thoughts, Han Ming didn't come back. Apparently he was at home, tangling with the creep. Damn it. Asterisk. Han Ming, don't ever come back if you're capable, or I'll peel your skin off. The night passed quickly. Early morning sunshine, through the cracks in the curtains. It spilled onto Han Ming's face. After holding his pee all night, Han Ming, upon waking up, ran straight to the bathroom. When it comes out, discovery. Jiang Yunshu doesn't know when. Already woke up. Han Ming said with concern, don't you need to sleep for a while? Jiang Yunshu, who should have been very tired at this point, although my whole body is sore, but spiritually, and yet, it was significantly better than before, mainly because, the night before, the most restful night of sleep she'd had in a while, no need to worry about alleged shenanigans, full of security. It made her sleep very soundly. For a moment, eyes on Han Ming, Jiang Yunshu surprisingly produced an idea. If only he could sleep so solidly every night. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunshu still asked, Han Ming, where do you live now? If it's convenient, can you move in with me? Otherwise I'm a bit scared to be alone at night. Hearing that, Han Ming said without thinking, I'm currently living over at Longza Royal Court. As for moving there, it might be a bit inconvenient. Is it inconvenient? Jiang Yunshu's eyes dimmed for a moment, but soon, Jiang Yunshu suddenly thought, it seems that he himself has a villa in Longza Royal Garden. Come to think of it, eyes flashing brightly again. Then I'll move to the Longza Imperial Court as well, so that it's a bit closer. And if there's a weird incident, won't you be able to be the first to arrive? Han Ming was a bit surprised. Boss, you're moving just like that? It's all a villa area over there, right? Jiang Yunshu nodded. Yeah, it's just that I happen to have a villa right over there. The corner of Han Ming's mouth twitched. Is this the money power? That said, they're all in bed with the boss. Doesn't that mean that no longer need to worry about money yourself? Why don't you just eat the soft food? Without the slightest sense of shame, Han Ming was delighted to pick up a pagamra at noon that day. But this kind of car, open up inside the psychic bureau, it's not gonna make any waves at all. After all, people who can be here, they all make tens of thousands of dollars a month or more. It was even rarer for some higher-ranked awakened to have a few $1,000,000. Sitting at the workstation, Han Ming looked around. That clingy little leprechaun went off somewhere. I didn't know until I asked. It turns out that today, the Psychic Bureau has added 2 new people to its ranks. Xiao Jiawan is in charge of the reception and training of newcomers to go. It was also a rare opportunity to clear Han Ming's mind. There's nothing to do with idle chit-chat left and right. Han Ming put his feet directly on the table and leaned back, eyes slightly closed, while taking it easy. In the heart, the system's properties screen has been opened. The rest of the data has not changed that much. What makes Han Ming care? Still merit points. 10,051 points. Just broke 10,000 for a 10-pack. Without the slightest hesitation, Han Ming shouted in his mind. System, give me a lottery. 10 in a row. Ding. Consume 10,000 merit points for the lottery. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained 1 bottle of 6 flavors Di Huang pill. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained 1 bottle of Qi recovery pill, 2nd grade elixir. Congratulations to the host. You've won 1 bottle of divine oil. Congratulations to the host, who has been awarded $200,000 in cash. Congratulations to the host. Acquired sexy lace lingerie, grade A upper grade artifact. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained Hongmeng's cell phone, F-class artifact. Can talk in the trick domain. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained 2/8's bicycle, grade E artifact. Congratulations to the host. You've won a bottle of non-fuse Anquin. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining Soul Nurturing Wood X10, refining material for B-grade artifacts. Congratulations to the host. You've won a box of umbrellas. Congratulations to the host. Acquired Grade B refining skill, high heels only. with the system's ding 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 lottery beep. One after the other keeps ringing out. Han Ming's face, it's like a barometer. From the dark clouds at the beginning, it turned cloudy later on. No way. Look at that. The first few. Smoke all the. Forget about the 6 flavored Di Huang pills. There's a bottle of miracle oil. 2. What's going on? System, are you questioning my strength? A couple bonus rounds in the back. Though, overall, it's not bad. Especially since there's also a golden legend out there. Class A trickster. When Han Ming looked at the system backpack, the lace underwear, he could not help but begin to fantasize that the scene of Master's father standing in front of his own eyes wearing this underwear. And why didn't you think of giving it to someone else? One is worried. The problem of wistfulness. After all, what if an A-grade artifact is worn on the body and is robbed? The second one. Or because Han Ming wants to be a rebel. But by the way, the Master Raider is again the most difficult, so it's only fair to consider giving it to the Master. But then again, a few others are not without compensation. Han Ming then thought, the heels of this B-ranked artifact seem to be fine, and even the material is there. That's 10 straight draws down, kinda useful to have. An A-rank underwear artifact, an F-rank artifact cell phone, a C-rank artifact bicycle, and then a B-rank refining skill and materials for refining. Overall look, the harvest was pretty good. And Han Ming is already looking forward to that. The picture of the Master when he received the gift is up. Chapter 45, Refining Grade B Artifacts. High heels. It wasn't much longer at the Psychic Bureau. With nothing else to do, Han Ming mounted the 28-bar bicycle he had just drawn and rode all the way towards the Psychic Research Institute. Nothing else. Despite the appearance. It's no different than a regular bike. The exterior is very old but, sit on it. The seats are exceptionally comfortable, not to mention that. Stomp up. It's also not a lot of work at all. Just a couple of random stomps and it's whizzing along like an electric car. If you use a little force, that speed, it's like a motorcycle. Take off straight away. On the way to the Psychic Institute. In the middle of it, we'll cross the Han River Bridge. Weekdays, there were just a number of cyclists, heavily armed, passing over the bridge on their road bikes. This is not. There's a group of people right now, zipping around on their bikes on the side of the bridge, in the bike lane. At this point, Han Ming is riding a 2/8 bar. It's like a motorcycle, passing them by in a puff of smoke. The center even said hello, before and after just a short time of 2 or 3 meters, but to the people present all the whole will not. Did he go there on a motorcycle? What's wrong with you? Riding a motorcycle in a bike lane? What if you hit someone? I have a comment. I don't know if it's appropriate to make. It looks like he's riding a bicycle. The bike is even. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like a 280. Be confident. It's a 2.8 right. I saw it too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is there any mistake? Can a 280 ride this fast? That guy is nowhere to be seen. If he goes any faster, it feels like he could fly. No. At the rate he's going, wouldn't the wheels stare out sparks? Those present. It's safe to say it's all a blur. Some people, even more so. He looked down at the riding gear he had spent tens of thousands of dollars on. And look at people. A 2/8 bar, and it ran itself over. However, Han Ming didn't care what others were in the mood for. It's very soothing to yourself. Anyway, the bike. It's much more comfortable to ride than to sit in a car. Especially since one can travel between cities, at will. It's not slow at all. When the speed picks up, the feeling of the wind blowing across my cheeks was even more pleasurable. Not a moment too soon. Come to the Psychic Institute. Walking into the building, Han Ming took out his credentials and handed them to the receptionist. Just made a reservation. Advanced refining room. 3 hours. After glancing at the information about the reservation, the girl at the front desk, the beautiful eyes widened steeply and, with an astonished look at Han Ming, obviously, she recognized it. The smiling young man in front of me. It was the genius who, before, had refined a C-grade artifact. After leading Han Ming to the refining room, the young lady at the front desk immediately contacted Zhao Lao. Because of this, it was specially ordered by Zhao Lao. In a few moments, Elder Zhao, who had previously refined the D-grade artifact, and Gao Chengquan, the director of the institute, had arrived at the first floor hall. The director. The realm is the same as Huayan, the head of the Psychic Bureau. All of them were equally at B-level cultivation. War is kind of the ceiling for Lehigh. Meanwhile, still a master refiner. one of the few people in the 9 states who could refine a C-grade artifact. Only, compared to Wang Chongxian, the same refining masters also had their highs and lows. For example, Wang Chongxian, who had previously wanted to take Han Ming as his disciple, had no difficulty at all in refining a C-grade artifact, and could almost rub it out with his hands. And there's a lot of work that. All of them were C-grade upper grade artifacts, only one step away from B-grade artifacts. In comparison, not only did Gao Changquan need to go all out to refine a C-grade artifact, but his success rate was not high. Even if it works, most of them were also just lower C-grade artifacts. The difference is high and low. You mean, that genius from last time is here again, right? After coming, Zhao Lao couldn't wait to open his mouth and ask the front desk. The receptionist nodded her head back and forth, and he gave out the room number where Han Ming was. Aside, Director Gao Changquan, obviously some disbelief, voice full of questions. Lao Zhao, are you sure you're not kidding me? Having said that, Gao Changquan used to look at the little cutie's gaze, look to each other. You're kidding. You treat me like a little cutie. Muddling? The way of the smith. I've been studying it all my life. In the end, it could only barely refine a C-grade artifact. That's it. Looking at the 9 states, still a resounding refining master now. Results. You tell me now. There's a guy. Awakening for a period not exceeding 1 month. The first time he refined a weapon, he was able to refine a C-grade artifact. Oh, then what's the point of mixing with me? A guy who can only refine C-grade magic weapons even after decades of refining? Might as well find a block of tofu and run yourself over. Seeing that the other side doesn't believe me, Zhao Lao was not happy. What do you mean? You don't believe in what I said, do you? Faith? How do you expect me to believe that? That's an outrageous thing to say. Why don't you say, he can make B-grade trick weapons? Old Zhao, if you're too tired, take some time off. Don't wear yourself out at your age. Look at you here. You're hallucinating. Eyes. No matter what one says, the other side has such an attitude. Zhao Lao was about to take a betting oath. Well, you don't believe me, do you? Why don't you and I make a bet? Elder Zhao pointed to the table at the front desk and swore, if he refines a C-grade artifact in a while, you'll eat this table. Gao Changquan smiled disdainfully. Meh, it's just a table. If he does make it, I'll eat this computer screen along with it. That's what Zhao Lao was waiting for. Okay, it's a deal. The bet was struck. Both men sneered in their minds. Gao Changquan, laughing to death. I think you're old and confused. Do you really think that C-grade artifacts are that easy to refine? The old man has been drilling for so many years, but he is only at the beginning of his journey. If a fledgling kid can do it, what's the point of making me eat computerized shielding? Zhao Lao, I hope you'll, in a while, still keep this untamed look. I'm waiting for you to eat the table. Front desk girl, no. You two bet. Why are you betting your desk against your computer screen? If you guys really eat it, how can I work? At this point, just as they were outside the door, waiting in the meantime, room, Han Ming had already begun refining his weapon. After the last experience, this time, Han Ming could be said to be familiar with it, and the skill given by the system itself contained the method of refining it. As soon as it is skillfully mastered, all subsequent steps, it's all very natural. It was as if Han Ming already possessed, 1,000 times, experience in refining. Soon, the first artifact, it has been refined. A pair of black heels with red soles, opened the system panel. Han Ming looked at the properties of the high heels. High heels, defense, grade, B lower. Effect number 1, can dramatically increase the wearer's speed. Effect 2, the thinner the heel, the more painful the kick, dramatically increasing the damage of the wearer's attack. Effect 3, it can make the wearer briefly levitate in mid-air, although not explicitly stated, after you put it on. How much of an increase in speed and damage? But anyway, as a B-class artifact, it was a coveted treasure for awakened and guile harnessers of any realm. As for why it's a lower B grade, the main reason, still the material is lacking. Only one of the materials was grade B, and the rest were grade C. In this case, Han Ming could only refine a grade B lower grade artifact. And that's why, even many master refiners were capable of refining trick weapons. But the reason why the trickster is still lacking, because the material itself is scarce. Unlike the elixir, the materials needed to make the elixir, the vast majority, all of them originated from spiritual flowers and plants tainted with eerie scents. In contrast, the materials used to make the artifacts, it can only stem from weirdness, the materials collected by killing the spooky to refine it. This was also the reason why guile weapons were more precious compared to pills. Chapter 46, Witness to History. Next time, Han Ming continued to refine the trick weapon. A total of 4 pairs of B-grade trickster heels were refined before and after, and in a variety of styles: bandage-heeled sandals, Valentino's willow heels, thigh-high knee-highs, and lastly, those classic black-red-soled stilettos. Time added together. It's only been just over an hour. After all, it wouldn't be the first time that, to the back, the technique is becoming more and more skillful. As for that, why 4? Han Ming is also calculated. Wife a pair, sister's sister, a pair of, little fan girl Xiao Jiawan a pair, iceberg president boss a pair. Originally, Han Ming didn't intend to prepare it for Zhang Yunshu, but after thinking about it, you can't wipe the slate clean and deny it yourself, so it was better to refine one more piece. 4 pieces, front and back. Han Ming didn't want to waste too much material either. Grade B refining materials were still relatively precious. It was a bit of a waste to use it all to refine a B-grade lower grade artifact. As for why I didn't prepare for Master, for one thing, there was already a gift. It's the lace lingerie trickster. Secondly, then it is because, on weekdays, Master Shifu doesn't wear shoes at all. A pair of jade feet like warm jade were exposed to the air every day. The point is, walking. Zhang Zhuxin has always been footloose. The feet are even less dusty. If he wore high heels, it would in turn affect Han Ming's vision. After all the work, pack the shoes in order into the prepared shoebox. Han Ming then pushed out the door with 2 bags in one hand. Outside the door, Gao Changquan and Zhao Lao, while waiting, chattering away there. Seeing the door to the smithy opened, the eyes of the 2 men it shifted at once. Yeah, that's him. Elder Zhao raised his hand and pointed, and immediately let out a loud shout. Gao Changquan, who has been waiting impatiently for a long time. A flash. It came right in front of Han Ming. What do you want? Han Ming subconsciously took 2 steps back, his gaze tinged with caution. Gao Changquan rubbed his hands in embarrassment before speaking. Young friend, don't be nervous. I am the director of the Lei City Spiritualist Research Institute, and also a weapon refining grandmaster. Regarding little friend's matter, I have heard about it long ago. Just now, seeing that little friend was in the room, staying there for such a long time, I wonder if I could let the old man take a look at little friend's finished product. Upon hearing that he wanted to look at the trick artifacts he had refined, not even thinking about it, Han Ming shook his head frantically. Just kidding. If it was a normal artifact, just look at it. The question is, refined it myself, all high heels. What if someone sees this and mistakes him for a pervert? Wouldn't his reputation for a lifetime be ruined? No way. Definitely not. Han Ming's head, shaking like a rattle. Sorry, can't watch, Gao Changquan said smilingly. Little friend, don't be like this, but I have heard that the first time you refined a weapon, you refined a C-grade artifact. Just let the old man have a look. Just a look. Han Ming's tone was resolute. The body is backing up in a row. No, not even a glance. At this time, Zhao Lao also came over, hinged on moving too fast. A wave of air it caused all the hair on top of his head, which was already thinning, to blow backward. A naked Mediterranean head was revealed, but this time, he didn't have time for his image, either. Leaning forward, one by one, grabbing a bag, he tried to open the shoebox. Not. Your institute is poisoned, isn't it? Why are you starting to rob it again? I'm telling you guys, do it again and I'll do it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Robbed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you picking your pants again? You bad old man. Spread out your hands. Spread out your hands. I'll show you all, won't I? Eyes on these 2. They're all over me. Han Ming could only agree helplessly. Next, when the shoebox was opened, upon seeing the contents of the, Gao Changquan's first reaction was whether this kid was a pervert. Come to the institute, refining high-heeled shenanigans? But just one more look. Hiss. Gao Changquan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and both of his eyes almost stared out. All that disdain just now. In this moment, it's all gone up in smoke. Originally, he was all ready to eat the computer screen. Results. I didn't think so. Han Ming came up with a bigger one. It wasn't a C-grade artifact anymore. It was a B-grade. At this time, all of Gao Changquan's pride was shattered. Even more so, thinking about the attitude I just had. Gao Changquan couldn't wait to dig a hole and buy his head in it. Next to Elder Zhao, it was pretty much the same reaction. Looking to the heels in the shoebox, both eyes were filled with horror and amazement, a buzzing in the ears. The brain is even more outright down. This is a B grade trick weapon? How is this possible? Even Master, his old man, couldn't do it. And now it's actually accomplished by someone who just awakened less than a month ago? Such a heavenly talent. I'm afraid that Master Teacher isn't qualified to teach him. In the midst of the clamor that had just, a lot of people have come over to see what's going on. At this point in time, these people, they're all like Gao Changkuan and Zhao Lao. Each and every one of them stared at the high heels in disbelief, full of shock. The scene, there's a silence in the air. It's so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. Some people, more than that, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing that he had blurred his eyes. But no matter how much they rub, it's all there to see. Those heels. Indeed, it was a grade B artifact of guile. And, heels like these, there are 4 pairs in total. Asterisk 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 B. Grade B artifacts. Is this something a ING person can refine? I feel like I'm seeing the birth of a myth. What kind of international joke is this? What so many refining masters around the world couldn't do was actually done by a young man today? I feel that I was like a frog at the bottom of a well before, and today I finally saw how high the sky is. At the loss of me before, I was still complacent, thinking that I had become a senior refiner at a young age, and was complacent there, but as a result, now take a look, I'm a ING clown. Previously, the last time Han Ming was here, when the C-class trickster was unveiled, it's already given them enough of a shock, but apparently, the last time it rocked, not as good as a tenth of what we have now. After all, C-grade and B-grade artifacts were not the same concept at all. Putting aside those ancient legends, for nearly 100 years, there's never been a person that can successfully refine a B-grade artifact, but now, someone did, and it's right in front of their eyes. Suffice it to say, everyone present was witnessing history. However, while they were still in shock, the Han Ming has packed his things, a slip of the tongue, ran out of sight. When Zhao Lao returned to his senses, he realized that Han Ming was no longer in sight. There was a long silence. I've decided to take this matter to the next level. Report to his master, Wang Chongxian. There are no surprises. On the phone, when listening to one's land say, the last time the kid who refused to pay homage to his master succeeded in refining a B-grade artifact. First response. Wang Chongxian then suspected that the other party was pulling his punches. It's simply a slip of the tongue. You've got to have a good story to tell, don't you? You're actually telling me to refine a B-grade artifact? Joke. And if he does, I was on the spot. Eat this phone. Those were Wang Changshuan's exact words. After receiving Zhao Lao's repeated explanations, Wang Chongxian hung up the phone and decided to find out anyway. Chapter 47, a traitor who wants to destroy his master. After informing Wang Chongxian, only then did Zhao Lao remember that there was another very important matter. Looking wistfully at Gao Changkuan, Zhao Lao seemed to smile. Director Gao, do you think it's time to honor the bet? Who would have thought? Gao Changkuan looked like a dead pig in a poke. Righteously, he said, don't get it wrong. We just bet that I would only eat the table after refining a C-grade artifact. But this kid, the one who refined it, is a B-grade artifact, so our bet doesn't count. This brazen look. To Zhao Lao the entire person looked dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could you be any more ing shameless? Gao Changkuan sneered. What do you mean by shameless? Am I not right? It's hard to squeeze through the crowd. Han Ming mounted the 2-8 bar, with 4 bags hanging on each side of the handlebars, rode all the way towards the villa. The gift is already there. Next, it's just to take the edge off of sister. Han Ming also knew that he had gone a bit overboard, but then again, when a woman is angry, she can be coaxed. In Han Ming's opinion, nothing a trick weapon can't fix. If so, that makes 2. Not to mention, this is a pair of B-grade shenanigans. I can't believe I can't be coaxed. Rode back to the villa in a flash. I didn't think so. I don't see any sign of my sister, only to find that his master, who had been out for a few days, had returned. Put down the bag with the shoebox. Han Ming came over to Jiang Zhuxin's side and asked curiously, what has Master Teacher been busy with these past few days? Coldly glancing at Han Ming, Jiang Zhuxin said in a salty manner, what? You're not happy to see your master return? Han Ming hemmed and hawed. How could I? I can't wait to be happy to see my master. Fatally putting down the teacup in his hand. Jiang Zhuxin said in a clear and cold tone. Master has gone to the capital. Something has been discussed over there, and it has something to do with you as well. Han Ming came over to his ear. What is it? Thought you should know about the safe zone, right? Han Ming nodded silently. Soon, Jiang Zhuxin will discuss the matter of they, one by one. Currently, based on high-level decisions, the first security zone, it will be built around 4 Tier 1 cities, as well as Xiangjiang and 5 new Tier 1 cities, 10 in all. Jiang Zhuxin traveled to the capital this time. The focus of the meeting's discussions, it's about the protection of the safety zone. Among them, Shanghai, Yangchang, Shenzhen, Xiangjiang, the security zones in these 4 cities. There will be a big S-class man sitting in. As for the capital, as the heart of the capital, undoubtedly will have the strongest protection. There wouldn't be just one S-class powerhouse. As for the remaining 5 safe zones, a minimum of 3 or more A-ranked major cultivators would be sent to sit in on them. Among them, at the request of Jiang Zhuxin, she will also be one of the 3 A-list overhauls in the Lehigh safety zone. As for the remaining 2, still up for debate. After all, this kind of thing must surely have the consent of the awakened person himself, especially an awakened person of this high level, already has a large degree of autonomy of choice, and there is no way for the Psychic Bureau to mandate it. After listening to Jiang Zhuxin's description, Han Ming's eyes flashed with information that he couldn't hide. After all, if Master Zhu stays in life for a long time, that the chances of one's own deception of the master, it's not much bigger. After all, the water is close enough to get to the moon first. Every day together, there's definitely a chance. Come to think of it, Han Ming hung a smile. Master, that's a good feeling. In this way, when my disciple encounters problems in cultivation, I will be able to ask you, Master, for advice in a timely manner. Originally, it's just a sentence, plain and simple. A disciple has a question for his master. It's also not unusual. But, how Jiang Zhuxin looked at it. It didn't feel right. I always feel like there's something in Han Ming's words. It seems to have an ulterior motive. Thinking of Han Ming's audacious behavior earlier, Jiang Zhuxin's face swished, gloomed down, throwing over 2 bottles of elixirs with his backhand. Take the elixir and hurry up and get out. Don't keep bothering this palace when there's nothing to do. Take the elixir. Han Ming grinned. Okay. However, Master, I have a gift from my apprentice's side that I want to give to Master. Please wait for a moment. Master. Having said that, and not caring how Jiang Zhuxin reacted, Han Ming was holding 4 bags with high heels. Run back to the house. A thought. First, he took the trickster, which was placed in the system space, and took it out. Then find a gift box. After putting the underwear in, Han Ming gave a bad smile. Take out a pen and paper, spilling hundreds of words. The love letter was then placed, carefully, into the gift box. All operations. It's just like the last one. Everything's ready. Han Ming sheepishly returned to Jiang Zhuxin. Jiang Zhuxin glanced at it with an expressionless face and, only to find that, the boy sneaked a glance at his thighs and gulped, but without waiting for Jiang Zhuxin to be accountable. A beautifully presented gift box, being sent to the front. Master, this is a gift from my disciple. Placing the gift box on the coffee table. Han Ming instantly ran out of sight. Just kidding. If you run slower, what if I'm beaten to death on the spot by my master? Not bothering to pay any attention to the fleeing Han Ming, glancing at the gift box in front of her. I don't know why. Jiang Zhuxin always had an uneasy feeling, thinking about what happened last time. The cool cheeks of There was a flash of red. Hesitating, Jiang Zhuxin still reached out and opened the gift box. Inside, quietly lies a piece of writing. Again? Jiang Zhuxin was shocked in her heart. I didn't expect this kid, Han Ming, to be so bold. Especially, when she noticed the writing on the epistle. Dear Master, I like you, not on impulse, but what I really feel deep inside. 500 words omitted here. Opening lightning strike. Jiang Zhuxin was trembling with anger. The whole face was red with anger because of the shame. 5 fingers clenched, knuckles crunching. Adversary. Repeated light molestation. Do you really think I'm made of clay? How dare you try to deceive your master? Jiang Zhuxin clenched her teeth. He couldn't wait to chop Han Ming to death with his sword right now. Bang! Kong Chuxin, who was furious. A slap on the coffee table in front of him. Sturdy mahogany coffee table, instantly in pieces. Meanwhile, the lingerie in the gift box, too, was revealed. This time, Jiang Zhuxin's face was horribly cold. Eyes. It was even flashing with icy cold and bone-chilling killing intent. This traitor. You've got a lot of nerve, don't you? I don't care if you gave me white silk last time. Now, it's been blatant enough to give away underwear. This is? Previously, Jiang Zhuxin, whose face was ice cold and flashed with killing intent, suddenly froze, eyes converging back on the underwear. Jiang Jushin's eyes immediately widened. It can't be. It's really a grade A artifact, right? P.S. Fellow readers, the book is 100,000 words in and I don't know if it will debut tonight. The old book is cool, and the last new book flopped. Now, the villain can only hope that it's all pinned on this book. Let's hope the grades are better. Meanwhile, and hopefully, gentlemen and gentlemen of the readers, can you support it more? Please give a power for love and have mercy on the little people. Thank you, my fellow readers, for your appreciation. Chapter 48 Indisputable Master Teacher. Wearing a tricky weapon, Jiang Jushin stared at her beautiful eyes and even wondered if he, himself, was hallucinating. This actually, it's really a piece of, grade A trick artifact. How is this possible? All at once, Jiang Jushin felt dizzy in her head. This rebellious disciple. Surprisingly, he was able to give himself a piece of an A-grade artifact of guile. What a joke! It's a grade A artifact. Looking around the world, one could count the number of currently known A-ranked artifacts on one hand. If anything, now, there's an unowned Class A artifact out there. I'm afraid the world's A-list overhaul, and even the legendary S-class, regardless of whether it was an awakened or a trickster, I'm afraid they would all be sniffing around. However, now, in front of my own eyes, a trick artifact that can drive countless A-ranked great cultivators crazy. It's just quietly in front of you. Reach out. Picking up that underwear. Jiang Jushin's hand even trembled, while the style of underwear that looks like very shameful if it were normal. According to Jiang Jushin's character, I'm afraid that for the rest of her life, it is impossible to touch the style of underwear. But now, even if they blushed with shame, Jiang Jushin, however, didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. After all, it's a grade A artifact. Use your mind. Checked out the properties of the trickster. Hiss. Jiang Jushin sucked in a breath of cool air. This underwear, it's actually a defense artifact. And, don't look at the extraordinarily small amount of fabric. The effect, however, was extremely counterintuitive. Effect 1 significantly reduces the damage of an enemy's attack. Effect 2 significantly increases the speed of true chi operation/recovery. Effect 3, the wearer is immune to all abnormal states. Effect 4, a field can be deployed. The wearer is immune to all damage for the duration of the field. The duration of the field is related to the wearer's cultivation realm. Suffice it to say, when Jiang Jushin finished reading the effects of this trick artifact, early on, he had begun to flutter and beat wildly without argument. A moment ago she was hesitant to wear this trick piece or not, but now, without the slightest hesitation, pretty red face, ginger bamboo heart puts the trickster on. Although the outside is covered by a cheongsam, but it still made her feel ashamed. After all, does she know that? What was the reason for that adversary to give it to himself? At this point, Jiang Jushin suddenly noticed that, where the trickster was just picked up, there was actually a letterhead above, written in one small line. My disciple is looking forward to how Master Teacher will look when he wears this trick weapon. Read the above. Jiang Jushin clenched her teeth in anger and the 5 fingers clenched with a cackle. But, though his heart is shamed and angry, however, the heart that wanted to beat Han Ming to death could never be raised. Adversary, dare to misbehave with this palace. Damnable. If you do it again, don't blame this palace for not being polite. On the other side, Han Ming, who had already returned to his room, with a bad thought in mind. I don't know if Master will be angry, but I suppose it would have been warned by now. I'd love to see what Master Teacher looks like when he puts it on. Unfortunately, that shouldn't be the case right now, although you can't see it. Master's current appearance. However, according to Han Ming's guess, Master should be ashamed and annoyed. He couldn't wait to beat his bold and rebellious disciple to death, but he couldn't let go of that A-ranked artifact. Having said that, the artifact, a little less fabric, slightly sexier. It is indeed a shameful thing for a daughter's family, but that's an A-class artifact. After all, Han Ming doesn't believe that. In this world, what woman could resist the temptation of a grade A artifact? Not to mention women, even for a big old man, probably would have blushed at the same time as the old man, sneaking inside his clothes. On the outside, anyway, no one can tell it isn't. Just be careful not to explode your clothes when you fight. Pity, if there are enough materials, let alone an A-grade artifact, I can refine even an S-grade artifact. When the time comes, there's no fear of not being able to take down the master. As for now, I'm afraid that Master's expression should be very complicated. Ha ha ha. I want to refuse but I can't. I want to curse but I can't say it. Maybe I have to pretend nothing happened when I see me. I can't have a seizure. I'm sure, Master. It should be hard to hold it in. But that's the tone I want. Han Ming's smile grew more and more evil. Distance from being an impulsive teacher and a rebel. Another point closer. In the room, after staying for a while, Han Ming noted that the living room seemed to have gone silent. Thinking about Master's reaction. With curiosity, Han Ming secretly pulled open a crack in the door, only to find that the living room was long gone from the Master's presence. There were only wood shavings all over the floor from the shattered coffee table. And broken gift boxes. Shows what happened here. Once upon a time, Han Ming checked in place for a moment. It was discovered that the artifact, along with the love letter, had disappeared. The heart couldn't help but smile ambiguously. Ha. The way things are going, fruit is not what one would expect. Master is still wearing it, while fantasizing about how Master would look when he stood in front of him, wearing that trick weapon, while humming a little tune. Han Ming was in a jovial mood as he cleaned up the scene. At this point, the door to the villa opens. Looking up, realizing that Sister had appeared in the doorway, Lin Hearing Evening grimaced and glanced at Han Ming before walking up to the second floor without looking back. Obviously, still pissed off, Han Ming threw down his broom, turning his head back to the house to get his ready gift. Followed Lin Hearing Evening to the room. What are you doing? Who let you in? Get the hell out. There are no surprises. Han Ming hadn't even lifted his foot to go in before he was whisked out by Lin Hearing Evening. No. Sister, open the door. I have something to say to you. Han Ming was carrying a bag containing a shoebox. Standing in the doorway of the room, shouted as he knocked on the door. Get out. There are no surprises. Inside the room, came Lin Hearing Knight's icy voice. Han Ming shouted helplessly. Elder sister, listen to me explain to you. And to make amends, I have a special gift for you. Through the door of the room, Lin Hearing Knight laughed out coldly. A gift? Give it to your creepy wife to go. I don't need it. Get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you again. Seeing this attitude of the other side, Han Ming isn't hiding anything anymore. Elder sister, are you sure you don't want it? It's a B-grade artifact. P.S. I can't believe I didn't debut today. It's weird. It looks like it will have to wait until the end of the validation period. My lords and gentlemen, please reward the little man with a power for love. Please. Chapter 49 Disgraceful Treaties. Class B Artifacts? Hearing those 4 words, inside the room, Lin Hearing Evening, who was still angry just now, the body shook violently. Subconsciously, just try to go over and open the door. Just, before her body could move, Lin Hearing Evening hurriedly shook her head. I can't just open the door. This kid, he's obviously lying to himself. Where did he get the B-ranked artifact? And, so what if he's telling the truth? One cannot forgive him so cheaply. Come to think of it, the other guy was actually hanging out with a creepy. Lin Hearing Evening just couldn't help it, clenching her teeth in anger. Human ghosts are different. He's been so blunt about it. The result? This guy is horny as hell. Surprisingly, I don't care at all. And take Ning Sai-chan as an example. Is this something a normal person could do? Outside the door, seeing that Lin Hearing Knight didn't make a move, Han Ming thought to himself, it shouldn't. Could it be that the lure of a B-grade artifact wasn't big enough? Or is it? Elder sister isn't the type who compromises because of a trick weapon. Hiss. If that's the case, that's a tough one. Sister, are you sure you don't want to? I've been working hard and refining for 3 days and 3 nights to refine a B-grade artifact. I don't know how much effort I've spent. You can't let down senior brother. Inside the room, Lin Hearing Evening laughed coldly in her heart. Really? Ugh, you scumbag. There's a load of sincerity. And you've made a B-grade artifact? You have to make a draft and then see if you believe it. Looking around the world, none of which allowed you to be able to refine a C-rank or higher trick weapon. Results? You said you made it? Even if it's a lie, it has to be logical. At this point, Han Ming's voice at the door rings again. Elder sister, at least squeak out. Or maybe you'll open the door and take a look at the gift I have for you first? One look. Just one look. Han Ming's voice. It also did arouse Lin Hearing Evening's curiosity. Good. I'd like to see what kind of B-grade artifacts you're talking about. With a sneer, Lin Hearing Evening pushed open the door to her room. Next, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes and Han Ming had run to the bed and with a quilt, Wrap yourself up. Lin hearing evening was all angry and laughing at this scene. Who put you to bed? There's still a weird aura about him. Hurry up and get down there. Otherwise, Lin hearing evening didn't finish her sentence. The beautiful eyes widened steeply and breathing became even more rapid and chest rising and falling uncontrollably. The brain. It's more of a blank slate. What is this? A Class B artifact? Is he telling the truth? At this point in time, Lin hears the evening's reaction. It was exactly the same as Jiang Zhuxin's reaction to seeing an A-ranked artifact. As for the anger in his heart just now, it's long gone up in smoke. Lin hearing evening was filled with horror, swallowing with immense difficulty. The dull stares, looking straight at the trickster in the shoebox. Taking a step forward, Lin hearing evening was just about to reach for the shenanigans. Who would have thought? Snap! Han Ming buckles the shoebox, protecting it behind her. She said with a bad smile, "Senior sister, how is it? Do you still like this gift of mine?" Like. Lin hearing evening subconsciously nodded. "So do you want it?" "Think. But I don't know who just said that and told me to get lost." Han Ming put on an aggrieved look, one hand, and covering his chest. "My fragile, young mind, severely traumatized, is now pulling out of the woods." Lin hearing night was anxious. "What do you want?" "It's actually quite simple. As long as senior sister." Han Ming smiled evilly and spoke the dark thoughts in his mind. "I didn't think so. I don't know if it's too much to ask, either. Even if it's a B-grade artifact." None of it tempted Lin to listen to the night. Lin hearing evening shook her head back and forth. "Impossible. You're less of a daydreamer. Look at the look." Han Ming was in no hurry. The sky is the limit and the ground is the limit. It's like when you say the house is too dark and you want to open a window. Turns out others don't agree. Then you say then remove a roof and they agree to open the window. It is human nature to like to reconcile compromises. Han Ming is the same now. In the beginning, make an excessive request and the other party will definitely not agree. But just one more outrageous request. The previous request might have been agreed to. When Han Ming said it, this request, Lin hearing night's face directly changed. "You're kidding. Let yourself be led at night." "No way. Han Ming, don't go too far." Han Ming shrugged with a disinterested look. "Since senior sister isn't willing, then I can't force myself too much. As for the gift, I think it's better to give it to creepy wife." Having said that, Han Ming is holding the shoebox. Straight away, he headed for the door. This time, Lin hearing evening quit, hurriedly stepping forward and pulling Han Ming. "No, you can't give it to it." Han Ming asked back. "Why?" Lin hearing evening was furious and stomped her feet. "Didn't you say you were going to give me a gift? What do you mean you're giving it to someone else now?" Han Ming commiserated. "Senior sister, it's not like you don't know how difficult it is to refine a B-grade artifact. I have gone through 981 difficulties and attempted hundreds of thousands of times before I succeeded in refining it. Results, I've expended so much effort on this gift, and you won't accept it, so I'll have to give it to someone else." Lin hearing night felt like her lungs were going to explode with anger. "What do you mean I don't accept it? You don't listen. Those conditions you mentioned, how can I say yes? In your eyes, am I still your senior sister?" In shame and anger, Lin hearing night wanted to tell Han Ming to just get lost. But, come to think of it, the soon-to-be-arrived B-grade artifacts, you're just gonna give it away for nothing. No. Or let's give in to the weirdness. Lin hearing evening then felt unwilling. But here's the thing. Han Ming made an offer that Lin hearing night was again unwilling to make. The latter one's too outrageous to mention. The preceding conditions. It's all going to be the other way. How can one agree to that? Available at In the Mind. Half a day's hesitation. Lin hearing evening clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. "Okay, then it's always okay if I promise you." Who would have thought? This side of the word. Han Ming instantly changed his face. "Senior sister, this is what you said. No backing out." Look at the speed with which Han Ming changed his face. Lin hearing evening always felt as if she had fallen into a ditch. And, even if Lin hearing evening had nodded her head, how could Han Ming? It's such an easy gift to give away. At least, it's also necessary to make Lin listen to the night and sign more humiliating treaties before he can do so. Chapter 50, Red Bottom of High Heels. What about my thing with the creepy wife and how dare I lose my temper from now on? No, don't dare. Lin hearing evening's face was red with annoyance and shame as she chose to go soft. What about you being a doctor and playing doctor with me? Can you cooperate? Can. Listen to you from now on. So can we go to the grove at night and enjoy the night view? Go. We'll go tonight. From the grove to Cassiper. Including the creepy wife thing. Han Ming was sufficient to make Lin listening evening sign more than 10 humiliating treaties before sending the shoebox in his handover. And personally, putting on high-heeled shenanigans for Lin hearing night. Have to say, this little Geo, white and tender, the 5 toes complement each other. Bowed feet with perfect curves are already evocative just by looking at them from afar. It's like a flawless work of art. Lin hearing evening reddened her face. You hurry up. How can you walk in a shoe? That being said, but where does Lin listen to the evening not know that? Now what was Han Ming thinking? After all, we haven't known each other for more than a day or two. What's wrong with the other guy? Lin hearing evening couldn't be clearer. Han Ming responded. Alright, senior sister, try walking to see if it's comfortable. Comfortable is certainly comfortable. How? It's also a Class B artifact, especially in the area of attack speed. It could provide Han Ming with a very large bonus. After coaxing Lin listening night into a good mood, Han Ming returns to his room. Looked away. There are 3 shoeboxes left containing B-grade shenanigans. Thinking about it. Picking up a gift for my wife. Ride your bike towards home. Just when Han Ming got home, but there was no sign of the wife. Instead, on the table, saw another note. Well, this wife, skipping out again. Han Ming was slightly helpless after reading the contents of the note. This wife, I don't know what I'm doing all day, ran out of sight again. However, Han Ming, who is aware of his wife's realm, not really worried about her well-being. After all, realm of the bees, it's also ranked nationally. As long as you don't get killed, it's not like there's any danger. Putting the gift on the table, Han Ming rode his car all the way back to the villa. I've just entered the Longza royal court. Back foot, he saw Jiang Yunshu driving his car and stopping in front of him. Boss? Seeing each other, Han Ming was still a bit surprised. I just said I'd move here this morning, and now you're here in person. Good man. Is it that efficient? Opposite. Jiang Yunshu was likewise a bit surprised. Didn't I just buy you a car? Why are you riding a bike and still this kind of bike? Not to mention Jiang Yunshu. This way. This 280. I don't know how many eyes it attracted. Han Ming smiled and explained. You mean this, boss? Don't underestimate this bike. It's a trickster. Jiang Yunshu froze slightly. Sneaky weapon? Yes. Similar to the magic treasures in fairy cultivation novels. This bike rides, not only with no effort at all, but also with a whoosh of speed. How about coming up for a ride? While saying that, Han Ming tapped the car seat. If it were anyone else, inviting Jiang Yunshu to ride a bicycle. It's a 2x4. Jiang Yunshu Xing Su left without looking back. You're kidding. These days, there were a few girls willing to sit on the back of the bike. Not to mention, with Jiang Yunshu's status and assets, that's a pipe dream. But now, Jiang Yunshu really did nod. Parking the car in the garage, Jiang Yunshu sat sideways on the back seat of the bicycle, leaning his body against Han Ming's back. One hand, smoothly looped over. Hold on tight, after Han Ming reminded. Then he carried Jiang Yunshu and wobbled towards the outside of the neighborhood. 8-bar bicycle. There's a pretty girl sitting behind her. Han Ming shimmied on his bike and the picture. A song instantly comes to mind. Sweetness, you smile sweetly, it's like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. With Han Ming humming a song, Jiang Yunshu, who was behind him, hid a smile, a pair of beautiful eyes. It's even curved like a crescent moon. Then he hummed along with Han Ming. When the bike rides down the street, when the pedestrians on the road saw this scene, one by one, they felt as if they were seeing a hallucination. After all, in this magical world, how many people still believe in love? Han Ming led Jiang Yunshu, made a big circle, and finally stopped in front of the villa bought by his master. Boss, wait here. I'll go get you a present. Having said that, Han Ming has entered the house, taking out the pair, the gift that was prepared for Jiang Yunshu. Very classic style, black heels with red soles. The point is, this style of high-heeled shoes, Jiang Yunshu has not worn less on weekdays. Basically is considered the standard for women in the workplace. Boss, don't move. I'll put it on for you. Jiang Yunshu, who was sitting on the bicycle, blushed. There's no denying it. Letting Han Ming grab her ankles, she slipped those heels on. Put it on. Han Ming came to Jiang Yunshu's ear. Boss, I want to see the red bottom tonight. Night. Han Ming was lying on the bed in Jiang Yunshu's home, having made a mental inventory of all current gifts, except for the wife's absence. There was only the pair for Xiao Zhaowen left. Come to think of it, Han Ming had to sigh a sigh of relief. A true master of time management himself. It's been a long day. The schedule is almost full. 5 gifts. Already delivered 3. Xiao Zhaowen's pair of shenanigans will just be given tomorrow. Turn your head, glancing in the direction of the bathroom. There was the sound of rushing water in his ears. Looking at the time, Han Ming muttered, "It's been almost half an hour, and it's still not finished." Rolled over. Han Ming is holding his cell phone up in his left hand. The right hand keeps flipping the screen. Looking around Kyushu, the constant stream of homicides. Han Ming sighed helplessly. The bizarre events, nowadays, are appearing more and more frequently. Shut down the press. Scrolling through the creepy forums again. Look up there. Quite a few trading shenanigans in the thread. Han Ming pondered in his mind if he could visit the black market when he was free. Just pondering. Suddenly, VX pops up a message that. Han Ming took a look at it. Found out that it was actually his high school group of friends, and that someone had ate the whole group. Tap into the group. Going through the chat logs, Han Ming was speechless to find out that it was actually the class president who had organized and was preparing to have a class reunion on the weekend. And even the hotel for the party is booked. Seriously. It's also the reunion 2 years before graduation that's a little more pure. To the back. The so-called class reunion. It's just people with successful careers who want to pretend to show off. What are you looking at? At this time, Jiang Yunshu had already finished her bath, wrapped in a towel, and walked out of the bathroom. Han Ming said lightly, "Nothing, just a high school reunion." Obviously, Jiang Yunshu is also aware that, nowadays it's called a party. What's the nature of it all? Eyeballs. Jiang Yunshu came over to Han Ming's side, puffing like an orchid. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Hear this. Han Ming instantly burst out laughing. How could he not know what Jiang Yunshu was trying to do? I didn't realize that. There is such a side to this former iceberg CEO. Hurrah! Then we'll go by bike. Overnight. Quiet passed. Early the next morning, Han Ming carried the gifts he had prepared for Xiao Zhaowen. Get on your bike, humming a little tune along the way. Slowly, he came to the psychic bureau. Results. Just parked the car. He saw that Wang Changxian had appeared in front of him at an unknown time. Hot eyes. Even more so, he looked straight at the shoebox in the bag in his hand. "No, I'm just wondering if this is a debut or not. Nothing has happened even after the validation period has expired. This is making me panic." Chapter 51, Change of Identity. Great, a major cultivator worships the teacher. Long time no see, little friend. Wang Changxian smiled and greeted. Just that look. A chill ran down Han Ming's spine as he watched. In particular, that straight look in his eyes. Han Ming subconsciously took 2 steps back, covering the bag in his hand in the process. Dang, what do you want? Ahem. The epithet. It almost didn't scare the old Zhao next to him to death. After all, no one else knows. As a disciple, wasn't he aware of what kind of character his master was? Don't look like you're smiling now. A kindly look on his face. If you really don't like it, it's just a matter of seconds before you eat your seat. Weekdays. It's a powder keg mode. A little temper explodes. Who knows? In front of Han Ming. I can't believe it's this kindly look. Is this what happens when you treat a genius? It's not really anything. That is, I heard that yesterday. Little friend in the institute refined another trick weapon. I do not know if I can. Wang Changxian still looked like a kind old grandfather. Results. Before I finish, Han Ming shook his head frantically. I can't. No way. Want to see? Not even a door. You're kidding. It's a small matter to make B-grade artifacts. The point is, it's not proper to refine things. Stockings in the front, heels in the back. Mustn't this be mistaken for perversion? Answered. Han Ming didn't care if Wang Changxian agreed or not. He turned around and ran towards the Psychic Bureau's building. Swish, just a picture in front of me. Han Ming, who had just taken 2 steps, saw that Wang Changxian had already dodged in front of him. No, old Den, what's so pretty about a trick weapon? Only heard from my disciple that little friend had refined a B-grade artifact and thought that this fact was just too ridiculous. This time, Wang Changxian didn't care if Han Ming agreed or not. In reply to, had reached out and snatched the bag from his hand. After all, with the gap in absolute realm, Han Ming couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Just, on the premise that Wang Changxian had already prepared himself mentally. When he opened the shoebox, upon seeing the trickster inside, the heart still fluttered. The whole thing. More than that, he was dumbfounded and froze in place. Breathing became more and more ragged and, the hand holding the shoebox. More than that, he couldn't stop starting to tremble. Class B trickster. And it's true. If it's not real, it's not real. Fresh from the oven yesterday. The point is, The refiner of this trick weapon was still a newcomer who had just awakened not 2 months ago. Even more so, this was the second time he had refined it. For a moment, Wang Changxian began to doubt life. Grade B? Aha! Refined yesterday? Anan! Unbelievable, Wang Changxian asked again, but he still found it hard to believe. This kid, what kind of talent is? Ah! Think of yourself, drilling for life. What I don't know how many thousands of attempts have failed to do. Someone else did it the second time, in particular, with a dash of chanting into the trickster. After feeling the effects of the tricksters, the shock within Wang Changxuan's heart increased even more, though it's only a lower B grade. But this has been, it's a height he can't even look up to, in his lifetime. The point is, this guy is still so young, just over 30, with the lifespan of the awakened. As long as there are no surprises, after living 100 years easily. In other words, as long as the other side can still progress. One day, it wasn't impossible to refine an A-grade artifact. Think of yourself, and then look at people. Wang Changxian wanted to die. That's it. Before myself. I can't believe that he still has the delusion of taking someone else as his disciple. Now it seems like a slip of the tongue. It's more or less like a role swap between the two sides. Wait a minute. Swap? Come to think of it, all that was heard was a thud. This was immediately followed by a wail. Master! Wang Changxian knelt down, wailing with supplication in his voice. Master, please accept me as your disciple? The old man has been drilling hard for his entire life, but he hasn't even managed to comprehend the skin of a B-grade artifact, so I still hope that the master can take on a disciple and teach him the artifact refining method. The scene. It looked directly silly to the people in the room. Elder Zhao was even more shocked, his jaw almost reaching the ground. After all, whether it's status, cultivation, Wang Changxian looks at the 9 states, all first class. The number of people who wanted to learn from the masters could go from lead to gall. Results. It was even if the previous disciple was rejected by Han Ming. How about now? And the two are reversed? However, even sillier. And then there's Han Ming. At this point in time, Han Ming didn't even react. What's with this old dang? He's on his knees at the drop of a hat. Is there a mistake? Worship? What do you want me to teach you? It's not like I'm relying on experience to refine trick weapons. I'm relying on the skills given by the system. It's hard not to. You're asking me to pass the system on to you? No. Even if you're ashamed of being inferior to me, you don't have to kneel down. Do you? Hurry up. People will see it and think I'm bullying an old comrade. Having said that, Han Ming is still trying to pick up his opponent. Out come Ripple. How heavy are you, you old bones? Master, just accept my disciple as your disciple. Disciple is willing to serve at the left and right of master teacher, and with my A-ranked cultivation, I can definitely protect master teacher's well-being. I only ask that master teacher can pass on the experience of refining weapons. Wang Changxian was still kneeling on the ground, constant pleading. This time, Han Ming was embarrassed. You old den, you're a big old man. Why do you say you'll kneel? Where's the dignity of being an A-rank powerhouse? Besides, it's not like I have anything to pass on to you, as a matter of common sense. In the novel, especially in the world of metaphysics and fairy tales, those powerful men, one high-minded and proud, when faced with someone whose cultivation level was lower than their own, they were all screaming with a mouthful of mole crickets, how to get to your side. What's with the kneeling at the drop of a hat? For a moment, Han Ming broke his legs and tried to run. Who would have thought? I've got my feet all greased up, and then before I could lift my leg, Wang Changxian stepped forward and hugged Han Ming's thigh. Don't go. Master, don't go. It doesn't matter even if there's nothing to teach. As long as master teacher can let disciple observe from the sidelines the next time he refines a weapon. At this time, surrounding, there's been quite a gathering of people that, one by one, they're pointing their fingers at Han Ming. In particular, Wang Changxian hugged Han Ming's thigh. It's a you hit me and you won't leave without paying kind of thing. This made Han Ming want to run away from this place even more. Hey, 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 hurry up and spread your hands. No, not unless you promise me that you are willing to take me as your disciple. Asterisk 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 Q. An A-ranked great cultivator. Worship me, a C-ranked griffin, as your teacher? There are specialties in the arts, and those who reach the top are the masters. The old man has been delving into the way of refining for so many years, and has not yet stepped into the realm of Class B. I still ask that the master can teach the disciple, even if it means imparting a little bit of skin. I really don't have any to pass on. I've only refined it twice in total so far. It doesn't matter, as long as the next time I refine it, I can be allowed to observe from the sidelines. Eyes. More and more people are gathering around. Han Ming is helpless. Only nodded. Row. I promise you in to know. You hurry up and get rid of it. As soon as he heard Han Ming nod his head, Wang Changshuan's eyes sparkled. Instantly, he let go of his hand and, toward Han Ming, he kowtowed 3 times. Bang bang. My disciple pays his respects to his master. Having said that, a shake in the hand, Wang Changshin pulled out a long sword, a pair of soft armor, a secret book, and a dozen bottles of pills. This is my disciple's meeting gift. Please be sure to accept it, master. And a meet and greet? Han Ming nonchalantly accepted it as soon as he could. You said you. What's the whole fuss about? Told you there was a meet and greet. Didn't I say yes earlier? Also, this meeting gift isn't enough. Turn around and fix me up with some materials for refining weapons. The grade better be higher. B grade A. Grade A. It would be better if there were S-rank materials. Chapter 52, Refining a Grade Artifacts. Material? As soon as I heard those 2 words, Wang Changxian was instantly energized. After all, as a master smith, and at the same time a grade A overhaul. Weekdays, when one delved into the way of refining weapons every day, the last thing one needed was refining materials. Wang Changxian made a mold in the Qinkuan ring. Turning over his hand, he took out an A-grade weapon smithing material. Master, this fong was taken from a classic creepy. It can be considered an excellent material for refining weapons. I wonder if it can meet the criteria. Conform. Of course it fits. In the blink of an eye, Han Ming then snatched the material. Satisfied with the material. Not bad. With grade A smithing materials, this time, it's possible to refine A-grade artifacts again. Unfortunately, you can only refine women's clothes, and you can't wear them yourself after refining them. This is a very serious problem. Forget it. Whatever. Let's finish practicing first. I can't. Just give it to your wife. Take the material. Han Ming waved his hand. Let's go. Master will take you to open your eyes. Having said that, get on your bike. Patting the back seat. Apprentice, get in. Wang Changshen. 10 minutes or so later, a party of 3. It has come to the Psychic Institute. The way it came, it certainly didn't come on a bicycle. Instead, Wang Changshan brought Han Ming and Elder Zhao, flying in the air. This time, Han Ming also felt thoroughly that, class a major strength. The true chi was so strong that it could actually manage to fly through the air. But think about it. And no wonder. Just look at Master's jade feet. All day long, feet don't touch the ground. Even walking, the feet were also floating in mid-air. It is always a distance away from the ground. Otherwise, walking barefoot every day, even if it's okay to step on glass, nails or whatever. I guess the soles of your feet are still black. Come to the institute with the identity of Wang Changxian. Don't even bother making an appointment. The 3 of them came directly to a refining room. Wang Changxian took his disciple, Han Ming's disciple grandson, and sat quietly on his knees. The solemnity of the situation. Eyes wide and round. Without batting an eyelid, he stared straight at the refining furnace. Han Ming also took out the materials one by one. Ahem. Apprentice and grandson. Watch this. The master is about to begin. Having said that, the eyes of both men, it widened another point. It was as if they were afraid of missing something. Subsequently, as the 2 men watched nervously, Han Ming's brain, directly taking the refining materials, he threw them into the refining furnace. Seeing this unprecedented maneuver, the 2 of them, Wang Changxian, were stunned. Eyes almost popped out. What the hell kind of maneuver is that? Shouldn't the materials be melted, one by one? You're not like that. Throwing it all in? However, that's not all. They didn't even see that Han Ming had any special maneuvering method, just sitting cross-legged in front of the refining furnace, after throwing all the ingredients in. Even did play with my cell phone for a while. Then the trickster was made. There's no fancy maneuvering in the whole thing. It's that simple and straightforward. Even more so, Han Ming was afraid they wouldn't understand. Before opening the furnace, it also explained the process carefully, meticulously and patiently. Actually, practicing chi is very simple. You just have to start with this, and this at the end, and it's done. Having said that, Han Ming opened the refining furnace. As smoke drifted out from the steaming flames, A brand new A-rank trick weapon is out. Stewardess uniforms. Defense. Grade, lower A. Effect 1, significantly reduces the damage of an enemy's attack. Effect 2, significantly increases the speed of true chi operation/recovery. Effect 3, the wearer is immune to all abnormal states. Effect 4, in aerial combat, it can dramatically increase the wearer's damage. Wang Changxian and 2 others. It was still in a state of confusion. Especially Wang Changxian. The look on his face was even more unimaginable. After all, Han Xian's method of refining weapons. It simply opened his eyes. The point is, it's really refined. Just, with the shenanigans out of the way. When the pair's eyes shifted over, almost simultaneously, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. This is a A-class artifact? For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the room and there's no sound in the air. A pin drop can be heard. Gudu. I don't know who it was, but he suddenly gulped. Wang Changxian was so excited that his entire body couldn't stop trembling. You're kidding. What the hell is this? A grade A artifact? Yesterday it was AB. It's already an A. Sure you're not dreaming? Realize that, since the revival of the aura and the frequent appearance of Bazaar, there had never been anyone, yet, who was able to refine a B-grade artifact. But today, not only did the B-grade artifacts show up, more so, it's even a ING Class A trickster. The point is, the method of refining it's even more unthinkable and unheard of. Who refines a trick weapon by just mixing the materials together in a brain and then playing with their cell phone? If that's the case, all the refining masters in the world can commit suicide, compared to the shock-filled duo. Beside, Han Ming was quite satisfied. Take a look. The texture. This elasticity. This silky smooth. Wear it on your body. Absolute fun to pull full circle. As for wearing this to protect the enemy, that's not good. What if you show some scenery? Unless it's worn underneath. Ha 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 ha. Pouncing again. 31% completed 100,000 words. With a 4:1 shelf ratio and a 3:1 catch-up ratio. Turns out there's only about 3,000 in the pipeline. Ha 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 ha. I really am. Thanks to Tomato. For the second time. If the numbers are bad, the punt will be recognized. Obviously not bad. As it turns out. LOL. Chapter 53, like girls? Pushing your granddaughter into the fire. After a long time, it was only then that Wang Changxian, from his shock, came back to his senses. Looking at the grade A artifact in front of him, Wang Changxian couldn't hold back any longer. Hands on the ground, from a kneeling position, changed to crawling on all fours. One moment, just crawl over to Han Ming. Looking at the trickster in front of him, he couldn't help but burst into old tears. Master, I can't imagine that in my lifetime, a disciple would actually be able to see the introduction of an A-grade artifact. Between the words, Wang Changxian wept bitterly. I don't know if it's excitement or what, but here's the thing. Tears and snot are dripping down his shirt. What's more, Han Ming hurriedly drew the clothes away and wrapped them in a gift box. This is the back. I'm going to wear it when I'm playing with my wife. What if you get snot on your nose? Evil is not disgusting. No. Watching the trickster disappear from sight, Wang Changxian cried out miserably and begged. Master, please, just let my disciple take another look. Let the disciples admire your masterpiece. Off and go to the side. Han Ming pushed Wang Changxian away with a look of disgust. Can you, a terrible old man, not get so close to me? I'm telling you, I like girls. Girls understand? Wang Changxian was obviously undeterred, continuing to plead. One glance, just one more for the apprentice. Han Ming's tone was resolute. That won't do. This is between you and your sister. You have to wear it in private. Letting you take a look at it is already extraordinarily gracious. Having said that, don't want to keep being pestered by this old man. Han Ming got his feet wet, immediately slipped out the door and ran out of sight. Only the disoriented Wang Changxian and Elder Zhao were left in place, the master and the apprentice, looking at each other. A face full of bitterness that, the other one, hollow eyes. The corners of my eyes are streaked with tears. It was as if the beloved woman had run away with someone. In the silence, Elder Zhao was the first to speak. There was still disbelief in his voice. Master, he refined a. Call Master Ancestor. Master Ancestor he refined an A-grade artifact. I'm not blind. I'm feeling a little dizzy right now. Like I'm dreaming. Not to mention you. It feels a little surreal to me too. Having said that, Wang Changxian looked to The smelting furnace that has just been used. Eyes. A complex look filled the room. Who would have thought? It's such a mediocre smelting furnace. What about the one that was just born? The Class A artifact? Mullen. Wang Changxian stood up and said towards Elder Zhao, "You tell the site of the Spiritualism Bureau's headquarters that I'll be based in Licheng in the future. I'm going to follow my master and dive into the artifact refining path." For this decision, Zhao Lao wasn't much of a surprise, but I'm afraid that anyone who has seen the scene just now would have made the decision to. Having said that, Wang Changxian seemed to have remembered something. After some hesitation, "Take out your cell phone." In the address book, found a name, granddaughter. Then he dialed the phone. "Do, da." After 2 rings, the call came through. Opposite, came an impatient voice. "Grandpa, what's the sudden call for?" "I'm busy." "Wang Changxian, what do you have to be busy with all day long?" "Granddaughter, busy practicing. I feel like I'm just one layer of film away from breaking through the A level. Give me some more time and I'll definitely break through." "Wang Changxian, come on you. How many times have you said this to me? Look at the Jiang family's daughter. She's already at the mid-A level. And look at you? Don't talk about being my granddaughter when you go out." At the sound of that, suddenly, the voice on the other side of the phone, it's as if they've blown up. The pitch is several points higher. "Aha dash. Don't mention her to me. How could I have pulled her so much in the first place if it wasn't for that? And, for once, I'm telling the truth. In half a year, no, within 3 months, I'll be able to break through the A rank, and I'll make her look good then." Hearing the exasperated voice of his granddaughter, Wang Changxian didn't continue to light the fire either. The conversation turned, opened his mouth. "By the way, let me tell you something, granddaughter." "What is it?" "Wang Changxian, you come to Licheng. I've got my eye on a young man, and I feel that you two can get along." "Granddaughter?" "No, Grandpa, what did you just say? You came all the way to let us set me up on a blind date?" "Wang Changxian, I'm telling you, don't be reluctant. This young man, don't look at his current reputation. In the future he will definitely be the #1 refiner in the 9 states. Wang Changxian, not only is it good, it's simply the first person in the past and present for thousands of years. I'm telling you, just now, your grandfather and I saw him successfully refining a grade A artifact with my own eyes." "Granddaughter, Grandpa, I think you need to go to the hospital? After all, you are so old." This time, it was Wang Changxuan's turn to get anxious. "What do you mean? Doubt I'm getting old? Do you? Let me tell you, your grandfather, I'm in heavenly cultivation. That is, if you die of old age, I'll be just as tough physically." "Granddaughter, okay, it's good that you're happy. Okay Grandpa, I'm going to practice, leave me alone." "Wang Changxian, hang up what phone? Let you hurry to come to Licheng. Hear me? Granddaughter, I don't know how to smith. What am I going to do?" "Wang Changxian, who asked you to come and learn refining?" "I asked you to go and marry him." "Granddaughter, whoever wants to go. I'm not going anyway." "Wang Changxian, he has taken Jiang Zhixin as his master." "Granddaughter, who?" "Wang Changxian, Jiang Zhixin." "Granddaughter, damn, why is that there too?" "No way. I'll go over there once I've broken through the A rank. Also, we had a deal before. As long as I break through the A rank, Grandpa, you will give me an A-ranked artifact. Don't forget about this." "Wang Changxian, I can't forget it. I'll give it to you when you come." "Granddaughter, that damned, causing me to be stuck at the peak of B rank until now. I must find her after I break through the A rank and settle the score." "Pata." The phone hung up. Wang Changxian revealed a conspiratorial smile. "Don't you like girls? I'm pushing my granddaughter into the fire. With my granddaughter's looks. TSK, TSK, TSK. Master, disciple this piece of filial piety of mine. You should not refuse it." Gradually, the original conspiratorial smile that, slowly becoming obscene. Elder Zhao, on the sidelines, even more puzzled. What's with the master standing here and giggling? It's hard not to. Did you just receive too much excitement? Chapter 54, Stay away from beauty. Cultivate hard from today onwards. The other side. After Han Ming left, hanging the gift on the handlebars, ride all the way towards the villa, primarily, carrying an A-class artifact on his body, or a stewardess uniform. Han Ming didn't quite dare to go to the psychic bureau. What if someone sees you? As for that, a gift for Jasmine Shaw. Then deliver it 2 days later. Back at the villa, Han Ming first took inventory of what Wang Changxian had given himself. A long sword, a pair of soft armor, a secret book, and a dozen bottles of elixir. There's nothing to see in the potion. After shoving a couple into his mouth, just put the rest aside. Pick up the long sword. On the golden sword, 3 large, hot golden letters were written in dragonflight. Xiaoyang sword. Fingers flicked the blade. Dang! The rapier let out a light tremor, and the sound of the sword chiming sounded faintly. Look at the properties again. Xiaoyang sword. Weapons. Grade B upper. Effect 1, significantly increases damage. Effect 2, dramatically increases damage against creepy/evil sneaks. After looking at the attributes of a smile filled Han Ming's face. Nice. Other than that, the old man is quite generous. Then look at the piece of software. Good man. Another B-grade artifact of trickery. While the effect of there's definitely a gap between it and an A-grade artifact, but it's a rare treasure to put out there. Finally, pick up the secret book. The Big Dipper's Sword of True Sun. Han Ming's eyes lit up. It was actually a piece of sword technique with attributes that were as rigid as young. Don't say. This disciple was not taken in vain. It's a trick weapon and a sword technique, and the attributes match me. So the whole thing makes me embarrassed. With a mouthful of embarrassment. But Han Ming did it. But it's not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, the soft armor was already on, and the long sword hung at his waist. The secret book also began to read. Just after you've seen it. Following the introduction of the kung fu. Having attempted a couple of sword fights, Han Ming always felt that there was some sense of obstruction in the process. Tried several times. All of them. For a moment, Han Ming was a little discouraged. Forget it. By the looks of it, I really don't have much talent in terms of enlightenment. And really, I don't have any special physique. It's all because of the unlimited true chi given by the system. It's just a matter of practicing the skin of this sword technique. Still have to work out who to give the trickster to. While saying that, Han Ming had set his sights, and turned to the stewardess uniform. Master already has one, so you may not have to give it. The iceberg female president wasn't an awakened, so giving an A-ranked artifact wouldn't be much use. The strength of the little fangirl is too low to play a role even if she gives it, and she also carries the covetousness of other people easily. That works out. It seems to be all that's left is sister and wife. Oops. Headache. Who to give it to? For a moment, Han Ming felt a little torn. After half a day's thought, fortunately, I don't want to put the gift box away straight away, thinking we'll see how it goes later. As for the rest of the day, it's not like there's anything going on. Han Ming decided that to sink your teeth into, have a good practice. There are no years in cultivation, and 1,000 years in the snap of a finger. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. All the potions, Han Ming, who had finished getting high as a snack, had already broken through to the early B-rank realm. Feeling the majestic true chi in his body, Han Ming couldn't help but laugh. In terms of enlightenment, not very good with your own talent. But, on the practice, that's still a proper thumbs up. Take a look. That's how fast the strength increases. Though with the credit of the elixir in. But more, or by virtue of your own hard work. Han Ming, sex, male, age, 30, true chi, early B grade, numinous power, early B level, refinery, women's clothes, grade S, high-heeled shoes, grade B, alchemy, no entry, drawing of symbols, unimpressive, artifacts, Hongmeng mobile phone, F grade artifact, 288 bicycle, E grade artifact, Xiaoyang sword, B grade artifact, Waya soft armor, B grade artifact, technique, dragon falling 18 palms, remnants, Big Dipper true sun sword, characteristics, unlimited true chi, merit points, 50, combined rating, early B. Take a look. This attribute of yourself right now, compared to the previous, that's definitely a bird in the hand. The battle power had at least doubled several times. Han Ming has made up his mind. You need to practice harder yourself. Can't put the time, energy, and it's all on beauty. Tender land of heroes. A man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River running eastward to the sea. How can he be nostalgic for the land of the tender? So, later, half an hour of hard work every day. As for the rest of the time, just go spend some more time with your wife, the world, your boss, your mentor, and your little fangirl. That's a lot of math. Han Ming felt that. 24 hours a day. There's still too little time. I can't stay here. Thinking of this, Han Ming sighed helplessly. A question arises in the mind even more. How do those time management gurus actually organize their time? For the next 2 days, because the wife still hasn't come back. So, Han Ming came to live a two-pointed life. Villa, Psychic Bureau, Villa. As for staying away from beauty, that does stay away too. Daily. Half an hour away. Those tricked out heels that were going to be given to Javan Shaw, after sending it to the other side. No doubt about it. The little fangirl's adoring, loving eyes lit up even more so. Han Ming's face, his neck, more than a dozen extra strawberry prints, while going home like this, which ushered in a blank stare from Sis, as a result of the various unequal treaties previously signed. So that sister can't have a seizure either, only through gritted teeth. Put up with it all. That's it. The time has come for the weekend. It's also the day of the reunion. Sleeping until the head of noon. It was only after being woken up by the alarm clock that Han Ming opened his eyes in a daze with his cocktail head, looking around the rec room, corner, and torn black silk. Looking around, Han Ming muttered, "Where did senior sister run off to? Never mind. Wash your face first. Got a class reunion to go to in a little while. Not a moment too soon." Han Ming has finished packing. Get dressed. Sent a message to Jiang Yunshu. 10 minutes or so later, the two met outside the villa and Han Ming smiled and invited Jiang Yunshu to get into the car. Looking at the 2-8 bar bicycle, Jiang Yunshu still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Get in the back seat. Though, hands, very naturally, she wrapped her arms around Han Ming's waist. The cheeks were even pressed against the back of the. Jiang Yunshu smiled and said, "Are you just going to ride this bike to the class reunion? It always feels like you have the suspicion of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger." Nonsense. Han Ming immediately vetoed it. This bike of mine is a trickster. It's a lot more expensive than those luxury cars. I'm pretending to be a tiger. Meanwhile, in the restaurant where the party was held, some of the students, who had already arrived early, one of them, a sexy and sultry woman wearing a fiery red pomegranate dress, was even intimately holding the youth beside her, though the youth was of ordinary appearance and short in height, but the students present still licked their faces and went forward to flatter, just because, the clothes he was wearing. It's the regular uniform of the Psychic Bureau. The symbol on his chest was a further indication of his rank. The Psychic Bureau's F-class awakened. P.S. Struggled all day today. During the day. Still, it's decided. Keep writing. After all, compared to the last book, the numbers in this one are okay. I don't have the volume, but I thought I'd keep writing and see. At least to 200,000 words. When the time comes, if you don't have the volume yet, just book test it. 2 new books in a row have flopped, and the old one has been driven to book testing. Alas, sigh. Chapter 55, Class Reunion. Awakening. Awakened? You mean, all those rumors on the internet about weirdness, they're all true? Has been published? No wonder. I said I've been seeing weird things on the internet a lot lately, and at first I thought they were horror stories. Speaking of which, it's still the class president who's great. I thought I was mixing well enough, but I didn't realize that the class president was actually able to find an awakened person as a boyfriend. Brother Nan, this is my name card. Just order my little brother for anything in the future. Brother Nan, my aunt is a bank president. See if you can leave a contact information, so that when I am in danger in the future, I can pull my brother's hand. At this point, inside a star hotel in Le, the man who got there first. After hearing Gao Zhengnan's description, they licked their faces and came together to flatter, as the former class flower, intimately holding Gao Zhengnan's arm, surrounded by all the stars, looking at the old classmates that used to be there, one with a fawning smile, surrounded and flattered by the appearance of the class flower, Xiao Shu, was like a proud swan, wantonly enjoying the bragging and flattering of those around her. Next to Gao Zhengnan, although on the surface, putting on an air of modesty, in fact, inside, in the face of those who flatter and flatter, vanity bursts right through. After all, at the Psychic Bureau, he's just a pure and simple newcomer to the game, before the awakening, and a transparent one, too. When has one ever enjoyed this feeling of being starstruck? Meanwhile, Han Ming is writing a 2/8 syllabus, carrying Jiang Yunshu, humming Sweet Honey all the way, while envying the world. You have arrived at your destination. Just stopped the bike. A car crossed in front of Han Ming. Tick-tock. The horn blew twice. And, immediately following the window drop, a balding middle-aged greasy man with a lewd smile shouted excitedly at Han Ming. Mingzi. Han Ming's first look, almost didn't recognize it. Second look, just realized. If it isn't his own high school roommate, you wouldn't be Du Xiaobin, would you? After receiving an affirmative nod from the other, Han Ming had a question mark on his face. Asterisk. No, I haven't seen you in a few years. How did you become like this? From a former chaser to a middle-aged greaser? The doors are open. Du Xiaobin got out of the car, sizing up Han Ming for a moment, with eyes that did not hide their jealousy and envy. I was going to ask you, why is it that we're all the same age? How come you're still like 20 and I'm old? Han Ming stepped forward, patted the other man on the shoulder, with a long sigh, slightly regretful. Maybe it's because I'm good looking in my own right. On the contrary, you were an ugly comparison in high school. Du Xiaobin, is it appropriate that after so many years of not seeing my old classmates, the moment you come up here you give me a blast? By the way, what have you been up to lately? Where are you? Hi. While saying that, the two of them headed towards the hotel building. Behind her, Zhang Yunshu, and didn't bother them, followed silently on her high heels. In the face of Du Xiaobin's question, Han Ming pondered for a moment. I should be counted in the establishment. The psychic bureau is at least an official department. Says it's in the establishment. There shouldn't be anything wrong with it, right? The answer. It still surprised Du Xiaobin a bit. Good boy. Now it's all mixed up in a doggy style. When I used to go to school, looking at your grades, I thought you'd go to the factory and play screws. They're all former housemates. After all, under one roof. After 3 years of living in, joking with each other, there was no hint of mockery in the words and phrases. At this point, the elevator doors opened. The three of them walked in and, compared to Han Ming's blandness, Du Xiaobin looked at Zhang Yunshu behind him with some suspicion. From the beginning, or rather, while he was still in the car, he had already noticed Zhang Yunshu. After all, man is a visual animal. When confronted with strangers, those who can make a lasting impression are either exceptionally beautiful or handsome, or those who are more distinctive looking. In the middle of the crowd, as a man of the LSP, no doubt about it, the first time you will focus, you will choose on a beautiful woman. It came as no surprise to Du Xiaobin. What intrigued him was that, the cool, elegant woman in front of me. Why do you keep following them both? Is it just a coincidence? Du Xiaobin didn't think of Zhang Yunshu towards Han Ming, primarily, according to Zhang Yunshu's face, body, and temperament. Du Xiaobin simply didn't think that a goddess of this level would have any interactions with a beggar like Han Ming. But when the elevator reaches the floor where the party is, as the three walked out together, Du Xiaobin finally couldn't help himself and looked at Zhang Yunshu and inquired, "This beauty, are you also here for the class reunion?" At this time, Han Ming just remembered. He also brought his girlfriend with him. I just chatted with Du Xiaobin and forgot all about it. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhang Yunshu. I'm Nima. Listening to Han Ming's introduction, Du Xiaobin felt 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. At the beginning, myself, just eliminate the correct answer. The question is, with a kid like you, how is it possible to find a girlfriend of this caliber? Du Xiaobin shouted frantically in his mind, especially at the thought that, I'm 30 years old myself, got a good job, too, though, nowadays, this high property price is really a deterrent for him. Plus the blind date girls. The first thing that comes out of the mouth are fatal questions like how much do you make? Do you have a car? Do you have a house? Causing Du Xiaobin to be like Han Ming once was. 30 years old, never touched a woman's hand, hardly touched at foot wash, if I may say so. Not you kid, by what right? Du Xiaobin's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Maybe it's because I'm handsome? Han Ming tossed his hair flirtatiously, and even picked up his cell phone and looked at himself through the screen. That's right, is very handsome. Universal is just that much weaker than the reader. The corners of Du Xiaobin's mouth twitched furiously, forcibly resisting the urge to beat Han Ming to death. Suddenly, it occurred to him that, at first, when I saw Han Ming, the other guy seems to have gotten off his bike. When he put the matter, he asked. Han Ming crosses his nose. Instantly anon. Yeah, I just brought her on my bike. This time, it's not just envy and jealousy anymore. Du Xiaobin felt his eyes redden. Is this love? On what grounds? Just as he kept wailing, the three had arrived at the box where the party was. Seeing the three coming, some of the students also immediately got up and welcomed with a smile. If it isn't Han Ming and Du Xiaobin, long time no see. Wow. Sit down. Sit down. You two are 3 minutes short of being late, so it's a shame we can't let you punish yourselves with a drink. Who is this beautiful woman? Why don't you introduce her? Asterisk. Han Ming, you kid is lucky to find such a beautiful girlfriend. In the box, the atmosphere is electric. There's nothing like those urban novels. Old school friends meet up for a cynical session. after finding 3 empty seats and sitting down. Han Ming also smiled and greeted the few people in the neighborhood, greeting them. At this point, the person sitting next to Jiang Yunshu, but frowned, seems to have remembered something. With a question, he carefully asked, "You are Jiang Group's Mr. Jiang?" Chapter 56 Awakened 1 Gao Zhangnan, District Crawler. Jiang Yunshu was also a bit surprised. I didn't realize that. Accompanying Han Ming to a class reunion, and still be recognized. However, she was supposed to come along. It's to match Han Ming's pretense. So without hiding his identity, he just nodded. I am, please, are you? Receiving an affirmative answer. The other man was instantly agitated, and, sliding his business card over. Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager of Yu Young Technology, and I had a chance to meet you last year when I accompanied my boss to your side to talk about business. For having met only once, or something that happened last year. Jiang Yunshu obviously had no impression. Still, it was a polite exchange of business cards, though the two weren't very loud. But what's happening over here? Still being noticed. The president of the Jiang Group? Ming is awesome. This is on the list of rich women. I came in a BMW. I thought I was mixing well enough, but one turned out to be more fierce than the other. Brother Ming, look at our relationship. Can you lift up a brother? Brother Ming, do you still remember not? Once you skipped class to go over the wall to the internet, or brother I gave you cover, which did not let the class teacher found. At that time I did not less help you run errands to buy things. Do you see if you can help? I am now mixing is really not as good as I would like. The appearance of Jiang Yunshu itself, it's already pulling in a lot of eyes. This time, after hearing that it was the president of the Jiang Group, the people who had just surrounded the class flower Chao Shu and Gao Zhangnan had fallen on their swords and started to flatter Han Ming. Even the reunion organizers, the squad leader licked his chops, too, running over to climb the ladder. Jiashu, who saw this scene, a slight frown on the diaphanous brow. There was some discontent in his mind. Money is something she does like, too. But what kind of world is this? The aura is revived. The weirdness descends. Times are about to change. By then, what else is money for? A bunch of cuties. I can't believe you're still here to flatter Han Ming. When the time comes, you guys take your money and find creepy to spend it. Humph. After a cold grunt of discontent, the Xiao Shu said in a conspiratorial manner, I can't imagine that you, Han Ming, can actually get together with the president of Jiang's group, if the world remains unchanged. None of our classmates are really as good as you. But alas, the world is about to change. I'm afraid you don't know. Nowadays there are often terrifying bizarre appearances all over the world. This matter will be announced to the public by the above soon. Or you can log on to the official website of the Psychic Bureau, and you will be able to check this matter as well. And to deal with the weirdness, you can only rely on the awakened. As it happens, my boyfriend is the awakened. Although he's only just awakened now, with his natural talent, it won't be long before he's promoted to E rank. While saying that, Jiashu leaned intimately on Gao Zhangnan's shoulder and, even more so, he showed an expression of pride. Gao Zhangnan was also very proud of himself and puffed out his chest, trying to make the symbol at his chest a little more eye-catching. Don't say, it's really striking. Han Ming noticed it at a glance. Seriously, Han Ming was indeed a bit surprised. I can't believe it's here. All can see the awakened one. Only, since Han Ming never wore his regular clothes, and usually, it doesn't pay attention to some of the rules and regulations of the Psychic Bureau. So, for the significance of that sign, it's not very clear either. At this time, with Jiashu's reminder of the rest of the class responded by, yeah, the world is about to change. By then, money? Maybe it's a piece of scrap paper. It's still the awakened who really shine in the world of creepy advent. Jiang Yunshu came over to Han Ming, whispering, bad, that guy seems to be an awakened as well. Han Ming nodded. I know. Jiang Yunshu questioned, don't you recognize him? Han Ming said, there are hundreds of people up and down the Psychic Bureau, and when it moves, new people join it. I know people everywhere. However, looking at the scene before us, Han Ming felt as if he had miscalculated. I had thought that I could put on a good show by bringing Jiang Yunshu to the party. In hindsight, might as well bring sister, or bring in the master. Ahem, this one is a bit difficult. At this time, watching the attention drawn to himself once again, Xiao Shu said with a haughty face, I'm telling you, if you can spend the money now, you should hurry up and spend it, and you may not have the chance to spend it later. And, according to what my boyfriend revealed, the country will create safe zones around 4 first-tier cities. and 6 new first-tier cities, including Le. By the time the weirdness rages outside, the people inside the safe zone will still be able to live their lives comfortably. And my boyfriend, as it happens, qualified for one of the first entries into the safe zone, and was given an apartment directly in the safe zone. That's the edge of the core. Having said that, Joshua looked intimately at Gao Zhangnan. Honey, you'll take me in when the time comes, won't you? Sure. Gao Zhangnan took the other into his arms as soon as he, gazing around the crowd present. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly and, with lofty arrogance, he said, in case you don't know, the first phase of the safe zone will serve as the core area. The only people who can live in there, besides the dignitaries, are the awakened and their families? Well, coincidentally, I have 5 places in the following. As for you guys, if you want to wait for the second batch of spots, the earliest might be next year. While saying that, Gao Zhengnan's gaze, almost undisguised, staring nakedly at Jiang Yunshu. That means, obviously, it's just for your ears. If you want to live in the safe zone, you'll have to come to me. Such behavior. Apparently it's impossible to hide it from the people around you. Just nah. Xiao Shu, who knew what kind of nature the other party had, could only choose to keep his grievances inside. As for Han Ming, as if nothing had happened, refreshing himself with a cup of tea. As for the heart, it's been figured out. We'll deal with this when the party's over. After all, it's always hard to just do it yourself in front of everyone. On the contrary, Jiang Yunshu, somewhat worriedly, he said to Han Ming, the way he looks at me, it's not right. Han Ming responded in a low voice. I know. Jiang Yunshu frowned. I'm not afraid of the bright ones, but he is after all a person from the psychic bureau. In case he is interested in me. Without waiting for the other side to finish their speech, Han Ming spoke first, his tone somewhat indifferent. Don't worry, he won't live through tonight. That being said, but Jiang Yunshu was still worried. Are you sure about your strength? Han Ming bristled. The mind, though speechless. However, he still opened his mouth to respond and dispel Jiang Yunshu's worries. Don't worry, District Mole Cricket Realm. Forget it, Griffin is overestimating him a bit. It's just a grasshopper in the district. Don't worry about it. Next time. And so on as people expire one by one. The reunion has intensified, and the atmosphere of many old classmates, after graduation on how not to see each other. Today it is not easy to see again. A drink full of red. Some people drink too much. It's more like 3 whistles and 6 whistles there, constantly bragging about their glorious deeds. Some people, more so, he kept on toasting Gao Zhangnan and Xiao Shu, hoping to climb up the ladder. Just then, Han Ming seemed to sense something. Eyes to one side, a slight frown. Meanwhile, Gao Zhengnan's cell phone suddenly rang. After picking up the phone, Gao Zhengnan's expression became serious. Joshua questioned, honey, what happened? Gao Zhengnan looked grave. There's a new bizarre incident, and it's within this hotel. Chapter 57, no cell phone signal? I'll make a call. There's a new spooky incident going on, and it's inside this hotel. In one word, the faces of the people present suddenly changed. Some people, it was more tense, terrified and fidgety. Seeing the crowd's panicked appearance, Gao Zhengnan smiled in a dignified manner. Don't panic everyone, it's just an E-class bizarre incident. I can't afford to make any waves with me around. Then he looked at Joshua, who was beside him. Gao Zhengnan said soothingly, wait here for a while, I'll go and return. Having said that, Gao Zhengnan pushed the door out with a confident look on his face, leaving the crowd with a great back. This could not help but make the crowd present. There was a sigh of relief. At this party, it's a good thing that Zhou Banhua is here too, or else we'd be in danger. Isn't that right? I was scared to death just now. Thanks to Nan, this weirdness is also really unlucky. It's not good to appear anywhere but here. Isn't this directly bumping into the muzzle of a gun? Sister Chow, we are all thanks to your blessings. You can be considered our savior. I'll drink a toast. With the first one, soon to be followed by a second. The people present, one by one, with ingratiating smiles, they rose to make a toast. In the face of all the compliments, on Xiao Shu's delicate and pretty face was a pride that could not be hidden. Well, we're all classmates. There's no need to be so polite. Come on, everyone keep eating. I guess young Nam will be back after taking care of things. A beaming Joshua greeted everyone with a nonchalant smile. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, Han Ming and Jiang Yunshu. I can't believe I was sitting right in my seat the entire time, eating there by myself. This couldn't help but make Joshua frown slightly. Eyeless thing. If it weren't for me, would you two still be able to eat here in peace? I'm afraid that Creepy would have eaten it a long time ago. In the face of a savior. You don't know how to get up and make a toast and thank yourself? Come to think of it, the exasperated Xiao Shu just wanted to open his mouth and mock in a conspiratorial manner. And the mouth just opened. Before you make a sound, outside the door. Suddenly there was a mournful scream. Help! Help dash! Come on! Somebody! Help me! Help! The crowd in the box. Instantly blushing. Because. They all heard it. The owner of this voice, isn't it Gao Zhangnan's? Xiao Shu froze in place with her mouth open, a flash of panic in her eyes. And when she heard her boyfriend's cries for help, she opened the door and ran out without thinking. Some of the men also rose curiously from their seats and, there have been probes, looking toward the door. At this point, outside the box door, Gao Zhangnan, who was so confident and proud just now, the body shivered and went limp. The pants were even wetter on the area between the legs, and the faint smell of urine filled the air. Next to him, and dropped a pistol. Han Ming glanced at you don't have to think about it. This pistol is loaded with what must be psychic bullets. Only, from the other side's current situation. Weird grades, obviously above the E level. Seriously, in the Psychic Bureau, compasses for detecting bizarre class events. Han Ming has seen it too. Only, the accuracy of this thing is just sensational. According to Young Kai Choi's explanation, the compass was a replica of a grade A artifact, and every Psychic Bureau was equipped with one. The role is to monitor, within a certain range, shenanigans. Whenever there's shenanigans, the compass then gives a reaction. But right, as an imitation, and it's only a C-class artifact. Many times the results of the tests are not accurate. Here's the problem. If Creepy suppressed his own aura, the compass might simply not detect it. Or rather, weirdly hiding the rank of an A-ranked Creepy, displaying an E-ranked realm. Then the compass gives a result of E. So, the casualty rate is very high for the Psychic Bureau contingent. No way. There are only a limited number of awakened. After all, it was impossible to say that every time there was a bizarre incident, it was left to the high-level awakened to deal with it. Most of the time, it's all scouted by the task force first. If you can solve it, it is best. If not, call for backup in time. Obviously. Now, the compass test, again, is out of order. At least, based on the aura Han Ming detected, this bizarre grade was definitely not lower than C grade, and even B grade was possible. In particular, this hotel, it may have been caught in a trick domain. The view is back in the hallway. Gao Zhangnan, who was in a state of shock, shouted with a horrified look on his face. Quick! Call for backup! Call for backup! At this point, the light bulb in the box, with a jabbing sound, it went out in a flash. The whole room was plunged into darkness. Is this a blackout? Pull back the curtains, you can't see anything in the dark. Asterisk. Look out the window. You guys, my nigga, when did it get dark? No, it's not right. The cell phone says 2 p.m. How can it be dark outside? It's definitely not a blackout. And don't forget, this hotel is spooky. At this point in time, outside the window where the sun should be shining, but as if shrouded in darkness, it was too dark to reach out and see anything in the incredibly dark night sky. In the dark, the crowd just felt a chill down their spine. An ominous feeling of foreboding spread throughout his body, heart thumping nervously. At this point, suddenly someone cried out in alarm. The flashlight on my cell phone isn't working well either. Why is this light so gray? Could it be some kind of dust on the flash? No, my cell phone flashlight, with the brightness cranked up to the max, is still dimly lit. Asterisk. Gao Zhangnan wouldn't really have an accident, would he? Joe Banana, why don't you contact your boyfriend and give him a call? Make a bold asterisk call. Didn't you hear the screams just now? At a time like this, hurry up and call the police. At this point, as the crowd panicked, Gao Zhangnan said with a deathly gray face, it's over. It's completely over. The creepy domain. This must be spooky. Now we're all going to die here. Xiao Shu, who was beside him, hurriedly asked, what's the tricky domain? With a trembling voice, Gao Zhangnan briefly stated what he knew. However, unbelievers, and there's the constant dialing of the phone, attempted to call the police for help, but no matter how much they tried to dial the phone, they responded that they couldn't get through. This time, the crowd panicked even more. Why is this happening? You don't even need a cell phone card to make a 911 call, so why is it not connecting? There's no cell phone reception at all. What to do? What to do? Nan, do something. I don't want to die here. No, I don't want to die yet. I just got a promotion and a raise. I haven't even enjoyed life yet. How can I just die? Class president, you are damn sick. Idle, nothing to do. What class reunion? Originally busy to take time to participate even if. Now even life is to be accounted for in this. That's right, everyone's busy. What kind of reunion are you organizing? My wife just had a baby. And it's going to be your death. The crowd is talking. In the voice. Full of panic and despair. Right about this time. Suddenly, a bright light from a cell phone appeared, attracting the attention of everyone in the room. When everyone looked sideways, and yet, to my amazement, I found that the cell phone in Han Ming's hand. Not only can the flash emit bright light normally, even in plain sight, Han Ming actually dialed the phone. Chapter 58. Jesus couldn't keep it. I said, "Hey, who is it?" The call came through. A lazy voice came from across the room and, seems like he's just waking up from a nap. Senior sister, it's me, Han Ming. You changed your cell phone number? Nope, the one before is still working. Now it's a different cell phone for you to call from. I'll try to see if I can call from inside the tricky area. Hearing the word spooky, Lin Hearing Evening didn't feel the slightest bit surprised or worried. Alright, I'll hang up if you don't have anything else to do. I'm sleepy. I haven't slept well till now because of you last night. Having said that, snap, the phone hung up. Han Ming took a look at the cell phone and didn't expect the trickster phone to work quite well. Inside the tricky territory, it's still possible to make a phone call. However, after Han Ming slipped his cell phone into his pocket, that's what I realized. The eyes of the others present were all focused on themselves. What are you all looking at me for? Han Ming's head was full of question marks. Why do you still have a signal on your cell phone? Yeah, how can you call out when we can't get through on our cell phones? Great, it's saved. Han Ming, you call the police. To the astonishment of the crowd, Gao Zhangnan came back to his senses. It's like a new lease on life. A healthy step rushed to Han Ming. Quick, give me the phone. I'll call the psychic bureau for help. If we're late we'll all die here. Speaking, and without waiting for Han Ming to give a response, straight away, he went up to his hands and raked them towards Han Ming's pants pockets. Han Ming took a look at the situation. Nima, what's wrong with that? What for? Don't move your hands. Gao Zhangnan, who had already fallen into despair, saw that there was again a hope for survival, so he didn't care whether Han Ming agreed or not. Are you deaf? Hurry up and give me the phone. Otherwise, none of us will survive. So hurry up, Pop. Hurry your ass up. Han Ming, who had long looked at the other side with disdain, a big old ear scratcher, slapped. With a crisp slap, Gao Zhangnan flew heavily backwards. It's clearly visible on the face, an extra slap mark. Several teeth were knocked out of his mouth. The scene. The other students, who had been looking at the one, looked at Han Ming with a face full of consternation, not expecting Han Ming to hit someone at the drop of a hat. Han Ming, what are you doing? Why did you have to hit someone? That's right, Nan is also in a hurry to call for help, so why don't you get your cell phone out? What are you looking at? Beating up people and having a reason? Hurry up and take out your cell phone or we're all going to die here. While the crowd was talking and accusing, Xiaoshu hurriedly helped Gao Zhangnan up, his voice tinged with concern. Honey, are you alright? Off. As soon as he pushed Jiaxu away from him, Gao Zhangnan looked at Han Ming with a face full of anger. Great! How dare you hit me? Don't think that I don't dare to make a move. Even if I really beat you to death as an awakened, no one will say anything about me. You don't simply think that the so-called law can bind the awakened, do you? Gao Zhangnan grinned hideously. Step by step, he approached towards Han Ming. Murder? Early in the awakening, Gao Zhangnan had then killed the people who, on weekdays, often bullied him. Back, when the psychics arrived. And yet, he didn't go and chastise him for it. Which also makes, leave it to Gao Zhangnan to think that, being an awakened is being superior. A mere mole cricket, kill it and be done with it. In the immortal cultivation world, would there still be an immortal who would be chastised for killing a mortal thus? This is not the fictional world of the female genre. Seeing this scene, Jiaxu was a little alarmed, too. Having said that, she doesn't feel good about Han Ming, either. But it's not like you're going to just go ahead and kill someone. Honey, don't you do that. It's just a cell phone. Now let him get it out. You mustn't do it. Jiaxu was still trying to step forward to dissuade, but Gao Zhangnan pushed him away. Get out of my way. He's dead today. Jesus can't stay. I said so. Having said that, Gao Zhengnan's veins are bulging, bellowing. Swinging his fist, he charged towards Han Ming. Just, Shasta. A thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the ears of the, outside the impossibly dark window. It began to pour. The visibility in the corridor was also slightly brighter than it had been just now, although it was still incredibly dim, but at least it allowed one to see what was in front of them. Meanwhile, the guests in the other boxes. It also appeared in the crowd's view. The change in the scenery in front of him caused Gao Zhengnan to freeze for a moment, and was about to continue striking. Suddenly, an eerie, ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out in the corridor. The crowd looked up and, spotting a child-sized shadow that, on the ceiling, constantly bouncing and walking back and forth. And, with the dark shadows walking through the ceiling was accompanied by the appearance of bright red blood, though the shadow was so dark that no features or face could be seen. But all those present seemed to feel themselves being watched by that shadow. Even Gao Zhengnan, who was an awakened, felt his scalp tingle, because just now, that's when he met the ghostly figure. Who are you? What are trying to do by keeping us here? One of the bolder ones hardened his voice and questioned. However, the ghostly figure didn't have any answer. Instead, to the horror of the crowd, the ghostly figure came down from the ceiling and melted into the shadow of the man who had opened his mouth. Next, who just now was full of hard feelings. And then, with a look of horror, hands kept trembling as they slowly approached towards the neck. Finally, with both hands in a death grip around his neck, even if the eyeballs are bulging, the face is twisted, but the hands were like pincers and tongs. There was no half-hearted attempt to let go. In the face of all this, all present, not one, daring to come to the rescue, until the other's body fell heavily to the ground, in a hideous and resigned. For a moment, there was screaming in the corridor. I'm trying to run away. The question is, in this spooky domain, and where can they escape? Han Ming. What is this? Jiang Yunshu clutched Han Ming's arm in death, fear in her eyes. I'm not sure. It's supposed to be kind of spooky, and I wonder if it's because the creepy principal didn't show up just now even after opening the system's attribute panel. Han Ming didn't see it, either. This bizarre property. However, it doesn't hurt if you can't see it. Han Ming didn't believe that this weirdness could threaten him anyway. Looking at the, messy scene, Han Ming looked in the direction where the bizarre aura was the most intense and faintly said, "Let's go." Go to? Where to? Find the creepy instance to go. Slow down. I'm a little weak in the knees. Tough. Debut 4 days of in-reading together. Less than 20,000. Only 40 or 50 per day of the manuscript fee. Now yards of words is really torment. Ugh. Chapter 59. Don't move. Let me check. At this point in time, cacophony of voices in my ears. Very loud. Harrowing screams and panicked cries for help could be heard from everywhere in the incredibly dimly lit hotel. In comparison, Han Ming had a bemused look on his face. Holding Jiang Yunshu's slender and slippery little hand, he walked all the way towards the direction where the weird qi was the most dense. Just quickly, Han Ming realized something was wrong. The cacophony in his ears disappeared at some point. All the way. It was just the two of us left, ourselves and Jiang Yunshu. Even more so, Han Ming can be sure that, currently where he was, he had just passed through it. Could it be a ghost wall? Han Ming frowned, his expression showing a rare flash of gravity. As for Jiang Yunshu by his side, apparently sensing a problem. 2. Nervous little hands. Constant secretion of sweat. The body was even tighter to Han Ming's body, as if the only way to gain a sense of security was to stick to it. Feeling the soft touch of 2. Han Ming moved around a bit and, then, in Jiang Yunshu's dumbfounded gaze, he extended his ghostly claws. Jiang Yunshu? No. So many hours in the evening. Do you have to get horny at this point? The anxious Jiang Yunshu still wanted to speak. Han Ming suddenly said, "Don't move? How? What's wrong?" Jiang Yunshu's body stiffened, and the words he wanted to say just now were stifled. Only Han Ming looked grave and said in a serious manner, "That weirdness, it seemed to blend into your shadow just now. You, don't scare me." Jiang Yunshu was trembling with fear, which still had the heart to care if Han Ming was taking advantage. Suddenly, Han Ming suddenly shook his head. Jiang Yunshu hurriedly asked, "How's it going? Hold on. Let me check in." "Are you sure you're checking?" After a long time, Jiang Yunshu looked at Han Ming's serious appearance and always felt as if she had been tricked. Han Ming withdrew his claws and simply straightened Jiang Yunshu's clothes. "It could have just been me. Jiang Yunshu was on the verge of laughing at Han Ming's behavior. How do you manage to keep such a straight face while doing astringent things? Facing Jiang Yunshu's questioning, Han Ming clearly had no intention of answering. Taking each other's hands, continue toward the depths. This time it's the same thing. A few minutes, the two are back to square one. Looking up at the box in front of him, with the forward sign aqua blue sky, Han Ming didn't think twice about going up and kicking it. Bang! With a loud bang. Wooden doors crumbling, wood chips splattered. Han Ming didn't even care what was inside, and took it in stride. However, the box was empty. There was nothing but the dining table and chairs. Han Ming laughed. Fine. Play this with me, huh? Let's see how firm your trick domain is. Subsequently, Han Ming took Jiang Yunshu and smashed while walking, just past by the box, thinking nothing of kicking the bucket first, and ended up kicking down a dozen doors in a row. It's all the same scene. Nothing has changed. Until, bang, the wooden door of the box was kicked in all directions. This time, Han Ming, who entered the box, a dark shadow was seen to present itself by the windowsill. Through the scent it could be realized that the black shadow was none other than Shadow Creepy, who had killed earlier. Unlike earlier, at this point, the black shadows are as substantial as, not attached to any shadow in the, even more so, head position. Even more so, it manifested a rotting, bloodied human face. In his eyes, they were even filled with malice, and the creepy gaze made Jiang Yunshu only feel his scalp tingle. On the contrary, Han Ming, some excitement. Jia, you're giving me a good search. Playing hide and seek with me, are you? Now I'll see where you can hide. As the words fell, golden light surged around Han Ming's body. Pounds of true chi as majestic as the sea boiled in the small space. Sinner, kneel down for me. Han Ming let out a bellowing cry, without giving Creepy any time to react. A slap to the head. Jiang Yunshu behind her exclaimed in shock, still wanting Han Ming to be careful. Only her mouth was just half open and she hadn't even said the first word yet. The bizarre figure had then gone up in smoke. Ding! Kill B-class Creepy. Gain 3,000 points of merit. Hearing the system beep in his head, Han Ming felt unbelievable. Are all B-rank shenanigans this trashy? One slap and you're dead? Han Ming didn't bother to explore the reason for the bizarre formation. Instead, it's like a protagonist with a hangover who goes to a so-called thriller game or rule weirdness that, directly selecting speed pass, going up and getting killed for boss shenanigans. This is not. With the bizarre death of the scene before us, it instantly became what it was before. The view out the window became sunny, blue sky, white clouds, green trees. Everything is back to the original view. Surrounding, those who had just been caught up in the weirdness together were still a bit stunned, and many of them were pale, with the word panic written all over their faces. Jiang Yunshu blinked. This is the end? Han Ming shrugged. Maybe. At this point, a look around. Han Ming saw a familiar figure, or rather, the figure was at his feet. Gao Zhangnan, who had long since pissed his pants in fear, was lying in the corner with a gray head and a wretched body. On the other side, stained with blood, the left arm is even more empty at the sleeve. The shocked face was now filled with disbelief. Look at that look. Han Ming then already knew why Creepy was in this box just now. At the same time that Han Ming looked at the other, Gao Zhangnan apparently noticed Han Ming as well. Where's the weirdness? Han Ming shook his head. I can't reach it. Gao Zhangnan froze for a moment. But soon, then he burst out laughing with excitement. Support must have arrived. Backup from the Psychic Bureau came and took care of Creepy. From the horror of the aftermath of the robbery, back to the drawing board. Gao Zhangnan looked at Han Ming with a hideous face, growling and hissing as if he were a wild beast. It's all because of you. If you had given me your cell phone earlier so I could call for help, the shenanigans would have been solved long ago. And how could I have lost my arm? You. It's all because of you. Asterisk in dog. I'm gonna kill you. The sudden roar of anger that, instantly, it attracted the gazes of countless people around them. However, Gao Zhangnan doesn't care about that. Or rather, in his perception, as an awakened himself, he would not be sanctioned at all for killing an ordinary mortal though. And, to say that the other party was mortal was already an exaltation. It would be more appropriate to become a mole, holding onto the wall and slowly getting up, feeling the empty left arm. Gao Zhangnan's heart's hatred for Han Ming erupted like a volcanic eruption. You die for me. With a roar of fury, Ko Yang-nan rushes in with his fists raised. Seeing this scene, the other people around them revealed looks of horror, and some wanted to open their mouths to dissuade them. But Gao Zhangnan had already rushed to Han Ming's face. Next, bang! Gao Zhangnan flew out heavily backwards as if he were a cannonball. The whole thing was smashed into the wall. Chest, visible to the naked eye. A sunken fist mark appeared. Blood was even spewing out of his mouth for no money. Chapter 60, Kill him now. He's possessed by a creep. At this point in time, Ko Young-nam is already more in than out of the session. Han Ming came into view. Crouched down. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, not hiding that scornful smile of his. Are you very capable? A mere F-rank loser really thinks he's somebody? Having said that, he even pulled up Gao Zhengnan's hair, coughing up a thick mouthful of phlegm. Spit right on it. Bah! Waste thing, killing you is too dirty for my hands. Tilting his head, Gao Zhengnan's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. You are also an awakened? Just, in the face of doubt, Han Ming wasn't even interested in answering. Is on his way to finish off his opponent. A familiar voice, slightly surprised, suddenly appeared behind him. Why are you here? Han Ming turned his head and looked. It turned out to be actually Cui Jingkai and Xiao Zhaowen, as well as some people in contingent member uniforms. Han Ming was still a little surprised. Is this support from the Psychic Bureau coming so fast? Only, compared to Han Ming's surprise, Gao Zhangnan, who saw the visitor, was as if he had seen a savior. And I don't know where the strength came from. Rushing toward Xiao Zhaowen, he shouted, Captain, save me, hurry, this man is going to kill me. No, he's not human anymore, he's just been weirdly possessed. Kill him guys. Ko Young-nam raised his only remaining right hand, pointing at Han Ming, hysterical yelling. Seeing his savior, he completely ignored the odd gazes of Xiao Zhaowen and the others. Han Ming is weirdly possessed? Xiao Zhaowen stared blankly at Han Ming, then turned her head to look at Gao Zhangnan, eyes full of questions. Are you sure you're telling the truth? As a newcomer to the Psychic Bureau not long ago, obviously, the instructor responsible for training Gao Zhangnan was none other than Xiao Zhaowen, and that's why, seeing the arrival of Xiao Zhaowen, Gao Zhangnan is like seeing a savior. There was absolutely no appearance of being moribund just now, but on the contrary, he was full of strength and kept shouting, don't just stand there, you guys make a move. I saw it with my own eyes just now. Creepy burrowed into his shadow, and he's now under Creepy's control, and I desperately tried to stop it, but I was severely injured. If you don't do something, there will be more people whose lives are in danger. Gao Zhangnan kept counting down Han Ming's crimes, even more colorfully described. The own generous and heroic performance just now, and the whole time it's a blush, not at all what you do when you lie. Seriously, for that kind of acting, Han Ming all but had to marvel at the fact that oh gold, you're so badly injured. Stop talking for a while, we'll take care of things, after all, they are their own trainees. Xiao Zhaowen was still symbolically concerned. At this point, young Kai Choi stepped forward, too, looking toward Han Ming, he inquired, what exactly happened? Han Ming glanced at the clown-like Gao Zhangnan and explained in a flat tone. It's really nothing, he moved towards me first and I fought back, that's all. The corners of Cui Jingkai's mouth twitched. Is the reason that simple? Don't you have more to explain? Alright then, you two hurry and take him back for treatment first. Let's kill this man. It's an eyesore to look at. Cui Jingkai still wanted to have someone bring Gao Zhangnan back for treatment, but was directly interrupted by Han Ming. Must kill? Gulping, Cui Jingkai thought about reconfirming it. Han Ming nodded silently. Cui Jingkai let out a long sigh. Hesitantly, he said, fine, then I'll report back on it and say he was killed by Creepy. Having said that, gestured the team behind him. However, such a scene, but it scared Gao Zhangnan and he shouted in panic. Don't! What are you doing? Obviously he was possessed by a creep. You guys killed him. Can it be that you want to kill people in plain sight? Help me. Don't. I'm unawakened. You can't kill me. Gao Zhangnan is still trying to struggle under the serious injury. The question is, the others don't give a. Especially Xiao Zhaowen. Hearing that Han Ming wanted to kill the other party, he directly took action himself, as if he had completely forgotten that, as an instructor, she herself had taught the other party how to utilize true qi a few days ago. Brother Ming, I know for sure that he took the initiative to provoke you. You couldn't have been so cruel otherwise. After finishing the other guy off with one shot, Xiao Zhaowen ran to Han Ming's side as if she was inviting credit, rubbing herself against him, completely ignoring the expressions of the other people present. Within the Psychic Bureau, especially the elderly, probably got used to the scene a long time ago. The question is, of those present, and quite a few more, all customers of the hotel, and Han Ming's former high school classmates, just, After what just happened, looking at Han Ming's departing figure, not a single person dared to go up and strike up a conversation. Until the figure disappears, they just felt breathing much lighter. My nigga, the awakened one with the last name of Gao died just like that? Having said that, the person who opened his mouth also couldn't help but glance at Xiao Shu. Just from her face, can't see any sadness. Instead, he stared in the direction Han Ming had left, his face clouded with uncertainty, not knowing what he was thinking. No, I'm doubting my eyes even more now. What the hell did I just see? I saw Han Ming standing still and not moving, and with one look down, the one surnamed Gao flew out. Is he that good now? So, Han Ming is also an awakened? Anyone who isn't blind should be able to see that. Can't you guys see? Just now the Psychic Bureau's girl with a particularly great body stuck to Han Ming's body as soon as she came up. It's obvious that the two of them have known each other for a long time and are having an adulterous relationship. Adultery and all that. I feel like I can put it aside. That said, they just killed someone. Shouldn't we call the police? This Psychic Bureau kills people. Does it help to call the police? Better report it. In a few moments, two Uncle Hats arrived on the scene. Seeing the miserable Gao Zhangnan, his face immediately changed. Who did this? Soon, the people recounted what happened. Just as the two men listened to the face was a little helpless. What do they care if the Psychic Bureau kills people? Forget it, clean up the scene. I'll call the Undertaker. Seeing Uncle Hat's reaction, this time, those present were silent. The original. Is this the awakened? You can control the life and death of an ordinary person at will, dead or alive. It even depended on whether or not Han Ming nodded his head, and the other party wasn't an ordinary person, but an awakened. Is that where he is now? P.S. Thanks to all the reader lords for the reward. Today's numbers, up a little bit, came to 7,000 in the reading. It's still not much different than a flop, but at least there's hope that it will take off. Anyway, let's just keep writing for now. Chapter 61, The Official Publicizing of a Weird Presence. In the old days, the people from the Psychic Bureau, after dealing with the bizarre incident, would definitely take all the people present back to make statements. They are also forbidden to tell the world what happened. But it's different now. The upper echelons have decided to build safe zones. And, because weird events, nowadays, are appearing more and more frequently, all sorts of bizarre and strange stories fill the internet. In the beginning, people are likely to dismiss it as a story but now, there are already many people who have noticed a change. The sky is about to change. In this case, the upper echelons also know that there's no point in continuing to hide it, though making the shenanigans public may cause panic. But, if you continue to hide it, there is no telling how many others will die as a result. At the very least, after publication, the crowd will possess vigilance. When things go wrong, you don't go over there with curiosity to see what's going on, but you just turn around and run. And so it was. After a pat on the back from the top, decided to make things public. Time of disclosure. It happens to be the night after Han Ming attends a class reunion. With the word bizarre from the mouths of officials, it can be a stone's throw away. The whole of Kyushu, both online and in reality, both made huge waves. I said last year, that's not a story at all. It's my personal experience. And as a result not one person believed it. Now they all believe it. Asterisk. My friend told me about this last month and I thought he was joking. This nigga. I saw a head rolling around on the ground the other day. I thought I was seeing things. But nigga, that was actually spooky. It's so scary. Awakened person? By activating my own potential in a desperate situation. It turns out that I've been an awakened for a long time now. No wonder I've gained a lot of strength since then. I'm more concerned about the safe zones than the shenanigans. Why should there be no safe zones in Linzhou City? Yes, on what grounds? Are our lives not lives, but only Master Kyun's life? Do you think that the people above don't want to? But if it's a safe zone built in just one city, then the awakened will surely have to spread out as well. And then the safe zone will still be safe? A random high level of shenanigans could give it away. Ha. My cousin's an awakened. He's already given me a spot to be one of the first to go in. Brother, my sister is 18 years old, with white skin and a beautiful voice. Do you lack a girlfriend? As the shenanigans became public, it immediately drew the attention of hundreds of millions of netizens in Kyushu. Quite a few people, and even more so in the first place. Then he moved his family to a first-tier city. Let's see if we can qualify for access to the safe zone. After all, and they all understand that There is no way the safe zone can hold more than 1 billion people. And the sooner you can get in, the safer it is. Otherwise, with the increasing number of bizarre incidents, you have to be on your toes every day in the outside world. Meanwhile, psychic bureaus everywhere, also in conjunction with the official, respective announcements. For example, for the introduction of the psychic bureau, the local psychic bureau possesses the strength, and also how to save yourself when encountering weirdness, how to become an awakened person, etc. At this point in time, La Psychic Bureau Director Hoyan has received a list of, in the upcoming announcement, since it is going to be accompanied by an introduction to the local psychic bureau, a list will be made about the important people in the psychic bureau. Of course, the list, definitely not going to write too much detailed information that, it also just includes the director and deputy director, as well as the identities and realms of the backbone of the psychic bureau, and so on. Just, Huyen scanned the list twice and spat out a mouthful of water on the spot. Put. Hey, Choi Jong-K, there's no mistake on this list, right? Absolutely not. Choi Jing-Kai swore. I double-checked it several times, and called to confirm myself in person if I was unsure about some things. Huyen had a question mark on his face. So, Han Ming, this kid, is now B rank? Choi Jong-K subconsciously nodded. Ha! Huyen was dumbfounded. This Nima, he's only been awakened for a few days and this is already a breakthrough to rank B? Pressing his head, forced to endure the sensation of the sky spinning. For the first time, he felt that this B rank of his was like a watered-down product. Obviously, if you look at the 9 states, you are also a ranked powerhouse. How about now? There was a feeling that I seemed like a clown. The corners of Huyen's mouth twitched furiously. Meanwhile, more than anything, I wanted to give myself a slap in the face. I'm not even going to make it. Look at yourself. That's it. You wanted to take Han Ming as your disciple in the first place? It's not going to work out. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm now groundless. Although it was said that the blue was better than the blue, and there were quite a few disciples whose strength would surpass that of their masters. But if he let his disciple surpass him so easily, where would he put his old face? Actually, there was one thing that Huyen didn't realize. That's, as a great cultivator at the pinnacle of the A grade, as well as a nationally renowned weapon refining master, even someone with this status had now worshipped Han Ming as his master. If only I knew. Huyen might not have an inferiority complex. In the meantime, Capital Psychic Bureau headquarters. An elder was filled with suspicion. What's going on with this Wang Changxian? Why did he suddenly apply to be mobilized to the Lai City Psychic Bureau? Beside, the other man was also confused. I can't get to it. He went to Le just before that, and then a couple of days ago. I don't know what he ran over there again for. And then he applied for a transfer over. The elder scratched his head. This is really strange. Other A-class great cultivators would hate to break their heads and want to stay in the capital. After all, this place has the top cultivation resources in the country. As a result, Wang Changxian was so good that he himself actually had to take the initiative to apply and fall elsewhere. Another said, harm, whatever. Since he likes to go, let him. And, isn't it true that the safe zone in Lei City, the A-ranked major in charge of the town's guards, is identified as a single person? The elder nodded. Yes, if I remember correctly, it should be that woman from the Jiang family. Since there's a vacancy, just let Wang Changxian go over there. With his PK rank cultivation, I guess the Lai City security zone is solid as gold. The next day, a list of people coming out of it instantly captured the attention of the entire city. Because, Huyen, who was the director of the Psychic Bureau, could only rank 4th on the list. The 3 men in front of him, apart, Wang Changxian, PK, Jiang Zhuxin, mid-A level, Han Ming, early B grade, disciple of Jiang Zhuxin. Then, it's our director Huyen. Such a list, suffice it to say, it instantly got Li all abuzz. For no other reason, just because it's full of security. Realize that, according to the official announcement given, of the 10 safe zones, only the safe zones where the 4 major first-tier cities were located would have S-class powerhouses sitting in them. In other words, Wang Changxian, who possesses PK-level cultivation in Lichang, the level of protection in the last safety zone, it will be ranked 5th after the 4 major first-tier cities. Not to mention, there is also a rising star with unlimited potential. When Han Ming's an acquaintance, on seeing the familiar faces on the list, one was outright dumbfounded, including yesterday. I just got together with my classmates. There was even a look of incredulity in his eyes. The original, The proud Gao Zhangnan was nothing more than a mole in front of him. And no wonder. Just one sentence. It will determine whether Gao Zhangnan lives or dies. As for the class flower, Xiao Shu, after seeing the names on the list, she was even more determined. Soon, she picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Han Ming. P.S. Fellow readers, tomorrow Black Myth releases. I have the audacity to wanted to take a day off. It's not exactly a complete leave of absence. Instead, I'll post today's 2 chapters separately. 1 chapter today, 1 tomorrow. Your lordships, the readers, are generous, and I am sure that your lordships will not blame me for this. Chapter 62, The spring breeze is faster than a horse's hooves. Reading all the flowers of Lai Chang in one day. Another great day. A new day. Han Ming got up early on a rare occasion. Getting up from his bed at Zhang Yunshu's house, glanced at his cell phone. Good man. 13 missed calls. There are still over 280 unread messages. Among them, except for 1 call from Lin Hearing Night, and a dozen messages from Xiao Jiawen. The rest, all of them are their old classmates, former co-workers, friends they haven't seen in years, family members they haven't spoken to in a decade. As for the message they sent, without exception, it all has to do with the word bah humbug. See this. The corner of Han Ming's mouth twitched, helplessly lamenting that it's true that rich people have distant relatives in the mountains, but poor people are not asked in the downtown area. When he was silent in front of himself, these guys, none of them have reached out to themselves except to borrow money. Now, that's good. On the official website of the Psychic Bureau, upon seeing his name, each one of them came over with a licked face. A couple of brief glances at the message Joshu sent last night is interspersed with it. When Han Ming saw it, with a sneer in his heart, straight to black. As for the others, they basically chose to ignore it. However, there are so many people that, having a good relationship with himself on a regular basis, and having more or less helped himself, Han Ming still chose to reply. At this point, Du Xiaobin saw Han Ming's reply. Surprise filled his eyes while his face was filled with joy. Hastily picking up his cell phone, start replying. 1 hour later, Han Ming, according to the address provided by Du Xiaobin, come to a restaurant, just walked in the door, just get surrounded by a bunch of bigots. Mr. Han, you're finally here. Mr. Han's presence is a great blessing. It's a blessing in disguise. Hello Mr. Han, I'm the president of Century Group, Lu Weekbei. When I learned from Du Xiaobin's mouth that Mr. Han and Du Xiaobin were high school classmates, I'm too thankful for the opportunity you gave us to get acquainted. I can't imagine that Mr. Han has been promoted to be level at a young age. It is really a talented person. This is my daughter. Just now you just appeared. She pestered me to want your contact information. This daughter has been spoiled by me since she was a child. She has always been eyeing high, and it is the first time that I have seen her behaving like this. Geez, yuck dad. Beside, a young girl blushed in shame and stomped her feet in anger. Han Ming looked shocked. Maiden? I'm not sleepy when you say that. Results. Haven't had a chance to ask for a contact yet. Someone else has come along for the ride. Mr. Han, I'm. Those present, almost in line. One licked his face and came to bawl. Once upon a time. How could Han Ming have thought that these high and mighty people would flatter themselves like this? In particular, all those proud women of the world. Weekdays go out as a sports car, and chauffeur to drive, wearing all kinds of luxury clothes, carrying brand name bags. However, a girl who never looks at anyone with open eyes. Now they're all docile as kittens. All of them came to Han Ming's side, red-faced and meowing there. Brother Han, can you take a picture with me? Brother Han, my stocking is torn. Can you look at it for me? My computer at home is broken. I can't even play Black Myth if I want to. Can Brother Han go to my house and help me fix my computer? Oops, I broke my foot. Can Brother Han take me to the hospital? Almost in the blink of an eye, Han Ming was already covered in lipstick. Surrounding air, all filled with the fragrance of flowers. Some little wildcat. Not only did they come forward, that wild, flirtatious gaze, it could be called winks and hooks. It almost hooked Han Ming's soul. The picture. Let Han Ming can be described as a springtime horse. A day to read all the flowers of Lai City. And Han Ming clearly felt that there are really quite a few girls who are the genuine kind. After all, with Han Ming's current status and position, coupled with a handsome appearance comparable to that of Master Reader, that's really the meat and potatoes. I don't know how many girls, fantasizing about crawling into Han Ming's bed, climbed this big tree. And it's not just Han Ming. including the people around Han Ming. It was also a case of one man winning and all the chickens coming home to roost. Take Du Xiaobin, for example. Not only did he get a promotion and a raise, he became the general manager of the company. Along with that, the owner of the group also shared a portion of his equity with Du Xiaobin. As for Han Ming himself, that's even better. In particular, surrounded by a bunch of girls, now long lost in the flowers. The point is, though knowing full well that I am lost, but Han Ming was enjoying himself. Alas, it's so nice to be surrounded by flowers. Each of these young girls, who had been brought up to be beautiful and shapely, was too delicate for words. At this moment, instead, they meowed around him like a kitten, surrounded by a crowd of people. Han Ming, who was giddy, was already thinking of going to a hotel room. However, just went out of the restaurant, just heard someone call his name. Han Ming, who was still having fun, saw Xiao Jiawen appear out of nowhere and pull him into the car with a black face. Get in the car. Xiao Jiawen is not happy. Brother Ming, how could you do this? How can you be obsessed with beauty and hang out with those mortals? You're an awakened. Even at 80 you're in your prime, but they'll be old ladies by then, even if they have to find. Saying that, Xiao Jiawen was red-faced and her voice was like a fly. To find. You'll have to find one like me. 2. Chapter 63, Fairies and Demonesses. To find. You'll have to find one like me. 2. Xiao Jiawen was red-faced and her voice was like a fly. Han Ming nodded. Aha, I know. So you can help me wipe off my lipstick first. Damn it. Xiao Jiawen's chest was heaving up and down in anger, but she still gritted her teeth and wiped off his lipstick. Good girl. Soon, they came to the gates of the psychic bureau. Results. As soon as Han Ming got off the bus, it just drew the eyes of everyone around to it. For a moment, the otherwise silent hall, it became rowdy. Wow, is he Big Brother Han Ming? So handsome and talented. His master is also an A-ranked great cultivator. I'm going to give him a monkey. Mud. People are more angry than people. I'm already jealous to the point of being red in the eyes. Why is the instructor snuggling in his arms like a birdie? The image of the instructor as a goddess in my heart, all gone. Alas, if it's gone, it's gone. And perhaps that's the kind of content that only geniuses can enjoy. A genius is a genius with lipstick on his face. Envious. I'm afraid you guys don't know that his master isn't an ordinary A-ranked great cultivator, but comes from the Jiang family in the capital, which is a hermit cultivation family. Bull ********. Can we not know about this? In Lai City, Big Brother Han Ming's status is higher than even the director of the Psychic Bureau. What should I do? I want to go up and ask for Han's brothers VXA. Looking at a group of people, there was eye-rolling, envy, and nymphomania. They're all coming at you. Han Ming was speechless. What do these people do? Xiao Jiawen bristled. They're all newcomers who just awakened. It's not like you don't know the current situation. Bizarre events are appearing more and more frequently. But accordingly, there's been an explosion of awakened people. In the past, an awakened would not necessarily appear in a month, but now they appear 2 times in 3 days. No, we've added another wave of fresh blood to the Psychic Bureau. Looking at what's going on now, I'm guessing there will be more and more in the future. Han Ming nodded. Oh, there are more newcomers. Doesn't that mean that there are more tool people too? Playing the game. What is the biggest fear of kryptonite players? They weren't afraid that the monsters were strong, but they were afraid that there were no civilian players. Otherwise, they don't feel superior after kryptonite. What's the point of playing with a bunch of Kryptonians? There's gotta be civilian players. It's only fair to go and show how awesome they are. Now, there's more new people. Han Ming was happy to see it. 2. Aren't you worried about a genius appearing to steal your thunder? Xiao Jiawen was depressed. Genius? Stealing the limelight? Meh. Han Ming smiled disdainfully. You mean the kind of genius who just awakened less than a month ago and has already cultivated to be rank? Xiao Jiawen hated to slap herself. How can you say such a thing? Isn't that just an insult to yourself? In the meantime, thousands of miles away in the capital, a sports car slowly pulled up in front of the gates of the Psychic Bureau's headquarters. The doors are open. A long, slender leg with high heels, sticking out of the car door. Subsequently, aroma floats. A woman with a concave and convex figure and an exquisite and absolutely beautiful appearance appeared outside the car, gently closed the car door. The woman slowly stepped inside the Psychic Bureau on her high heels, heels on the ground, with a rhythmic, crisp da-da-da sound. Along the way, I don't know how many gazes I've attracted, especially that pair of autumn water-like eyes. always hold a hint of laughter. The beautiful face of the country, but also through the silk charm, busty and shapely, with eyes that flutter, all the time exudes a kind of seductive flirtation. As she walks, tight long skirt with the lotus gently move, outlined a charming curve, can be described as a set of 1,000 charming, 10,000 kinds of style in one. If anything, the Jiang Zhuxin seemed like a fairy above the 9 heavens, translucent and transcendent, with an ethereal and calm temperament. So, the woman in front of me, it's like the holy maiden of the Acacia sect. A single knit of the brows and a smile can make a person's heart go wild. However, to the stares of the men around us, the woman had indeed long been accustomed to it. After walking into the building, he came to the elevator. I didn't think so. The elevator's not waiting. A man with a clean-cut appearance appeared in front of the woman with a smile. Haruka, why do you have time to come to the psychic bureau today? I haven't seen you for a few days. You're really getting more and more moving. Do you have time tonight? How about having dinner together? Wang Miaoqing glanced at the man and, a slight frown on the diaphanous brow, a flash of displeasure crossed his face and, no, I have things to do today. Having said that, the elevator's here, too. Wang Miaoqing lifted her foot and stepped into the elevator, with absolutely no intention of taking care of the other party. The man is not offended, either. Followed by stepping inside the elevator, a smile still on his face. Haruka, why be so cold? By the way, I have good news I want to tell you. I've successfully refined a C-grade artifact, and I've now been recognized as an artifact refining master. Having said that, the man pulled a bracelet out of his pocket and, look, this is the trick weapon I refined. I've named it Heavenly Longevity, and even though it's only a lower C grade, it has a good effect, and I'd like to give it to you. Looked at the bracelet. Wang Miaoqing revealed a touch of helplessness. Yi Chen, I've told you many times that I don't have any feelings for you at all, and please don't keep pestering me. Or can you tell me what you like about me and I'll change it? This time, Leaf Dust panicked. Haruka, why? Could it be that I'm not good enough? However, this time Wang Miaoqing didn't have any answer. Seeing the elevator arrive at the floor, leave without looking back, Yi Chen, who was filled with unwillingness, but hurriedly followed. Haruka, can't you feel my heart for you? And your parents, they don't object to what's going on between us, so why can't you just look back at me? Hearing the word parents, Wang Miaoqing suddenly stopped, turning back. The smile was playful. Then you should know that my grandfather is in charge of everything in our family. Yi Chuan smiled confidently. Senior Wang Changxian is dedicated to studying the way of refining weapons, and with my natural talent, I think that Senior won't have any objections to this matter. Ha! Thinking about what Grandpa said earlier when he talked to on the phone, Wang Miaoqing sneered. Then you can say it after you pass my grandfather's hurdle. And then, also, please stop following me around, and please call me by my full name from now on. Although Wang Miaoqing's tone of voice, with a refractory indifference, just, falling into Yi Duan's ears, but it was like an indirect promise to him. After all, with his understanding of Wang Changxian, with his talent for smithing, can't we still get consent from the other side? Come to think of it, Yi Chen, who was full of confidence, took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Changshuan's number. Chapter 64, Separate Rooms? Separate Wives? What the hell? How dare you pick up my granddaughter with just a trashy C-grade artifact, boy surnamed Yi. Let me tell you, toads don't want to eat swan meat. I suggest you look in the mirror more often. Don't daydream every day. Get out. For Yi Dust's call, Wang Changxian unceremoniously stunk up the place. Just kidding. A junky C-ranked artifact, now put in front of you. I'm afraid I won't even blink myself. No way. All saw someone refining an A-grade artifact of guile. C-grade artifacts. Isn't that garbage? Although he was not able to make a breakthrough yet, in Wang Changshuan's opinion, it was only a matter of time. If it had been in the past, with Yi Chen's talent, Wang Changxian might actually agree to this request. But now, excuse me, the old man's eyes have gotten higher. Zhang's group, a group of employees had gotten together and were chattering away. Officially it can be considered public. That's right, just in this month, we've encountered 2 weird incidents. If it wasn't for our fate, I guess we'd have gotten cold. Talking about it makes me angry. Didn't we have a spooky encounter earlier? I told my friends about it and every one of them laughed at me for telling horror stories. They can laugh if they want to. They're not all clowns now. Even the officials have announced this. Seriously, I don't know when the safe zone will be built. I'm on edge every day at work now. Don't even think about it. Haven't you seen the official website of the Psychic Bureau? The first batch of qualifications to move in have nothing to do with us. If the first batch doesn't work, the second batch will be fine. Otherwise I can't sleep well. I guess it's hard enough. The entire city of Lai has more than 10 million people. How big a safe zone would have to be to accommodate them all? This world, alas, it is difficult. Mud. I just took out a 30-year loan last year to buy a house. This is not directly into the scrap. Actually, you could think of it differently. Shenanigans appearing. And maybe you won't have to pay your mortgage. Just as a group of people were discussing Jang Yunshu came over. Her body, still wearing the same old lady's suit. On her feet were high heels with black and red soles. However, these shoes, it was a while ago. Han Ming refined the trick artifact high heels. Everyone, quiet. I have a couple of announcements to make. As Jang Yunshu opened his mouth, the scene immediately quieted down and the crowd shifted their gazes to Jang Yunshu. The first thing is that our company is about to be reorganized. The current situation is known to everyone, and although the officials have not announced it yet, from what we have heard so far, the officials will be experimenting with a rationing and contribution system, and will be gradually removing the right to currency in cash, gold, virtual currencies, and so on. At the same time, the company will also be restructured, mainly towards city management, livelihood supply, resource deployment, and various services targeting the awakened and armed personnel of the Psychic Bureau and Psychic Research Institute. At this point, the scene could be described as silent. A pin drop can be heard. After all, there was not a single cutie in the room. From the things Jang Yunshu announced, none of them revealed that the world had changed. In their still dazed state, Jang Yunshu's mouth smiled slightly. There's also good news to tell here. Our group has been awarded 1,000 spots for the second batch to enter the safe zone. As for the allocation of the quota, it will be based on the content of the work as well as the completion of the business, and I think we should all know how precious this quota is, right? Although there will be a third and fourth batch of slots to follow, the sooner you enter the safe zone, the better, isn't it? With these words, the whole room roared. Safe zone spots? Or is it the second installment? Are you kidding me? How can even the second batch of slots be given to our company so much? Is our group that good? Could it be because of Big Brother Han Ming? Hiss. It feels like the probability is high. He can turn out to be someone from our company. I didn't expect Big Brother Han Ming to be so nostalgic for old times. I'm damn moved to tears. The number of employees in our group is, just over 1,000. Which means that even a dog in our group can enter the safe zone. Is that what you mean? Could you guys be mistaken? Big Brother Han Ming shouldn't be so generous. But I see this expression on Mr. Zhang's face. Do you guys think it will? Mr. Zhang is my goddess. How could she? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wake up. Mr. Zhang is not something a cow or horse like you can fantasize about. Don't say. That day I really saw Mr. Zhang with Big Brother Han Ming, and still sitting on a bicycle. No, my goddess. While it was possible to get a second entry into to the cheers of many. But, seeing Jang Yunshu's expression that smiled without saying anything, and the rumors that have just been circulating, a lot of people are beating their chests. After all, the goddess of their dreams, it's been taken captive now. Instead, they have nothing to do but wail and post a circle of friends that they have been granted a place in the second batch, especially Wang Dahai. The hands are so fast. Jang Yunshu just announced not 2 minutes ago, his circle of friends has gained more than 80 likes. Among them, and a number of girls have sent unsolicited messages that ask if you can take yourself into the safe zone with you. In the meantime, the Psychic Bureau, Han Ming was pulled by Xiao Zhaowen, came to the director's office, but the director is nowhere to be seen. Xiao Zhaowen came to Huiyan's computer, and after crackling and drumming a few times, a topographical map of the core area of the security zone appeared in the screen. What's this for? Han Ming questioned in disbelief. Pick a room. Xiao Zhaowen didn't have the good sense to say, my dropping brother Han, the allocation of houses in the safe zone has already begun. You are in the flowers every day and don't listen to what's going on outside the window with both ears, aren't you? Split the house? Yeah, and we get to pick them out ourselves first. It's not good to go through the back door so brightly. Han Ming's mouth says it's not so good. However, the man was already sitting in Huiyan's boss's chair. As soon as he took Xiao Zhaowen in his arms, start picking out a house in earnest. The periphery of the core area. Han Ming didn't even move his eyelids, aiming directly at the centermost core area, because here, situated all single-family homes, and the kind with a garden. You can pick any of these, right? The red-colored ones are the ones that have already been picked. Other than that, everything else is fine, and in addition to a share of the house, if you want. Wives are also given a share. Split the room? And split wives? Han Ming instantly reacted and said with a bad smile, the wife of this sub. It can't be you yet. P.S. Past it. From 10 o'clock yesterday. The fight went on until this afternoon. Unfortunately, the ending is the bad one. I missed a lot of hidden bosses in the middle, so I'll go for the second week tonight. Chapter 65, The Black Mist. When you walk out of the psychic bureau, Han Ming can be described as refreshed. Walking, the legs were even softer, with the feeling of being drunk and stepping on cotton. Ahem. Actually, nothing happened just now. Nothing more than a selection of the most luxurious villas. The location is right in the security zone, within the centermost core of the, and, in order to be near the water, Han Ming also went along, helping his senior sister, master teacher, and the others, piece by piece, to finish choosing. All are right next to their villas, making it easy to visit them when the time comes. As for Xiao Jiawen, with her rank she wouldn't have been able to choose a house in the core area, but the location wasn't much more remote. The point is, she didn't think about living in the house alone, either. There are so many rooms in one villa. Squeeze. It's better to live with Han Ming. This is not. After making your selection, when she came out of the office, Xiao Jiawen even had to walk holding onto the wall. Even so, still walking with a limp. The scene. I wonder how many people's hearts were broken. For the next few days, the days have returned to their usual quiet. Han Ming resumed his two-pointed life. Every day, as usual, find the master and greet him, by the way, while taking the elixir, in a feast for the eyes. Secondly, it's just playing games with sis, or going to the psychic bureau to play poker with Xiao Jiawen. A little life. Be as moist as you want. But what worries Han Ming is that, the dowager wife ran out, and many days have passed since then, and as a result, she has not seen half of them. And, in the recent past, all over the world, the frequency of bizarre occurrences has gone up another notch. Just the other day, it is rumored that an S-rank weirdness has been born in the East. In just one day, it has led to the loss of millions of lives. The whole city, becoming the Thule purgatory. No one survived. Finally, it was said that the S-rank trick weapon handed down from the ancient times was still used, and that it was only at the cost of one S-ranked major cultivator being seriously injured and two A ranks dying that the trick was suppressed. It's not just the rest of the world. Even it has also become more and more unsettling lately. This is not a new day. Han Ming clocked in as usual, just looking around. Should I go shopping with my senior sister in the evening? Or should I go to the movies with Xiao Jiawen? Suddenly the black clouds are pressing down on the city. For a moment, the sky is bleak and a rumbling sound came. Those were the footsteps of countless people scurrying away. Even the earth shook. In a few flashes, Han Ming quickly arrived at the roof of a tall building, his eyes gazing into the distance. Only the vision of the ghosts were ravaging the area, and wandering souls were flying about, just like a scene of doom. It's obviously noon. Even a few minutes ago, it was still sunny and cloudless. At this point it's bleak and it's like going into the night. This spooky incident, it's a bit of a stretch. Having said that, but in Han Ming's eyes, not a trace of fear in sight. Instead, there was a leap of excitement. Such a big show. Surely you can harvest a lot of merit points. At this point, Han Ming has a sense of what's going on. Look up. Only the black cloud of. There was a silhouette that quickly flashed through it and rushed into the dark fog in the distance. Master? Han Ming raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. This master teacher was too lazy to move at home every day, but today he was so proactive. It seems that this spooky event is really something different. Between thoughts, Han Ming leapt down from a 20-story building in a single bound, straight towards the black fog. Inside the psychic bureau, the compass is spinning fast. It gives off a dazzling light. Seeing this scene, at once, someone's face changed drastically. It's not good. Quickly notify the director. In the direction of the western suburb of Lai City, there's a bizarre incident. Quick, contact the chief. Activate level 1 emergency response plan. Yes, all of the psychic bureau. Listen to the order. All awakened. Special task force members. All out. Make sure to evacuate the masses as soon as possible. Protect the lives of the masses. For a moment, inside the psychic bureau, hundreds of awakened men, regardless of rank. There are hundreds of special ops guys included. All out. headed in the direction of the black mist. On the other side, Han Ming is riding a bicycle with 28 bars, all the way down the road. The speed of it. I can crush a motorcycle. The wheels of the car almost gave way to sparks of fire. It took about half an hour, riding all the way to the suburbs, head first into the black mist. Right now, the black mist filled the air. Visibility is extremely poor. There was also a disgusting, putrid odor. In the ear, there has always been a sound that seems like the wind whistling, like a ghost crying, and it seems to be able to disturb the mind. Suddenly, Han Ming's gaze was fixed. Only what looked like a black figure fluttered in the distance. Its trail wandering. Spooky? Demon. Where to run? Han Ming acted as if he couldn't write the word fear. The transported his true chi and mangled over. Bang! A palm blast. With a scream, Creepy becomes 100 merit points. However, that yelp was like a telegraph. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so bizarre ones appeared right away, surrounding Han Ming. Each of these creeps had red eyes and fangs, torn skin and exposed muscles. Seeing Han Ming alone, they hissed spitefully and lunged up with open teeth and claws. The skin of the dragon falling 18 palms, Hyper Dragon. De Wei Tian Long. Golden light bloomed around Han Ming's body. It's like a brilliant sun. With every move, both can beat a creepy into dust. Ding! Kill C-rank creepy. Gain 1,000 points of merit. Ding! Kill C-rank creepy. Gain 1,000 points of merit. Ding! Kill D-rank creepy. Gain 100 points of merit. Han Ming can be said to be getting more and more excited as he fights, especially when he heard the system's prompting tone. It was like chicken blood, making Han Ming feel as if he had an inexhaustible amount of true chi. There's really no end to it. All the way down. Han Ming from start to finish. I don't know what exhaustion is. Countless bizarre were beaten to death in spiteful roars. The point is, these bizarre sources are constantly emerging from the black mist of the. It then became Han Ming merit points, with more and more creepy corpses around his feet. Suddenly, a sudden change of heart. Countless bizarre corpses on the ground began to twist and wriggle. Finally, it slowly fuses and condenses. In the distance, a giant corpse trick that was over 10 meters tall appeared. Its eyes were bloodshot, and all sorts of wailing and pained and twisted human faces emerged on its body. Its mouth hollow and full of the howls of the resentful spirits. The roar seemed to pierce the soul as if the shock made Han Ming's scalp tingle. The point is, even though the opponent's body was 10 meters tall, his speed did not decrease at all. In the blink of an eye, the huge fist had smashed down and, with the large difference in realms, even though Han Ming had already desperately pushed his true chi, he was still not lightly hit by this blow. Seeing that the momentum is not right, Han Ming, who was knocked out, directly wiped his feet, slipping and slipping. Can't fight it. Mud. Can't afford to play? Right. If you can't beat them, you merge them? Just you wait. I'll go back and shake people. You grease the road. Chapter 66, Reflexology. After the tough talk, Han Ming ran out of the black fog without looking back. Just kidding. Fighting when you know you're outmatched. That's not a head iron. That's silly. Furthermore, it's not like you don't have a backer yourself. What's an A-class master used for? For licking? It seems to be true, but wasn't there another A-rank peak land there? What's the point of knowing how to fight? You have to be powerful and have a background to come out, or you're just a yakuza. All the way home. It turns out that master is nowhere to be seen, so I guess he hasn't come back yet. Wang Changshuan's phone can't be reached either. This couldn't help but make Han Ming a little depressed. Why can't you give me a jade talisman like in Immortal Cultivation novels? Just crush it when you encounter a threat, and Master Swish will come out to save me. Forget it, let's wait for the people to come back. Let me see first, the harvest this time. Soon, Han Ming opened the system panel. Han Ming, sex, male, age, 30, true chi, early B grade, numinous power, early B level, refinery, women's clothes, grade S, high-heeled shoes, grade B, alchemy, unimpressive, drawing of symbols, unimpressive, artifacts, Hongmeng mobile phone, F grade artifact, 288 bicycle, E grade artifact, Xiaoyang sword, B grade artifact, Waya soft armor, B grade artifact, technique, dragon falling 18 palms, remnants, Big Dipper true sun sword, characteristics, unlimited true chi, merit points, 31,050, combined rating, early B, strength, compared to the original, not much of an upgrade. However, those three beginning 5-digit merit points really made Han Ming's eyes burn. Hard work fighting shenanigans for what? It's not just a card draw. The taste of card draw is understood by those who charge 648 when playing handheld games. The main attraction is a sour one. System, draw me cards. I want 10 in a row. Ding. Consume 10. 000 merit points for the lottery. Congratulations to the host, who has received 100,000 in cash. Congratulations to the host. Acquired Rolex Aqua Ghost. Congratulations to the host. You've won one piece of Wazi. Congratulations to the host, who has obtained Black Myth Goku Physical Collector's Edition. Congratulations to the host, who has obtained I9-14900 plus 4090 mainframe. Congratulations to the host. Yet. What is all this crap? After the last out of guarantees, now you're giving me all this stuff? Han Ming is not convinced in his heart. Asterisk. System. 10 more times. Ding. Consume 10. 000 merit points for the lottery. Congratulations to the host. You've won one original stocking. Congratulations to the host. You've acquired Quan Chi's photo album. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained electrostatic capacitive keyboard, class F artifact. Congratulations to the host. You've acquired ergonomic chair. Congratulations to the host. You've won a KFC family bucket. Congratulations to the host. Put. Han Ming almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Kryptonite trap. Definitely a kryptonite trap. The guaranteed rewards are given. And then you start playing with the sets. I don't believe it. More than 30,000 merit points. And it's still all out of this garbage for me? Having said that, but Han Ming went and washed his hands anyway. Then turn on your computer. Find the video for Sit and Kill Botu. Then light up 3 cigarettes. Pay your respects. Finally shouting. Dog system, pump me again. Ding. Consume 10,000 merit points for the lottery. Congratulations to the host, who has been awarded Apple 16 Pro Max cell phone. Congratulations to the host. Acquired Foxtail F-Class artifact. Congratulations to the host. You've earned a large bottle of iced tea. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining S-Rank Life Skill Divine Pedicure. Congratulations to the host. Out. Golden Legend. Finally shipped. Looking at the prompts for the system draw, Han Ming was ecstatic in his heart. The Emperor's Heaven is not a man of the people. Spent 30,000 merit points to draw the lottery. Can be considered out of the gold, although the name seems pretty dickish. But it can be rated by the system as an S-rank skill. Han Ming knew it. Definitely not simple. After a brief scan of the other rewards, Han Ming finally turned his gaze to the skill he had just acquired. After reading the instructions, Han Ming's expression became very interesting. It's actually a healing god level. For a moment, Han Ming didn't know whether to be sad or happy. Sadly, there was no way to find an excuse to adopt Zhang Wuji's healing method in the future. Happily, the skill looks as if it's pretty powerful. Eliminate fatigue, unclog meridians, speed up metabolism. The bottom line is this: it can help people who are injured recover quickly. And, if it's under long years, it also improves fitness and qualifications. That it is indeed not a rare and good skill. While rejoicing, suddenly, Han Ming suddenly sensed that there was an extra aura inside the villa. Step out of the room and look. Found a silhouette holding the wall. The other party's face was reddened, obviously suffering from minor internal injuries. Pust. Didn't hold back. Zhang Jushin spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Ming was shocked in his heart. What kind of existence was in the black mist that could actually beat his master teacher like this? Master, are you alright? Zhang Jushin glanced at Han Ming and, slowly sitting down on the couch. This palace just entered the black mist and explored deeper into it. I didn't expect to encounter a great terrifying existence. And I'm afraid that bizarre strength is straight up to S-class. Han Ming was second-guessed in his mind. Even the master is no match for him. It's a good thing I ran fast just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm not going to be accountable in there. At this point, Zhang Jushin continued. I have already notified the Psychic Bureau and asked them to implement the Jinfu Envoy for the safe zone as soon as possible, as well as to complete the safe zone as soon as possible. I observe that black fog. Although it moves slowly, I'm afraid it won't be long before it spreads to the city, and the consequences will be unimaginable by then. The so-called town crier. It is the name given to the overhaul of the safety zone responsible for the town. Currently, Han knows it. It was the Lai City safe zone, which would be guarded by 3A-ranked great cultivators, one of which was Master Teacher. As for the remaining 2, don't know exactly who they are yet. However, it doesn't matter who it is at the moment. Important. Master is injured. Han Ming said that as a disciple of his master, he was obligated to help his master to heal his wounds. But the problem is, Han Ming glanced at the artwork that his master's father had wrapped underneath his cheongsam. For a moment, surprisingly, I didn't know what to say. Seeing Han Ming stammering, stand still, a look of desire to speak, Jiang Zhuxin frowned. What else? That. Han Ming swallowed his saliva and said stiffly, Master, I see that you are quite injured. Why don't I help you heal your wounds? Get out. I am serious. My disciple has recently learned to use a handful of foot therapy techniques, which can help injured people to quickly recover their cultivation, and can even improve their physique and qualifications over time. Ha! Jiang Zhuxin clenched her silver teeth, her tone no longer carrying any emotion. Han Ming, it's because I've given you too many colors, isn't it? Ahem. The disciple is definitely not greedy for beauty. The disciple is definitely sincere, Han Ming said with a face full of vast righteousness and a clear conscience. Master, please still let my disciple try. If it doesn't work, my disciple is willing to be punished. Poof. Punished? Jiang Zhuxin coldly glanced at Han Ming, the depths of the eyes. There was a flash of hesitation. After a moment's hesitation, she still slowly stretched out a white jade leg. For the time being, I'll believe in you, but if it doesn't work, don't blame me for turning your innate son's sacred body into a Hotian heavenly castration body. Gulp. At a time like this, Han Ming couldn't even listen to what Jiang Zhuxin had actually said. At the moment, he's full attention, all focused on the jade feet that were like works of art. Chapter 67, Fragrant. Slightly cool in the hand. Silky. Moisture. Gulp. Han Ming secretly gulped, his little heart thumping nervously. A long-cherished dream of many years. Today, it was finally time to cross the first threshold, although it is said to be a bit far from the ultimate goal. But it's hard to start everything. Today's step is one that carries cross-generational significance. The left hand gently lifted Jiang Zhuxin. The right thumb aimed at the acupuncture point and pressed hard. Hiss. Jiang Zhuxin stared at her with wide, beautiful eyes. There was an incredulous look in his eyes. This kid, I can't believe I'm not lying to myself. This, can really heal? It doesn't make sense. A pedicure does that? Touching on his own knowledge blind spot left Jiang Zhuxin a bit bewildered. At this point, there was a sourness coming from the center of his foot that Jiang Zhuxin felt that the speed of the true qi running in his body couldn't help but be a few points faster. Especially the injuries that had been struck out by the weirdness were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Soon, she was picking her toes tight. An hour later, with a triumphant expression, Han Ming, in the room, the MVP settlement screen popped up. Raise your hand to the tip of your nose. A slight sniff. Han Ming revealed a Dragon King slanted smile. GGG, fragrant. Having said that, however, when I think of Master's reaction just now, Han Ming had a feeling of having been robbed of his life. But the risk of this zone pales in comparison to the receipt of the goods. Steady, steady. There can be no rush. Just send love letters and shenanigans ahead. Now add pedicures. The progress is being pulled too fast. It's still a time like this when you have to be in a hurry. According to the condition of Master's injuries, I guess I can still press her jade feet a few more times until the injuries are completely recovered. By then, she's definitely at the limit of her patience. A little bit goes a long way kind of thing. And then at that moment, brush in the delivery of an A-ranked artifact of trickery. Guaranteed to take it. Ha 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 ha. Han Ming revealed an evil smile. Mind. Already have a plan for the raiders. Little Master. Take it straight. Don't blame the apprentice for wanting to be a punch master rebel. It's just that the master is too tempting. The southeastern suburbs of Leh, the edge of the black mist. When Jingshu, who was wearing a wedding dress, looked a bit lousy, and in her heart, she was holding a bellyful of pent-up anger. Damn it! So angry. It's only a matter of time before I get it. So why did it have to be at a critical moment? On Wen Jingshu's exasperated expression. Full of resignation. At this point, phew, a gust of cloudy wind blew by his side and Wen Jingshu's expression changed. These people are really shady. Gritting his teeth, Wen Jingshu looked in the direction of the city and her figure quickly disappeared in a flash. Next, two figures appeared in situ. One of them crouched down and examined the original spot before his gaze suddenly turned in the direction of the city. That grafting guile has escaped to the city. Beside him, there stood a man of stout stature, with a face full of cross-flesh and a ferocious face, who was wearing a robe and holding a Zen staff in his hand. Overall look, there was absolutely no appearance of the Dharma majesty of the attained monks. Trying to escape the five-fingered mountain of the poor monk? Dream on. Today, the poor monk prefers to taste the taste of the dowry trick. The evil youth who crouched down said grimly, I don't care if you want to play weird, but you can't play dead. There's a weirdness inside me that I can barely suppress anymore. The 9 yang true chi contained in that grafting guile is just enough to help me suppress the guile. I don't care how you play it, but in the end that grafting guile must be handed over to me. The monk grinned. Good deal. I'll give it to you after I've had enough fun. On the other side, when Jingshu, who was in deep crisis, in a time of crisis, the only one I can think of is that horny bastard. Soon, under full speed ahead, when Jingshu returned to the in front of the house that made herself memorable. No way. It's too much to remember. A spooky one, actually given by a mortal. No one would probably believe me if I told them. Raise your hand. The door to the room was opened and, seeing the empty scene inside, when Jingshu's heart sank, she knew, of course, that Han Ming had been dabbling with women outside, but being as weird as she was, she didn't really care in that regard. But, right now, they're being hunted, but no means of contacting each other. For a moment, when Jingshu's heart sank to the bottom, just as she was about to leave, suddenly, gaze, it landed on the living room coffee table. Although the creepy was hidden in a shoebox, the aura emanating from it still caught Wen Jingshu's attention. This, opened the shoebox. When Jingshu's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. The little mouth that was so surprised that it couldn't close, could almost fit an egg in it. Class B artifacts? Just see the shoebox in front of you. There was actually a pair of willow heels lying quietly. The point is, these heels, it's actually still a B-grade artifact. Is this what Sagami put here? Surprised, when Jingshu herself hadn't even noticed that her address to Han Ming had changed from Lecture to Sangong. Suddenly, she thought of the day that, what I read on a forum that, the beautiful eyes were colorful. Can't it be that he really is a genius in refining weapons? It's too late to think about it. When Jingshu hurriedly put her shoes on. Having said that, from a barefoot state, suddenly it's a little hard to put on shoes. But after adapting, with the boost from the trick weapon, when Jingshu's speed more than doubled. At this point in time, when Jingshu swelled up, gone with the wind, with the added power of a B-grade artifact, feeling like I'm good again. And so it was. Instead of choosing to continue running away, she found an unoccupied clearing and waited for the two trickster harnessers. Pictures like this, it made the catching up trickster freeze. Why don't you run away, little sissy? Could it be that you figured it out and know you can't escape, so you're going to choose to enjoy it? The evil youth smiled grimly and, the monk on the side, even without any nonsense, swung his Zen staff and rushed up. At this point, a handsome man on a 2/8 bar, passing by chance, feeling an extremely familiar fluctuation of bizarre chi coming from the distance. His eyes lit up. Chapter 68, Bullying My Wife? You already have a way to get killed. Boom boom boom. The scene, the weird gas surges, cold and furious airwaves swept around. The two men and the trickster engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. With the addition of the B-grade artifact, when Jingshu's speed more than doubled, and she was a fish out of water in battle, there was no trace of the woeful appearance at the beginning. In a short period of time, the sudden increase in speed, it quickly caught the attention of the two tricksters. Something's not right. It's gaining too much speed. Can it be that it's hard to perform some secret technique? No. Look at its feet. Feet? Are you stupid? Originally it was barefoot, but now it has an extra pair of shoes. And those shoes have a weird chi fluctuation. What did I say? Why did this little suddenly run to the urban area? It turns out that she hid a trick weapon here. Too bad it's a pair of high heels. Even if you snatch them, there's no way to use them. If you can't use it yourself, trade it with someone else. Is that even a problem? For a moment, in the eyes of both men, it exuded a strong sense of greed. The monk laughed coldly. It seems that not only can we hold a beauty today, but it also comes with a B-ranked artifact of trickery. It's really a double blessing. Ha ha ha, the evil youth reminded. Don't dawdle. Fight quickly, otherwise if time drags on, it's likely to attract people from the psychic bureau. Having said that, a wooden sword with a ghostly blue fluorescent light was spat out from his mouth. Go! That flying sword carries with it an overpowering sword aura that, into a stream of light, shooting away, in the face of this overwhelming attack, when Jingshu didn't dare to fight it, so she could only dodge to avoid it. Nah, it's slowing down a bit. Pust. When Jingshu spewed out a mouthful of blood and slammed heavily onto the ground. I can't imagine that you, kid, still have this means of attack. Why didn't you use it earlier? You think I don't want to use it? The weirdness in my body is almost too much to suppress, the evil youth said in a cold voice. Don't dilly-dally. Hurry up and take the people away. The monk approached towards Wen Jingshu step by step. The look of excitement on his face became more and more obvious. Little beauty, tonight you're mine. To be honest, that weird taste from last time was very good. Don't let the poor monk me down. Damn you. Wen Jingshu's eyes were red and she was ready to burn with jade, even if I die. And there's no way you're going to let a bald ass like you defile it. He was about to prepare to burn his essence and set himself on fire to fight for his life. Suddenly, a roar came. Mud. 2 dogs dare to bully my wife. The sound has not yet dissipated, but the people have already arrived. A palm strike that fell from the sky, with a gust of dragon's roar breaking the wind. The boo. With a loud explosion, a shower of wood shavings shot up. The ferocious energy carried by the palm wind forced the 2 guile masters to take several steps back, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step. Kid, you seek death. The monk's eyes are fierce. After stabilizing his stance, he bellowed and waved his Zen staff down towards Han Ming. A hint of gloom flashed in Han Ming's eyes. A golden light flickers around his body. The wind is howling. The sound of an angry dragon's roar came from the air. A vast aura like a rushing tide filled out from within Han Ming in a steady stream. Bullying my wife? You already have a way of getting killed. Bang! A palm strike. The ferocious and unparalleled strength slapped against the monk's Zen staff. There was only a crisp sound of. The Zen staff broke with an audible snap. There was not the slightest instant in which the terrific force of a hard blast on the monk's body. He only felt like he was hit by a 1,000-pound boulder, and his figure flew out backwards and fell heavily on the ground. And then a mouthful of blood sprayed out, next to the evil young man. Seeing this scene, the arrogance on his face changed to panic, and while his body couldn't stop trembling, he even took a slight step backward. Han Ming smiled grimly. What? Are you serious about your half-step backward movement? Fury. A slap. Rumble. Inside the psychic bureau, the compass emitted a dazzling light once again. Though it looked a bit darker compared to when the black mist appeared before. But, in the face of B-level shenanigans, the people present, still unusually gruff and uploaded the matter to the chief. At this time, Huo Yan was similarly heavily injured. The day before, after entering the black mist to investigate, he also fled back in a sorry state. Fortunately, the members of the Psychic Bureau didn't enter the black mist and only evacuated the surrounding residents, so there weren't any casualties. Just for now. I heard there's been another B-level spooky incident. Huo Yan directly sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Quickly go and ask the Jinfu ambassador. I'm dying. 3 minutes later, Huo Yan got the news he least expected to hear. Kong Chukshin is injured. Wang Chengxian couldn't be reached. The third town crier has not yet been identified, and I don't know who to call if I want to. In the end, the task of scouting to the site of the incident fell to the deputy commissioner. Deputy chief, you're sober. You can hide inside the psychic bureau to nurse your wounds. Why should I go? In the end, the deputy director was kicked off the air because his words were too strong. Scene. Looking at the guile harnesser who had just been chasing after him. Now there's not even a body. Directly thwarted by Han Ming. When Jingshu was in a state of stagnation. Is this the same horny guy he knew? It's only been a few days. B-ranked trickster. Can they all be killed in seconds? Honey, come home with me. Han Ming grabbed her by the hand, not willing to let go at all. Knowing that it won't take long for the people from the Psychic Bureau to come over, Han Ming didn't want his wife to be exposed to other people's view, so he pulled her and hurriedly went home. Get on your bike. Han Ming is still counting while riding his bike. Skipping home again. And hunted. Can't you save me the trouble? Why do you say you, a little dowager, are so fond of skipping home? Don't you know how dangerous it is out there? Do you realize how much I've been worrying about you these days? Look at those guys just now. Which one of them is a good match? When Jingshu sat in the back seat in aggravation, in the face of Han Ming's counting, not daring to squeak at all. Lower your head. Lift your feet. Driving her looting heels. When Jingshu grunted in her heart, if you have this good thing, you'll give it to me earlier. I'm going out this time, risking my life just to grab a B-ranked artifact. I wouldn't have gone if you had told me you had it. The point is to go and not grab it. It was so close, and I was so pissed off that I got beat to it. When Jingshu pouted, while sulking, a taste of happiness rose. Hey, Class B trickster. This shoe, they really fit. Happy to burst out laughing. At this point, Han Ming suddenly voiced, wife, what for? Do those shoes fit? Hapia, like it? Love it. So tonight, I want to see the bottom of the shoe turn up. P.S. I'm so impressed with myself for going from 3,000 in reads for my debut, to 30,000 in reads for my writing. But the bookshelf and followers are a little low. I also wonder how long this will last in reading. Chapter 69, Can. Take a bite? Hiss. Something's wrong. Why am I so haggard? Early in the morning. In the bathroom. Han Ming looks in the mirror. The mind is full of doubts. It shouldn't be. How could he have such an emaciated appearance when he had a true chi that was as strong as yang? Could it be wounded by booze? It's true that people are different. I can't imagine. It is surprising that it is so harmful to the body. And true chi and kidney chi are not supposed to be the same thing. Sitting on the toilet, Han Ming was painfully determined. From today on, quit drinking. After you wash your face, coming out of the bathroom, the grafted wife was found sitting on the couch, staring at a corrupt drama about a domineering female president playing on the TV with rapt attention. On the coffee table in front of her, with snacks all over the place, there was also a cup of pearl milk tea in his hand, and whenever he was mesmerized by what he was watching, he just picked it up and instigated a sip, walked over to his wife and sat down. Smoothly, he copied her jade foot, pulled it diagonally, and placed it on his lap. Subsequently, take the heels off your feet. When Jingshu tilted her head questioningly, what for? I conk out. Hey, it's perfect. Look at those feet. Tender and white. The perfect curves are all over the place and the toes complement the top of the foot. It's simply adorable. Honey, there's actually something I've been keeping from you for a long time. What is it? In fact, my family's ancestors passed down a set of massage stunts. It is said that during the Han Dynasty, my ancestors were known as the Sage of Pedicure, and also gave Diao-chan a pedicure. Don't move. I'll give you some pressure and you'll see. Having said that, then, regardless of her struggles, she began to fire her knuckles. Oh, press down. When Jingshu felt her entire body shiver, the sensation of being flaccid and, from the soles of the feet, it spreads throughout the body. The whole body slumped helplessly on the couch. What's going on? Soon, when Jingshu then sensed that something was wrong. How could a pedicure possibly feel like this? You're a creepy one yourself. There are no acupuncture points. There are no meridians, either. Why does your whole body get crispy? The bottom line is this. When Jingshu vaguely felt that the gui qi in her body was like a calm sea that suddenly blew up in a storm, and the air was cloudy with a downpour of rain. It feels. When Jingshu's eyes widened, she distinctly felt that the injuries he had previously sustained from being struck by the guile harnesser were not only recovering at an astonishing speed, even his strength had grown by a hair. The speed, the experience. It's too good to be true. If we keep going at this pace, it'll be a month at the most. It won't even take that long before I can try to break through to the next realm. You. What do you want again? 2:00 in the afternoon. Han Ming, who's just had breakfast. Suddenly I saw the cell phone ring. Looked at the caller. Master, can I help you? It's me. Sister, where are you people? You didn't come back last night either. Master just made another furnace of pills. Hurry back. Okay. Hang up the phone. Han Ming hemmed and hawed. Until then, the master teacher did not say that he was looking for himself in such a hurry after refining the pills. That's not giving yourself an elixir. It's clear that you want a pedicure. Honey, just stay home and watch the show during the day. Don't run around. And we'll move in when the turnaround safe zone is completed. As for the trick weapon, there's no need for you to go into a fight to the death. Your husband and I can hand rub it out casually. Got it. Ushering in a blank stare. I'm outta here. Muah. Get outta here. Hey. Han Ming wore a wilting expression as he turned to go out the door. Not a moment too soon. Back at the villa. As soon as I entered the house, it was then that I saw Master Ji leaning lazily against the sofa. The two jade feet, which were like works of art, rested directly on the coffee table, resting together in swing every now and then. Han Ming felt his mouth go a little dry, unable to help himself. His eyes straightened a bit. The potion. Take it. This is an elixir I read from an ancient book. It should help your physique quite a bit. So try it. Perhaps too tired from refining pills with his injuries. Jiang Jushin's voice was a bit lazy. This, an elixir from an ancient book? Honestly, Han Ming was really touched. His own beautiful master teacher, always remembering himself, really can't hurt him enough. Don't worry, master. In the future, my disciple will repay your kindness. Thank you, master. Having said that, he poured out the only elixir that was in the jade bottle. Spread out in the palm of your hand. The overall color of the elixir was red and carried a strong medicinal fragrance. Just smelling it gives you a sense of refreshment. This dan is called the Red Blood Piryang Dan and belongs to the 7th grade. Jiang Zhuxin inadvertently pointed out its preciousness. Master is too good for himself. Han Ming was almost moved to tears. Meanwhile, his heart became more and more determined to repay his master in the future. Open your mouth. Swallowing the elixir whole in his mouth and starting to chew on it. It fills the tongue and lingers on the lips. As the elixir was swallowed into the stomach, a hot current emanated from the dantian and surged to all the limbs and veins. The effect, so strong, Han Ming felt his entire body's blood boiling and churning, and a sense of dryness and heat raced around inside him. For a moment, Han Ming's face turned red, covered in sweat. The way the medicine surged made Lin Hearing Evening's eyes redden as she watched. It's obviously all one master teacher. Why is there such a difference in treatment? With an envious face, he looked at Han Ming and secretly swallowed his saliva. Mind, it's even more full of aggravation. Want to cry? This is your elixir. Although the grade is less than 7th grade, it is still considered to be the peak of 6th grade, seemingly seeing Lin Hearing Knight's reaction. However, he saw Jiang Zhuxin lift her hand and flick it towards the table, and a small jade bottle appeared. Take it. Thank you, Master. Lin Hearing Evening brought a look of surprise and thanked him. Alright, you can step back first. Master and Han Ming still have some things to say. Yes. Lin Hearing Evening sniffed and bowed her head, respectfully retreating. On the way out of the corner of my eye, suddenly glancing at Han Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Lin Hearing Evening's eyes suddenly glazed over, instantly blushing. 7th grade potion. Is it that potent? How does it feel? Han Ming had just opened his eyes when he heard his master inquiring. I feel like I have power inside me. Feeling his body filled with surging true qi, Han Ming dejectedly raised his hands high in a pose filled with parva. Jiang Zhuxin twitched the corners of her mouth. At this time, it was only then that Han Ming noticed that his own beauty master's face was slightly flushed for some reason. The original skin, which was like congealed fat, at this point a faint blush surfaced. It's in the body of a high and cold master, but it's the first time I've seen it. This couldn't help but make Han Ming look dumbfounded. Rolled his eyes. Jiang Zhuxin wiggled her jade feet. Get your ass over here. Yes, master. After half an hour of pressing, both of them were seeing some sweat. Jiang Zhuxin pursed her lips, feeling the strong pressure of her knuckles, in a better state than ever before. According to this speed, it won't take long to return to full strength. When the time comes, maybe we can explore the black mist again. Why don't you press it? With the help of the pedicure, the true qi, which had been running extremely fast, suddenly fell silent, and Jiang Zhuxin looked at Han Ming with questions. Unexpectedly, Han Ming's sentence almost made her break her defense on the spot. However, he was a bit restless and his mouth was dry. Master, can I take a bite? Get out. A kick in the pants. Han Ming climbed up and fled without looking back. It's definitely this elixir that's causing the problem. Chapter 70, Returning to Truth. Inside the Psychic Bureau, Han Ming is sitting in front of his computer. Beside, the mainframe with the 4090 graphics card is exuding the fragrance of the card, and the fan is spinning with colorful pollution. Don't say. The performance of the hosts that the system pumps out is just awesome. 4K resolution. Chase with the light on. The frame rate is upwards of 200. Smooth and silky with no lag. Han Ming was holding the mouse in one hand. One hand was on the keyboard, crackling with the eyes glued to the screen. Very involved. However, on the side, Wang Changxian bent over. Inside the Psychic Bureau, amidst a crowd of stunned gazes, he fawned and said, Master, busy or not? Do you have time? What for? Han Ming, who was staring intently at the screen, replied perfunctorily without looking back. During the process of refining the artifacts, my disciple discovered a problem, and I would like to ask Master to be able to solve it. Go. Can't you see I'm busy? No time. But this, aren't you playing a game, Master? Asterisk. Will you stop talking? I'm dying, because of the bilocation. An operational error. In the screen, there's the blue-skinned boss with the big head that hammers a headbutt into the body of the game character that, seeing the bloodstain bottoming out, Han Ming yelled, Guangji, save me. In a split second, bottom of the blood bar, instant recovery. The game character in the screen also changed from a monkey to a werewolf. After a running operation, the boss turned into a blue flame floating in midair. Who, having fought the boss, Han Ming breathed a long sigh of relief. At this point, Wang Changxian came over again. Master, during this period of time, my disciple has tried a few more times, but I have never been able to break through the threshold of the B-grade artifacts. Can you see if you can demonstrate it once again? Han Ming glanced at Wang Changxian and said in a bad mood, "Are you annoyed? Can't you see that Master is busy? When there is time, Master will naturally teach you." Seeing that Han Ming is starting to rush again, Wang Changxian is in a hurry. "Master, the apprentice is stuck on this step, unable to advance an inch for decades. I still beg Master to help my disciple with his confusion. I am willing to introduce my granddaughter to Master Teacher," which is also considered a piece of sincerity on the part of the apprentice. "Granddaughter?" Han Ming immediately pressed the ESC key and, "You should have said so. What game do I play when I have a girl? Quickly, where is the person? Introduce him to Master Kong." That. Granddaughter, she's still in the capital. She's currently preparing to break through the A rank. She'll be here after the breakthrough. You're setting aside to paint me a picture? Returned, without good humor. Han Ming clicks back into the game, manipulating the characters, running all the way towards the Guanyin Zen Center. Wang Changxian was anxious, hugging Han Ming's arm and howling bitterly. "Master Na, for the sake of my disciple's heart of sincerity, I beg you to step in. The materials have all been prepared by the apprentice. There are materials from grade A to grade C. The apprentice doesn't ask for anything else, as long as he can sit on the sidelines and observe Master Teacher's techniques. As for the final product, the apprentice doesn't want a single piece of it. It's all at the Master's disposal." Han Ming raised his eyebrows. "Is that a good thing? Go! Let's go to the institute." Having said that, taking Wang Changxian with him, he ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. At this time, it took the rest of the people within the psychic bureau to come back from their shock. One of them sucked in a breath of cool air and said with a trembling voice, "Am I blinking? That's Senior. If I remember correctly, should be an A-class great cultivator, right? Be confident. You didn't blink. I saw it too. And that Senior isn't just A-ranked. He's also a peak A-ranked. Not only is he at the peak of a rank, he's also a master refiner. So, why did he call Han Master? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? I kind of know now why the director's position is below Han. Isn't that Senior our safe zone? One of the 3 Jinfu envoys? Even he has to call Han a Senior. Hiss. I don't dare to think about it anymore. 3 A-ranked town envoys. One is Han's master. One shouts Han's master. And there's another one that's undetermined. Isn't this nigh on being able to walk sideways in Lai City? Smaller. The pattern is so small that you can walk across the country when you look at it. On the other side, inside the Psychic Institute, Wang Changxian has put all the materials that, take it all out, neatly placed next to the refining furnace. Han Ming didn't look at it carefully. After counting the number of refinements, a brain started throwing them inside the refining furnace. What experience! What control of the fire! What order of refinement! What a maneuver! Uniformity is not required. It's one word, reckless. Besides, for something like smithing, wouldn't it be better to have hands? I've been playing around with my cell phone. The trick weapon it is then refined. This is not. As Han Ming's skills became more and more skillful, it was only an hour's work before and after, and the 4 artifacts were refined. Among them, one piece of grade A trickster is an ice silk long skeletonized glove. Not only is the surface soft and smooth, but it is also very flexible. Just thinking about that image, it just feels exciting. The other 3, they are all Class B shenanigans. Separately, one was a unisex top, which was also specially prepared by Han Ming for Wang Changxian. After all, taking so much of his material, not even a single trick artifact is not justifiable. We can't kill the chicken to get the eggs and fish to get the fish. The other 2, one is a hairpin. Keep it to give away later. In case one day, there is a wife angry, then the hairpin is flashed out. It is guaranteed to immediately obediently crouch down. As for the last piece, instead, it was a lacy lingerie set. As for this one, Han Ming planned to take the time to go to the black market to see if he could exchange it for a trick artifact that applied to him. After all, though he himself can rub his hands together with a trick weapon, but it's either ladies' clothing or stockings and high heels. Can't use it myself, so might as well get some of what you need instead. Putting the refined artifacts away. At this time, Wang Changxian had long since looked dumbfounded, eyeballs staring straight at the refining furnace. His head buzzed and spun. The mind is filled with doubt and disbelief. Why? Watching Master Teacher refine a weapon was such a relaxing experience. Not only completely detached from the refining of weapons, should comply with all the guidelines, but also disregard for the placement of materials and melting order. The control of the fire is very casual. If this happens to other trainees, Wang Changxian could break his hand, but it's just the way it is. Han Zian was the one who used a technique that, in the eyes of insiders, was a dime a dozen, to refine a grade A artifact. Suddenly, Wang Changxian seemed to have realized something, also known as, why had he himself never been able to break through for so long? For caring too much. Carefully crafted artifacts are substandard. Care about yourself and when you will be able to refine a higher level of trick weapon. But what did Han Ning do? Everything is as it should be. After placing the materials in the refining furnace, even took the time and went to play with my cell phone for a while. That relaxed and cozy look was as if he had gone to refine an F-grade artifact by himself. Could this be the realm of returning to basics? Chapter 71, the situation is surly and full of weirdness. Back to basics. Yeah. He himself has always been too much of a seeker of breakthroughs, so every time he refines a weapon, he puts his best foot forward. I didn't think so. The more so. Instead, the more you can't break through. Got it now. Wang Changxian, who felt himself taking that step, trembled with excitement. Just as he was about to open his mouth to thank, Han Ming took the shirt and threw it over. Take it. This shirt is just a B-ranked artifact of shenanigans, but it'll do the trick. Having said that, Han Ming ran out of sight again. Given Wang Changchuan's status, Class B artifacts, it's not that precious. But, unlike ordinary B-grade artifacts, which were either refined in ancient times or naturally formed by staining the artifacts, none of them. It's been refined in modern times. Taking the shirt into his hands, with his wrinkled hand, gently gliding over, Wang Changxian murmured, this time, I can definitely succeed. Northern Qingzhou, dressed in a long fiery red dress, Wang Miaoqing was like a red meteor, gliding through the air at great speed. Villages and towns that were once popular are now deserted. Some places, it's even spreading a thick, weird aura that, you can still smell the strong odor of blood, even without seeing it with my own eyes. I could tell that inside. I was afraid it had turned into a hell on earth. Has the situation now deteriorated to this point? No wonder the top is so anxious to build a safe zone. From the capital, all the way, even Wang Miaocheng, with her A-class cultivation, felt a strong sense of unease. At this rate of spreading, I'm afraid it won't even last until the safe zone is built. And right now it's rumored everywhere that it's very difficult to even transport construction materials. Never mind. Let's go to left first. I'd like to see if that kid is as magical as Grandpa said, is about to accelerate. Suddenly, instead, the sound of ghostly cries came faintly from the front. Just arrived in the air. Wang Miaoqing's eyes went cold. Just the feet. A bizarre attack is taking place within a small town. Although it was just an ordinary town, according to the population size of Kyushu, there were at least thousands of families. At this point, inside one of the town's cemeteries, countless bizarre breaks from the grave. One by one, their faces were rotting and hideous, their blood-red gazes staring malevolently at the awakened before them. The resentment that was thick to the bone was chilling. Captain G, watch out. Seeing the creepy pounce, an old Taoist with a white beard glared angrily and recited the spell loudly. Taiji gives birth to the two instruments, yin and yang endowed with nature. Go, with your hands in the air. The mahogany Dharma sword was pointed, accompanied by a sky full of yellow paper in the air, converging into a Taiji in 2E figure, smashing towards the bazaar. Boom! Ow! Attacks land on creepy. The rotting corpse eerily turned to dust in a wail and returned to the earth. The Taoist master is mighty. Captain G rejoiced. With the Taoist master here, Huaishua town will surely be preserved. However, the Taoist master looked like he had overexerted himself and panted. It's all just D-rank shenanigans. Old Tao is only C-rank strength. Killing so many D-ranked bazaar in one go is already a desperate attempt. If any more bazaar appear in a short period of time, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. Captain G still wanted to open his mouth to persuade him that he shouldn't be that unlucky. However, he just opened his mouth. Before I could say a word, just see the purpose in the. Suddenly there was a morose white bony palm that broke through the ground. A thick spurt of bizarre gas came out of the temperature of the air. It plummeted several points. Soon, land rumble. A 2-meter tall skeleton creepy appeared in the crowd's field of vision. Only two morose ghostly flames still floated where the eyes had been, and rotting bits of flesh still hung where the ribs had been. A young man, recently awakened. Seeing such a battle, his face was as pale as paper, and under the weakness of his legs, he actually sat on his butt on the ground. At this point, the skeleton moved weirdly, while the few people around them were still frozen in place. The youth, who was paralyzed on the ground, saw that the white bone palm had pierced through his chest. Next, the heart, which was still beating, was actually pulled right out. Hot blood was like a fountain of blood, trickling out of that gaping hole in a frenzy. No good, it's beer ain't creepy. The Taoist master's face changed in shock at this scene. Run, it's not something we can deal with. The people in the room were dying and scrambling backward. Instead, the Taoist master held his mahogany sword across his chest. Bite your finger. Apply the blood to the mahogany sword. With a resolute gaze, he charged head-on towards Creepy, but in the face of an absolute realm gap. The Taoist master's desperate strike failed to even break Creepy's defense, and the whole person was even clutched by Creepy's neck and lifted up hard. Dyspnea. The Taoist master clenched his teeth and pinched his spell. Ghost extermination charm. Go! But his attacks were futile. After all, seeing as how his neck was about to be crushed in a bizarre way, the crowd was in utter despair when, suddenly there came a cold, harsh, petulant cry. Little B-rank Creepy, how dare you attack a town in broad daylight? Die for me. Hopscotch bells, go! Ding 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 ding. The bell rang loudly. The shrill voice seemed to pierce the soul of the skeleton Creepy, who had just been wantonly killing people, looked more like he had been fixed in place, and the ghostly flames floating in his eye sockets suddenly exploded. The body began to break up and finally, it was reduced to a mass of broken bones. The crowds that came back from the dead, shocked at the scene. It's a grade A overhaul. Is the Psychic Bureau sending help? Taoist, how are you? Are you okay? It's fine. It's just a momentary lapse of energy. A few days of rest and I'll be back. The crowd is still basking in the joy of the aftermath. Wang Naoqing had disappeared from the air. He flew straight towards the city of Lai at breakneck speeds. Along the way, looking at the scene at your feet, Wang Naoqing's heart grew heavier and heavier. In particular, as she gets closer to Le, the air in front of him seemed to be covered with a black veil, although it doesn't affect her view of but through it, the body, however, had a chilly feeling. And, the further we go, the black fog in front of his eyes just got denser and denser. This air is filled with tricky chi everywhere. Such an environment is almost a paradise for tricky things. And the black fog in front of us, it's already thick to the point of actualization. What in the world is happening in Lai City? That's just it. It just so happens that I broke through the A rank today. So let me go and see what's in this black mist. Double opening is so exhausting. Woo-hoo-hoo. Seeing as the author is still trying to code in the wee hours of the morning, please, my fellow readers, give some gifts. It wasn't an easy book to write, either, with 3,000 being read in the debut, and over 20,000 being read every day since it was written, all the way through all the bumps and bruises. Chapter 72, The Sinner Who Gets Away with Murder. Lehigh City, Villa. As always, Jiang Zhuxin was lying on the sofa, the artwork like delicate jade feet, resting on the coffee table. The constant soreness and tingling sensation coming from the center of her feet made the injuries inside her body were rapidly healing. Jiang Zhuxin's eyes were slightly closed and, on the surface, seemingly expressionless. It seems like everything is fine, but the constant clenching and relaxing of her toes showed her tension and relief. It doesn't look like it. Could it be that Wang Changxian is lying to me? Han Ming, who was pressing the center of his foot with great effort, coldly and suddenly came. Jiang Zhuxin frowned slightly and questioned. What doesn't look like? And I don't know if it's because of the immersion. Anyway, in the face of doubt, Han Ming subconsciously blurted out, with such soft skin, it doesn't look like an old woman at all. What did you just say? Ginger Bamboo heart huffed, her body sitting up and twisting his ear in a circle. Ouch, 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 ouch. Master gently, don't grab it. It's going bad. What did you just say? Tell me again. I said that Master is immortal and well maintained. Han Ming explained in succession. Let go. The corner of Jiang Zhuxin's mouth lifted into a smile of ulterior motives. Are you sure I didn't hear you? Or did I forget about the love letter? These things, one stroke at a time, including every embarrassment now, all will be repaid 100-fold when the time comes. As for the moment, he himself was merely trying to recover his injuries quickly. 1 week, tops. Not only did he recover from his injuries, perhaps the realm could even break through. By then, New scores and old scores are settled together. Actually, after so many days of treatment, Jiang Zhuxin's injuries had long since recovered. Remaining injuries. It didn't really bother her to fight anymore. It only needed to be supplemented with a few elixirs and careful recuperation, and it wouldn't take more than a few days to recover. In theory, Jiang Zhuxin no longer needs to be sacrificed, but I don't know if it was intentional or not, but she seemed to have forgotten that. The point is, on this kind of thing, it's unlikely that Han Ming would take the initiative to mention it. The two seem to have reached an understanding. In particular, it's been 2 days of pedicures. Jiang Zhuxin had also put on the C-ranked artifact that Han Ming had given her earlier. It is also on the premise that it was what made Han Ming get more and more aggressive. This is not. Eyes slightly closed. Kong Chukshan leaned back on the couch and, I'm trying to figure it out. When the injuries have been recovered, how should I discipline this audacious disciple? Suddenly, Jiang Zhuxin's body stiffened and, snapping his eyes open, seeing Han Ming quickly raise his head, he fled in a sorry state. The whole person was struck by lightning, and breathing became difficult. This gutsy bugger. I'm gonna kill him. Run out of the house. Think back to what just happened. Han Ming still feels like he's largely insane, by some strange chance. For a moment, didn't have control. But what about, as the saying goes, if you die under the skirt of a beautiful woman, you'll be a ghost. Life is but a few decades long, and that is surely the way to have fun in time. For the first 30 years, it's just living too imperviously. Thankfully, now, in the midst of an aura revival, find the true meaning of life for yourself. Just recalling the scene just now, Han Ming, who was somewhat frightened, still covered his heart. No, can't be so deadly. It's almost like jumping on a ghost's doorstep, so I'll have to try to restrain myself next time. In the meantime, outside the city, the outskirts of La, in the thick black mist of the wind is howling and the ghosts are crying. Wang Miaoqing's figure was slightly in a sorry state. Many parts of her body were hanging in color, and her fiery red long skirt was stained with blood in many places. I can't imagine that there is such a terrifying existence in this black mist, but if I want to leave, you guys alone can't stop me yet. Since that woman can enter Lai City, I, Wang Miaoqing, can do the same. I will never lose to that woman. Looking at the black mist in front of us, constantly surging and churning, countless bizarre gazes tinged with resentment pounced towards Wang Miaoqing. The sound of ghostly cries messes with people's minds, and the long, blood-dripping tongue is sickening. Wang Miaoqing condensed her face, her vermilion lips lightly opening. Hopscotch bells. Go! Jingle bells. Straight from the depths of the soul. The bells. It resounded through the black mist. Countless bizarre turned into flying dust. Some of the slightly higher-ranked creeps let out wails of pain. At this point, the black mist rolls behind us. A blood-red claw that covers the sky, poking out of it. Sensing danger, without hesitation, Wang Miaoqing threw out a binding-type artifact and flew in the direction of Lei City without looking back. The creepy obviously didn't want to let her go so easily. The black mist is filled with a ghastly wind. The clouds were dark and the thunder shook. The entire sky dome was undergoing a drastic change as the blood-red palm, poking out of the thunderclouds, descended from the sky, with a terrifying aura of destruction. As if it was the end of the world, it pressed Wang Miaoqing to the point where she could barely catch her breath. Surprisingly, this poor pursuit. The palm of the hand covered the entire sky. Desperate times. Wang Miaoqing clenched her teeth and chose to fight to the death, rapidly strangling the spell with both hands. Clear frost sword, spirit protector umbrella, ghost suppressor seal, weaving inferno bracelet, a piece of trickery, was offered by her at the same time. Wang Miaoqing could be said to have exerted all of her means as the apostle resisted the attack of that giant hand that covered the sky. Yet with the absolute disparity in realm, even though Wang Miaoqing tried her best and was unable to hinder the attack of the giant hand that covered the sky in the slightest, watching his trick weapons burst one by one, all that's left is the acacia bell. It makes a feeble ringing sound. Wang Miaoqing pursed her lips, her heart desperate and miserable. I didn't realize that, this time out, would encounter such horrific shenanigans. Boo! The giant hand falls. The whole earth trembles. A furious shock spread out in all directions. Inside the psychic bureau, the compass, which was responsible for detecting bizarre events, was spinning almost at the speed of light, with a blinding light that seemed like a 20,000 watt light bulb. Then, in the midst of all the astonished, the compass started smoking, with a muffled thud, direct scrapping. Seeing this scene, The people in the Bureau of Psychic Services are in a state of shock. The compass is dead. Is this an S-class creep show? Director, it's premature. While the crowd was busy, Jiang Zhuxin inside the villa also seemed to sense something, and her figure instantly disappeared in a flash. Chapter 73, Feeding Pills? I'm a kind-hearted healer. Previous chapter completed. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Wang Miaoqing's delicate body fell from the air. Am I going to die? Desperate times. Wang Miaoqing revealed a rueful smile, and her heart fell even further to the bottom. The vision in front of me gradually blurred. At this point, vaguely, it seemed to see a certain familiar figure. Ha, bitch. I can't imagine that the old lady could still have such a hallucination before she died, without waiting for the eyes to close. However, a voice filled with mockery suddenly came out and, yo, isn't this the famous Wang Miaoqing? How come she's in such a sorry state? TSK. Not a hallucination? Only the figure in the field of vision became clearer and clearer. Next, with a sneer, Jiang Zhuxin had appeared in front of him, his body surging with majestic true qi, his aura like a rainbow. With a wave of his delicate hand, throwing out a stream of light, the beam of light rose against the wind and quickly transformed into a scroll in the air. Swish! The scroll unfolds in the air. There are mountains and water in the picture, with mountain ranges cascading over each other, and the water is choppy and powerful. The whole scroll surges with a powerful pull that, actually, the terrifying blood-red giant hand was firmly controlled in place. Miles and miles of mountains, grade A artifacts, sort of Jiang Zhuxin's biggest card. Last time, she went into the black mist, facing that terrifying existence. It was only by relying on this trick weapon that he managed to escape. Just, Wang Miaoqing, who has long been seriously injured. It just felt like my eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds, and my vision in front of me became more and more blurry. One could only feel his body being lifted up and through the black fog at great speed. Finally, couldn't hold on to her. One closed eye. Fainted. Lehigh City, the security zone, inside one of the villas in the core area, running out of Han Ming. At the moment, he is here with his remodeling company, pointing out his various needs. After all, I'll be staying here for a long time. Definitely want to live comfortably, not so, a variety of recreational facilities, all of which must be fully equipped. For example, swimming pools, theaters, gaming rooms, but also some rooms set up as special scenes, such as hospitals, classrooms, cabins, offices and other styles. The villa's big enough. Anyway, there are enough rooms. Get more scenes and be prepared. In the middle of a busy day, suddenly, a dark shadow flashed in the air and, next, he only saw his master holding an unconscious sister in front of him. Han Ming froze in place, looking at the two men's wretched. The mind is full of question marks. Master, what's going on here? Pust. On the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Jiang Zhuxin, and she nearly fell over as she stumbled on the soles of her feet. Master. Han Ming rushed forward to assist. That's what I realized. Behind the master's back, it's already dripping with blood. On the originally white and delicate skin, there was an additional deep claw mark, and the undergarment shenanigans that had been given to master teacher before were directly exposed. Well, damn. Wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth, Jiang Zhuxin had a chilling look on her face. This trickster's strength seems to have gotten a few more points stronger. Even if I have 2 A-ranked trickster weapons, there's no way I can manage to retreat in one piece. It's no wonder the woman is in such a sorry state. Jiang Zhuxin's brow furrowed, and he sucked in cool air in pain as he spoke. The woman in her arms, put it on the ground. Her injuries are worse. You heal her first. Having said that, after leaving a few bottles of elixir, Jiang Zhuxin returned to the villa in a flash. Taking the elixir down, sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to luckily heal his wounds. On the other side, Han Ming looked at the beauty on the ground and couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Is master so generous? And this is buy one get one free? That said, the master's meaning, is it for me to heal her with a pedicure? But here's the thing, in her current state, seeing as how there's more air coming in than going out, Han Ming thought about it. It was still necessary to give her a healing elixir first, in conjunction with podiatry to save her, otherwise there was a real possibility that she would not be saved. Looking down into the stunningly pale face of the, it seems that because of the pain, brows furrowed together in a tight frown. But even so, yet it still gives off a flirty, feminine vibe. Take out the potion. Han Ming pinched her jaw and directly pried her mouth open, then put the elixir in. Soon Han Ming realized a very serious problem. The man in the coma. No way to chew the elixir. Hiss. This won't do. Where is the so-called melt in your mouth? The unconscious person simply does not have the ability to chew. Even if he swallows it, when the elixir takes effect, the person will have long been cold. And these pills also need to be haunted with mana to stimulate its efficacy. It's not an elixir after all. Scratching his head, Han Ming is helpless. He could only take out the elixir that was stained with the saliva of the drenched beauty and put it into his own mouth to chew. Not only do you have to chew it into a paste, there was also the need to use true qi to activate the special preparation of the elixir, so that the medicinal power could be rapidly stimulated. This is the way to achieve quick healing. Well, just as Han Ming frowned and, while ferrying the elixir to this beauty, Wang Miaoqing suddenly opened her eyes. Well, in a flash, Wang Miaoqing then realized her current situation, though that said she could feel that, the elixir in his mouth, it was rapidly radiating medicinal power to help her recover from her injuries. But here's the thing, who told you to feed like that? And, or is it mushy? Succubus suffer death. Oh, get off me. Damn. I'm going to kill you. It's just that she's deeply wounded. The true qi of the body. There's no way to move the slightest bit. The whole body, moreover, could not lift half a bit of strength. Seeing no way to resist, in shame and anger, the gas and blood are attacking the heart. With a roll of his eyes, he passed out again. Han Ming was helpless. What's the point of struggling? You think I want to? Bah! Disgusting. If I wasn't a healer, could I have the energy to be here and heal you? Look at that. It's all spit out and I have to start all over again. Han Ming reluctantly swallowed another elixir and began chewing, patiently continuing to feed the medicine. Soon, put a couple of healing elixirs that, after sending as much as they could into each other's mouths, as the potency begins to stir, Wang Miaoqing's breathing, too, became steady. Done. Panting for breath, Han Ming wiped the sweat from the corners of his mouth, but he didn't have a moment's rest to. Instead, they grabbed each other's feet and, take off your shoes and socks as much as you can. Hiss. Chapter 74 Double Happiness. Today is a good day. This moment, time seems to stand still. Han Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. Perfection. It's perfect. There was even a thumping sensation. Crystal clear, round and small, like a piece of warm jade. The 5-toe surfaces and the foot complement each other in a spirited and elegant way. The perfect curve extends from the toes all the way to the ankles, and the overall look even carries a kind of curved beauty and modeling beauty, making the warm and white jade feet as infinite reverie as jade. It's been a month. Han Ming is also considered to have seen a lot of things, but this is the first time that, just being confronted with a pair of jade feet felt like this. Where on earth did Master bring this woman from? True to form, Master Teacher really understands me, and I wonder what the relationship is between these two. Forget it, don't think about it. It's better to heal. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. At this moment, Han Ming didn't dare to be slow. After all, with this injury, the other party could walk away at any time. Suffice it to say, now it's just robbing people from Hades. Take a deep breath. Bear with me. Han Ming began to carry out his healing, using the skills given by the system. The fingers slightly harder, pressing down on the soles of each other's feet. Well, soon, with Han Ming's pedicure, in conjunction with the potency of the elixir, Wang Miaoqing gradually woke up from her coma, and her injuries were obviously a few points better compared to just now. Fingers and toes. It has been able to make a slight effort. Just, when she perceived that, Han Ming was cupping one of his feet for a pedicure. A sense of shame and indignation that, still spilling out from deep within her. Get your filthy hands off me, you lecher. Succubus, do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me again, I will definitely break you into pieces. How dare you? Well, shame on Wang Miaoqing. And to keep on struggling. Suddenly, she felt that, the center of the foot, there was a stream of warmth that kept spreading like all around, spreading all over the body. And whenever this warmth appears, the injuries in the body, all of them can recover a touch. The whole body, all with a warm, cozy feeling. This time, Wang Miaoqing got honest, and no longer resist. On the contrary, it was Han Ming, who got the better of him and slapped Wang Miaoqing's leg. Scream, 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 You think I want to? Having said that, Han Ming put his hand to the tip of his nose and sniffed, then making a disgusted face. Bah! Pang stink! If it wasn't for the master asking me to heal your wounds, do you think I would be willing to touch your feet? Don't try to make a fool of yourself here. Having said that, giving contemptuous gave the other a look of disgust. The look. It could make Wang Miaoqing furious. How could there be a foul odor on one's feet when one was an A-ranked major cultivator with no dirt or dust in one's body? Furthermore, people who want to lick their own feet can shoot from here to the Gallic country. Don't you dare get a cheap shot here and not blame it. And, please can you explain why I feel a little wet on my feet? Don't you tell me it's essential oils? Wang Miaoqing's lungs were about to explode with anger, but just as she was about to open her mouth to theorize, Han Ming exerted a few more points of strength and soreness and relief. At the same time, from the center of the foot, ow! Wang Miaoqing shivered and her body went limp, where she still had the strength to protest. I don't know how much time has passed. On Han Ming's forehead, full of sweat, the fingers are even a little sore. No way. A long, hard push. Now the knuckles are a little sore. As for the result of this effort, it was Wang Miaoqing's injuries, which had recovered 30%. Actions, at least, are free of burdens. The true qi in the body. It has also recovered a lot. Only, such an effect. It obviously cost her something too. At this very moment, thousands of miles away, Capotul, Yi Duan, who walked out from the cultivation room, naked. The angular muscles were covered in sweat. Just, watching the dialed phone remain unanswered. In Yi Chuan's heart, a flash of worry arose. What the hell happened? Why the phone hasn't been working? Could she be in danger? Yi Chuan, who was hung up on the goddess, was so anxious that he directly called the Psychic Institute, wanting to inquire about the goddess's movements. Results. The response was, Wang Miaoqing had traveled to Lei City early this morning, after breaking through to a rank. Strange. Why did Mai Ohara go to La without saying a word? Could it be that she's been appointed as the pacifier of the Lei Town safe zone? It shouldn't be. At this stage, apart from the active registration, the headquarters has not yet recognized a candidate, and Senior Wang Changxian is said to be in Lei City during this period of time. What's really there? Ye dust. Who couldn't think straight? Fortunately, it was not wanted either. Check it out. Don't you just know? The love for Wang Miaoqing in his heart. That tortured feeling of looking at and holding on to his heart. Made Ji Chuan desperately want to go see the other party. As for the distance, for an A-level overhaul, at full speed, it can be reached in a couple of hours. After informing the family and the psychic bureau, Yi Chuan rushed straight towards Lei City. Just, what Leaf Dust doesn't know is, the goddess that he had longed for and begged for had long since been defiled, though the defilement was not complete enough. But at least, Han Ming is earning hemp. This is not. I've just finished treating the new beauty. Back at home, Han Ming, seeing that Master Teacher had actually passed out, at her feet, there were also a few bottles of pills scattered. Obviously, it's in the process of healing, because of the severity of the injuries. Straight up coma. Han Ming barely hesitated and rushed up filled with worry. Master, are you alright? Master, wake up. Really passed out? Hiss. Doesn't this mean that my day as a Punch Master Rebel is just around the corner? What a day for a double whammy. Anyway, on the other side, after Han Ming left, Wang Miaoqing sat cross-legged on the ground. Work the real qi in your body. Soon, just stabilize the injury. While the pedicure was great, but the desire for speed is not enough. Injuries. It's also impossible to say that you can recover all at once. Rather, it requires ongoing treatment to do so. After stabilization, Wang Miaoqing looked around, noticing the material of the villa and the hidden formations around it, and immediately understood that this was in the safe zone of Lei City. It was just that the lecherous thief who had defiled himself just now had disappeared. Think of the other side talking to themselves when, speaking of being Jiang Zhuxin's disciple, Wang Miaoqing's heart went cold. It seems that the lecher is the genius that Grandpa was talking about. What a waste. How can such a talent for refining weapons appear in the body of such a lecher? That's not true. The refining is still up in the air. Maybe Grandpa is just senile. Eyes slightly closed. Majestic as a sea of divine thoughts floated out and Wang Miaoqing soon felt that, where Grandpa and Jiang Zhuxin are, taking the scope of Lei, it wasn't easy to find an ordinary person, but Jiang Zhuxin and Wang Changxian, as A-ranked great cultivators, the two of them were like bright lights in the darkness of the city, extremely eye-catching. Just, sensing that Grandpa was at the Psychic Institute, Wang Miaoqing, who didn't want to disturb the other party, flickered and appeared over the villa where Jiang Zhuxin was, tiptoeing in. Wang Naoqing's entire body instantly stiffened in place, a pair of beautiful eyes. Unbelievingly, he stared round and, the brains gone blank, looking at the image in front of him, a huge wave was set off in his heart. Chapter 75, Two Women at Odds. Mutinous Master-Disciple Relationships. Buzz. The brain buzzed and spun and went blank, as if petrified. The whole body froze in place. What do I see? Wang Naoqing almost went crazy, even suspected something was wrong with his eyes. Rubbing his eyes. Make sure you're reading it right. A pair of beautiful eyes stared round. Is it actually true? This kid, is that so bold? It's too much. It's too much. Is this something an apprentice could do? What the hell was Grandpa thinking, trying to introduce someone like that to me? Wang Naoqing was petrified for a whole hour. Meanwhile, also stood dumbfounded and stayed put for an hour. It wasn't until Han Ming ran out of the villa with a weak heart like a thief who had done something bad that Wang Naoqing walked into the villa with her head held high. Once inside, looking at the wrecked room, Cold couldn't help but taunt, "Yo, this is still my acquaintance of the Zheng family's eldest young lady. It's really funny actually being reversed by her own disciple. Come on, don't pretend. I know you've been awake for a long time. Same for A-level overhaul, even if his strength is not fully restored. But, the divine idea is still there." As soon as I entered the house, Wang Naoqing then realized that Jiang Zhuxin was just pretending to be unconscious there. Perhaps, at some point just now, woke up early. Noticing that Han Ming has left, Jiang Zhuxin also stopped pretending, opened her eyes and sat up. Seeing the other party's conspiratorial smile, she couldn't help but sneer. Isn't this the famous fairy Miaoqing? How come she suddenly ran away from Lai City? And on the way, he was beaten half to death by Creepy. How did he make such a mess? Enemies meeting each other. A split second. Wang Naoqing also followed and sneered. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really didn't think that the pretentious Jiang family's eldest young lady was actually like this behind her back. That was an eye-opener just now. I'm afraid it's not the first or second time you've done this kind of thing. Judging by your apprentice's skillful appearance, two people shading their skill points. It's all like point full. It's a real wound. That's for sure. The sentence is a blitzkrieg. That's a lot of damage. Looking at the way you're recovering from your injuries now, I'm afraid that when my disciple healed you just now, it wasn't very clean, was it? No matter how unclean, it's still better than you. It's just shameless. Goo. Now you are sharp-tongued. Just now I don't know who let Creepy beat him half to death. If not for my hand, I'm afraid that our myriad Qing fairy has already perished. I also didn't expect that Sister Jiang would be this tie behind her back. Slutty? Joke. You have the face to say others are tie? You're like a vixen seducing people all day long. Who under the sun is as tie as you? That's because I'm charming. Unlike a certain iceberg who sees everyone as if they owe her money. And I'm conservative at heart. So at least I won't let my own apprentice rush the division. That's as far as you can get with your smartass now. If I hadn't made a move, you'd be a gaudy corpse by now. Oh, your master-disciple relationship has long since soured. TSK, TSK, TSK. A gaudy corpse. Metamorphosis. That's the same two people that, now that the serious injuries have not yet healed. Otherwise, I'm afraid we could fight on the spot. Night. A silent lake. The picture of the shapely woman sitting on the shore, her bare feet swinging in the water, watching the ripples in the calm lake, is very beautiful. Pops should have already received the message I sent out, knowing that I arrived safely in Lai City. This should put your mind at ease. Wang Miaoqing mumbled with an expressionless face. Arrived safely. Thinking of his wretchedness in the black mist. And back there, the scene of being saved by Han Ming. Wang Miaoqing clenched her teeth and let out a cackle. Very angry. It's suffocating. Thinking about himself, he had managed to break through to the early A-rank realm with great difficulty, and his strength had risen by a huge wave. Meanwhile, and carrying the acacia bell, clear frost sword, spirit protection umbrella, subdue ghost seal, weaving inflammation bracelet, and so on. Suffice it to say, before departure, it was a spirited effort on its own. Thinking that with your strength, you can obtain anywhere in this world. Results? I didn't think so. It's only been a short time since the blow to the head. Originally, he had also come to Le with the intention of competing with that smelly woman, and came to Le with a great deal of vigor. It turned out to be bizarrely heavy, not to mention, still saved by that woman. How could Wang Miaoqing accept this? The point is, after being rescued, He himself was also discipled by the woman's. So angry. But the most exasperating thing is this. Although Wang Miaoqing also admitted that if it wasn't for the two of them saving her, I'm afraid that she would have died by now. But the feeling of humiliation in her heart still made her furious. Blame it on Grandpa. What's the point of having yourself here for nothing? That's right. Just blame him. In the midst of his anger, suddenly, Wang Miaoqing sensed a sudden fluctuation of bizarre qi in the direction of the Psychic Research Institute. Could it be Grandpa coming out? A thought. Wang Miaoqing instantly disappeared in place. Straight to the Psychic Institute. Found Wang Changxian. Grandpa. The man you told me about. Is his name Han Ming? Behaving in a particularly lewd and lustful manner? Wang Changxian froze and was surprised. You've already seen it? That's not true. That guy is an animal. Not a human being. Asterisk. Livestock. Punching the master's rebellious disciple. Grandpa, you don't know. I saw that guy with my own eyes. Soon, Wang Miaoqing added fuel to the fire. Told the story of what he had seen. Listening to Wang Changxian, he froze. In particular, when he heard the part about the adversary, it was as if his whole body had been struck by lightning from the ninth heaven. Dumbfounded on the spot. The expression on his face froze in an instant. His eyes slightly widened, full of shock and disbelief. This master, that good? That Zhang family's girl has a personality that can't be messed with. That kid could actually do such a thing. And the key was that he hadn't been slapped to death on the spot? Only, while adding fuel to the fire, Wang Miaoqing subconsciously omitted that Hanan had healed her. Grandpa, look at this. What kind of person are you introducing me to? People like that deserve a slap on the wrist. The world can also have one less scourge. Ahem. Wang Changxian coughed dryly. For the sake of it, Miaoqing although Master Zun, he is horny as a devil. But what man in this world is not horny? The key is, Master Teacher, his talent in the Tao of weapon refining is definitely considered to be the first in thousands of years in the ancient world. Do you know that the first time Master Teacher he refined an artifact, he was able to refine a C-grade artifact, and later on, he even refined an A-grade artifact, even more, by watching from the sidelines. Grandpa, I finally had a breakthrough. Having said that, Wang Changxian proudly took out a dagger. Cold, sharp edges. A gust of cold aura was emitted. God's thoughts. After checking out the characteristics of the dagger, Wang Miaoqing immediately stared with wide eyes. Her voice was stumbling a bit. Grandpa, you've successfully refined a B-grade artifact? Ha, that's natural. Wang Changxian proudly held up his masterpiece with a smile written all over his face. A few days ago, Grandpa, after I watched my master's method of refining weapons, I came to a realization. This is not, nowadays, Grandpa me. I can already refine B-grade artifacts. I'm afraid that this name of a refining master is no longer worthy of my grandfather's identity. The corner of Wang Miaoqing's mouth twitched slightly. Secretly, I sigh that God is not fair. How could such a gift be given to someone who is so horny?